And this week's entry comes to us courtesy of Rod Dreher. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Rod Dreher. He's a little bit under the radar, but he's actually probably my favorite crackpot going right now. I think he's the hottest underground crackpot there is. He is a hysteric of the first order, and I think he's sort of like on a Kevin Williamson level in that he's interesting because he's like not purely an idiot. Like he's not stupid, but just everything he believes in is insane, and like he can't, like there's no filter, like he can't help but be crazy. So that's why he's entertaining, and why this week's when I saw this story this week, I knew we had to do it on the show in the reading series because it's amazing, and it combines like 3 or 4 elements that are running themes for us on Chapo Trap House, and those would be superhero movies, people who are compulsive liars, and trans bathroom issues.
Yeah, just a little word about Rod Dreher before we start. I was talking to Virgil Texas, the co-writer of The Dig and many great articles elsewhere that I've done with him today, the Azerbaijan to our podcast, and we were talking about Rod Dreher, and we realized Rod Dreher was just born too early. If he was born in 1962, and he has all these weird sexual repressions and compulsions, and he was like, oh, I have to be religious. He switched around to 50 religions, from Samoan Mormonism to Eastern Orthodox as he is now. But if Rod Dreher was born in 1992, he could just be like, I'm a cute boy who am asexual. Because that's what he is. And that would be fine. But instead he has to do this thing and like just air out his weird psychosis in front of you.
That's the fourth thing that this reading combines is our study of sexual pathology and sex science.
He would be so much happier if he were doing Steven Universe fanfic on Tumblr.
He should be like all these hard right-wing religious guys are always like Tumblr safe space people, but it's like you probably should be that. Like that's exactly what you should be.
What is the Benedict option, which is he's the main exponent of, if not just a massive seeking out of a safe space?
Well, as you will find out, this article that he's written is very much about the search for a conservative safe space. Okay, so let's just dive into it. This is an article that he wrote at his blog this past week at the American Conservative, and the title of it is America at the Movies 2016. And in this article, he relates a story that his friend told him. So this is sort of like, a game of telephone we're playing here. But when I read this to you, I just, for you, the listener, first of all, if you haven't done so already, do what we always do. Google image search Rod Dreher. So, you can like have a picture in your mind for when we roast the shit out of this motherfucker. But, and number 2 is when I read this to you, just try to imagine an adult human being believing any of this story, or at least pretending to believe it, to write a column. Okay. You guys ready? Rod begins. I just got a phone call from an old friend in North Texas. She does a lot of work with law enforcement, especially in the area of domestic violence counseling and response. I hope she will not mind me saying, but she's a tough Texas chick. She called to tell me what she and her teenage son dealt with last night at the movies in Frisco, a prosperous suburb of Dallas. I thought I knew what was going on in this country, she said. I was wrong. Okay, you guys ready for this? By the way, she related this whole story to Rod over like a video chat in a dark room, holding a flashlight under her chin the entire time when she told him this story. She had taken her teenage son to see Captain America: Civil War for his birthday. In line behind them,
nerd.
we'll get to that in a second, but. In line behind them, waiting to buy tickets, stood several men in their early 30s who were obviously transgendered, and a young woman who presented as a man, though she was plainly a female. My friend, quote, N, she's being referred to as N throughout the story, and his friend's name is actually just the N-word. Okay, so my friend N-word said the group started talking about sex, including their favorite positions, their favorite sex toys, you name it. One of the group was 20. An older transgender said to him, quote, "You're just a kid now, but when you turn 21, we're going to take you out and get you broken in. They proposed an orgy." Okay, so that's just one paragraph right now, but there's already so much to discuss about this. So where do you guys want to begin with this story?
All right, let's start off with the nerd kid who like is probably going to end up like Rod Dreher because he is asexual and is like, "Oh boy, I'm turning 15. I sure as hell don't want to drink Red Dog and have a sexual experience. I want my mom, who is friends with Rod Dreher, like that's what a fucking weirdo my mom is, to take me to see Captain America."
Yeah, so it's her teenage son on his birthday wants to go to see a Marvel movie with his mom and no one else. That's the first box we're going to tick off on just one paragraph. The second is who the fuck waits in line to buy tickets at a movie theater anymore?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you're not buying them online and you're waiting around the lobby like a fucking asshole, like you deserve to be harassed.
Okay, that's two. Next there is this gang of transgenders. And this starts out, keep in mind, he says several men in their early 30s. They're waiting behind them in line, and there's one who's a female who presents as a man, and they start talking about sex, including their favorite positions, their favorite sex toys, you name it. And he closes the paragraph by saying they proposed an orgy. What I love about this is like, this is clearly like, you know, the invention in the mind of someone who like never thinks or talks about sex, trying to invent like what they think someone who's like really dirty and uncouth would talk about. Like, hello, fellow sex perverts. Might you share with me your favorite sex position and toy? I like the vibrating egg that goes in my asshole. Would you like to have an orgy later?
Yeah, it's like 40-year-old virgin. They're all like, I can't wait till we get down with sex later. I hope we jump up and down in the bed and you touch my butt and we feel both of our penises and I put the skin of mine on yours.
Okay.
I'm going to blow into your butthole. It's going to be amazing. And of course, you got the extra hilarity of them saying, you're a 20-year-old kid, but wait till your next birthday. Then we're going to bust you out. You're thinking of the drinking age, moron.
Yeah,
there's nowhere in the country is the legal sexual consent age 21. You're thinking of the drinking age.
And this is funny because he introduces it by saying his friend N-Word works with law enforcement in the area of domestic violence counseling and response. You'd think she would know the difference between the drinking age and the age of consent law. I don't know. Maybe it's different.
I also like how they proposed an orgy. Like that's how, if we all remember our favorite Chapo reading, which was Ross Doodhat's Sex Cruise with William F. Buckley and Jamie Kirchick. It's like something that William F. Buckley would have said then. Ducky, I propose an orgy.
What say you, young gentlemen? Are you up for it, or is your blood just not strong enough?
Oh, William, I would love to have an orgy. I really, really would.
There was general consensus on the excellence of having an orgy.
I certainly would, Mr. Buckley, but I did not bring my cock ring. Oh, don't worry. We have a whole bushel full. Here, use this one. It was Augusto Pinochet's favorite.
Boat boy Ben, could you fetch me the vibrating egg, please, and firmly insert it into my rectum?
Jamie said, I don't know if I'm ready to have an orgy. And I said, Jamie, there comes a time in a man's life that he must look back and think, I could have told my grandchildren that I had my boy pussy stretched out by William F. Buckley.
But this is the difference between conservatives and these radical genderqueer freaks, is that conservatives need to go on a boat into international waters before they do all this filth away from the ears
where anything's
children.
Legal, baby. And they're afraid to say no because there's nowhere else to be.
Well, it's just at least away from the tender ears of teenage boys trying to go to a movie with their mother. Okay, but back to the story. That's just one paragraph, and we already noticed about 5 just glaring fucking, I don't even know what to, just 5 red flags already. So back to Rod here. He says, on and on like this. Okay, keep in mind he said there were several transgender men waiting with them online. Now it goes on. More transgenders joined them, not waiting in line, but moving towards the front to stand with their friends. N told me that the trans group was very aware of itself and did not care who heard their filthy talk. The trans group has become self-aware, people.
On May 2016, Transnet became self-aware. This is when the war
It launches a bunch of dick-shaped rockets at everybody.
My CPU is a neural net processor, a fucking computer.
I know why you go to the correct bathroom, but it is something that I cannot do.
Come on me if you want to live.
Okay, sorry. Why didn't you go to the theater management and ask them to say something to the transgenders? I said. Because the group would have known it was me, she said. I would have had to have left the line. Plus, in this environment, I doubted they would have done anything. Nobody wants to risk being called a bigot.
This fucking line for the movie theater that's like a goddamn Soviet bread line. Or like a line at Six Flags.
Yeah, you don't want to lose. And let's be honest, they wouldn't respect, holding any place in line. They would just cut you right away. She said that after they went into the theater, but before the movie started, the trans group continued their foul, verbally abusive behavior. N asked her son if he wanted to go to the bathroom before the movie started. He told her he did not feel safe doing that. Okay, so you knew that was coming. And okay,
gotta be about the bathrooms, man. Always comes back to the bathrooms.
It's coming back to the bathrooms, obviously. But there's two things to note about this. First of all, we've already noted how weird it is that a teenage boy on his birthday is going to see a movie alone with his mother. Number two, she's asking them before the movie starts if he needs to go to the bathroom. She's like checking in with him to see if he needs to pee, like he's maybe 5 or 6 years old. And then number two, if these are men who are trans women, if these are trans women, they would be using the ladies' bathroom.
Yeah, that's the whole thing that makes them horrifying. That's the whole fucking point. If they were into the men's room, that would be what they're supposed to do, according to these assholes.
Yeah, your N-word, your son, N-word Jr., would be perfectly safe going to the men's bathroom at the movie theater because the trans women, it's you who are in danger, N. She doesn't even realize
they're trying to molest women and girls. That's the whole thing that makes it bad. You don't even know your own bullshit story.
According to like N-word and Rod Dreher, it's like trans people do not go to the bathroom of your genitalia, do not go to the other bathroom, don't even go to the bathroom. Just figure something out. It's ridiculous.
Shit in your fucking popcorn box. That's your only option.
That would be that's more filth. Okay. Rod goes on. It was he's sort of like moving out of the story and into his commentary about this 100% real story, this real thing that happened. Again, I just want to call back. Keep in mind how many they were when the story began. It was just one night at the movies, granted, and any sort of person could be a jackass at the movies. What got to N was that this trans group, she described them as over 20 people. So in the course of a few paragraphs, it went from being 4 transgenders to a group of over 20, like a mob, like a fucking wilding gang of transgenders.
What does that mean? Rise.
That this group of 20 people was so confident in itself that its members thought they had no responsibility to anyone or else around them or to respect civility. That and the fact that no one dared confront them over their obnoxious behavior, either not wanting the hassle or thinking that nothing would be done by the authorities running the theater because trans folk are this week's chosen people. That's all a theater chain needs. National headlines saying that it is hateful to trans people.
This is the scene from one of those Kevin Sorbo God's Not Dead movies, and you could plot it out immediately in your head if you just imagine it. Like a young woman, maybe Melissa Joan Hart, is there with her son, and she goes to a movie theater manager and she says, "Can you do something about these people?" And he just looks at the camera.
Are gender fluiding, my boy.
Yeah, they're all over the place. And he looks into the camera and says, "Sorry, lady. That's just how things are now."
By the way, if you wish any of those transgenders a Merry Christmas, you are going to jail.
Okay, so here's where it actually turns to, I think, like, if this story wasn't weird enough already, like, here's the kind of turn at the end of it that really, like, kicks it into a really dark place. Rod says, after our conversation, N texted, I found it very ironic that we went to see the movie Civil War last night. What I watched go on outside that theater while we were in line and inside the theater made me realize a civil war is coming. It is undeniable at this point. I kept thinking, someday. You know how you think that? Someday it'll get bad. Someday we'll have to take a hard stand. Someday people will be persecuted for their beliefs. Rod, it's not someday anymore. It's in our face, and I can easily see where this erupts into extreme violence. I can easily see where a civil war is coming. So she takes this fucking made up story, this obviously bullshit story about a gang of transgenders at the Captain America movie, and fucking uses it as an excuse to start fantasizing about some like Turner Diaries type shit.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about this. Let's assume, and this is a massive assumption, that this actually happened. Let's take that leap, that massive leap. What is more disturbing behavior? Some people being assholes at movie theater, which happens every day, everywhere, regardless of people's gender presentation, or someone watching people be a dick at a movie theater and thinking, I can't wait until it's legal for me to murder you.
I mean that, like, when you say it like that, it's fucking plainly obvious. Like, think how fucking disturbing that is. Like, think how fucking like how warped the mindset of, like, where, again, like, this whole point of this thing is how victimized like Rod and N and her beautiful teenage son are. But like, they're literally using like some like you said, if we're gonna take this at face value, some people being rude in a movie theater and then fantasizing about how the day will come soon for extreme violence. But like,
the cleansing fires will come.
One day a real rain will come and wash all this trans scum out of our movie theaters.
Yeah, I want to hear from the guy who is sitting behind this lady as she's rocking back and forth and saying, "Oh, the judgment is upon us. The judgment is upon us."
Do you know how fucking badass the conservative welfare state is? It's just a bunch of dark money going to these shitty publications that have never made any money and never will. It pays for Rod Dreher, who is an insane person. I know that Will said that Sean Davis from The Federalist is the weirdest motherfucker on earth, but I think it's Rod Dreher. Rod Dreher is writing out his fantasy of going fucking James Holmes on a theater full of trans people. And if you want to like look at it this optimistically, you're like, all right, Rod Dreher is insane in writing his homicide fantasies, but like he would be homeless otherwise.
Well, like, okay, here's the thing. Like, I said at the beginning of this, like, imagine being an adult human being and believing even a single word of this horseshit story. But like, the thing about Rod is, like, whether it's true or not doesn't matter, because like, he really wants this to be true. Like, to any like normal person, like, this story obviously didn't happen. But for someone like Rod, who lives his entire life in a state of like moral and sexual hysteria, like, he needs this story to be true to like justify the constant like froth and feeling of like being under siege that he lives with 24/7.
Because he wants to kill these people for existing. He doesn't want to kill them for raping people in bathrooms or being assholes at movie theaters. He wants to kill them because they exist and their existence vexes him. But that's kind of a hard sell. So he wants these things to be true so that he can have some sort of concrete real world imposition that he can point to and say, see, they're making us do this. Yeah, when in reality, he just wants them to be gone.
You know what Rod would have been good at?
Because it upsets his weird dick.
Rod would have been really good as like a radio host on one of those Hutu stations during the Rwandan genocide.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, it's Radio Rwanda here, kicking off another block of...
It's the cockroach countdown, folks. Find those trans people. They're at the movie theaters now.
Rod Dreher would have fucking slayed as a radio host also under the Quisling administration.
By the way, Felix, do you keep calling him Rob?
I call him Rod, but I think, well, like, my brain is like, oh, that's Rod Dreher, but my mouth is like, who gives a shit?
Well, because who the fuck is named Rod? In the fucking 21st century, who is named Rod? Get over yourself.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Your name's Rob. I don't care.
So,
You're Rob.
There's
like
just
a fucking human. Your name's Rob.
There's just one more punchline to this story. He gets to the end of it, and his closing line is, "The movie theater incident is a broken window moment. We will have plenty more of them." And then right underneath it, there's just a big bold update. Comments closed because of trolls. I don't like this story. And I want to say, Rob, that was me. I did that to you, buddy. I closed your comment section because I was the one who tweeted about this shit. It got like 500 RTs, and everyone was making fun of you in your comment section, buddy, because of me. Into our update into the world of Rod Dreher. What do you say?
Let's do it. Yeah, everybody. Rod Dreher is once again having unreality issues.
Rod Dreher's unreality issues continue to manifest themselves in a series of missives sent from what are either the worst people in the planet or imaginary fictions that he's created to entertain himself, living in his sort of Benedictine monastery that he calls suburban Louisiana.
A lot of people ask us, like, who the fuck is Rod Dreher? Well, you remember at the end of the TV show St. Elsewhere, where it turned out the entire drama of the hospital took place inside a snow globe being looked at by an autistic child? Imagine if all the people who lived in that snow globe were like trans sex maniacs, and that's what it is to be Rod Dreher.
So you'll remember a few episodes back we did a reading where he passed along an amazing story from a friend who, along with her teenage son, was assaulted by a gang of transsexuals at a Captain America Civil War movie theater experience. Rod is at it again. This is another story that he passes along. This is at his blog. The title of the piece is, in quotations, "Knowing is too hard." And Rod, this is in response to a piece Rod wrote called "What? Trans? Here?"
Come on!
And Rod says, his email was so startling, I decided to give it its own separate post. I have edited it slightly to protect privacy. His friend is just referred to as F-word, actually. So again, this whole post is just this email from a reader. So I'm gonna read it now. So it says, this is Rod's reader emailing in. He says, "I just got back from state, in brackets, again, we must protect the innocent here." Couldn't possibly give away the state.
Yeah, dude, if the gay Contras track this guy down, they'll light his house on fire. If they know the state, they can figure it out. They're gonna backtrack the IP.
He says, "Visiting my in-laws and my wife's childhood friends, and we just had this exact same experience. My wife's friends do well. The husband is a union guy and makes more money than I do. Of course, he's in a corrupt union, probably just sitting on his ass all day. But he goes, I like him, but he's what progressives might consider to be a problem. He has 3 kids, the oldest being a girl going into 7th grade. After a few beers, he says things like, 'Look, I'm okay with anything, just as long as they ain't gay and no black guys. See what I mean?'
Damn progressives!
Yeah, what I love about this, he says, this is a guy who progressives might consider to be problematic. What does everyone else supposed to consider this guy? The type of guy who will casually let drop that I'm okay with anything as long as they're not fags or black guys.
Truth teller?
Yeah, they're politically incorrect.
So he goes, we're having a nice dinner, and he says, well, we were talking school stuff, and the mom very casually drops the news that there was a trans kid in the 7th grader's school. My wife and the mom went to school with the mother of the trans kid. I guess she was weird and goth and all the rest.
No, that's what did it.
They
you
agreed
get a little goth in there, and then boom. Trans.
It's a slippery slope from black eyeliner to just the whole, all the way.
What the hell's wrong with you? Look like a Puerto Rican whore. Make me sick.
They agreed that if the trans thing had been a thing back then, the mom would have been the most likely person to declare. Fair or not, I don't know, but there it is. I don't understand what he's talking about.
Well, first of all, I like the idea that in everyone in Rod Dreher's universe, they're like, yeah, just getting the friends together for drinks, dinner, laughs. always the conversation seems to be like, who's the most likely trans infiltrator? Who's the like trans people? Like that actually is all that we talk about. But like, it's just middle America.
He treats it like it's either a viral contagion or like a pod person thing. He talks about how being worried about the trans people in bathroom, and I'm more and more convinced that he actually means that he's afraid they're going to pop out of the toilet like in Ghoulies.
He goes. The reader goes on. At any rate, my wife's friend sort of just mentioned that this girl came out as trans. Let's say her name was Mary. Well, my wife's friend sees her at a park this summer and says, "Hi, Mary." And the former Mary very testily replied, "I am not Mary. I am Mark now." He's not making up names here. He's like, I'm not M-word anymore. I'm M-word, comma, masculine. My wife's friend and her union husband sort of rolled their eyes and looked mystified, but left it as that. I was surprised. The no black guys and no gay dad seemed to be taking it in stride. So I said, "So where is the kid showering?" What I love about that is like he's at dinner with this, a guy he knows to be a bigot, and it seems to think that he'll be simpatico on this issue, but he sort of shrugs it off. So he's like, let me needle him a little bit more and get the juicy reaction out of him. So I said, "Where is the kid going to shower?" You know, the kid gets to shower wherever she says the school the school district will lose their federal money. Shout out to Robbie Suave. They looked at me and said, "Look, I had two heads." The mom said, "I think that the school told the kid to shower in a faculty locker room and they were okay with that." I let her know that this will be fine as long as another kid doesn't push it further than that. Again, he's just inventing these nightmare scenarios to get outraged about that haven't happened. Still, they seem to be okay with it mostly because, I guess, who's it hurting? Yeah, good question. Until I said, well, yeah, the parents of that kid aren't nuts. You throw a biological girl into a boy's locker room and something bad will happen fast. The problem is going to be when there's a biological boy who wants to shower with your kid. The dad looked like I had hit him with a pipe wrench. "No," he said, "that ain't happening." It ain't happening because it's not happening.
No, it's not.
But Rod's friend says, "I said, sure it is. The Obama administration's advisory says it is. I told him about the male-to-female trans kid in Alaska who medaled at the state competition. I'm telling you that this guy looked actively wounded." Like I said, I was lying to him or something. So congrats to this guy for ruining a perfectly good dinner party.
I like Rod's dispatches because he's like, "Hey, Rod, long time listener, first time caller. Just want to tell you that I also ruined an event with the same trans fixation that you have. I am also now a weird, lonely person who collects emails about people who yell about trans people.
This is like
looking forward.
This is like the adult version of like the fucking friendless edgelord teenager who the parents can't take them anywhere because they'll bring up something dark and twisted and just be like, "What? I'm interested in it. Why are you so offended?"
Yeah, like National Review Online is the new Rotten.com.
Yeah,
there's some really sick shit. There's some really sick shit on here.
You want to see something really ugly and disgusting? Check this out. But okay, so he goes. He said he couldn't believe it. I said, "You haven't heard about this and that other thing?" He hadn't heard of these things, but he just never thought there would be a penis in the girls' locker room.
I mean, in all my years thinking about the girls' locker room, as I do every day, I had never pictured a penis in there that did not belong to me.
He says he is still having trouble believing it. He fucking freaked these squares out, man. He fucking...
And it seems like the crux of his complaint is that this asshole, racist, homophobic guy wasn't also transphobic.
Yeah.
It's like the racism and homophobia were good, fine. It's like, but why aren't you also freaking out about trans people? What the fuck?
Yeah,
he was rubbing his hands together, thinking of dinner, like on the car ride on his wife over. He's like, "Oh man, we're gonna get some good transphobia tonight." And then they get there, and he just falls flat. And he's like, "What? Fuck."
What happens in this article is it's the split between Cruz voters and Trump voters. Like they're getting along. Yes. They're like the union guys, like. Hip hop style quarterbacks, and the Cruz voter, not really a sports watcher, but he can tell you're being racist, so he's like, "Yeah, cool."
He's like, yeah, why doesn't J.R. Smith put a shirt on?
Yeah,
God.
hey, Russell Wilson, why don't you cool it with the raps? But then the Cruz voters like, all right, we've had a lot of fun tonight talking about knockout game and like if a rapper tried to hold his gun sideways and Marine shot him. But let's get serious here.
Let's talk about a penis in a girl's locker room.
Yeah, let's talk about 7th grade genitalia. And the Trump voter is like, what? No? Hold on. No, I want to talk about how Mexicans are rapists. And the Cruz voter is like, what?
The Trump voter is getting horny thinking about this. He's having the opposite reaction. Like, he was expecting revulsion, but he's like, oh, tell me more. What? You can get a boy in a girl's locker room now? Okay.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm going to be signing up for Lifetime Fitness again. And the Cruz voter is like, oh, my guy, I'm going home to write Rod.
So he closes it out with like the typical sort of profound hysteria that these things eventually devolve into. And he says, this is not a religious family. I have never, ever known them go to church for any reason. Neither does anyone in their extended families. It's not like this is a huge secret. They honestly just don't know because knowing is too hard. And again, this is a guy who will police the family in terms of kids being gay. He will make his views on race known to his kids. So he's a good guy in that respect.
Yeah.
He's falling down. He's just not willing to. He just doesn't want to know about this next level of degeneracy. It's not like he's not willing to go out on a limb and say unpopular things, many of which I disagree with, of course.
Yeah.
But he just can't compute the trans stuff. Even though there is one at their school. He just sits there saying, no. I don't know what they do if it hits. I bet they just live with it. I doubt they can afford a religious high school. The cheapest one in their area is like $21,000 a year. The kids will think it's normal, and the dad's objections will get filed away with his retrograde views on race. Rod sums things up in italics. He says, they honestly just don't want to know because knowing is too hard. This is true. This is true. This is profoundly true. If priests and pastors are not speaking clearly and directly to their congregations about this, they are failing them.
These fuckers don't go to church. What does that even have to do with anything?
This guy doesn't. He's too busy watching, screaming the N-word at Sunday football to go to church. Like, what do you mean? Like, everyone who goes to Rod Dreher's type of church, like, they're already thinking about trans people all the time. This is like the last line in Boys in the Hood, like after Ricky dies and Ice Cube.
Yeah.
He's like, man, either people don't know or they just don't care. Except Ice Cube, he just saw like somebody go in a different bathroom than their biological assigned sex at birth, and he goes, man, people don't know what goes on here.
And like Boys in the Hood, like right before the credits roll, there's like end titles where they tell you that Rod's friend was beaten to death in a women's Target bathroom. 3 months later, he was killed by a trans gang at the Target bathroom.
He was gonna do the Facebook meme and beat up the trans person, but it turns out that due to his congenital
he was
failure,
just too much of a pussy.
Yeah.
There were too many of them. He was overwhelmed. It was like Iwo Jima.
Okay, so that was Rod.
Thank you, Rod.
Thank you, Rod. Once again,
bringing it again.
Yeah, bringing the fire.
Once again, that was great. A reading series I have picked out for this week, where we dip back into show favorite Ross Dow. No, fuck.
Nah.
They all sound and are the same, but no, I'm dipping back into the Rod Dreher well with a great reading series this week. And
can we get a Twilight Zone drop for Rod's unreality issues?
We're now entering the
Dreher zone.
Benedict zone.
Yeah, the Benedict zone. Captain, pilot, there's a trans person on the wing of this plane.
My name's Talking Tina. My pronouns are Z, Zir, Zern.
I'm the new trans patriarch of the Eastern Orthodox Church. No! I came here to escape you.
The book. It says to serve trans man. It's a how-to guide. It's too late. We're
we're now entering the Benedict zone with Rod Dreher. Rod has been on, God, he's been on a hell of a kick lately. Like, it's hard to pick out which one to do. I chose this one because it's sort of a wild card, but he's been like heavy. He had a piece today. He had a long post this week at his blog on the American Conservative that I'm paraphrasing, but basically it was that Western civilization deserves to be annihilated by the Asiatic hordes at our doorstep. I mean, he is really... The trans people have driven Rod around the fucking bend. He's lost it, and he's ready for our society to be purged in a cleansing fire. But this article is a lot funnier than that. It's called, "Can Your Avatar Determine Your Identity?" Rod has discovered video games, people, and would it surprise you to find out he has concerns? He has very specific concerns, though. So what do you say we dive into this one?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay. Rod begins. "Early in my teenage years, I was a miserable nerd." You surprised me.
Why? I don't buy it. Clearly, he's doing hyperbole for comedic effect. No way.
It's just, I love it. He opens with just a hard return. I did not see that coming.
Ross, God damn it! I thought Rod would be like QB1. You know, he's like Letterman, Homecoming King. Like, he's just an aggressively like normal guy. It just beams being well adjusted his entire life.
Rod continues. "One great joy in my life, and in the life of my small nerd circle, was Dungeons and Dragons." Similar to David French.
Wow.
These guys they're similar profile.
What is it about like the fucking Silmarillion too?
What is it about
confirmed again? God damn, I'm tired of being right.
What is it about a 12-sided dice that makes you want to plant a mortar shell outside a bathroom?
we are like the FBI profilers, but for a very specific type of conservative. Okay, continuing. He says, "This was in the early 1980s, and I was aware of the D&D panic in some Christian circles. But those weren't my circles, and my parents had no idea what I was doing. It was a heck of a lot of fun and became the center of my social life for a year or two." What I love about this is Rod is saying, as a kid, I wasn't aware of all the panic about satanic daycares and Dungeons and Dragons, and I paid it no mind. But now I know better as an adult man. He says, "I remember being so ticked off at the scare stories about teenagers supposedly freaking out over the game. So young and naive, Rod." He says there was a 1982 TV movie, Mazes and Monsters, starring a young Tom Hanks exploiting this fear. Well, this is cool because I actually wasn't aware of this movie with a young Tom Hanks, but maybe now I'll check it out.
All right.
"Yet I remember one night, lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, thinking about the adventure my character was having in the game. I did this a lot, and that night was no different from any other. For some reason, it struck me that the life of this fictional character whose storyline I was narrating was far more engaging to me than the actual life I was leading as a 9th grade nerd and social outcast. Don't get me wrong here. I was not remotely close to thinking that the game was reality. It was...
This is literally a chick tract. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a chick tract about Dungeons and Dragons. And this is it. He's recounting it.
It was a bit unnerving, though, to realize that I preferred to live in the imaginative reality created by the game to real reality in which I was deeply unhappy with myself and everything around me."
Making me unlike basically everyone else of that age group.
Yeah, I don't know any 9th grade boy, all but like there is a 1% of like 9th grade boys who are really happy, confident, and
the ones who are getting
age.
laid.
Yeah, exactly. Literally everyone else was lying awake at night thinking, God, the life I'm imagining is so much fucking better than the one I'm living.
Yeah, when I was like getting boners in type and keyboarding class, I was really wishing I was basically anywhere else.
I had already had. I was bored with having threesomes by the second quarter of freshman year, so I don't really know what he's talking about. But I mean, like, you know what though? I have a feeling like this is an encouraging story. Like Rod started out like projecting horrible mind shapes to avoid his deep horrible pain inside, and just seeing goblins and ghouls when they weren't there, and now like just not like that at all. At all.
He says, it was deep escapism, no doubt about it, and I still don't think it did any harm. Well, that he knows.
Yeah. We'll be the judge of that,
Rod. He says, in fact, it probably did me a lot of good compared to the other ways I might have escaped my adolescent unhappiness, booze, drugs, etc. The way normal fucking kids do it. Still, I can't deny that living imaginatively as what I suppose today we would call an avatar had an unusual psychological effect on me. This character I played, I believe he was half elf, but I can't remember, was everything I was not in real life, but wanted to be. There was obviously no way to become a half elf, and had I started presenting in public as a half elf, I very quickly would have been made to understand that I was living in a fantasy world and ought to return to reality.
Holy shit.
For listeners of the show, have you already predicted where this is going? There was a few tells there. But,
this
subtle.
This is like Lord of the Rings, but they're going to throw. They're making a dangerous trip to a Target bathroom to throw a vial of estrogen down a toilet.
So this is Rod's preface. And this is what I love about him. He has these three big paragraphs. Rod brevity is not his strong suit. I mean, he gives you a lot of bang for your buck.
It's like an epic poem about a guy who's afraid of his own dick.
I think I was a half elf. Rod is elfkin, ladies and gentlemen. And half elf, and somewhere in his heart of hearts that disgusts him now because it's like subtle miscegenation as well.
This is what I've always been saying about Rod, though. The tragedy about Rod is that he should have fucking been born about 20 to 30 years later than he was. Because if Rod was someone with Rod's, whatever the fuck is wrong with him today he'd be like, he would be like on Tumblr. He'd be like, I'm asexual elfkin. And that he'd be okay.
He'd be like, I sexually identify
No, but that's
with...
what terrifies him, as we can see.
Yeah.
Because that's what he wants, but he can't, some fucking perved out part of him will not allow himself to just be that.
Yeah, he should be Vanguard Vivian.
Sorry, slight digression. What are the people on Tumblr who sexually identify with inanimate objects?
Yeah, Rod would be like a couchkin.
I've seen construction equipment, and it's just it's not even cartoons of a construction, a crane with a dick fucking a backhoe or something. It's just photos.
Not normal stuff.
Yeah, construction. Sorry. Anyway,
I have to go to the bathroom for 5 minutes to not masturbate. By the way.
Oh God, fantasy is so much better than reality, folks.
It really is.
Okay, so sorry, back to the article. Rod says, all of that is background for this story from today's New York Times about how the latest generation of video games are allowing players to expand their gender identities. And it goes on to, he quotes at length from the New York Times article about how in The Sims and all video games now, you can customize your character. And wouldn't you know it, the video game companies didn't even make it required that you choose a character of the gender you were born with. Sickening.
There should in fact be if you pick a gender different than your own gender in your video game, police should come to your house and murder you. I am not a crank.
Rod says, this is great. Rod says, one man says playing gay characters in The Sims while in the Navy led him to come out. Now I'm quoting from the New York Times article. He said, the Navy guy says, the more I played the game and experienced that possibility for life in an alternate universe, the more I wanted to make that reality for myself, said Dr. Schloss, 41, who was granted an honorable discharge from the Navy Medical Corps in 2007 and is now an assistant professor of clinical radiology at New York Hospital. So a fucking loser and a nobody who's ruined his life by playing video games.
Not a success like Rod, who lives in a circus tent with other... fucking maniacs.
He lives in the compound.
I picture Rod.
Do you think it was The Sims that turned this guy gay, or just being in the Navy?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Once you're in the Navy, you're halfway there. I mean, and that's his conception of causality there is pretty funny. It's this guy didn't become a gay character in this game because he had those desires and he sort of wanted to express
his entire
somewhere.
life. Yeah.
No. He was straight as a fucking arrow his entire life. But then he's like, this guy in my computer seems to be having a good time. Maybe I should put my dick in an asshole.
I mean,
because that's how human beings think.
Whom amongst us did not become polyamorous because of Halo?
I want a Cortana, but she's just not real. She's just not real, and I torture myself thinking that every day.
I loved it. I love when I play Unreal Tournament, and I want an announcer voice noting my victories in life.
Rod continues with he just says, "Get this," and he's quoting another part of the article where researchers describe what they call a Proteus effect. It says a concept introduced in 2007 by researchers at Stanford, where basically they concluded, or there's some study that said the appearance of someone's online avatar can have a significant impact on his or her behavior in and out of a virtual environment. This tells us that avatars can change our behaviors, Ms. Fox said. They allow us to practice and test out certain behaviors in a virtual world. So, obviously, to Rod, this is deeply, deeply frightening. He says, is there ever a time in one's life when one's identity is more unsettled than adolescence? Even though things are rather more diverse, and that's in italics, in 2016 than 1981, we are still not in a culture in which one can declare oneself a half-elf and find oneself affirmed and even valorized by one's culture, including the institution of high school. We are there, however, with transgenderism and gender fluidity. What if the happiness I thought would be mine if I could have stepped into the constructed identity of my D&D character with whom I had come to identify after months of intense playing had been offered to me as something real? How would have I reacted at 14 and 15? Well, you probably would have become an emotionally stable adult, is what I'm guessing. Okay, okay, you ready for this? He says, there are no such things as half-elves. There are such creatures as transgenders, genderqueers, and the lot.
Oh my god!
Oh, God, he is the violent. It's like you have fun with Rod, and then it's like, oh, I forgot, you're human garbage.
Yeah, he calls transgender teenagers creatures in this. He says, I laughed at adults who thought D&D nerds like me were going to run off and get lost in the woods thinking we were half-elves fighting orcs and basilisks, but I'm not at all sure that this new stuff is a laughing matter. The reader who sent me the link to the Time story comments, what are we becoming before our very eyes? That's the end of the article.
Orcs.
He ends it, yeah, we're orcs. Monsters. Monsters.
I'm gonna have I'm having my ears pointed surgically.
Exactly. I don't know what Rod's talking about.
That's
we definitely are at
the
point where you can be an elf.
Yeah, and if you did that, it's like, say you at 14 were like, you know what, I'm an elf, and what? You got your ears made pointy. Who fucking cares? You know? Yeah. And then maybe in a few years you don't like it anymore and you get your ears rounded. Okay, fine. It would not impact. It would be fine. No one would care. It's like his visceral revulsion of all this stuff does so much work in these pieces because he never actually goes to any length to show any kind of real harm that any of this is causing. It's just so self-evidently harmful because it terrifies him so much.
Now, if you read Rod a lot like I do, you'll be familiar with one of his catchphrases. Believe it or not, he does have catchphrases. And one of them that he returns to over and over again is, quote, "You will be made to care." And this is his sort of like his pithy phrase that like describes the kind of liberal fascism of, you know, that you will be made to shower in a multi-sex bathroom or Christ knows what else. But the thing is, once again, it's just pure projection on his part because the thing that angers Rod more than anything else is that nobody in the culture really does care about anything that he does. And it's passed him by probably by about 40 or 50 centuries.
Yeah, like nobody's going to fucking make anybody at gunpoint get gender reassigned or anything like that. Like they're going to put your name. They're going to put your name on a ping pong ball in a big drum and roll it, and then be like, "You are now an otter." That's not going to happen. What he wants is the state to do the opposite. He wants the state to enforce gender at the barrel of a gun, which is really pretty invasive and totalitarian.
Well, that's why.
I mean, Rod wants the entire world to be his safe space.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely. I mean, this is his whole thing about his other catchphrase is the Benedict option, which is his weird, kooky idea for like how to live in a cosmopolitan society that you want to opt out of. Like it's his strategy for dealing with the fact that he's in a moral minority that now has to live in a country that where people's sort of ethics and beliefs don't match up exactly with his bizarre sort of fetishes. Because that's the other thing. Like he's just transposed all this D&D shit for religion.
And I have to say, I'm in favor of the Benedict option. Go for it.
Yeah.
But you know what? That means you have to like disconnect your internet and stop.
Yeah, get
fucking
offline,
posting.
asshole.
I love that
and
this is,
stop posting.
I love
Start farming, bitch.
I love that Rod, like his big caveat, is like, all right, look, we better start exterminating trans people, or you won't see any more Rod Dreher around here. Like, oh well, you drive a tough bargain, Rod.
I mean, it's like
I need to keep you around.
in the early 20th century. There were a bunch of a handful, I guess, of Russian Orthodox old believers who fled to Siberia rather than accede to changes in liturgy and stuff being promulgated by the Romanovs, and they stayed out there in the fucking mountains for 50 years. Nobody knew they were there. They were not fucking sending they weren't strapping missives to the tail of a fucking horse and slapping it in the ass and having it ride to Moscow so somebody could hear their bullshit complaints. They
Not only
hewed wood and chilled out in their fucking cabins. Go for it. No one's stopping you.
Not only is Rod not building his own fucking cabin in the woods to farm and like live off the grid or whatever, he had another article last week that described going to a Kraftwerk concert in New Orleans where he got angry at Solange Knowles. Fuck, am I saying that name right?
Solange
Knowles.
God, what is wrong with you, dude? Solange, amazing.
Can we edit this out?
How
later?
would it even occur to you to say Solange?
Matt, people will not. Our child is not going to grow if you yell at him every time he tries to learn.
I think there's something wrong in my brain. I don't know. I think like there's the part that processes names is flipped or something. Dyslexic.
That's gotta be it.
But the first time I heard my mom say Beyonce, she said Beyonce.
Yeah, he's got mom brain. Will has mom brain.
Anyway, Rod wants to drop out of society, but he still wants to go to fucking Kraftwerk concerts and then yell at a young woman for dancing.
Yeah, it's like if you search out things to get mad at all the time, guess what? You're gonna get fucking mad.
Unlike us, who've never been mad ever.
Oh no, never. We find it all very funny.
Anyway, fuck Rod Dreher.
Yes.
Seriously, I don't feel bad for him at all, despite his miserable childhood. He's a miserable prick as an adult.
Yeah,
so
no,
fuck him.
He's an awful piece of shit who wants the entire world to bend for how alone and shitty he feels inside, and he wants to terrorize children. He's a piece of shit. Fuck him. I hope this circus tent that he lives in with his other religious freak friends collapses. I don't give a shit about him. He can go Benedict away and go fuck himself.
Again, this is so perfect. Rod Dreher even wrote about us. Rod Dreher, recurring character on the show. We've made fun of him numerous times.
I'm looking at the picture.
And he used Pajama Boy to illustrate.
Well, we got Radiohead, we got Pajama Boy.
By the way,
where's the beef next? Like,
by the way, I'm willing to just say this as the official Chapo statement. Radiohead sucks.
Radiohead's garbage.
It's like music for depressed people.
Yeah, Radiohead.
I mean, though historically speaking, music for depressed people has been excellent music.
Nah, not really. I mean, Kevin Gates, not for people with depression. Gucci Mane, not for people
Mafia,
with depression. Freddie Gibbs,
yeah.
not for people with depression.
We get it. No, Radiohead's good. Who cares?
I like Radiohead. Thank you,
okay.
Amber. I was feeling
The two musicians.
Oh, funny how that works.
The guy from Radiohead sounds like he's getting into a bath that's too hot all the time.
That's what I like.
Go listen to the Les Mis soundtrack for the next 3
wait,
hours.
what is
Oh,
this?
yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. What an insult. You want me to listen to a great musical about love, loss, the pursuit of freedom, and revolutionary
revolutionary France, Valjean, at last, we see each other playing. Yeah, that shit rules. And you know what? Fucking Philip Quast, when he sings his fucking Javert, at least he can turn his fucking vocals up to show some real motherfucking emotion, unlike Tom York. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Musical straight as hell. Bitch.
Do you hear the dirtbag laugh singing the vulgar song?
Do you hear Sister Hillary?
So, Rod, there's not much here because this is like a typical Rod Dreher post in that he just like block quotes like 3,000 word, like just and respond. He block quotes.
That trick.
He blocked
mid-millennium blogging.
Yeah,
hours.
and he like, and then he reprints emails from like his equally hysterical fans that are like 3,000 words long. But basically, I want to bring this full circle is because Rod, exactly like Rebecca Traister, took Felix's description of our Failson listenership 100% literally, and it cut him into his soul because seriously, he wasn't familiar with the phrase Failson, and it's like I can tell it's like damaged his soul because he thinks it like perfectly encapsulates what he calls in the headline Weimar America. Failsons of Weimar America, which I think actually could be a band name. And like he just goes on and I mean like there's not many interesting things to read here. He's just talking about how, unmoored we are from tradition and that like Failsons are just reaping the whirlwind of, this horrible secular culture.
Marxist tradition is a tradition. I'm very traditional in some ways.
The one thing I want to highlight though is at the end he brings up Richard Spencer. And he says, I watched the entire speech Richard Spencer gave at his recent white supremacist conference, and I thought, what a beer hall putz.
I think, dude, Richard, you gonna take that, dude?
He says, I think the media are blowing him and his movement entirely out of proportion. Still, attention must be paid. In his speech, Spencer said some true and important things.
The worst position you could possibly take.
He says, but they are all entwined with false, malicious, and evil things. Rod, could you just delineate for me the different? What was false, evil, and malicious, but what was true and important about anything Richard Spencer said when he was literally heiling Hitler in a room full of people?
Maybe you liked the haircut.
Yeah, I guess he liked the haircut. I guess the thing I want to say about Rod is that I went to Rod's blog because someone told me he was writing about the show. But whenever you visit Rod's blog looking for one thing, you always find something else that's so much cooler. And I did find another article where he's going on about Weimar Germany, and he explicitly blames post-war Germany's embrace of homosexuality and transgenderism.
That was so
he pegs
awesome.
that for the rise of Hitler.
My man Rod.
Not like those people actually died in the Holocaust.
Rod does
it's like
it again.
It's not because I didn't join the Freikorps because I watched my entire graduating class get turned into fucking hamburger on the Somme. It was because I saw a dude in a negligee at a nightclub. It was
cabaret.
Berlin. That's why I decided to crack skulls in the streets and support Hitler.
But Will, didn't you leave a message?
Yeah, I left a comment on Rod's article about my Failson Cody and about how he listens to Chapo and is off that gas all day. And then my daughters have 12 genders. And like I said, I weep every day. And then like he deleted the comment, but in his little like editorial parentheses was like, hello, Will Menaker. So Rod's a listener. He's a fan.
Yeah, we have promoted Rod more than anyone in the
more
world.
than the fucking American conservative has.
The American conservative clearly had to pick up Rod as some type of result of a lawsuit.
His contract ended like 3 years ago. He just still has the keys to the CMS.
No one has the heart to tell him to leave.
It's like no one goes to that part of the site. Leave it.
And no, but in the Weimar Germany article, Rod talks about how him and a friend went to see an art exhibit on like the art of Weimar era Germany, and he said, my friend, we were walking around and my friend said to me in the exhibit, Rod, you can hear the trains in the background. And I could just like hear the glee in his voice saying that. I know he's trying to be somber, but think how fucking gross that is.
Yeah.
Like Rod is excited by all
Is
this
this so
shit.
like wait, his argument though is that what, they brought it on themselves?
Or just that
because like there was a mass, there was like the sexual so-called degenerates were sent to camps
I am kind of curious. What? Yeah.
I can't parse this shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what does he say about us?
He doesn't really say much about us. He just like quotes.
Oh, then who cares?
Yeah, he just quotes from a reader who's like just talking about how.
Just says trans people are the reason trans people got killed in the Holocaust.
There's the line from trans to the trains.
Ooh,
Yo. Separated.
That's better than a beer hall putt.
There's no I in trans, but there is in trains. Folks.
Oh yeah.
Selfish.
I did feel like that when we got a shout out from Rod. That's how I think people thought I felt about the New Yorker. Like I was actually really excited that we finally made it into Rod's blog.
There's only one publication that shaped me, and it's Rod Dreher's newsletter. It's not the New Yorker.
Yep.
Like
that's the creme de la creme.
Taught me it was okay to have violent mind spasms.
I refuse to read any of these things until I am featured more heavily. I am protesting. I'm doing a feminist protest. It's not because I'm lazy and hungover all the time. It's because I'm doing this on feminist grounds. The reason I didn't read any of these things, not even before the episode was being recorded, it's a protest.
Amber, a little birdie, one of my friends in the media, tells me there is a profile of you coming up in the up-and-coming magazine, Da Beak. And Women of the Dirtbag Left profile in Da Beak.
It's like first Da Beak, and then like Bass Pro Fisherman, and then...
This is like the woman who invented, who like discovered DNA. You invented the Dirtbag Left term, definition,
Wrote the
and you're
article
not
about
in any
vulgarity.
of the articles
and
about it.
I'm sorry, I codified our ethos.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're like Marie Curie in that you've discovered something incredibly powerful and potent, but are also going to die of radiation poisoning.
You are, in fact...
You're going to die of irony poisoning.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm permaband poster radium stomper 88. Dude, Amber is our Leni Riefenstahl. Okay, she doesn't get the valor she deserves, but after we fucking murk ourselves in the bunker after a disastrous live show,
I'll be rehabbed.
Yeah, you're going to Africa.
People can be like, she took some good photographs.
Yeah, you're like, what? You like her articles? So what?
It's a quick one from Rod. I'm bringing this up because Rod's book is coming out called the Benedict Option book. For those of you not familiar with the Benedict Option, this is his new book-length explication of this idea that since American culture and politics is just so hostile to Orthodox Christianity, they need to sort of withdraw from the world into these almost monastic-like communities. And he's been on a tear with this lately because it got a big write-up in the Atlantic that he didn't like because he thought, the reviewer asked too many questions about what the fuck is up with you and gay people. And, he says, I find it very odd that she focused on one chapter of the book, and I find myself having to defend myself all the time. People keep asking me about, gay this and gay that, but it's really not like the main thing I write about or my interests. And it's like, well, Rod, I don't know if Emma reads your blog at the American Conservative, but basically it's all you write about is gay people and trans people. And the answer she was trying to elicit from him was like, what does the Benedict Option, like, how are you trying to like live in, like, what are you offering gay people that you have to like live and work alongside with? Like, how do you feel about them? Like, where do you draw the line or whatever? And he was sort of evasive, and like all Rod's pieces, it just goes on and on and on, and he quotes at length. So I'm just going to sort of answer Rod with Rod, and I'm going to read from something else that that Rod has wrote that I think answers this question, or at least speaks to what he fails to realize about what people respond to in his own work. This is from January of this year, and this was in reaction to the commutation of Chelsea Manning's sentence.
Oh, boy.
Throughout this entire article, he refers to her as he, calls her a traitor, and there is one line here. He says that Dante consigned traitors to the lowest circle of the inferno, blah, blah, blah. He has this line. He refers to Chelsea Manning as the penis-having traitor suffers because people might not think she is, quote, a real woman. Think about that. Manning suffers serious psychological problems and has tried to commit suicide. I'm reading from him now. he should receive medical treatment, but not boobs grown at taxpayer expense on his traitorous breast, and not liberty for breaking his oath under arms.
Yeah, I mean, we make fun of a lot about how Rod is a miserable fucking human being who never feels happiness. But he is a horribly nasty piece of shit who deserves every second of it.
Well, this is the problem, is that like in his reaction to Emma Green, he goes on and on and on about like how I'm not obsessed with this. I'm a good person. Many of my best friends are liberals and gays. Some of my dearest friends are gays. And I've been getting along with them their entire life. And it's, fuck you. Like, who are these people?
He just sees like his friend open a can with his left hand and goes, oh, he's gay. I'm very open-minded. But one of my friends is even of Circassian descent. Rod, that isn't anything. What the fuck are you talking about?
I only quoted that just to give you just a little glimpse of Rod being
he's
at his nastiest. The real joy in this article and the reading series is going to come from the update. Now, keep in mind, in his response to, and he does this all the time, has these long-ass posts, and he keeps updating them. But again, he was mad at The Atlantic because he felt that they were too hard on his beliefs about gay people, or they focused too much on that, when he himself is such a magnanimous person who has so many gay friends, and he's not this monster. Okay, listen to this update. This is to his piece on Chelsea Manning. I was thinking just now about why this case made me so angry, and then it hit me. About 25 years ago, I shared an apartment with a gay friend, a college buddy, and helped him get settled and started. He ended up walking out on our lease and skipping town, owing me $800 and leaving me scrambling to find someone to take his room because I couldn't afford the apartment on my own. That was bad enough, but I had also loaned him my laptop so he could compose his resume and hunt for work. I found out later, after he had skipped town, that he had gone into my private emails, read them all, and distributed information he found good and gossipy, all at my expense. And while doing all that behind my back, he told his friends that it was okay because I was a conservative and therefore part of the oppressor class.
Yes, he was right.
Yes,
Good that happened to you.
Right.
Rod said, in again, his response to the Atlantic piece, that he has all these gay friends. He thought this guy was a friend, but I guarantee you, if this story is real at all, which I highly doubt, this guy hated his guts from the beginning and was just needed some place to live.
I would really like to know his side of the story, because maybe he did skip out on the rent, but it might have been after waking up one morning and turning around and seeing Rod standing nude in the doorway staring at him while he slept.
Rod was wearing an Eastern Orthodox cassock and chanting. I would skip out on the rent too.
His gay friends agreed, apparently. The fact that I was a conservative justified his betrayal in his mind because conservatives oppressed gay people. Again, Rod, they do, and it does. Sorry.
Yeah. I hope he put your towel in his ass.
Never mind that we had been friends for years. Again, I think he was just casual acquaintances, maybe.
Rod.
He stole information and money from me while I thought he was a good friend who deserved my help. No wonder the Chelsea Manning case infuriates me so. It felt personal in ways I had not anticipated at first.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning didn't leak your emails to Everlane or whatever the fuck.
But what is his argument? That queers are gossipy?
Yeah. I gotta say that I shudder to think about what the Rod Dreher equivalent of the collateral murder video is.
Oh my god!
Was in those emails?
Man.
It's him.
Yikes!
Update number 2. Here we go.
Boy.
He says, liberal people. Honestly, the update above has nothing to do with the justice or not of Obama's commutation of Manning's sentence. It only speaks to why the commutation may have made me a bit angrier than it otherwise might have. Yeah, angry enough to call Chelsea a penis-having traitor who deserves to die in solitary. You were a little bit peeved, Rod, maybe?
We say this all
He's mad about that $800.
Well, he says, the idea that pity for Manning's sexual and gender status was seen as exculpatory by many liberals, possibly even the president. The gay roommate I had stole private information from my computer and disseminated it among his friends for their entertainment and justified what he did because he was gay and I was a conservative, was part of the oppressor class, and whatever he did against me was justified in advance. My complaint here is not against Manning, but against liberals who have made him a hero, at least in part because he's a poor, put upon transgender. If I had made him less culpable for his crimes, again, that's not Manning's fault. It was the fault of a certain kind of liberal.
Bravo!
my God.
Rod Dreher, ladies and gentlemen, the Chapo reading series.
The one-man show.
It's a quick one from Rod. I'm bringing this up because Rod's book is coming out called the Benedict Option book. For those of you not familiar with the Benedict Option, this is his new book-length explication of this idea that since American culture and politics is just so hostile to Orthodox Christianity, they need to sort of withdraw from the world into these almost monastic-like communities. And he's been on a tear with this lately because it got a big write-up in the Atlantic that he didn't like because he thought, the reviewer asked too many questions about what the fuck is up with you and gay people. And, he says, I find it very odd that she focused on one chapter of the book, and I find myself having to defend myself all the time. People keep asking me about, gay this and gay that, but it's really not like the main thing I write about or my interests. And it's like, well, Rod, I don't know if Emma reads your blog at the American Conservative, but basically it's all you write about is gay people and trans people. And the answer she was trying to elicit from him was like, what does the Benedict Option, like, how are you trying to like live in, like, what are you offering gay people that you have to like live and work alongside with? Like, how do you feel about them? Like, where do you draw the line or whatever? And he was sort of evasive, and like all Rod's pieces, it just goes on and on and on, and he quotes at length. So I'm just going to sort of answer Rod with Rod, and I'm going to read from something else that that Rod has wrote that I think answers this question, or at least speaks to what he fails to realize about what people respond to in his own work. This is from January of this year, and this was in reaction to the commutation of Chelsea Manning's sentence.
Oh, boy.
Throughout this entire article, he refers to her as he, calls her a traitor, and there is one line here. He says that Dante consigned traitors to the lowest circle of the inferno, blah, blah, blah. He has this line. He refers to Chelsea Manning as the penis-having traitor suffers because people might not think she is, quote, a real woman. Think about that. Manning suffers serious psychological problems and has tried to commit suicide. I'm reading from him now. He should receive medical treatment, but not boobs grown at taxpayer expense on his traitorous breast, and not liberty for breaking his oath under arms.
Yeah, I mean, we make fun of a lot about how Rod is a miserable fucking human being who never feels happiness. But he is a horribly nasty piece of shit who deserves every second of it.
Well, this is the problem, is that like in his reaction to Emma Green, he goes on and on and on about like how I'm not obsessed with this. I'm a good person. Many of my best friends are liberals and gays. Some of my dearest friends are gays. And I've been getting along with them their entire life. And it's, like, fuck you. Like, who are these people? He
just sees like his friend open a can with his left hand and goes, oh, he's gay. I'm very open-minded. But one of my friends is even of Circassian descent. Rod, that isn't anything. What the fuck are you talking about?
I only quoted that just to give you like just a little glimpse of like Rod being
he's
at his nastiest.
Literally,
The real joy in this article in the reading series is going to come from the update. Now, keep in mind, in his response to, and he does this all the time, he has these long-ass posts, and he keeps updating them. But again, he was mad at The Atlantic because he felt that they were too hard on his beliefs about gay people, or they focused too much on that, when he himself is such a magnanimous person who has so many gay friends, and he's not this monster. Okay, listen to this update. This is to his piece on Chelsea Manning. I was thinking just now about why this case made me so angry, and then it hit me. About 25 years ago, I shared an apartment with a gay friend, a college buddy, and helped him get settled and started. He ended up walking out on our lease and skipping town, owing me $800 and leaving me scrambling to find someone to take his room because I couldn't afford the apartment on my own. That was bad enough, but I had also loaned him my laptop so he could compose his resume and hunt for work. I found out later, after he had skipped town, that he had gone into my private emails, read them all, and distributed information he found good and gossipy, all at my expense. And while doing all that behind my back, he told his friends that it was okay because I was a conservative and therefore part of the oppressor class.
Yes, he was right.
Yes,
good that happened to you.
Right.
Rod said, in again, his response to the Atlantic piece, that he has all these gay friends. He thought this guy was a friend, but I guarantee you, if this story is real at all, which I highly doubt, this guy hated his guts from the beginning and just wanted needed some place
I
to
would
live.
really like to know his side of the story, because maybe he did skip out on the rent, but it might have been after waking up one morning and turning around and seeing Rod standing nude in the doorway staring at him while he slept.
Rod was wearing an Eastern Orthodox cassock and chanting. I would skip out on the rent too.
His gay friends agreed, apparently. The fact that I was a conservative justified his betrayal in his mind because conservatives oppressed gay people. Again, Rod, they do, and it does. Sorry.
Yeah. I hope he put your towel in his ass.
Never mind that we had been friends for years. Again, I think he was just casual acquaintances, maybe. Rod. He stole information and money from me while I thought he was a good friend who deserved my help. No wonder the Chelsea Manning case infuriates me so. It felt personal in ways I had not anticipated at first.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning didn't leak your emails to Everlane or whatever the fuck.
But what is his argument? That queers are gossipy?
Yeah. I gotta say that I shudder to think about what the Rod Dreher equivalent of the collateral murder video is.
Oh my god!
Was in those emails?
Man.
It's him.
Yikes!
Update number 2. Here we go.
Oh boy.
He says, liberal people. Honestly, the update above has nothing to do with the justice or not of Obama's commutation of Manning's sentence. It only speaks to why the commutation may have made me a bit angrier than it otherwise might have. Yeah, angry enough to call Chelsea a penis-having traitor who deserves to die in solitary. You were a little bit peeved, Rod, maybe?
We say this all
He's mad about that $800.
Well, he says, the idea that pity for Manning's sexual and gender status was seen as exculpatory by many liberals, possibly even the president. The gay roommate I had stole private information from my computer and disseminated among his friends for their entertainment and justified what he did because he was gay and I was a conservative, was part of the oppressor class, and whatever he did against me was justified in advance. My complaint here is not against Manning, but against liberals who have made him a hero, at least in part because he's a poor, put upon transgender. If I had made him less culpable for his crimes, again, that's not Manning's fault. It was the fault of a certain kind of liberal.
Bravo!
Oh my god.
Rod Dreher, ladies and gentlemen, the Chapo reading series.
The one-man show.
Yo, put those motherfucking lighters up in the bathroom stalls. Oh my god, what a piece of shit.
Jesus.
So, Rod, my message to you is nobody is fucking buying that you don't have a massive chip on your shoulder about gay people in this country. Stop fucking lying. You don't have friends. You don't have friends in general. You don't have liberal friends. You don't have gay friends. You probably don't even have conservative friends. Stay in your fucking monastery and keep writing made-up emails for the American conservative. You fucking twat.
Rod Dreher, you live in a fucking circus tent.
I gotta say that he does make a strong argument for the Benedict option.
He does.
Men like Rod should gather together and march into the wilderness and never be heard from again.
Absolutely. So, like I said, this is Chapo classic, man.
Yeah.
This is this is old school Chapo. So we got to talk about Rod Dreher because, man, oh man, the New Yorker had a gigantic profile of him the other week that fucking delivers.
One of the best things
It
I've
fucking
read.
delivers, okay? Like I said, if you're listening to this, you already know Rod. You already know we fucks with Rod Dreher heavy.
You know who it is.
You know the story. You already know who it is. But this is the New Yorker profile by Joshua Rothman, who, if you may remember, was the fucking rube who was so impressed by JD Vance. And man, oh man, he does this. He's even more impressed with Rod, if you can believe it. So this is a long one, and there's a lot to do, but fuck it, let's just do it.
Yeah,
because this is going to be fun.
Yep.
I'm just going to read now from the beginning. Rod Dreher was 44 when his little sister died. At the time, he was living in Philadelphia with his wife and children. His sister Ruthie lived in their Louisiana hometown outside St. Francisville, population 1,712. Dreher's family had been there for generations, but he had never fit in. As a teenager, when his father and sister went hunting, he stayed in his room and listened to the Talking Heads. He read A Movable Feast and dreamed of Paris. He left as soon as he could, becoming a television critic for the Washington Times and then a film critic for the New York Post. He was living in Cobble Hill on 9/11. It goes on, blah, blah, blah. He wrote a book called Country Cons. It's just,
What's his favorite Talking Head song? This isn't my bathroom.
This is not my beautiful life. This is not my beautiful wife. So it goes on to talk about, he sort of moved away as soon as he can, but his sister stayed at home in, Shits Parish Swamp, Louisiana. And he said, his sister never really related to him, and she found him annoying. Imagine that. In truth, annoying wasn't the half of it. There was a rift between Dreher and his family. His father, a health inspector, had never forgiven him for moving away. His nieces found urbanity condescending. During one New Year's visit, Dreher made bouillabaisse for his parents and his sister. They watched him cook the stew and then let him serve it, then declined to eat any. They preferred meals made by a country cook. Later, Dreher learned that Ruthie and her husband were struggling financially and resented the fact that he made twice their combined salaries for reviewing movies. His father considered him a user, someone who succeeded by flouting the rules. Dreher loved his father and sister for their rootedness and vibrancy. He longed for their approval with painful intensity. So, okay, so like
his dad was also the inspiration for the title character in Larry the Cable Guy Health Inspector.
So here's this thing where like, okay, so Rod, it was sort of, the outsider in his sort of conservative rural Louisiana family. He feels guilty about it. He was sort of artistic as a child, creative, if you will, and then got the hell out of there as soon as possible, moved to the big city, as a lot of people do. So, and then he talks about how his sister eventually, unfortunately, gets sick, and she dies, and he goes home and experiences how rooted she was in her community and how beloved she was by everyone. And it says here, because Dreher is at once spiritually and intellectually reckless, his blog has become a destination for the ideologically bi-curious. A bad Dreher post can be mean-spirited and overwrought, but when he's at his best, his posts are unique, deeply confessional, achingly sincere, intellectually searching. The day after Ruthie died in September, Ruthie is his sister, the day after Ruthie died in September 2011, Dreher wrote a 2,700-word entry describing her funeral. Ruthie's funeral made him wonder about his own life in Philadelphia. He and his wife, Julie, had friends there and a rich cultural life, but it was impossible to replicate the deep roots his family had in St. Francisville, which seemed an illuminated place. The people there had an expansive, natural, spontaneous relationship to God that made his own faith feel intellectual and disembodied by comparison. So, there's this whole Rod thing where, he feels guilty that he got out of St. Francisville, which sounds like a fucking miserable place to live.
Yeah.
His family wouldn't even eat food he prepared for him because that's how fucking backwards and cruel they are.
Yeah. This is a good origin story for a villain so far. I actually am quite compelled by it.
And and he feels guilty because he has a good job and friends and family and in a city or whatever, and he feels bad, so he moves home hoping to be, received warmly by this faith community that he's been searching out his whole life. Would it surprise you to know that it didn't work out at all? This March, Dreher published The Benedict Option, a strategy for Christians in a post-Christian nation, which David Brooks in the Times has called the most discussed and important religious book of the decade. It asks, why
is that including Scott Adams' The Religion War?
Yeah. Brooks is full of shit if he hasn't read The Religion War. As a longtime reader of Dreher's blog, an experience alternately enthralling and exasperating, I'd always wondered what he'd be like in person. And now this is where I take issue with Rothman. If you are indeed a longtime reader of Dreher's blog, and he acknowledges it can be overwrought and at times exasperating, Joshua, why didn't you include any of the actual examples from Rod's blog? Because a New Yorker reader would read this entire profile and be like, oh, this sounds like an interesting and spiritually convicted man who's, searching for something deep and meaningful in his community. What they won't find is what is at the top of Rod Dreher's actual blog at the American Conservative today, which is a write-up of the Alton Sterling verdict, the guy who was killed by the police in Baton Rouge last year, in which he lists his entire rap sheet and refers to him as, quote, Alton Sterling was a thug with a long criminal rap sheet, and goes on to just quote at length and just basically imply that the police did nothing wrong. He said, it's not racism and it certainly isn't police brutality. Readers of the New Yorker will not find any quotes from any of the things we've fucking covered of Rod, which are his incredibly cruel and nasty things that he said about fucking gay people, trans people, literally calling them freaks, and these sort of diseased bodies that like
making up insane fake stories to scare other bigots like himself.
Fucking rubes.
Yeah. I mean, Rod Dreher's mind is just like a violent, terrifying hellscape.
Yeah.
Well,
and this, like, a better writer would have been like, okay, here's this freak. How was he made? But this, it's like he's profiling Augustine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's this Rod?
So he says, so Joshua is very excited. He gets to meet Rod. And he says, I nearly didn't recognize him when we met earlier this spring at a Manhattan steakhouse. Without his glasses, Dreher, now 50, has an open, vulnerable, and strikingly handsome face. His graying beard and fashionably upswept haircut suggest a Confederate soldier in a historical drama. He wore black Chelsea boots and an oversized black leather jacket, and around his left wrist, a knotted prayer rope. Nice to meet you, brother, he said. He speaks slowly, quietly, with a soft Louisiana drawl that I'm sure is not at all affected or played up. Over dinner, Dreher, who was observing Lent, confined himself to oysters and crab cakes. I learned what happened
What a hard Lent. What is he giving up for Lent?
Steak?
Yeah.
I learned what happened when he moved back to St. Francisville. Rod says, the thing that I dreamed of and hoped for didn't work out. They just wouldn't accept me. Not my sister's kids and not my dad and mom. They just could not accept that I was so different from them. I worshipped my dad. He was the strongest and wisest man I knew. But he was a countryman, a southern countryman, and I just wasn't. All that mattered was I wasn't like them. It just broke me. He fell into depression and was diagnosed with chronic mono, then went into therapy and read Dante. But like, okay, so he talks about his father and sister like they're saints and shit, but like all of the color that
these
comes
sound
through
like
about his
assholes.
they sound like fucking assholes. I've been thinking a lot about my own longing for order, he said. I think it has to do with my dad. He was such a force. You thought the sun was in the sky in the morning because Daddy had hung it there while he was making our honey buns and getting us ready for the school bus ride. Ray Dreher grew up so poor that his family hunted squirrels for food. He liked to build, repair, hunt fish, and his forearms were freckled from the sun. Again, Josh, how would Joshua Rothman know this? Did Rod give him these descriptions of his father's burly, freckle-spackled arms?
Josh, if you're interested, I have an entire photo album of my dad's forearms.
He said he raised Rod and Ruthie with a firm sense of right and wrong. When he saw or read about an alcoholic, a philanderer, a shoplifter, he said, as if stating a fact, that's not how we do things.
That doesn't at all sound like an unbearable Calvinist prick who everyone hates.
Wait, so can I ask a point of clarification? What was Rod's religion growing up? Like, what does it say?
It's just Baptist
Sunni Islam.
Okay.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. I assume Southern Baptist.
Because I know he's had a couple.
I believe they were Yazidis.
Got it.
But the thing about this is like, okay, we can look at this guy and think, geez, this guy seems like a unpleasant shithead, and nobody should feel inferior for not living up to their weird expectations. But like Rod, like all of us, are brought up in a culture where all the people making culture are basically like Rod, in that they are the sensitive theater kids who left their shitty hometowns, and they'll always feel weirdly inadequate because of that, because of America's frontier ethos and what we think it means to be a man. Mm-hmm. And so this like just like hateful, closed off assholishness gets turned into rugged, taciturn masculinity and something to be chased after and placated instead of something to be rightly fucking walked away from.
Let me just say, we're not like that. On Chapo, Trap House, we think all men are swole.
Yep.
We think all men are alphas. We think all men have the gorilla mindset.
That's right.
We're male body positive.
Here's some more tales from Rod's youth. Once, when Dreher was 7, he did something mean to his sister. He doesn't remember what, and his father told him it was time for a spanking. Dreher lay face down on the bed while his dad removed his belt. Then Rusi, who was 5, ran into the room and threw herself over him. She cried, "Whip me, Daddy, whip me." After a moment, Dreher's father and sister left. He remained on the bed, mystified by what had happened. He sometimes wondered if his sister's later wariness towards him flowed not from a divergence of values, but from some long-forgotten habit of childhood cruelty for which he was never punished.
Did you see the remake of Straw Dogs that took place in Louisiana a couple years ago?
I didn't.
Well,
I did.
I think this is the transcript.
One more. When Dreher was 14, he went hunting with Ray and Ruthie, and with a shotgun, he killed 2 baby squirrels. Filled with remorse, he sat on the ground and cried. "You sissy," his father growled. Dreher describes his father and sister as, quote, Bayou Confucians. He explains, they had this idea that if you did what you were supposed to do, you would succeed. I didn't do those things, but I didn't fail, and that drove them crazy. Again, these sounds like people you'd be fucking glad to cut out of your life.
Yeah.
If you fucking were successful. You'd be fucking thrilled not to have to deal with them again.
Oh my God.
It goes on to talk about, he goes to college. He started out as sort of like left wing, but then he got religion. Okay. For some reason, he had some weird part of his personality that presented some sort of gaping hole in himself that he felt the need to atone for, but also correct in himself. So he turned to religion.
Yeah.
The Catholic religion.
Yep.
Surprisingly.
Yep.
Usually that doesn't happen that way. But so it says here, he began to take religion seriously. When he was 18, he went to see Pope John Paul II at the Superdome in New Orleans.
Ooh, good line coming up.
The Pope appeared, and a thought flashed in Dreher's mind. I wish he were my dad.
Oh my God.
Okay. At 26, he converted to Catholicism. Fed up with what...
If that had been his dad, he would have had a few other things to get over from his childhood.
Rod would have been getting a different type of Bayou Confucianism.
Whip me, El Papa. Whip me. Fed up. Okay, so he says at 26, he converted to Catholicism. Again, big shock for someone with his fucking...
Did not see that
coming. He said he converted to Catholicism, fed up with what he perceived as his own caddishness. He had once dated a girlfriend longer than he should have. He decided to embrace chastity until marriage. Just like how,
regular man here.
This is regular guy shit. Regular guy shit. You convert to Catholicism because you're fed up with your caddishness where you dated one girl and then just decided to be celibate until marriage. Okay, moving on. Dreher left Catholicism in 2006. Okay, so this goes on here.
Yeah, then he became Orthodox.
He left Catholicism in 2006 because of covering the Catholic sex abuse scandal for the Post and the American Conservative. He became Eastern Orthodox. He talks about. It goes on to talk about he met this guy Father Matthew in St. Francisville when he moved home and became Orthodox, who told him, you have no choice as a Christian. You've got to love your dad, even if he doesn't love you back in the way you want him to. You cannot stand on justice. Love matters more than justice because the higher justice is love. When Dreher struggled to master his feelings, Father Matthew told him to perform a demanding Orthodox ritual called the Optina Rule. He cited the Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, hundreds of times a day.
All of this is just shit that people invented because they didn't know how to read or have TV. This is just bullshit. This is so stupid.
I have to say, the Douthat episode we did, at this stage, I am, this is shitty to hear happening to a person.
Yeah.
And I can see, so far how he became what he is now from just this unrelenting and crushing insecurity that gets ripped open by all these religious and familial assholes.
Yeah, it's a scab that'll never hear and that he literally picks open every day on his blog at several thousand words a clip.
Yes.
Looking back on his time in St. Francisville, Dreher thinks that if he hadn't moved there and then forced himself to follow the rules, prayer, proximity, love, he would have stayed an angry child forever. Which is good because he's in no way he's childish or petulant now.
Yeah,
thank God he fixed that.
No cruelty, spite, anything like that.
Obsessions.
Yeah, normal guy.
Like I said, the piece goes on, and Joshua goes to a Washington, D.C. book signing and Q&A session with Dreher. And I just like this little detail here where it says, he wrestles with his addiction to blogging and to Twitter and has covered the Apple logo on his laptop, which he calls My Precious, with a sticker of the Benedictine emblem. No logo, Rod.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
So it goes, like I said, there's a lot of stuff here. about where they visit this intentional, what is known as an intentional community. This place called Hyattsville, Maryland, that is sort of like a living example of these Benedict option communities that Rod talks about. This like, let me find it here.
Is that just a gay conversion therapy center?
It basically is.
Yeah.
So this is Hyattsville, Maryland, a small suburb of Washington, D.C. The community has no name. Residents just call it Hyattsville, but judging from the size of its two gendered listservs, Barn Raisers for Men and Hyattsville Catholic Women, around 200 Catholic families live there in modest brick homes with front porches. And so it's this like intensely Catholic community where like everybody like lives together in these kind of like this weird communal thing. And I was just, reading the description of this community, and I was just thinking, T-5 minutes till something unspeakable emerges about this shit. Like, can you imagine?
Look, in highly religious, closed-off societies, there's never any problem where there's a clandestine group of men who invent some reason why they have to have sex with children. That never happens. That's why you actually do that to prevent that from happening.
Exactly. I like this line here. It said, well, on the men's listserv, we talk about trading tools, one of the locals say, to general laughter. In a teacherly way, Dreher broke in. There's something very Benedictine about the simple things, like exchanging tools, he said.
That would be funny if like tools is a code word for child, and Rod just happened onto a community of pedophiles, and he's like, you guys remind me of the monk Theolosus. He left the Roman Empire, and they're like, What the fuck are you talking about?
This
like,
guy
we're
understands.
literally all pedophiles, Rod. We're not religious.
He says, speaking of Hyattsville, this is one of the residents says, if you want to be a little more private or isolated, then this might be a kind of difficult place to live. But that's the point of intentional community. I tell myself, I choose to be part of this. I want my neighbors to talk to me about their lives. Their conversation is a higher good.
I bet this community is great. Like if you're a kid and you're gay or different in any way. From
in
anyone.
literally any way. I bet you're going to have
It's funny
upbringing. You'll grow up to be normal.
It's funny how Rod grew up among a bunch of pinch-faced assholes who literally couldn't countenance anything that was even slightly different from the exact way that they believe and do things. It's good that he came up to see how bad that is and would never inflict that on other people.
A journey.
Yeah. The one way that I could get away from the thing that made me hate myself my entire life is the exact same thing.
Wait, so did he live in this?
No, he's visiting Hyattsville as part of his book tour because this is 200 easy book sales. Believe me, you basically have to read this book. People today, they want community without sacrifice. Dreher said they want the good things, fucking having to make small talk with your miserable neighbors. Yeah, those are the good things, and they want to edit out the bad things, the fact that your children may be abused by village elders. But you cannot have that closeness without being up in each other's business. The benefits come at a price. And again, like I said, in these intentional religious communities, that price is usually some sort of
sex crime,
unspeakable child abuse, or keeping women in a state of basically illiterate domestic servitude. Yeah. Continuing here. Now he's back in New York, and he's talking. They're back in New York City.
Back in the New York groove.
And he's talking to some cool, young Ben-Op Catholics in New York. I just want to read this description of this couple.
They live in a water tower on the top of the Chrysler Building.
I just want to read this description. She was 27, worked for an altruistic for-profit, and wore a T-shirt advertising the Metaphysical Transit Authority. He was 24, sported a bow tie, and worked as an editorial assistant for First Things.
Cool.
Wouldn't you like them to be your neighbors?
I love nothing more than an altruistic for-profit. Those are the best.
So it goes on. Here's sort of like where Rothman sort of like in this is a little bit of a turn here. Like we've been building to this. Obviously, if you me reading this, I could see this coming a mile away. Anyone else, probably, if you're maybe mildly aware, you can see what's coming. I'm reading from Rothman here. He says, Toward the end of our time together, I told Dreher that his life story seemed very similar to those of many gay men I knew. He had grown up in the South.
What?
He had grown up in the South with a hypermasculine father who found his sensitivity and difference alienating. He had gone away to find himself, and since then had struggled for a place in the world he left behind. Surely, I said, he must have some sympathy for gay Christians. And yet Dreher is certain that gay marriage is wrong. Like many Orthodox Christian intellectual, Dreher holds labyrinthine views on homosexuality. He is opposed to same-sex marriage, but in favor of civil unions. In principle, he is against gay adoption, but in practice, he told me, there are so many gay couples who are wonderful parents, I find it hard to maintain any ardor for stopping it. Oh, how nice of him.
Very generous.
Gay marriage in this account, and then he goes on to say, this is his critique of gay marriage, which is like, it's inscrutable to anyone with a mind from this century. He says, gay marriage in this account is a stepping stone to a profoundly technologized society in which the rejection of nature is complete. Today, it's sex reassignment surgery and surrogacy. Tomorrow, we'll be genetically engineering our way into a post-human future. Okay, what I want to say about this is, like, you could tell from the first paragraph of this fucking article about how he spent his time listening to the Talking Heads while his dad was watching football, and then he went to the big city to become an arts critic. Okay, this has been the joke about Rod for basically as long as he's been doing the show, that his, like, again, very intense obsession with the gay agenda and the actual physical act of homosexual sex is, in my opinion, fairly obviously signaling something deep inside himself that he's trying to deal with. Now, I bring this up because I think in the past someone criticized us in the show before, I think perhaps rightly so, and the way we talk about like the homophobia of a certain type of right-wing intellectual, making it seem like it's all part of, like, homophobia is just an extension of their twisted sexual pathologies and their sort of closeted self-loathing. And I think that's a valid criticism because that's not what homophobia is. Homophobia is, something that is omnipresent in American culture. It is, if you are a man in this culture, it's something that you're steeped in, whether you're aware of it or not. It is not specifically the province of self-loathing closet cases, and it shouldn't be presented as such.
A cousin to misogyny.
Yeah, homophobia is a cousin to misogyny, which is like a very heterosexual thing. Like that is like the most common manifestation of homophobia.
But
but
Stephen A. Smith voice. But let me address but I'm sorry, there is a very real thing about this certain kind of right-wing intellectual who makes human sexuality like their 100% main focus, and that, I'm sorry, is Rod Dreher. That is unmistakable to anyone with eyes in their fucking head. And I don't think it should be beyond the pale to bring it up.
And it's not to even say that he's gay. It's like, who knows what he's repressing? He probably doesn't even know. He could be.
He's like fucking Troy McClure.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to SeaWorld.
I mean, he could be. We made the joke before that he should have been born like now because he could have been a Tumblr kid and found out maybe he's just asexual.
Right.
Maybe it's just that. No one knows, but it's some deviation from the norm that he sees as his father. And his entire life is just telling people what to do, how bad they are, but specifically in the act of penetration.
And discussed with them whether they're trans or gay, because unlike him, they haven't solved the problem. And it's an insult to him. Like, I got over this, and you're being accepted and loved and taken care of by all these people, despite having, not taken the brave journey that I did and becoming a fucking psycho.
And what pisses me
off... That's why the argument, well, you can't choose to be gay or anything, or trans or whatever, it's never going to move a guy like that because he's thinking, yeah, you fucking do.
Right.
I choose every fucking day to be straight. Okay, buddy?
And like, there's a lot of these people on the right. Like, there's that guy Robbie George. There's that guy Ryan T. Anderson. And they get these glowing profiles about, like, again, these people who are incredibly spiteful, nasty ghouls, and they get glowing profiles in places like the Washington Post and elsewhere that all comport to this like fucking template. With Rod, it's just like, who hurt you? And now we know it's his shitty family.
Yeah.
And like, I just think it like, it sucks that he's now like he's dedicating his life to hurting other people, as we've documented. And as fucking Rothman, if he wasn't such a fucking sponge and just sopped to this bullshit, would have let the New Yorker readers know just how fucking nasty and cruel Rod really is.
Same thing he did with JD Vance. None of the shitty parts of his biography or of his ideology got into that glowing review of how he's the hillbilly whisperer.
And like I said, I think it's important for us to make this distinction about like homophobia like isn't just a province of like this weird class of like intellectual weirdos, that it's a very prevalent and common thing in American society. And it's awful. Like it's just like it like if you are like if you're gay, like growing up where like it's just like the standard idea is just that like you are wrong and alien in some way, and that it takes people like a long time to get over it, and you shouldn't have to. And it is this way largely because of people like fucking Rod and Ross and fucking David Brooks and all the rest of these fucking assholes who people like the New Yorker and the New York Times want to play nice with, instead of fucking just saying bye. We don't need your point of view. It's not enriching our intellectual lives to hear your insane thoughts on why normalism versus realism in a metaphysical universe, and we're going to have fucking manimals soon if gay people are allowed to adopt kids. And it's just like, no, this is just an intellectual excuse for cruelty and spite against people you have no fucking business or reason to fucking even deign to open your mouth about. Shut the fuck up. Keep it to yourself.
If Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi put on fucking horn rims and a little stupid bracelet, he would get a profile just like this. It's the same thing. It's the exact same fucking thing.
I just want to read one last item that I highlighted from the Rod piece. This is apropos of nothing, but I thought it was a hilarious sentence. This is at the Union League Club in Midtown. This is another book event full of hip-looking conservative Manhattanites and Orthodox priests. A nice mixture. Also, in sober suits and headscarves, men and women from the Bruderhof, a vowed community in upstate New York, stood on the fringes of the crowd behind tables stacked with copies of their magazine, Plow. Get your subscription to Plow right now, people.
Just a bunch of normal folks. Very normal.
I will say, though, one thing that actually was interesting and does come across in this article about Rod and a lot of these like intentional Christian communities that Orthodox and were deeply religious Christian communities that he talks about. One thing that I found was interesting is how they all acknowledge that capitalism is evil and a problem in a way that, as we've talked before, like evangelical Christians absolutely don't do. Right. Like they've wedded Christianity to capitalism in a way that nobody remarks upon, and they don't see any conflict. I did think it was interesting to hear from a lot of these like very intensely sort of like this communal like old style, is that they very much do regard modernity as the enemy, but they understand that capitalism is the force that is destroying their way of life.
Even those people can figure it out.
It's the Tradcath mindset.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like the libertarian thing where I go, hey, you're non-interventionist too. And then they're like, but also an esports team should be able to take over Iraq. And I'm like, oh, well, okay.
So to round out today's show, I'd like to do a brief reading series that comes courtesy of Brother Rod Dreher, dispatch from the Benedict compound. These are just two posts that Rod had on his blog at the American Conservatives, letting his readers sound off. And this is a big like mailbag thread about pornography and the horrible toll that it's taken on their lives. And I just want to read a couple here because I found it to be such an interesting like window into the world of the Rod Dreher Benedict option fan and what's going on in their lives.
Well, the Rod reader mail is the best shit you've ever read because I think half of them are just made up, like Rod is writing them. But
certainly. The
other half, it's like it's just as bad because imagine who's reading Rod Dreher and is like, yeah, I want Rod's take on this. Man who's terrified of everything.
And I just want to say the post is kicked off. The image that's illustrating the post is just a big sign that says porn, but shattered by a hammer.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's hilarious.
So he goes, some amazing responses to my terrible cost of porn posts from this morning. These came in the mail, and I post them with permission. So I'm just going to read just like a few selections from these reader mail here. This guy says, first off, I want to offer you a profound and heartfelt thank you. Then he goes, I'm a man in my early 20s who was raised in a fairly devout Protestant home, attending church every Sunday and Wednesday nights until I was around the age of 15. And then he goes, and let me say that I learned just about every amoral behavior I could from people I met at church. I had my first encounter with marijuana in a church parking lot. My friends and youth group turned me on to pornography at the age of 11. Perhaps one of the worst decisions I ever made, but more on that later. These same friends taught me how to swear, catcalled the girls in our youth group, and gave me a pretty good compilation of dirty jokes. I confess, I still enjoy the jokes. You must confess! Sinner! Outlander.
I have to say that
He's Catholic, right?
The horniest kid I knew in elementary school was like a preacher's child.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
He literally just wanted to talk about tits all the time, and I didn't even know what they were, but he was very insistent on it.
Yeah, slight correction. Rod Dreher left the Catholic Church over the pedophilia, the church Boston Archdiocese scandal.
Oh, doesn't matter.
He's now become Orthodox.
Oh
so.
no!
Yeah.
Once you're Catholic, you're always Catholic.
Yeah.
No, I mean the brain breaking, because I grew up Catholic. The brain breaking guilt. You could be whatever you want after. Whether you're an atheist after, you just become a weird, shame-filled atheist.
So the guy who says,
"I'm so glad I'm Jewish and have none of that."
yeah. You have no guilt or shame issues at all.
So this guy basically he talks about how he had friends that were cool when he was 11, but then his life changed and he sucks now. And he doesn't do anything that's cool anymore.
I wonder what the dirty jokes were like.
So these letters are so long too. Like Felix, look at this.
That's
this is like
4,000 words.
And he goes. At the end, he
Dear
goes,
Rod Dreher, I never thought this would happen.
Yeah. And at the end, he goes, I apologize for the length and rambling nature of this email, but I guess they have a lot of thoughts about this. Let me find another.
I mean, Rod Dreher's, these are like letters to Ben on his forum, but instead of Dear Rod, I never thought this would happen to me, it's Dear Rod, I was always afraid this would happen to me.
This is another good one. This is another reader. Says, what I wanted to write to you is about porn. I had an addiction and I beat it, but it wasn't easy.
Oh, he beat it all right.
Porn nearly ate up my life. I am also a successful person. Graduate degree. Great job for good pay. Lots of responsibility and trust. A good marriage.
Is this Trump?
Yeah.
I get a paycheck every week and I swear it's getting bigger.
From the outside, I was a complete success, but it was a sham. I was trapped in a massive online porn addiction that was so bad, I was downloading the stuff at work because they had higher speed access than what I had at home.
Well, how do you stop being this cool?
I just like to say,
dude, just stream it. What are you doing?
Yeah,
what the fuck, man?
Incognito window, stream. What the fuck's your problem?
I would like to say, I don't want to make light of this. If you are actually downloading pornography at work, I think you do have a problem.
Yes, absolutely.
It's 2017. Relax.
So again, this one goes on and on and on, but he says, by the time I'd returned to my Catholic faith, I confessed my addiction and got over it in the confessional, but still got no relief. Then God entered the picture again in the form of a book. Be a Man by Father Larry Richards. A sermon from Father Larry is like a punch in the mouth. He gives it to you straight with no coddling or excuses. He was exactly what I needed. My problem all along was believing I was strong enough to beat my addiction on my own. And then he goes at the end, do I still get tempted? Of course I do. But I can walk away from it now, pray a few Our Fathers and Hail Marys, and the temptation passes. So, listeners, keep that in mind. If you're tempted to do something, do 10 push-ups.
This stuff is so triggering to me because, as a lapsed Catholic, a lot of this is a lot of there but for the grace of God go wide stuff. Like, one wrong turn I could have been... Because everything in Catholic school tries to turn you into this person.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, God.
All right. This one's kind of long, but this one is fairly harrowing. Again, it starts out, I come from a mostly good middle to upper middle class family, practicing Catholic, stable marriage. This is like the Dear Prudie thing where they set up how normal they are.
Yeah.
And he goes, or the Trump thing, really.
I stumbled upon porn at about 15.
I love it. It's all this passive thing. I stumbled
This is
upon
like
it.
Adam Johnson's thing about how all newspapers write about America going to war as if we're accidentally doing it.
The only people who ever stumbled upon porn are, and this is now a thing that is never going to happen again, but of a generation, we might be the last of it, who literally were walking through the woods and found a porno.
Matt, you bring that up. One of his readers mentions that. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to exactly that story.
I love the idea of that happening with porn, but also everything you can only find on the internet. Like you just trudging through the forest and you have to do a stone puzzle like in an RPG, and it reveals Tub Girl.
All right, I'm gonna finish this up. He did a follow-up post because there was still too many letters coming in about porn, and believe me, the first post. Look at how long these letters are. I can't possibly read everything I highlighted because it's just too much.
These are the people who are commenting on Pornhub, and they just brought their same commenter energy to Rod Dreher's blog.
So he did a follow-up post, and reader PJ writes, and he goes, "Our daughter was asked by a boy to provide oral sex for him at recess in first grade." I'm gonna go on. I said I don't think this probably happened.
Well, kids do shit like that to each other, but it's almost like, I mean, it sounds weird to say, but it's pretty non-sexual because they don't even know they can get off. Basically,
yeah, they don't get.
Yeah. And so
they just think it's silly.
And then he goes, parents were nice. Their parents were nice people, but clueless about what their kid could access via the phone. And teachers are too busy with academics to be paying attention. And then he goes,
their job.
The third, fourth, and fifth grade students at the local elementary school were using their school district confirmed Google accounts for Google Drive to send homework back and forth, to sign up for YouTube. And some of them were posting videos of them dancing naked for all the world to see with their Google district email displayed. Most of the parents and school employees were totally unaware this is going on. The overwhelming majority of parents are clueless what their little darlings are doing. This isn't high school or middle school. This is elementary schools now. Now. And I just want to say, I don't think you're allowed to upload naked videos of children dancing to YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, call me crazy. I'm gonna tell you what I think the exact from experience with these type of religious people. Addiction is you have your neurotic, self-destructive compulsion to do something. You'll do it even you have to do it at work at the worst place possible. Then you get a tolerance to it. You need more and more of it. And then the final step is you start getting withdrawal. If you don't get this stuff, you just start going crazy and acting out. And these people have these type of addictions and 3 factors with all types of stuff, whether it's sex, pornography, whatever. But instead of going to religion to learn to undo that, they just take all that same stuff and just treat religion that way. So not ever neurotic compulsion to just always be religious. They need more religion to get the same effect.
Rod's religious interests are getting more and more hardcore. It's you're going down that rabbit hole into just the more and more fetishized.
Yes. So these guys, that porn thing that they have, and that same fucked up dynamic, they never got rid of it. They just applied it to religion because they never stopped having the brain structured that way. It's easy for them to lapse and go back to that when somebody dies, when they get. And this guy Dreher is not. He's feeding their addiction. He's keeping them.
Yeah. No. All right. This is the last one. I just like that. I want to highlight this. This is from reader 7 Sleepers. Right.
What?
7 Sleepers is what this guy goes by.
I made enough Lolita expressions on the podcast.
All right. So he says, Matt, this one's for you. He goes, "When I grew up near the city, if a J.C. Penney advert came blowing down the street with the bra section, we little boys would tear out the page, carefully fold it, and put it in a safe space for communal gawking at a later date."
Hot damn! You mean a girl in a above the knee skirt? What a scoop!
Hot crackers, boys!
I love. Dude, when I see a woman, I see a hint of her bra. Me and my friends are jacking off to it together. Guy stuff for dudes. If we see the J.C. Penney catalog and we got some hot ladies testing out the new Igloo cooler, and they're wearing some short sleeve shirts. We're just gonna be fucking. That is gonna look like you left a box of glazed donuts in a hot car. Guy stuff for men, men stuff for guys. Jacking off to the JCPenney catalog.
And like I said, if a JCPenney advert came blowing down the street, I'm imagining it's a windy day and the JCPenney catalog is just being blown along, and then the little rascals are all chasing after it. And the dog is bringing up the rear.
Oh no, or like one of those old movies, the advert hits the guy in the face. And he needs to take it off his face and look at it. And like, oh, ankle. Like, you know?
And he goes, I love it. I also love this, and put it in a safe space for communal gawking at a later date. That's wonderful. That's so nostalgic. Jerking off with your
Wait
friends.
a minute, communal bot? Yes, that's just circle jerk.
So he says,
well, me and my old boys used to go down to the soda shop for a phosphate and then beat off behind the shed.
That's what fucking West Side Story was originally. That's like the entire rockabilly era, like back when the gangs were just like white people who sang songs and beat the shit out of minorities. Like the real gang activity they did, besides terrorizing every black person they saw and singing
and dying in car crashes,
was jacking off. And all those songs, the songs from the 50s we love, like, Gary Tasteman, Oh Sweetie Baby, Baby I'll Never Die, Baby I'll Never Get in That Blimp. They're like the subtext of him is that he's telling his sweetie baby that he's like going to stop jacking off with his friends. Actually, but that's how he dies. He was in a blimp gawk fest with his friends because there was a new advertisement for poodle skirts, and they were like, we got to get away from our girls, see? And they all got into a blimp, and the pilot was jacking off, and that's when Gary Tasteman's blimp ran into the Holland Tunnel, and they all died. And it's rockabilly holiday.
So I need to finish Seven Sleepers' letter here. He says, communal he says, just rewatch the movie Something About Mary, which was pre-internet porn.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. He says, you will know the scene when you get to it. So he's telling Rod he would like come in his friend's hair. I think that's what he's telling Rod.
Dude, this is hardcore.
And he goes, later, when we migrated to the burbs, a full-blown Playboy was somehow acquired. God knows how. It was placed in the woods under a giant pile of illegally dumped concrete.
Oh my God!
There's one, it's like Jimmy Hoffa's body.
That means that this guy bore through a bunch of concrete to get to a Playboy.
I borrowed my dad's jackhammer to get to the Playboy that was part of the disused quarry.
That's why Trump dropped the MOAB on Afghanistan. He's like, there has to be 500 Playboys underneath there.
And I can't let this go, but Something About Mary is 1998. Like, what's he talking about?
Yeah. And he goes, the communal Playboy was in the woods under a giant pile of illegally dumped concrete. Everyone knew where it lived. By everyone, I mean every boy for a 2-mile radius. Occasionally, someone would say, let's go to the Rock. Whence we sallied forth as a group to flip a few, maybe 9 to 10 pages total of a dirty, and I mean dirty magazine. Then, almost in a daze, the magazine was placed back in the Rock, and we left. It's like this fucking Excalibur or something.
This is written like Johnny Tremaine. Johnny Tremaine couldn't use his hand for another reason. He spilled something else on it.
I mean, if you read the subtext, like how gross was that magazine after a while? Like,
it's covered in cum. But it's also like just marinating in a forest in summer. He's just having jizz barbecue
Me
pit.
and the lads would say, let's go to the Rock and fight off the pack of stray dogs for the right to look at the Playboy.
The Sun's big clumped together page Playboy.
It's like a scene from The Road. Civilization's gone. It's a big fucking porn concrete.
This is all Rod's writers are writing to him from the future. This is in 2070 after the nuclear war.
He goes, well, in 2070, he says, flash forward a few years, and a relative of mine asked me for my help. Says his son is watching crazy porn and is only 10. We look at the history of his internet browsing, and let me tell you this, nothing that was in there ever appeared in Playboy magazine. No matter what we did to block it, he got around it. That kid is now a very confused young man.
It doesn't even matter where you go on the internet. Even reading a conservative article on a family-friendly site, at the bottom often include pictures and clickbait that would make the JCPenney bra section look like curdled milk. This is so weird.
Wait, you mean it's hotter than the JCPenney bra section? All right, you know what? I'm a First Amendment guy, but they got to make that illegal. That should be the hottest thing you can get is the fucking JCPenney.
I mean, curdled milk. Come on, that's pretty hot. Who hasn't beat off watching a glass of milk spoil?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a bad metaphor for Rod Dreher's blog because it's like probably about 30% of his readers are like, wait, that's what I jack off to. This is milk curdling.
But I do like that Seven Sleepers is acknowledging that even family-friendly conservative websites, like, say, for instance, the Daily Caller, you'll get to the bottom of the page and then it'll just be like 10 amazing boob tricks they don't want you to know.
Those are awesome.
Yeah.
Those like the Maxim type shit where it's like, you won't believe what happened when Megan Fox's boob meets an AK-47.
The American conservative is still bra advertisement free.
Thank God. That's why I read it.
Ankle free. Yeah. And I also like the one last thing is, and he said, that kid is now a very confused young man. He's 10. Of course he's confused. He doesn't know shit. And the fact that he's your relative is probably why he's fucking weird.
like if the single commonality in all these people is you might be part of the problem.
Yeah, so that's Rod's reader mailbag for the week. Headline.
Mr. Perfect.
Headline: Liberal women are lustier.
Oh, I hope this is some fucking shoe leather reporting.
And he has the headline, the banner image for this article is like a woman sort of peeking behind the shoulder of a guy winking and looking very sort of like come hither glance. However, the caption underneath the photo says, "Photo changed because some of y'all said the previous one was too damn hot." So Rod got his fans a little too riled up.
Do we have?
Yes, the original photo. The original photo is a woman, a brunette woman, like pushing up cleavage and like biting her lip. It's this.
You know that thing that women do.
It's just like it's from it's Shutterstock.
You guys, I gotta go.
He searched for like
I have to go for 5 minutes.
He searched for.
I'll be back in exactly 5 minutes.
Sexy woman on Shutterstock.
Rod Dreher's readers keep fully charged tablets filled with suggestive Getty images in a pile in the woods. And whenever,
guys, we gotta wait. My eyes bulged out of my head so far that the stalks wrapped around each other and then the eyeballs hit and exploded.
Tangle.
Hey guys, it's Rod here. Just, I hate doing these, but another one of our commenters passed away last night. He saw a pile of dynamite with a wig and a red dress on it and went over there and tried to fuck it because that's just what a woman looks like. And he exploded and unfortunately exploded into blackface in the fashion of those cartoons. So we're going to be doing a fundraiser. They're trying to get him... they're trying to take away his posthumous pension for being racist, but really it was just the dynamite.
Every one of his readers has beat off to the sexy Bugs Bunny.
The actual Rod post itself is fairly dry. What he's doing is just restating the research presented in a new and unsettling book called Cheap Sex by Mark Regnerus, who, if you're brain damaged like I am, you may remember as a guy who was in vogue on this sort of academic right several years ago because he had a book or a study that seemed to use data and sociological research to prove that the children of gay parents suffer terribly because of it, which was, of course, instantly exposed as absolute hokum on even a cursory glance. They were like, he was like, instead of using gay parents, I think he used a data set that included any man that's ever had a gay experience, including ones married to women who are like, felons or whatever, and then used the data about how badly their kids turned out to like throw off the average caused by like, the people adopted by like, I don't know, 2 college professors or whatever. So this guy's an absolute bullshit artist, and he has a new book out about cheap sex, which is about changing practices of mating and marriage, and about,
I just really think it's very like cool and sexy and romantic that they call it mating.
Yeah.
That's great. Keep make it sound real appealing.
I love mating with you, gangsta. Oh,
so no,
our species, Loke.
And it's basically about how harlotry is on the rise, and they're very concerned about it. And apparently, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah, apparently, liberal women, think about sex more often, and they say they want to have sex more often than conservative women.
What?
Which is like. Again,
I just dropped both of the monocles out of my eyes.
I'm making fun of this, but like I really think any study that purports to show that like one political affiliation is hornier or gets laid more than the other is absolute bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
Like conservatives are horny as hell, as we've exposed many times, but they also get laid just as much as anyone else do. They have just as much problems with the opposite sex or the person they're attracted to as anyone else. This is a universal human foible and
fucking
condition.
Succubuses to everyone. They're taking everyone's life force. They're destroying men in court, in HR departments. It's committing. This is a bipartisan
Actually, the plural
issue.
is succubi.
You just saw it.
Yeah.
You just fucking saw it.
Yep.
See what they do just in a social situation.
Regnerus says in his book, in a world increasingly bereft of transcendence, sexual expression is emerging as an intrinsic value. I've read this. It's like his thesis is that like an increasingly secular world, people use sex to give the feeling of sacred and transcendent that religion and just, sort of praying 30 times a day did for people in colonial times or something.
Do you think
they
libs are
come
all
all the
having like
time.
weird sting tantra sex or something? Is that the
I don't know.
I think they also think that when they would pray, they just came like geysers. Just, just spraying, knocking over the miters.
There's so much cum in this episode.
No one was circumcised back then, and it's like if you were just above peasant, you put on like a silk garment for the first time. It would be like that special strip club underwear that lets you bust without a touch. Like just fucking constantly.
Liquid lap dance, they're called.
Yeah, like that's probably why Columbus's ships made it over. Just the hull was petrified in sailor cum.
This is literally, I think, the worst I've ever done on an episode, and I don't feel bad about it. I feel like it's being held together by a mortar of cum.
Yeah.
So like I said, Rod's actual article is fairly dry. However, the comment section...
He's a dry boy.
Yeah, the comment section is a joy. Is a joy.
Wet.
I want to highlight a couple from Rod's readers now. First one, Justin says, I would add from my regrettable personal experience that
Always a great way to start.
Please do.
Letter sent from my crawl space iPad.
I would add,
letter sent for the emergency room while they try to take the knot out of my dick.
I would add from my regrettable personal experience that liberal women seem to enjoy sex less, including reaching
with me. That's what that means.
It's like never
liberal
any awareness. It's like
this woman didn't come clearly because of a preference for progressive taxation.
Liberal women have this unrealistic idea about dicks that they're not supposed to be the exact dimension and temperature of a tuna can. This is this fucking insane shit they got from movies, like they
got cultural Marxism.
Yeah.
So he goes, regrettable personal experience that liberal women seem to enjoy sex less. And then in parentheses it says, including reaching the fulfillment of the sex act less.
Coming,
yeah, having an orgasm.
If someone said to me, "Have you fulfilled the sex act?" I'd never come again. So, congratulations, dude.
If you tell a woman,
that's what you say before you drink Kool-Aid with all of your friends.
Okay. They reach the fulfillment less because when they have sex, it's because of the same lack of perceived transcendent value in it. When having sex with me, they don't perceive a transcendent value in it. They try to remove their emotion from it because experience has taught them that it is psychologically devastating to have one's heart perceive any deeper connection or meaning in sex. After all, the relationship facilitating the sex act will end in a few months, years, or too often, the next morning. That being said, they seem much more interested in the superficiality of sex and pursue that for thrills, however elusive the thrills are and unsustainable it may be to center one's sexuality around them.
He literally just said the problem with liberal women is that they enjoy sex too much, but not with me.
Mm-hmm.
And that they won't marry me immediately after. That's that
Yeah,
whole
it turns
emotional
out that
thing.
that's when someone proposes inside of you, it tends to not lead to a fulfillment of the sex act.
They call me Mr. Fall asleep right inside of her, wake up with a ring.
In my experience, liberal sex is incredibly boring compared to meaningful, committed sex. Also, no judgment, but that pick is a bit much. In my honest opinion, Rod, though to some other person, maybe my comment was too. So that's Justin checking in.
I know, I got too horny during Justin's comment.
Justin wrote that with his boner.
So this next one here comes courtesy of Joan from Michigan. So we're gonna hear both sides.
Yeah, that's good. I'd like
Plus,
to hear from
I'd like to hear from a woman.
Me, my liberal au pair, my conservative husband, plus me, Joan.
So she goes, since we're playing Explain This Finding, I've got an entry. I suggest that maybe it's about childhood experience. Specifically, I'm going to argue that growing up in a dysfunctional family predisposes people to apostasy, liberalism,
Apostasy?
Yeah.
Did I mispronounce that?
No,
Or-
no.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how you say it. I'm just saying, like, that's a weird leap.
Growing up in a dysfunctional family predisposes people to apostasy, liberalism, and disappointing sex lives.
Yeah, dude, ever since me and my dad didn't get along, I started worshiping a golden calf.
Here's the logic. See if you can follow. The defining characteristics of dysfunctional... I feel like this is like a Dear Prudie segment because it's one of these things where it's just like these comments give you such a view of these people's own family life and just sort of emotional inner lives. But he goes...
What they reveal with their observations is
The defining characteristic of dysfunctional families is that they are closed off to the outside world.
No.
Not at all. How many of you think that is the defining characteristic?
That's not defining of anything.
Families?
That's insane.
No.
How many of those fucking quiverful weirdos never interact with anyone outside of their homeschooled compound?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't call that dysfunctional.
Here we go.
Insularity is a
Here
pretty,
we go.
Yeah.
Here is the money graph, the money shot, if you will. So he says the defining is that they are closed off to the outside world.
Total bosh. Total bullshit.
Either they never have guests, or guests only enter one carefully maintained visiting parlor and are never invited into the part of the home where the family actually lives.
What? Was this person raised by Ed Gein's mother? What is this?
Yeah.
Dysfunctional families will only have guests in a carefully manicured visiting parlor.
They tend to have one room that's been boarded up and filled with nipple belts and lampshades made out of human skin.
You know, dysfunctional families, they're always like, hey, if I kill you, you're going to be my slave in the afterlife.
This is like a weird Midwestern kind of Philip Roth complaint. Like my mother used to put plastic on the furnitures in the living room, and now I can't have a meaningful relationship.
Now I have a disappointing sex life.
Yeah.
So he goes, often, this is because the parents have shameful secrets.
Whoa.
Naturally.
Whoa.
Wow. Joan, what's going on, Joan?
Naturally, such parents are not good role models for religious faith. Even if they drag the kids to Sunday worship every week, the kids are unlikely to stay in the faith after they leave home. Unless the dysfunction reaches criminal levels, in which case there may be a boomerang effect where kids glom onto church just to have some sanity in their lives, but those are actually relatively few. I'm talking here about typical middle-class lives of quiet desperation. Typical middle-class desperation.
Living in a haunted mansion.
With shameful secrets.
Living in a V.C. Andrews novel. Typical middle America.
Maybe your mom, she wanted a son instead, and so as a result, you date a vampire.
You run a motel with your mother.
Yeah.
You are at the front desk. She's in the basement. It's not weird.
Typical middle-class lives that exist in a Shirley Jackson story. Dysfunctional families can also leave kids kind of stunted in the social skills department. They have a harder time getting laid because they don't know how flirting works, and they're too socially anxious to approach potential partners. Finally, coming from a dysfunctional family can leave a young person disillusioned with family altogether. In my youth, I held a very strong belief in the right of anybody to leave at any time, as the only thing that could curtail domestic abuse. This meant that there had to be a welfare state so that exercising one's rights.
Yeah, don't bang Denmark.
Yeah, that this meant that there had to be a welfare state so that exercising one's right to leave did not lead to destitution. All the individualism of consent culture flows from that. That's the end of the comment where Joan from Michigan says, when I was young and stupid, I believed women had the right to leave abusive relationships and not be left destitute because of it.
Instead, they should just be nailed up in the attic like every other good old middle American family. DM me. What's going on?
A couple more, just a few more quick hits. We can keep or cut this. I don't know. John Gruskos says, quote, very conservative women wisely married young, so they get as much as they want. Their husbands remember
as
much D as they want because they wisely married young, and they're getting as much D as they want.
Right. It's actually really hard to get D when you're not married.
It's true.
It's you know,
and marrying young, as we know from reams of research, is always the smart choice.
I just wander the streets. There are no men anywhere.
Yeah, if you're unmarried, you have to basically wait until like a guy with a podcast likes an Instagram from 3 weeks ago. Is this the last one that had your face in it to like indicate that he's ready to mate? And that takes about he can only do that every 4 months. This is the normal male sexual drive.
Felix is actually half Vulcan.
Smart conservative women will marry young, and as such will get as much as they want. Their husbands remember how beautiful and young and innocent they were the night they were married, and that memory will keep their husbands turned on even when the very conservative women are old and wrinkly.
Yeah, dude, I'm
using this old wrinkled bag like a fucking fleshlight, imagining her when she was my child bride.
Oh, dude, this is fucking James Woods in Casino talking about when he saw her when she was like
this is the most nightmarish fucking thing.
Rod, can you feel me in your heart? Can you feel me in the pit of your stomach, Rod?
I told you not to talk to him anymore. He imagines things about bathrooms. He's bad news for you.
So
that's
the very conservative woman.
Yeah, that
the
sounds
very
like
liberal woman, on the other hand,
only
wasted their brief, beautiful years as corporate slaves and activist, useful idiots, and long ago threw away every shred of innocence. Now no one wants them.
I will not fuck a woman who's been to a protest. Their pussy's worn out. Like, if you march, just fucking loosens your pussy right up.
We've had too many signs up there. That's where we store the signs.
Yeah. A man can only have sex with a woman over the age of 30 if he can close his eyes and imagine her nude at 17.
Yeah, dude, unless if you're a liberal woman, keep a little locket with a picture of yourself like the moment you had your quinceañera or equivalent celebration. Or else, this isn't going to work unless I can look at that while I give you, 3 minutes of extremely medium pumps. We're not going to get married immediately after.
I can't imagine how hot the sex is where he's just bearing down on top of hers with his eyes screwed shut and just beads of sweat shooting off of his forehead, imagining that younger version of you.
Can we put your sophomore year yearbook on the nightstand? No reason why. No reason why.
Can you wear a sports bra? Those are a little big.
I just thought you would look really good in a scrunchie.
I'm for some reason I'm imagining Andy Daly from the first season of Eastbound and Down, where he's like just a little bit more, and we're done.
Yep.
So, last one. This is from GK. I assume Chesterton. Says this is simply because liberal women get less sex. They are typically of the feminist nerd or cat lady variety.
Oh, they haven't heard about epic nerd sex where my wife wears Cthulhu underwear. And I go, methinks a kraken lurks between these labia, my lady. Me and my wife love getting down with the nerd sex. Her and her sort of dark or velvet cake colored hair, because we also love red velvet cake. It's the only fucking cake we know because we're fucking shitheads who learned how to cook from Imgur because we have no skills and we're fucking dumbasses.
This is a new thing that Felix is mad about.
We fucking
They're probably rockabilly.
Dress up like Wonder Woman.
And yeah, her hair is that color, and she has like the thick glasses, and I just like pretend to be all the famous monsters from Firefly while I'm just fucking chowing down on her fucking
gnawing
pussy.
off her bacon bikini top.
Yeah, she was wearing a fucking like red vine thing that we shaped like fucking Joss Whedon to the Women's March, and she had a sign that said "Science isn't an alternative fact," and I had to just take her into a porta potty stall and just fucking get my macros of sugar for the day, if you feel me.
Okay, so we've established that nerds definitely have sex.
They have sex.
They have
in
so
the
much
worst way.
gross sex
Ugh.
that none of us ever want to see. So
if one of these feminist nerds or cat ladies, if they do land a man, he is typically a beta.
I'm not a fucking beta, dude. I'm a moderator on Imgur.
In my experience, conservative women are more attractive and motherly, and thus attract more alpha type men that are more satisfying to them.
Yeah, alpha men
DJ,
want
run that
mommies.
back.
That's
women. The conservative women tend to remind me more of mother, and as such are more attractive to an alpha
How
like
am I
me.
how am I supposed to get hard to a woman who doesn't make me remember my mom standing over a stove with
Pulling
a
cookies
bunch
out
of
of the
cookies
oven
coming out
and
of the
an
oven?
apron.
Yeah, and nothing else.
Unless you put a fucking Power Rangers Band-Aid on my elbow, you're not getting this conservative dick.
This alpha D.
Yeah. I'm me compared to any liberal man, the alpha, the man who constantly comments on Rod Dreher's blog, which is just about imagined bathroom terror.
So wow, you think that little lady's hot? I can't imagine her changing my diaper.
And finally, GK says, and even if a liberal type woman can find herself a man who satisfies her, as soon as she gets married, she becomes more conservative. So it's just sort of like
so if she's if she's having sex, she is conservative regardless.
By definition.
Yeah. It's the one true Scotsman kind
So,
of, but for boning.
Again, it's a theme we come back to over and over again. Rod and his readers, extremely normal.
Just very normal
guys.
Very normal men
guys.
vibrating with
red-blooded, normal American
just
guys.
in front of the computer screen, vibrating with repressed sexuality. Every
Rod
moment of the day.
wakes up in the morning. He's like,
Picture of mom on the
picture of mom like
desktop.
Yeah, desktop, but her mom's head is like superimposed over like
Kathy Ireland's body.
Yeah, Kathy Ireland's
Picture of
body.
mom, taxidermy of mom.
Rod just wakes up in the morning and he's like, readers, we feeling normal? They're like, yes, sir, Rod. By the way, you used a font that made the letter O look too much like a tit, and
you owe me a new keyboard, sir.
Just fucking busted all over.
That's
my
what that
Doc
means.
Martens.
Usually, when you see that on the internet, you owe me a new keyboard. It means that they're implying that they spewed water out of their mouth, their nose, because laughing. When they say it to Rod, it means they nutted all over their keyboard.
Yeah, Rod. That V was very suggestive. Take that out of there. I love it. Rod probably gets 1 billion emails like that a day. Rod, you said social cleavage, and I just jacked off at work, and I'm fired now. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it definitely gets like daily handwritten letters from Norman Bates types.
Yeah, Rod's messages are sent to him by Raven.
Yeah.
Of just people who got too horny reading him or looking at stock images. Rod, you used clip art that implied that the clip art couple has had sex before. Could you please stop?
Please, no more clips from the Lockharts in your columns. Mrs. Lockhart is just too fucking sexy for me in her support hose.
Rod, when the daughter in Family Circus said Pischetti instead of spaghetti, it made me feel things that were unchristian. They made me feel things that were transcendent in a way that wasn't religious.
Rod, in the moment I looked into Funky Winkerbean's eyes, I just fucking busted a wad straight over my computer. And because I haven't ejaculated in 35 years, it was just sort of like when you get a wad of silly string and just throw it at something.
That's a good place to end this episode with more cum.
It begins and it ends with cum.
So Rod Dreher, David, if you're not familiar, he writes for the American Conservative, and his shtick is he's
on the gender beat.
He's a religious hysteric. He's really terrified by gay people and trans people and sort of gender neutral bathrooms and locker rooms and things of that nature.
He has this thing called the Benedict option because he realized a few years ago the writing's on the wall and society's just going to be liberal and no one's going to listen to Rod Dreherism. So he urged good Christians to basically move to compounds and raise your children away from Hollywood sickos.
Right. So, I mean, he's just the current iteration of that guy who's always been around.
Yeah, pretty much.
I just wish he would log off and just take
Rod
it more
Dreher?
seriously.
Do you have a picture of him?
Hell yeah, we
Get
do.
ready.
Let me take a look here. Oh, that's not what I was picturing at all.
No, he has sort of like a big hipster scarf and hipster
Yeah, he's
glasses.
got kind of a British novelist kind of vibe to him.
So, obviously, the fact that The Shape of Water was the big winner at the Oscars, you can guess what Rod is going to say about this because, to him, it's just more examples of, Hollywood's vicious cultural agenda where they're basically just trying to say, hey, Brokeback Mountain said it was okay to be gay. Now it's okay to have sex with fishmen. Now it's okay to have sex with animals. So he's going there and...
Wait, is it? I've got to get out of here, guys. I have some catching up to do. I've got to get to the aquarium.
So we know what Rod is going to say, but I'm bringing this up because there were his readers came through with some absolutely amazing observations about human-alien, human-animal intercourse that I'd like to share. They had some very normal thoughts about all this. So first on, John says, and he's quoting someone else who says, "My assumption is that if human-alien intercourse is intrinsically unable to produce offspring, the Catholic Church would condemn it on the same grounds that it condemns artificial birth control." John's response to this is, "But if, like Spock's mother, procreation could occur the usual way after sufficiently advanced gene therapy, then I don't think they would object based on anything other than the yuck factor. This assumes, of course, that gene therapy doesn't involve embryos. The therapy just causes women to produce eggs that can be fertilized by Vulcan sperm through more or less traditional mating. Then they should be good to go."
So this guy basically just wants the Pope to tell him it's okay to fucking alien if that ever happens?
Well, he wants the Pope to retroactively bless Spock, who was famously half human, half Vulcan.
We don't want him to go to hell.
The product of...
The idea of Spock
Right.
going to hell is just too disturbing.
These are like
What a beautiful use of time and brain energy.
These are just like the internet nerds who argue about canon on any message board, except they're arguing about literal the canon.
Next up here, Hector St. Clair.
It's /fic.
Hector St. Clair says, female mules are almost always sterile. But
He's responding to Engineer Scott.
but not precisely always. There have been rare cases of fertile ones.
I know, I've checked myself.
Male mules are always sterile.
I'm like 0 for 100 on that, and I've tried getting so many of them pregnant. And
Well, yeah, I
not-
mean, hey, Thomas Edison, they said you failed to create the light bulb 100 times. Now I found 100 ways that don't work. Just keep at it.
Yep.
Keep grinding.
Keep grinding, indeed.
In general, the heterogametic outcome of hybridization is more likely to be sterile in mammals that would be males, but in birds it would be the females. For what it's worth, the whole concept of species is kind of a tricky one, and there's evidence
No, it's
today
not.
that lots of what we think of as species, including wolves, bisons, and others, have had significant gene inflow from other species throughout evolutionary history. And then he just links to the Wikipedia page for mule fertility.
What you're not bringing up is that every one of these responses was preceded by half an hour of angry pacing in their in their room, going, "This is ridiculous! I can't believe this! This guy has no concept." Okay, all right, I got to calm down and write this guy back. Okay, all right, calm down.
I'm genuine. I knew you were going to read his readers' responses. I had no idea how pro interspecies love they were.
Well, here's they are because they're all Trekkies and they're going into deep Star Trek canon and referencing Deep Space Nine. And someone, Engineer Scotty, replies and says, "Don't forget the first introduction of the Trill in the Trek universe was an episode in which Dr. Crusher falls in love with the Trill host symbiote." And,
Lil Boosie.
Yeah, but I mean, you're reading it in a very kind of calm. I'm saying that it was written very angrily.
Yeah, very loud monotone.
Which one?
Whichever next one.
Okay, well, read this one. This is going off Trek canon, but
Conversation at business lunch today. Have you seen The Shape of Water? No, I haven't. I have. Good movie. It's about diversity and inclusion. I know Hollywood has always been ideological. It's just that ideology changes over time. Silence. Oblique look. The suspect that I was violating the speech code. Do you know Griffith's The Birth of the Nation? No. It was a big blockbuster in the early 1900s. Glorification of the KKK. So that's progress after all, I guess. Puzzled looks. Was I comparing man-fish love with KKK? A question too absurd even to be asked, but suspicion lingers over. Hasty change of topic. Forgive me, but sometimes I enjoy playing the naughty boy.
Security asked to intervene. Tasered.
I picture all of Rod's readers are in the same Victorian schoolhouse wearing the like little dresses that they made to 8-year-olds wear.
These guys, their only conversations that they have in a day are with put upon Barnes and Noble employees.
This last one, of course, goes to the place that this always ends up. As you know, it is inevitable. The inevitable.
I want to know how many of these guys have ever, or women, what mostly guys, have ever uttered the phrase, "Well, that's the last time I ever used Groupon."
Last one here says, Rod, I like your sentence. Quote, in other words, you can have sex with anyone or anything you want because love is love and love wins. Obviously, there is still one huge exception. Underage sex, in which case you are a total outcast, viler than the vilest of the vile. Witness the unhinged rage in Britain once it was revealed that Sir Jimmy Savile, the much-loved BBC megastar and philanthropist,
Spot the
had
libertarian.
a taste for young flesh. I like when it said the unhinged rage. What, when they found out that one of their biggest TV celebrities had like raped hundreds of kids?
In their hospital beds. Went into their hospital rooms.
Love is love. It's like the fish man taught us.
But he goes on.
We don't know how old that fish man was. He could have been a fish teen.
He says here, quote, had a taste for young flesh.
Whoa.
And he said, such fury is logically ridiculous given the moral...
Oh, this is for sure a libertarian.
He's writing from Kentucky. He's on his way to Kentucky right now.
Such fury is logically ridiculous given the moral presumptions of the present day Western democracies. Carson Holloway pointed out the absurdity years ago in Touchstone magazine in a superb article now behind a paywall.
In a superb article now only available on the darknet.
In a superb article only available as state's evidence.
Carson's relentless logic describes how once
Relentless logic. There's my rap name.
Once we start down the road to sexual liberation, we have no coherent argument against the pedophiles. Obviously, bolder Hollywood spirits like Roman Polanski have already pushed the underage boundary. How long before an Oscar-worthy movie celebrates the seduction of 9-year-olds and is publicly honored? So
I think
next year, David, what are you working on now? You got any movies coming?
A mix of Taxi Driver and Paper Moon.
The next Judd Apatow movie is about like Seth Rogen awkwardly trying to date a child.
It's called This Is 12.
Yeah. Well, no, that guy, that's a classic example of someone who's trying on the surface to be witty and try to, you think it's okay to fuck a fish, but you don't think it's okay to fuck a kid? But the subtext is, why isn't it okay to fuck a kid if it's okay
exactly.
to fuck a fish?
It's a trial balloon. He's floating it out there, seeing what. But he should move to Kentucky. He'll be fine. Have a 13-year-old child bride.
Yeah, just to play devil's advocate, Jimmy Savile literally did nothing wrong. Okay, I think he skipped a few steps.
Listen, I mean, again, the reaction was a little bit over the top. I mean, he's not some monster, people.
Read my article in The Atlantic, The Humiliation of Jimmy Savile.
Moving on, it's been a dark show. We're talking about serious things, about the ways in which, governments and the media dehumanize inconvenient populations that they'd rather not, have around or deal with.
It's been a real weenie killer.
Yeah, it's been. And I have a reading series this week, the perfect person to check in on, that touches on this issue, but does so in the most hilarious way possible. I'm talking about Rod Dreher.
Ooh, Mr. Too Damn Normal.
It's been it's been a
while.
minute. It's been a while since
It's been a while since we talked about Rod Dreher
and all those bathrooms I can't remember.
It's been a while since we've checked in with Brother Rod. Shout out to Roy Edroso for founding this Rod piece. It's a Rod Dreher post from this week that in which he decides to take on the phenomenon that's been happening as of late that we've talked about on the last show with Jake Flores of white people being filmed calling the cops and shrieking at minorities and black people on the street. He's talking about the barbecue lady, the viral video of the woman calling the cops on those people in Oakland for grilling.
Oh, yeah.
This is coming on the heels of a week where we saw the amazing Aaron Schlossberg, the viral video star who is in not just one, but 3 separate videos filmed by 3 different people of 3 distinct instances of this guy behaving like a psychopath on the streets of New York.
That dude is the Zelig of racism.
Yeah. So it's been a big week for the very specific type of guy that Schlossberg is, which is the steakhouse and statement watch guy.
Yes.
Yeah, Schlossberg is like, he has like a David Blaine early tape of racism. To several different locations around New York, and he's like, I was hideously racist to a black person here. Actually, got a Salvadorian here. You'd never guess who I threatened to call ICE on here.
Yeah. So, and as you said, there were 3 different videos, all funnier than the last.
Yeah.
He just kept outdoing himself.
And then, of course, the videos after that of him running away from the media were...
Yes.
Or he's hiding underneath an umbrella for 5 minutes.
Yep. Going, please help.
And then you can hear him from behind the umbrella at one point go, please send help.
Yes.
And that made my week.
Yep.
Please send what? The Proud Boys?
It's a new superhero that only protects racist guys.
So, yeah, there's been a lot of these videos going around. So, there's going to be people who have to find a way to be like, now, this looks bad for the people in the videos, but actually what's really bad is the people taking the videos.
Ooh.
And the mob mentality. Shout out to Julia Raffi for that fucking stinker.
Yeah.
Julia Raffi,
Yaffe.
her immediate instinct is to take the side of the monstrous asshole and not the people who are deservedly mocking his downfall.
I honestly don't give a shit about Julia Iaffe. Like, I feel like every week it's like we have a new media asshole like that who I've never heard of. I'm like, yeah, they suck, okay. But the one funny thing about it was when she's like, look, I'm a political refugee, and she was born during Perestroika. Moved here when she was 3. Yeah, by that, like, I'm a refugee. The Midwest is very cold.
Yeah.
So, Rod Dreher, back to Rod. He's done a take on the barbecue lady video.
Yeah.
That goes to some pretty extraordinary places.
All right.
And I'd like to
Powers.
And by the way, the funniest part of the video is the end of it, where the police come.
She starts crying.
And she starts crying and saying, I've been victimized.
So Rod begins.
Checkmate.
Did you see the video of the white woman in Oakland who called the cops on some black people who were cooking in a public park with a charcoal grill? My view is this. Unless they've set up the grill in your house or in the ICU, you leave people with charcoal grills alone because they are contributing to the sum total of human happiness. Now, you think Rod is setting this up like,
he's a reasonable
he's going to
man.
take a reasonable point.
That's a brave, bipartisan, pro-grilling stance that we can all get behind, right, fellas?
Yeah, hey,
call this motherfucker Hank Hill.
He goes on, and he says, again, I believe the white woman may have been technically correct, but was morally wrong.
Wow. Oh my God. That is the old Rod I know.
Yeah, it drops off immediately.
Jumping right back into the game.
You can't ignore technical correctness when you see it. Okay?
She said, Rod, every Rod article, he can hold it together for like maybe a sentence and a half. And he's like, y'all mind if I wow out? It's like, it'll start out and be like, of course, I don't think you should go into a bathroom with the SPAS 12 automatic shotgun with a flashlight attached. That's not good, people. But
the guy who
there's
did
several
it.
exceptions.
Yeah.
Racist lady, you are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
But he does say she was technically correct, but morally wrong. And besides, she's a pill. So you think that's
I can relate to
she's
this
an
guy.
old maid.
This Stanford wife motherfucker.
Yeah. So he goes, maybe the barbecue griper is a racist, but we have no reason to assume that.
No.
Maybe she's just a petty.
Hero.
Maybe she's just a petty person who sees a violation of the law and went all nanny state. So he's going on and on like this, and
maybe she's just an asshole that we would all hate anyway.
Maybe she's a Democrat.
Yeah, I like how he's actually saying she's a liberal. Actually,
That's a Rod like behind the back pass.
Absolutely.
That's his sneaky play.
That's why you play the game.
That's why he's the best, dude.
So here's where it gets interesting. Rod describes what happened in his inimitable fashion and creates several outs for this woman to be anything other than what she appears as. So he goes, here's a story. So Rod's dipping back into his mind palace for instances from his real life that he's going to share.
Oh no!
So
I was just calmly barbecuing in my own backyard, and somebody said, "Hey, Whitey."
No, he goes,
Michelle Obama called me Whitey.
Here's a story. Here's a story. We lived in an apartment complex not too long ago. There were 3 young unmarried guys living in the flat above ours. They would get loud on the weekend. We decided that being good neighbors meant that we should put up with banging and hooting until 10 p.m. but not.
I'll put up with hooting, but not for a second will I tolerate hollering.
But not after that, because that was bedtime. Okay. The first few occasions we went up to ask them to knock it off. They were nice about it, but then they got obnoxious, usually after they had been drinking. Finally, one night, after multiple attempts to ask them to stop, we had to call the apartment security people. We didn't want to be those neighbors, but they left us no choice. The difference is that those bad neighbors were causing actual harm, yelling and banging on the floor and playing loud music until late in the night.
Harm.
They were literally slapping the floor like with hammers.
They were auditioning for an off-Broadway production of Stomp.
Yeah, I'm picturing Rod's neighbors just like a conga line of 3 men wearing lampshades over their head.
Okay, you try living below a old-timey jug band where one person will not stop scraping on a washboard
let me tell
and
you
the
the
other
story. That's the
is
thing.
blowing into a jug at all hours of the night.
That's the thing. Rod is one of those people who, like, his experiences are formed by movies, but because he's like sort of like a vintage, weird, like vintagey guy, all those movies are like actually just radio plays like Fibber, McGee, and Molly. And he's like, yeah, you know what young men do, just hooting and hollering.
Let me tell you the story of when I lived next to the Fat Albert gang. And they were playing drums on trash cans.
I used to have an apartment that was beneath the rehearsal space for Gold Diggers of 33.
Do I regret the fact that the country bear jamboree was massacred by the police after I called them on them? Yes. But I still think I was in the right.
Rod Dreher walking into a Chuck E. Cheese and just seeing it in Terminator vision.
Okay, here's where it gets interesting. So he goes, the people grilling in the park were not harming Barbecue Griper one bit.
Barbecue Griper?
God damn it.
Barbecue Griper replied to your post. Interesting take from a neo-cuck bug man.
Barbecue Griper, still, had the jerks upstairs been 3 young black guys, not white guys, I wonder if I would have said anything to them at all for fear of them turning it into a racial confrontation. If I had called apartment security on them, like I eventually did with the white guys after they ignored our repeated requests to stop banging on the floor, would they have confronted me in the parking lot with a smartphone camera, calling me a racist and distributing it to social media?
It is a crisis in this country of white people being afraid to call the police.
Okay. And turning me into a racist pariah. That griping white woman's life must be miserable today now that she's become a meme. Who wants that? I noticed that many places on the internet celebrating the public shaming of the white woman never stop to ask whether or not this is a proportionate to her offense. What I love here is that this is a favorite tactic of mine among all the conservative intelligentsia, and that is inventing scenarios in their head and then getting angry at what happens in their imagination.
So, looking at this story of this obviously racist or incredibly anal retentive woman, like either she's a racist or she is the most psychotically rule fixated person on earth, making this ridiculously wasteful call to the cops in this situation. It made Rod Dreher mad at imaginary black men.
Yep.
I love
black men who literally do not exist.
And I love that Rod's fear, it wasn't like, oh, you know, they'll kill me with their hip hop gun. It's like his usual type of thing. It's like, they're going to make me into a meme. They're going to post me and say that they had to do it to him. That's it. Does she really deserve that to become a meme? Like, damn Daniel?
By the way, I also like about
does a man deserve to be dabbed on just because he's trying to sleep?
What I also like about Rod here is that he says, like, imagine being turned into a pariah. you're Mr. Benedict option. You want to be a pariah.
Yeah, I
Go
was
live
just
in the
saying-
fucking woods.
Yeah, imagine being exposed for all your weird and creepy fantasies. You do it yourself, Rod. You volunteer it.
You write a column every week where it's like, well, yeah, I saw another piece of driftwood that looked like a nipple. I definitely whipped myself. I have thrown my computer into the river. Anyway, just answer some questions.
So he goes, if he's so worried about becoming a meme, someone should have him listen to the show.
Yeah, exactly.
We've turned this motherfucker into a meme plenty of times.
I don't think Rod is a meme. Like it's too inaccessible for people. It's like, imagine. So in the past year,
Rod is lore. He's not a meme.
Lore,
Right.
yeah.
Rod is lore.
So you probably are just barely getting to the point where you can explain to like extended family members what your job is.
Yes.
Imagine now explaining to them what Rod Dreher is. Can you picture yourself doing that?
Point of
Where do you
clarification:
start?
the woman who recorded Kenny Powers' lady, the barbecue griper, is named Michelle Snyder. She's another white woman. And Rod writes here, but it's easy to imagine yourself tormented by a harridan like Michelle Snyder, the woman with the camera phone, and knowing what came next for her, national infamy thanks to social media, is pretty horrifying. This is the next paragraph. If you read Ta-Nehisi Coates' big book...
Wow. Oh, no.
So
who allowed Rod to get his hands on
he
that?
He then goes on to quote extensively from Ta-Nehisi, and then quote his own review of Ta-Nehisi Coates' book at length. Here's where it gets really good, guys. When Rod dips into the mailbag. So this is pretty good so far, right, guys?
Yeah, like Rod just spit a hot 32, and he's like, "Let me get some little homies on a beat."
Okay.
We have Terrified in Baton Rouge.
Yeah. No, I just
Rod,
now that we're done.
Rod, there's a shape in my closet that looks like a New Era cap with the sticker still on. I shot 87 bullets into there.
Yeah,
Rod, is
because
that normal? Yes.
Before we get to that, we need to examine what we've seen here, which is that Rod Dreher saw a story of a woman who is clearly racially panicked and called the cops on people who were doing literally nothing. Yeah. And his thought was, yeah, but what if they had been doing something?
Yeah. Okay, wait till you get to this reader. This is update number 2. Reader Dunn writes, and by the way, as a longtime fan of Rod's, there is an open question in the Rod community whether these reader letters are just Rod writing to himself.
I honestly think that we are witnessing a M. Night Shyamalan joint.
Okay.
Here.
No, Rod
this is Split 2.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Rod is the child from Saint Elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen to this.
The snow globe is just a fucking bathroom.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Note to Rod, this is going to be a rant, so feel free to edit or even toss.
Oh,
I'll
boy.
understand. You are now entering the rant zone.
That's right, the rant zone, babe. Still ranting after all these years.
Yep, that was great.
All right. This reader letter is incredible. Okay. He goes, Reader Dunn writes, okay, I've read most of the comments. Clearly none of you live in Oakland. If you did, I'm certain your reactions to this incident would be different. If you were sane, that is. I know because I've lived there for over 20 years, including near Lake Merritt, the location of this incident. First, let's dispense with the notion that this was a racially motivated incident between a white woman and some black folks. This lady is not white. Repeat after me. The lady is not white.
What?
It is clear to me from her facial features and body type that her racial and ethnic background is mixed, possibly white and Pacific Islander.
Oh my god! I did not see that coming.
This began with feel free to edit this. And Rod, what did Rod take out that this is what remains?
So he's setting up this whole thing where it's just like, why do we always assume that this is racial? And his reader, his fan is like, I'm an expert in skull types and haplo groups.
Yeah.
This woman is not white.
This woman is at least 1/32nd Uyghur.
So
she is not white.
He goes, possibly white and Pacific Islander, which would not be uncommon in the Bay Area.
Commander Dreher, the area is crawling with mixed types of
Listen to this.
islandoids.
Listen to this. When you live in a racially and ethnically diverse area for a long time, you begin to detect and distinguish ethnic and racial differences and any combinations thereof that often go unnoticed by people who have not been exposed to such racial and ethnic...
Non-psychopaths.
Who have not been exposed to such racial and ethnic diversity. Again, the race mixing Terminator. Just
So this guy's sitting in fucking like El Pollo Loco in line and just like evaluating the
He's doing
racial
23andMe,
breakdown
like, by his vision.
of everyone he sees, and then he's like, people who don't live here would never be able to distinguish that this person is a Frisian.
I have always wondered about Northern California because my favorite and the most one of the most in mentally unwell at times MMA fighters are from there. The Diaz brothers, Dan Quinn is from there. It's a absurd area. The people there seem to love driving around in their cars and making videos addressed at their enemies, then crashing their cars.
Yes. Well,
But then it's like, then you see this. Like this guy who like gets behind people's Toyota Siennas and like licks the tire track and goes, that's a Polynesian type. And it's like, oh, the ones I know about are the most normal ones.
Yeah.
Like Dan Quinn is probably a pillar in his community for Northern California.
Guys, it's not just this letter gets even more normal as it goes on.
Wow. How?
I can't imagine.
Second, there's a second point he's making. I'm going to play the sex card here, even though I don't normally do this, but whoa.
Sex card?
The
What?
comments here are pretty well sexist. Nosy, busybody, killjoy, grouchy, old. Oh, sure, she's a regular Mrs. Kravitz. Google the reference if you don't get it.
It's Lenny Kravitz's mom, and I will tell you what race that bitch is.
I always get the reference that's from Bewitched.
Yep. Yeah, I'm fairly certain most of you wouldn't have used those words to describe her if she were a man. Why don't you just toss in frigid for good measure? Just saying. Next, let me explain to everyone how things work in Oakland. They don't. Nobody, and I mean nobody, respects common courtesy and the rule of law. Not to mention bothers to comport themselves appropriately in public spaces. The area around Lake Merritt is in complete chaos all the time.
Again, if you see the video, it's a beautiful park.
It's
by
a
a
completely
fucking San
normal
Francisco
scene
Bay.
in a park.
Literally just standing around cooking meat on a grill.
It's chaos. No one will tell me what race they are.
Are they even playing music? I don't even remember if there's like
No, there's
loud-
no music.
They're just standing there making food.
He yelled at them because they were playing like Kenny Chesney, and he's like, this is fucking up my spreadsheets.
Yeah.
This is one of the race identifiers I use.
All the time. Why was this petty, nosy, busybody, so-called white woman calling the police over such a seemingly innocuous incident as people wanting to barbecue using charcoal? Maybe because the city of Oakland is located in a severe high fire danger area and it's against the law. Oakland Hills fire of 1991, anyone? Google images, I survived it.
But it wasn't. But that's the thing. It wasn't illegal to cook there. It was that they were using. I don't even fucking remember. It was. That's how petty it was. It was like they weren't using the ones that were provided. They were using their own, or vice versa. Either way.
It was a inane thing that no
was
normal
insanely inane.
human being
I'm sorry.
would see another person doing that and think, I gotta call the police.
Can we
on
stop
this one."
disrespecting the experience of a fire survivor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This guy. yeah. He's one of mine. I see him in the meetings. But
I survived the Oakland
get your
fire.
man.
Yeah.
Come get your man, Felix.
This guy, he's transcended, but this is the most Seth Rogen observe and report guy.
Oh,
I have
yes,
ever-
he is.
Just
I observed
everything
in my
about-
perimeter that there was someone violating fire codes.
By the way, all I know about the Oakland Hills fires of 1991 is that it was one of the disaster scenarios you could play in SimCity 2000.
It was.
It ruled.
That in Flint,
And it was
Michigan.
caused by a rowdy pack of black hooligans barbecuing without a permit.
Yeah, dude, you think SimCity is hard? Try playing it on expert race identifier mode.
Okay, so
Your city has no police, so the National Guard has been deployed.
So going on from the Travis Bickle's diary, he goes, and why does a citizen have to report someone breaking the law? Because people regularly, openly, and brazenly break the law in Oakland, and asking them nicely to desist does not work. And what does the Oakland PD do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's why she was waiting for over 2 hours for the police to respond. I'm surprised they came at all. My car was stolen, and did the police come when I reported it? No.
Owned.
Yeah. So, dude, this goes on and on and on, and he goes, talking about miscreants in his neighborhood, threatening to kill him, and then just on and on and on.
I
with
live by this
bullshit.
young man named Dennis who's constantly getting in my business, stealing pies from my windowsill.
This is the only guy left in America who gets bullied by a gang that's like,
Jeff Goldblum with a mohawk.
this young man named Bart destroyed my memoirs. And his father is also bad, but I don't remember. What was the name of the man? I don't remember.
By the way, my mental image of this person is conservative grandpa.
But that's the thing, is that that's clearly a crank.
Yeah.
That's a maniac. And like many neighborhoods have just a psychotic person who cannot handle other people existing and is just driven to abstraction by other people being in their field of vision. But the fact that fucking Rod felt like he needed to give this maniac that much real estate in his column really speaks to how Rod, for all of his pretensions to being some sort of neo fucking gothic intellectual, is just a cranky fucking weirdo.
Oh, Matt.
It goes on so he goes, what I see from this video is a relatively reserved woman reporting illegal behavior and being absolutely harangued by the woman filming the incident, who assumed, 1, that this woman was white, and 2, that she was motivated by race.
I'm sorry, but did this woman have calipers? I don't think so. If you do not have calipers on your person, you are not qualified to speak on the race of anyone who you're interacting with.
Well, if you live in Oakland for 20 years, you get the perk that lets you identify races and puts it on the mini-map.
OMG. Are you kidding me? The woman who filmed the incident and browbeat the other woman to tears should be ashamed of herself. I think her behavior even meets the requirements of menacing. And another criminal statute. This guy's
so excited. He's so excited.
He's got the entire California criminal code tattooed on the inside of his eyelids.
He goes, there's, SJW virtue signaling, PC bullshit, run amok. Check. He says PC BS, run amok. Check. He goes, this is my favorite part. And now this poor woman is being viciously attacked on social media. Have you seen the memes? They're brutal. So it goes on like this for another 1,000 words at least, talking about a pregnant woman who was shot and killed in Oakland. Just death wish, everything. It goes on and on. Murder.
You let somebody cook in a public park, and then the next day they're massacring pregnant
He's
women.
going, civility and decency are dead in Oakland.
Right.
They're dead in California, and soon they'll be dead in the entire United States. Going on, cold-blooded murder in broad daylight. Blah, blah, blah. Keep it up, Oakland. Pretty soon there won't be one decent law-abiding citizen left.
White person.
Because lawlessness and incivility are rewarded and responsible citizenship is vilified.
Decent person means non-Polynesian white.
Rod's postscript to this gigantic letter is, any Oakland or former Oakland readers want to challenge this?
I'm sorry, but if I don't have any other readers who are completely insane and live in this guy's zip code, I'm going to have to take what he says for granted. I'm sorry.
Hey, Rod. Another reader from Oakland here. Yeah, I may have gone on a different skill tree than this guy. I could usually only identify types of Latinos. This guy seems to have the Pacific Islander perk.
But I mean, I remember some of these stories. There was one story I read about a woman in it wasn't that app, but it was one of those Facebook groups for neighborhood watch.
Yeah, the neighborhood
people.
watch thing. Yeah,
and it was a teen showed up at her door with a Solo cup because they were going to a party in the neighborhood and they didn't know where it was. And he said, "Is this person's house?" And they said, "No," and they left. And she took a picture of him and she put a post where she said, "There are teens running around the neighborhood. They might have cups of acid. They might be throwing acid at you."
Oh my
There's
God.
something about suburbia that makes people mostly
Not the
insane.
drug acid, like throwing acid
No,
in
literal
people's face.
acid in your face.
Well, we could do an entire episode about suburban.
Suburban mania is important. But the thing I want to point out is that the guy says all this law is being violated and no one is doing it. And the thing is that every person listening to this violates the law every fucking day. Everyone does.
I'm violating 3 of them right now.
Everyone violates the law all the fucking time. And what matters materially is who gets held accountable for it.
Yeah.
And that is a racial caste system, essentially, is that everybody is like just trying to live their life. Some people violate statutes, and the statutes that get fucking enforced are the statutes that are enforced by racial strata.
Yeah.
And that's the thing to remember. So this motherfucker acting like, "Oh, you people, you're flaunting the law." No, that everyone's flaunting the law all the time. It's these people who are being disproportionately enforced on laws that everybody breaks all the time.
Thanks, Boner Law.
Thank you for the measured response to the guy who sleeps in a ghillie suit in Oakland.
I just
Rod Dreher.
just to close out on Rod. What I like about here is Rod begins attempting to make like a point that a normal human being would, but ends up going completely opposite.
Yep.
And inescapably, one would have to conclude that either Rod himself or his readers are all deeply insane.
Can we throw it to Brendan?
All right, we're over. I need to get to our last secret
right.
reading series that is, of course, still the theme of the day, AOC. But wouldn't you know it, one of Rod Dreher's readers.
Oh, boy.
It's a dip into the Rod Dreher mailbag.
Oh,
and wouldn't
boy.
you know it,
Play the Twilight Zone music.
one of his readers is from New York's 18th District. Does that seem improbable?
How insane that person must be. How many times do they call the cops a week?
Is it Ricky
he
Vaughn?
must be walking
It's
here.
not Ricky Vaughn. It goes, a reader of this blog writes as a decades long.
It's Kevin James.
It's the King of Queens, everybody. A reader of this blog writes as a decade-long resident of New York's congressional district, just won, effectively, by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a stunning primary upset of the Democratic incumbent. Though I've eliminated some biographical information at his request, I can tell you from his past comments on this site that the reader is not a Christian. Okay. This is the reader, and again, always preface, you have to take this with a large grain of salt. Rod, I'm almost positive, is writing these letters to himself.
I mean, yes. When I think of Rod
And there
Dreher,
are some interesting tells in this
when I
guy's
think
letter.
of the Rod Dreher mailbag, I think of the film Split, if anyone has seen that, with James McAvoy, M. Night Shyamalan's.
Someone's being kept in the basement.
Well, just there's 500 versions of him, and they all automatically write letters to the other, and then he wakes up and there are all these letters to the editor. I need to put them on my website.
Okay, so this is his reader, who again Rod would like to stress is not a Christian. Joe Crowley was the congressman of my district, and I was rooting for him to win, more so because he recently stood up against a protected bike lane proposal on 2 corridors and took the side of the community. The Department of Transportation, a bunch of crazy far-left progressive activists, and the mayor were trying to force these bike lanes down our throat despite a huge outcry, and we pushed back enough where Joe Crowley said no, and our local councilman ended up not supporting the project. Now with Crowley gone, the snowflakes who demanded these bike lanes might become emboldened again.
So this is the splinter issue: is bike lanes.
Well, this is this is just like the
This is
psychopath.
local politics.
But it's the same I mean, even if it isn't him, it's functionally the same person as that crank who wrote about the thing.
We're gonna get to
They're
that.
just these insane people, like the sight of a bicyclist. These are the people, and they exist. It's hard to imagine them.
Makes
But
them
there are people,
spitting mad.
they see someone on a bicycle and they get mad. I don't know how you get to that point, but there are people like that in the world.
He continues. That being said, I am not surprised that Ocasio-Cortez won. Her campaign posters were everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Every single grocery store or storefront in my neighborhood had her poster up. Even my local grocery store had her poster up. And when I went to the owner, who was a good friend, and asked him if her followers asked him permission to put it up, he said, yeah, they told me to put a poster on my window, and I said yes. When I told him about her politics and that she was for bike lanes and all the progressive craziness, he immediately ripped it up and took it down.
Bike lanes, just the idea that is some sort of... It's like bikes. The people ride bikes.
It's radical
They get
leftism
killed.
on the march.
The city is like basically a giant abattoir for people on bicycles. It's like a fucking Rube Goldberg murder machine for people on bicycles. The idea of just putting like some space for them not to get squashed.
Yeah, I gotta say, Matt, I think that believing that the most important issue in politics that's going to mobilize the most people is bike lanes is a lot more sane to me than what all of these centrists and liberals talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's win believes.
This does affect people's day-to-day lives.
And people feel it viscerally.
As this letter goes on, you're going to find out that bike lanes is definitely not the number one thing that this guy is concerned with.
Oh, boy.
So he goes, and the funny thing is, the poster was up on his window along with an ad for Joe Crowley. Just by walking around the neighborhood, I saw how bland Crowley's campaign posters were. They were few and far between in number, and I had a sense that the last 3 months that he was woefully unprepared for the tidal wave that was going to hit him. Many of these store owners who put up Cortez's posters had no idea who she was or what she stood for. Her election, in large part, was successful due to a very well-designed PR effort and propaganda campaign.
Soros.
The activists who worked for her went door to door putting up these ads, and all they had to do was ask permission from the business owners. If that wasn't enough, people were actively stopping pedestrians on the street and campaigning for her at my local park every single weekend.
I like that they make this sound like trickery. Like,
Yeah.
like you know, she never hit her position.
It's political stop and frisk.
He goes, I don't know. This is really good. I don't know where her funding came from, but big money was definitely backing her.
Yep.
From the t-shirts to
Big bicycle.
From the t-shirts to the well-designed posters to the glossy campaign cards, something was definitely at work here. As if there weren't a million articles about how she didn't accept any
she had
PAC
she had
or
no
lobbyist
money compared to Crowley.
But I like that there's just no other option but big money. Like there's not a million people with $20 in their pocket.
Also,
like,
it couldn't possibly be an actual groundswell of popular support. It's got to be money is at work.
This is
here.
also like real like old person boomer mindset is that they see something that's like pleasantly graphically designed.
They're like, this is
big money was behind
this
that.
Is suspect.
There's no minions or Comic Sans on this. That's impossible.
Something I bet too was her race and her background, because you probably thought, okay, it's probably all the black and Spanish people, you know, all the poor people voting for her. How did they have?
How did that? First of all, are they even allowed to vote?
Yeah, why are they not all disenfranchised? If they're not felons, why aren't they all felons? That's another thing we have to look into. And
So
how did they get the money to give her?
So you see, he senses that there's something off with these well-designed posters, and he goes, as anyone who thinks that the racial component was not at play here is fooling
Oh, there you
themselves.
go.
Her campaign poster looked like an ad for a political candidate in a Latin American country. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, she has the name of a Latin American person.
Upside down exclamation point. That's what he's talking about. It was like Viva.
But she was wearing this hat with all this fruit on it.
And epaulets and like a huge military, all covered in medals. So he goes, her ad looked like a poster for a political candidate in a Latin American country, and I guess it worked to marvelous effect with the large Hispanic population in this area. Okay, guys, this letter was hinting at the crazy, but now we're really going to dive into it. However, what was really bizarre for me was the fact that the overwhelming majority of activists who were campaigning for her like a bunch of fanatics were whites in all capital. When I see stuff like this, I can't help but think that whites, especially white liberals, have some sort of inbuilt suicide complex where they want to give away their own country to non-whites.
Ooh, here we go.
It's absolutely mind-boggling.
He's a white genocide guy. Those are all
Oh yeah.
It's absolutely mind-boggling to me, and it's going to be hilarious watching these whites eventually be pushed out of the Democratic Party.
For the record, this guy lives in a congressional district that's 85% non-white.
He just loves being pissed.
He goes, they're going to be pushed out of the Democratic Party and straight into the hands of the alt-right. You're describing what happened to you, dude. Like, Ocasio-Cortez's far-left politics are the future of the Democrats, and if they get their way, America will be well on the way to becoming a third-world banana republic. Make no mistake, this country is in big trouble. There's a lot more I can say about why I've come to these conclusions, but in the last 3 years...
Read my manifesto.
I've seen enough to believe that some sort of civil war in America is inevitable.
Race war.
Yep. And then he says, first it'll happen along political lines, then it will morph into conflict along racial ethnic lines. I expect that we'll see clashes between right-wing and left-wing groups in the streets that will be very reminiscent of the bloody left-right battles that defined Turkey in the late 70s and early 80s. Out of this chaos, we'll see the military step in and establish martial law, and that'll be the end of the United States, falling apart like the Tower of Babel before it.
I know what this guy's talking about because there's this guy who would always come in with a big boombox and play rap music really loud in his pizza place. And that's the first indication that things are going downhill.
Something that I really realized about conservatives over the past like year or two is I used to think only the fringe really believed in Camp of Saints or what's that other one, the Turner Diaries?
Yeah.
But they all just believe in it to different degrees. Like one group thinks that it's going to happen tomorrow, but these guys think it's only one election away or like, just one bad choice of America, and then all like the masses, the Morlocks are gonna come from the abyss and just drag everybody down.
No, they're absolutely convinced that that's the catalyst to make it full fascism. It's just that death drive of eventually they're just all going to sign off on the idea that America is doomed and basically needs to die in some bloody racial Ragnarok.
They think a new French reign of terror is going to happen like at any given second.
Exactly. This was just so crazy to me is that Ocasio-Cortez won a nice, stunning upset election, but this guy's literally like the race war is going to happen because of it. Or I'm sorry, her platform wasn't that radical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Rod says, in an update, there's like 10 updates on this post. He goes, I've reconsidered whether or not to take this comment down because some of you say it's racist.
When Rod Dreher's readers are calling something racist,
he goes, I'm going to leave it because I think the reader's observations are debatable. Not correct, but debatable. The fear voters like him have of the power of identity politics are realistic as much as the fear of left-wing voters have from right-wing identity politics.
She did not run Medicare for all. But that's the thing. That's the thing. For these people, those things are racially coded. Any redistribution is racial.
Yes.
Taking money from me, who's going to get it? Them.
Yeah.
That's how they think of it. It's 100% the way they think of it. And anybody who's white and has any kind of social standing racializes the concept of redistribution. And then these white people that he's so horrified are, I bet a lot of them are ones who really don't have anything and think that they might actually benefit from redistribution.
He writes at the end here, but there's no escaping the fact that to a lot of people who look like the Joe Crowleys of the world, the ambiguity of that statement, it's time for one of us, will be interpreted as otherizing those who do not have the same identity as the candidate. If Ocasio-Cortez is one of us, well, who is them?
In this case, it's a guy who's been in Congress for 20 fucking years and takes fucking donations from literally every Wall Street zombie ghoul
forever.
And then he finishes with another letter. The ever-readable Matt in Virginia writes, I am 35.
The ever-readable in letters fucking written in his own semen and blood.
I am 35 years old, and for what it's worth, I honestly feel like there is only one category of people my age or younger, and it ain't a majority, who believe anymore in I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
That's what he meant.
Somebody should ask them if they know a second speech. These guys
really.
never
literally
do.
the
Do
only
you have
line any of
anything
them
else to say?
Also, by the way, guess what? If you guys really want everyone to judge you on the content of your character, you're fucked because your character is awful.
You're bad
You're
people.
scumbag Nazi pieces of shit, and you're lucky people don't fucking rise up and put you in camps. You want to talk about fucking content of your content of your character is dog shit. By the way, every fucking letter from Rod Dreher seems like it was written on toilet paper and sent to Hannibal Lecter.
It begins like this. I've had these 2 stories open on my browser for a few days now. I'm going to
I've
go...
been destroying my other hard drives.
One is in an incognito tab.
I'm going to go ahead and post them as a preface for something very strange. The first one is about a rash of cattle mutilation out in rural Arizona.
Oh, boy.
Yo, that's the most fucked up porn taste I have ever heard.
And he's quoting from this article. A cow and bull were both killed overnight, an ear cut off, a section of hide detached, the scrotum and penis carefully removed, the vaginal cavity gone, the blood drained.
He's just describing the operation of a slaughterhouse.
No discernible tracks were found near the carcasses, which were lying near an infrequently traveled road. Little blood was found on the ground, and the cow was wedged up into a tree as if trying to escape from something. By the way, I think the news site he's getting this from is cryptidfacts.com. No, it's actually from...
I'm sorry, we have to go back. Does he think that when they're scared, cows hide in trees?
It would certainly appear that way.
He is not from the Midwest.
He's from the South. He's from Louisiana.
Yeah, all he knows is gumbo.
Yeah, they were wedged up into a tree as if trying to escape from something. I mean, this is not Rod writing. This is not Rod writing, by the way. This is cryptidnewsandfactreport.com. In his decades of living in the scrubby pinyon juniper forests north of Williams, the 66-year-old Mahan has raised horses and small herds of cattle and seen animals killed by predators such as mountain lions and coyotes. He has witnessed scavengers such as ravens and vultures picking at carrion, but never has he witnessed the deliberate dismemberment he saw last week. For people to come out and purposely kill and mutilate an animal for their own pleasure is just unreal. It's sickening, he said, as he tucked his weather-beaten hands into his well-worn pockets. Okay, that's a little journalism where they're like trying to be a little too writerly there.
Yeah.
Well-worn pockets. Were your hands in his pockets? Perhaps they were very spiffy. You don't know.
This is a brand new selvage denim, City Slicker. This is why they have to stop making movies about journalists. Just this guy from the Hog Spit Press is just like, oh, I'm like the spotlight guy.
Especially since every time some pencil neck fucking journalist tries to describe any fucking white working class guy, they end up just describing a Tom of Finland painting.
I can't
his
believe
muscular hands and ripped biceps.
I can't believe somebody would torture and kill an animal for their own pleasure, he said, walking into Outback Steakhouse.
There was a twinge of sadness in the steelworker's voice, but elation, as he said, "We work hard, we play hard."
The state inspector who is investigating this said this isn't random. The people who were doing this, I would say, are professionals, he said. They know what they are doing.
Wait. Professional
cow mutilators.
Professional cow vagina removers?
Yeah, that's the Kansas City mob. That's the only thing they do anymore. I need a barrel full of cow pussies. You understand me?
You show up at the fucking bus station in downtown Kansas City, there's a guy in a trench coat going, wanna buy a cow pussy?
I just like that he's a mob boss is putting hits out on cattle and bulls.
I want that pussy on my desk by tomorrow morning.
Okay, so that's the first story that Rod had on his browser window. This is the second, and this is Rod again. The second item is this description of a new show coming up this month on Netflix, The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, a darker take on the Archie Comics teenager witch character.
Oh, I should have known. I should have known.
He's doing this. All right. I also know where this is going, but I'm going to let.
Okay. So now,
you're a fucking pro, Rob.
The chilling adventures of Sabrina, a darker take on the Archie Comics teenage witch character. Excerpt from a story about it. Now, this is the excerpt, not Rod. The series, which stars Kiernan Shipka, who played Don Draper's daughter on Mad Men, as the titular orphan daughter of a warlock and a human, begins with Sabrina Spellman's 16th birthday on the horizon, a milestone for witch kind, in which, like a demonic bat mitzvah, every witch or warlock must
a regular bat mitzvah.
Yeah.
That's one of the ground notes.
Any other kind of bat mitzvah.
Must participate in a ritual that includes signing your name in blood in Satan's autograph book.
So like a bat mitzvah.
And subsequently going off to what is essentially Hogwarts from hell. For Sabrina, however, the choice becomes a dilemma. She's half mortal, too, and while her father was a
How do you gonna be half mortal? It's a binary fucking concept. Something either dies or it fucking doesn't.
So my mother was a mortal and my dad is a warlock, so I get my Eye of Newt at 7-Eleven.
So it says, just the end of the description of the CW says, but now Beelzebub is here in the 7-foot-tall angry goat flesh, and thankfully animatronic Salem has been replaced by an actual cat. Hail Satan. Okay,
how do they make an actual cat talk?
Okay, here's where we get back.
There's got to be CGI involved.
Here's where they get back to Rod's actual commentary. This is Rod breaking in. He goes, okay, the mainstreaming of Satanism in pop culture, whether you believe this has to do with spiritual realities or is merely symbolic, is undeniably culturally significant. The Guardian, being The Guardian, suspects that this new wave of pop occultism, of which Sabrina is but only one example, is a manifestation of the political.
Wait, what is his church?
He's an Orthodox.
He's an Orthodox Christian.
aren't they supposed to not? I mean, like, my people believe that Satan is like walking around and buying a bus ticket. We have a very literal interpretation. But does this even fit? This is not canon for Orthodox people, is what I'm asking.
I wish I knew anything about the Orthodox Church.
I think, like, regardless what denomination Rod is or isn't, he's going to switch around a few more times. And it's like,
he's a seeker.
Only thing
but he has a 19th century interpretation of Satan, which is like a mean guy who tricks you into being horny.
Yeah. You know what it is? He went on Tumblr and he found half of Bushwick reading tarot cards, and he's like, oh, this has got to stop.
Yeah. The only thing I know about the Greek Orthodox Church is that they do communion with euros, correct? Is that wrong?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's hard to worship in there because they keep all these exotic birds in the rectors.
There's just bird shit everywhere.
They have Jesus on the cross, but he's always turning under a heat lamp.
And when the priest is reading scripture, he's like, "Yeah, I want to be fucking crucified, dude."
I'm gonna skip over this Guardian article because it's basically just about how witchcraft and
It's cool.
and witchiness is being adopted by young women as kind of a symbol of feminism and female power, et cetera, et cetera.
And also adherence to Satan, the Dark Lord, which is good and cool.
Just the last quote from this Guardian article says, "When you break society's conforming rules as young women are, you are punished. The witch is an icon to help young women be strong in the face of the pushback they get every day. So for me, these new shows are heartening. Yes, even the horror films." Okay. Now we're back to Rod. Those first two things that I just talked about, this is all a preamble to where this story is actually going. This is like the prologue to this post. He goes, "Well, I agree with Harrington that the occult boom is a sign of the times. What it signifies is another matter, I'd say. Now, that's a setup for me to tell you about a strange telephone call I received yesterday."
Oh, no.
What is this Grandpa Simpson-ass article? Where is it going?
Oh, no. Someone called up and offered me the Time Life books on the occult. I think it was Beelzebub.
"I've hesitated about whether or not to blog about it."
Don't blog about it, dude.
Yeah, he is. This man has never hesitated before blogging about anything.
He's a poster.
"The caller, an old friend from whom I hadn't heard in a decade or so, gave me permission to blog about it as long as I kept names and identifying details out of the story."
His name was Flan Floodoritz.
I love, like, 10 years, like, this is True Detective. It's getting the investigating duo back together to scour the AMC bathrooms.
So he goes, "He said others may draw hope from it. He wasn't exactly sure why he felt the urge to call me about the matter, but he did. Background. Nathan, as I'll call my friend."
I forgot about Nathan. It's been so long since we even discussed Nathan. I completely lost the lead.
Amber, we need to talk about Nathan.
Nathan, I think they
here's the
changed the
background.
hot dog recipe. It's not as good as it used to be.
Here's the background. Nathan is a devout Catholic who lives in a major U.S. city and who works in a sophisticated professional milieu. He is in early middle age.
Everyone wears tuxedos to work every day.
He is in early middle age, a husband and a father. He and his family go to mass daily and confession weekly.
Those people need to go to fucking jail. I'm sorry. You go to mass 2 days in a row and you go to a camp. I don't think that's too crazy to say.
Nobody goes to mass daily.
What are you doing that you need to go to mass daily?
That's Felix's me and my cousin character. Yo, we went to mass daily.
Yeah. Yo, we won this contest where we can go into any mass free for the rest of our lives. Awesome. If you went to a mass daily, like, you would have to skip a major meal.
Yeah, dude, we got to fuck Kate Upton's nephew.
Okay, guys, that's the background. This is all the preamble. Are you ready for this turn? Here's where he drops it.
Yeah! Are my pockets ready?
Nathan started his story with a jaw-dropping line. For the past year, my wife has been under the care of an exorcist.
Yes! He never disappoints.
You know what? I've never had that particular fetish, but I get it.
Have you considered Lancaster Marin, Father Rod?
Do you think that she's just being cucked by some guy that wears vest wints for their fucking?
I was about to say, like, what are the odds that she's like, oh, honey, I would love to go, but I have to see my exorcist. I have to go on a cruise with my exorcist. He thinks that the ocean will draw Satan out of me.
My wife's exorcist, John Redcorn.
Okay. I don't know Nathan's wife as well as I know him.
Well, have you tried putting on a habit or something?
But I can tell you that she is worldly and sophisticated, even as she is devout.
She's worldly, all right.
She is one of the last people you would imagine having a problem like this.
You know what? It doesn't sound like a problem. Sounds like she's having a great time.
I can't believe I got possessed. I got 1600s on my SATs. Like, I love, like, that only bad people get possessed. It's very Protestant.
Which one of us is the least likely to be possessed? It's not Will. It's not Amber. It might be me or Matt, I think. Or Felix. I don't know.
No, it's definitely...
I think it's probably you. You would probably annoy the demon too much.
Oh.
Can you imagine?
You would shit it out.
No,
you would get diarrhea and shit it out.
Can you imagine?
But I think Will is the most likely to be possessed,
Why?
honestly. I don't know.
You're so open.
Because you're a curious man, I think. You would be, when we're on this tour, I guarantee you're going to go to some antique store and purchase a strange lamp or vial and just be like, oh, that's cool. I just drink it.
Yeah, you're the nicest guy and you like antiques.
I feel like Virgil, like, he would get possessed, but the demon would, like, his internal monologue would defeat the demon. Like, all right, we need our living room water. That's got to be a different consistency than the bedroom water, because you're in a different...
Oh, Jesus is the Prince of Lies. Nice ad hominem. Why don't you try some facts?
Yeah, Satan is just like, fuck this, man.
Pazuzu shows back up in hell, and Satan's like, you were supposed to be possessing that guy for a longer time. He's like, yeah, I can't spend that much time in the bathroom, man.
Okay, let's get back to Dreher's friend's wife getting plowed by a guy in a bishop's hat.
Okay, Nathan told me the story of how things came to this point. I won't give you too many details out of an abundance of caution. Is he holding a flashlight under his chin when he's writing this?
It was on a night just like this one.
This is the worst meeting of the Midnight Society.
So it goes, it turns out that his wife had an eating disorder as a teenager and tried to kill herself twice back then. Now, in the middle of her life, depression returned, but with certain strange characteristics that seemed...
Yeah, maybe because you go to mass every day, you fucking freak.
He says, now in the middle of her life, this is what I love so much, like just imagining what this marriage must be like. And he goes, now in the middle of her life, depression returned, but with certain strange characteristics that seemed off. She began to despise religious things in an inexplicable way. Again, he said they go to mass daily. What fucking sane person wouldn't get sick of that shit?
I mean, like, I'm entirely sick of the fucking Marvel movies, and I see like 3 of those a year. You imagine if you had to watch like an Ant-Man movie every fucking day.
Which is the exact number of times you should go to mass.
Yes.
3 times a year.
Nathan said that depending on which evil spirit manifests in a particular moment, his wife's face...
There's Julio, there's Dino, there's Patrick.
I need to finish this. He says, Nathan said that depending on which evil spirit manifests in a particular moment, his wife's face contorts into expressions that he has never seen in her, despite their nearly 2 decades of marriage.
Yeah, she's smiling. She's smiling. She's not grimacing all the time.
This is literally just describing being married to Robin Williams.
This is the worst thing.
This is like every fucking day, this poor woman has had to go downstairs and her husband has his back facing her and reading her the options for breakfast in Latin. This is just like, I wonder if anything about the marriage has her depressed. No, it's got to be the 8 demons.
She's basically doing like some sort of demonic fucking improv show. It's like I need one of the kings of hell and a profession.
Mind you,
all right, if you're going to be in the audience, don't try to take away from the show.
Remember, it's yes and.
Mind you, Nathan is one of the least woo-woo friends I have.
Yeah, goes to church every day of his life.
Again, he works as what you might call a symbolic analyst in a very worldly occupation and lives in one of the biggest, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Advertising? I think that's advertising, right?
So he goes,
Wait, he identifies shapes and colors. Triangle, square, circle, another circle.
This guy's totally normal.
He goes,
he goes to church at 5 in the afternoon on a Tuesday, and it's just him and Benito Mussolini's grandmother.
So he goes, he has been a faithful Catholic for as long as I've known, but not especially interested in that mystical side of the faith. Once you've seen reality through the eyes of spiritual warfare, he told me yesterday, you can't go back. It's everywhere. Okay, here we go. He told me other detailed stories, including accounts of bizarre poltergeisty things happening in their apartment, and his wife being unable to stand the presence of blessed objects. And then in parentheses, a classic sign of possession.
Yeah, I mean, I brought home General Franco's skeleton for us to worship, and she hated it. This bitch is possessed.
Again, readers, he goes, again, readers, if you knew these people, Nathan and his wife, you would be even more shocked by all of this than you are now. This is the kind of family that takes European vacations and lives a sophisticated cosmopolitan life.
The Vatican is in Europe.
Yeah. This is the family who goes to Lourdes.
And yet, this horror has overtaken them.
Don't call her that. She's got needs.
The wife goes through periods in which she hears foul blasphemies and feels compelled to commit suicide. In the exorcism sessions, Nathan says the demons, under compulsion from the exorcist, speak of these things. In particular, how they intend to destroy Nathan's wife and her family life.
This is awful.
When will she be free of them? The exorcist can't say. The fight continues in regular sessions. In our long phone conversation yesterday...
Sometimes 3 sessions a day.
In our long phone conversation yesterday, Nathan says that this ordeal has taught him about the power of prayer and the church's weapons against these things. He knows that his wife is not his enemy, despite the things that sometimes come out of her mouth, and he is resolved to hold firm, to fight for her through his prayers, and to help her be free of these malicious, intelligent spirits. I like the idea that there's just malicious, dumb spirits fucking with people.
Yo, boo! Yeah, they possessed my wife, and she kept saying things like, yo, if I win the lottery, first thing I'm doing is buying a fucking limo and showing up to my old high school.
Nathan is the sort of man who would have been played by Jimmy Stewart or Jack Lemmon in a 1950s movie. Gosh, my wife keeps getting fucked by a demon.
Can you imagine that? That's the worst movie ever made. The Man Who Loved Church. Awesome, dude.
Let me tell you right now, my wife, she can fit so many evil spirits inside of her, you don't even know. This wife here, you can put 15, 20 evil demons inside of her. It's amazing. Please, please, please buy her, please.
told me that having entered into this world, he has learned that more and more ordinary people like him and his wife are turning to exorcists.
That's a good sign for a society, I think.
Oh, this poor
Like, if you want to talk like just like a gauge for how you're doing as a civilization, how many people are consulting exorcists? Seems like a good, short.
He has come to see the demonic attacks on marriage and family are increasing, and he wants people to know there is hope. But laying claim to that hope requires recognizing the nature of the battle. I don't know how I would do if I were in a situation in which I would be lying in bed at night and my wife blurted out, "I hate you."
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't imagine a world where my wife yells, "I hate you," instead of just muttering it quietly.
Oh my God.
Oh,
This is the worst thing you. Oh my God.
Oh, word from the wise: just pretend to be asleep.
Oh my God. This poor fucking woman.
That must be a demon. Who else could it be?
I imagine you're lying in bed at night and your wife blurts out, "I hate you," and then started growling in an otherworldly voice. That's Nathan's reality now.
That sounds like
This
a
is,
pitch.
by the way, supposed to be a hopeful message.
That sounds like a pitch for a CBS sitcom. If he's a good church-going man, she's possessed by a demon.
If she is depressed and obviously tremendously resents her Catholic psycho husband, if she's as a gag, why don't I just pretend to be possessed and growl at him? She fucking rocks. This woman fucking rocks.
Yeah. Coming to CBS this fall, my wife, the Legion. By the way, I love that. Okay, he's lying. Okay, imagine this. You're lying in bed in the middle of the night. Out of nowhere, your wife blurts out, "I hate you," and then starts growling. I think what he interprets as growling is just the sound of her vibrator. She starts humming in a weird frequency that's...
She's possessed by 8 demons, the worst of which is named Hitachi.
We're making fun of these people, but I don't know. They seem like they're really enjoying life, though. They're basically living in a D&D game. Just coming back from the supermarket and saying, "Oh, I think my bag boy was a drow."
That's Nathan's reality now.
What?
He is not afraid.
Wait a minute.
Record scratch.
Does this ever come back to the horse vaginas?
No.
The cow vaginas, rather.
Oh, you ever do that? You accidentally paste the URL of something you're jacking off to.
Because I honestly don't. I mean, I'm assuming he's claiming that these cow dissections are satanic rituals.
Yeah, what he's saying and with the prologue is that there's just a rise in occultism and demonic activity in our society.
I'm sorry, but cattle mutilations are not the work of Satanists. They are UFOs. Everyone fucking knows this. Cattle mutilations are classic fucking alien activity. Listen to fucking Art Bell once.
There is a hard fantasy sci-fi divide in this podcast.
Seriously. Yes, it's a sci-fi versus fantasy world. And everyone knows that cattle mutilations are aliens, not fucking Satanists.
Why do aliens want to mutilate cows?
Look,
Cui bono.
They don't move that quickly, and aliens are lazy.
As always, the true synthesis of these two belief systems is Halo.
Oh no.
Where the aliens are real, but they're very religious, and are in fact named the Covenant.
I accept that.
Satanist aliens, you've got it.
There you go. We
cracked it wide open, Pollock.
Felix is the best Marxist among us.
I'm just a deal maker. I love making deals. I just made one.
That's what sublation is, just making deals.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That was William Menaker presents Chapo Trap House, The Exorcist, starring Rod Dreher and Nathan. I think we got to check in with something that's come across the news transom that I think y'all are probably going to want to hear about. So let me begin by asking my co-host. Let me sketch a scenario for you. Imagine, if you will, that you are a teenage boy. You have unrestricted access to the internet. Let's say you're sitting in the family den looking at the laptop or home PC, and you're on the internet. Let's say you want to look at a photo of Kate Upton because, she's hot and apparently your cousins had sex with her and you're interested in, what that's like. You're looking at a picture of Kate Upton. Let's say you click a little bit more. You're interested in what her boobs look like. Maybe you can't find pictures of her boobs, but maybe there are pictures of boobs out there. In fact, there are for sure pictures of boobs out there. Now you're looking at them. Now you're cruising. You've got a taste for it, though. Let's say you click just a few more times. Let's say now you're watching pornography. You're watching two human adults have sex with one another. You keep clicking. The algorithm has taken control of you now. You're seeing lesbian stuff. You're seeing penetration. You're seeing double penetration. You're seeing ropes. You're seeing epic compilations of ropes. You're seeing it all. But let's say you just keep clicking. Let's say within just a few clicks from seeing a glorious Peter North rope compilation, let's say you're watching forced feminization and hypnosis pornography, and you yourself are beginning to become hypnotized and sissified in just basically 10 minutes from getting interested in seeing Kate Upton's boobs. Imagine you're that child.
Fellas, don't you hate it when you're searching old relics and Catholic enchantments to get the demon out of your wife, and by the end of the afternoon, you've turned into a bimbo through your computer?
Fellas, don't you hate when that happens? And of course, someone who hates when that happens more than anything is brother Rod Dreher, friend of the show. When last we checked on Rod, live on stage at Mr. Small's in Pittsburgh, we were checking in on the amazing story of his friend's wife and her upcoming exorcism, or rather her ongoing demonic possession was really the nut of that story. But Rod is back today with another one that I think he's outdone himself on. Headline simply, have you heard of sissy porn? Some people think there's a transgender connection. Maybe you don't want to know.
The headline alone was enough to really grip me because it's just the equivalent of showing somebody your browser history and being like, yo, have you seen this shit? It's fucked. Yo, this shit's weird. Those appear to be the only websites you've ever visited. Yeah, I know. It's fucking weird.
When I saw that headline from the American Conservative, I was like, don't need any more coffee this morning. I'm definitely logged in for the day. So Rod is, of course, responding to that big piece in the New York Times by Andrea Long Chu that a lot of people like, a lot of people are mad at. I'm not going to go into that now, but I'm really more interested in what Rod has to say about it all. And basically, he does the thing he does where he holds a flashlight under his chin as he's writing, and he's like, readers, I cannot warn you in the strongest terms possible. I cannot warn you enough to avoid the incredibly explicit content that I'm now going to describe in full detail, which he does go on to do. And Rod has discovered something called hypnoporn, or sissification, or bimboification, if you will. Sorry, 1 second. Lost my place.
Will has been bimbofied momentarily. We would appreciate.
He's too stupid to operate a computer.
Okay, so
he can't get around his giant boobs.
Yeah, his big boobs are hitting the keyboard.
Oh my. Okay, so he discovers a genre of porn called forced feminization through Andrea Chu, who wrote in an old paper or something. She describes this phenomenon.
Yeah, I like how there was this big article with like a big controversy that Rod it was easy for social conservatives to get into it and like just, do a bad faith reading of Chu's article and be like, yo, trans people are fucking weird. But Rod showing that he's not like just a no talent like fucking Eric Erickson is like, hold up, give me a second. And like looks for an old Andrea Long Chu essay and he's like, okay, bimbofication, give me that. That's what I want to talk about.
Yes,
That's what makes him the best.
Yeah, he did his work. It said on Chu's website, he posts a PDF link. I'm reading Rod here. He's intentionally misgendering this person. But they post a PDF link to a paper they delivered this year at Columbia University Conference. And so he's literally reading college papers from Andrea Chu.
He is the best.
The paper's title comes from a comment Chu saw on an online forum. Sissy porn, we learned from the paper, is a genre in which submissive men are forced to have sex with other men in such a way that their masculinity is forcibly taken from them. Chu says this genre is also called forced feminization porn. Chu says that sissy porn explicitly intends to turn male viewers into transsexuals, in part by instructing them to understand their addiction to the genre as constitutive of their own feminization. In the paper, Chu interviews one person who writes, about 3 years ago, I discovered sissy hypno videos. That's hypno, like short for hypnotism, which in a nutshell are flashing subjective images telling you to wear panties, be girly, and even take hormones. I became completely obsessed with these videos. This is where Rod cuts in now. Now imagine a confused 12-year-old boy, perhaps one experiencing same-sex desires, finding sissy porn on his smartphone and giving himself over to it. It's only a few clicks away. Imagine that.
It's just a click away.
Dude, I don't want to think about these 12-year-olds becoming big busty bimbos, but I have to. It's my job. It's what this magazine pays me to do. To think about innocent children being turned into mincing bimbos by the computer.
Look, I'm missing the turnip harvest here at the compound because I have to write about the sexy bimbo 12-year-olds.
Now,
I don't want to think about a 6th grader becoming Dolly Parton in 9 to 5, but I have to. If I don't think about it, no one else will.
Of course, it wouldn't be a Rod column in which there wasn't a incredibly long reader email.
I bet they have a very like balanced view of the bimbofication sissy porn issue. You know, I've read a lot of demagoguery on both sides.
Well, I mean, again, like all of Rod's readers, they seem to have a very similar writing style and point of view to Rod.
I don't know. I think that's a little bit different. Every one of Rod's readers seems like Martin Scorsese in the back of the cab and Taxi Driver.
Okay, this is Rod's reader now. And he says, read this comment. Do you let your kid have a smartphone and or unsupervised internet access? You might want to rethink that.
Well, I mean, yes.
The reader...
Your child's brain will be pudding in 10 minutes. Ask Felix.
I don't know, dude. I'm standing in front of you. I'm probably the member of the show least likely to be turned into a bimbo.
But the member of the show that most of our listeners want most turned into a bimbo, though.
Well, that's true, but I'd be like, it's interesting. It'd be easy to turn you guys into bimbos, but I'd probably be the sexiest bimbo. Like, if we're being honest.
I'm sure no one will attempt to resolve that.
People have already drawn me as bimbos. They've already used face apps. It's fine, dude. The next step is just turning me into a bimbo, and honestly, new year, new me.
Okay, so this is Rod's reader email. The third update really struck a chord with me. I'm familiar with sissy porn, having discovered it in high school.
Dear Rod, I am taking my gun with the Old Testament etched into it out of my mouth to write you this.
And it's much broader than what Chu is referring to. Some background on me. I am a millennial, I was raised Catholic, and I first discovered internet porn at a friend's house when I was 12 years old. When I was in high school and we first got internet access at home, I used it to look for porn when no one was around. In the first few years, I had pretty typical straight teenage boy interests when it came to porn. Having been poorly formed in male-female dynamics, however, I was very interested in having power over women, and this led me to search for hypnosis. Since this was a very small niche back then, I absorbed whatever material I could find within a few months. This led me to the site of a woman who specialized in hypnotizing men and making them think they were women. Although the latter part just seemed gross, as I had no interest in being a woman, something about the power exchange appealed to me, even though it never did before. I have a theory that this is a pattern for frequent porn users. They may initially look for other things, but with enough exposure, they desire to become a passive sexual participant, since it involves less effort on their part. He goes, despite the feminization aspect, I kept going down this rabbit hole as the thought of being the submissive one was appealing. So I did my best to avoid the sissy stuff at first, reading stories, downloading audios, and later watching videos where women claim to hypnotize men. Just a PSA for the listener. You cannot be hypnotized into doing anything that you wouldn't otherwise already do. You can't change someone's fundamental moral core or identity through hypnosis. Just a warning there.
Yeah.
In case anyone tries to hypnotize you into commit a murder, if in fact you do it, you will be guilty of murder.
Yeah. And if the cop has to tell you that they're cop, or else
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do believe that an individual was murdered here. But how could my client, who you see in front of you, who is a swaggering bimbo with heaving triple G bosoms, have committed the murder when eyewitnesses describe a regular man as doing it? That's our new legal thriller we're writing with John Grisham. It's about a guy who gets out of a murder conviction by turning into a sexy bimbo.
Now I may be a sissified country lawyer.
Yes. Yep, it's going to be great. It's called Double D Jeopardy.
So it goes on. By the time I reached my 20s, I was in deep. Later in my 20s, I also discovered the free streaming porn sites, and I was eager to see what content I could find on them.
I bet you were.
The discovery of these videos led me to reflect on how big my problem had become. It goes on and on and on, and then he goes,
When does he become a bimbo?
He never. Well, he never.
When does he get to the bimbo factory?
Rod is reading this just with his dick out. He's like, "Oh my god, hurry up!
Get to the bimbofication."
Long story short, he never becomes bimbofied or trans, and he says it was because he returned to the Catholic Church, and now he has a wife and 2 children that he's very happy with.
Now I am a bimbo for God, Rod. Peace and salutations.
So basically, the main problem he points out is not enough porn about men hypnotizing women. If there'd been a broader array for him to choose from, he wouldn't have been forced to go down these perverted rabbit holes and find the other ones.
I mean, where this letter strange credulity is not that this guy found himself going down a rabbit hole and discovering some weird kink or sexual interest he wouldn't otherwise have discovered through pornography. What strange credulity is that he's like, but yeah, definitely. Then I got back with the Catholic Church, got a wife and 2 kids, and I'm normal now.
Totally normal.
Totally normal.
100% normal.
Yeah, I just jack off to normal shit like women baking cookies, that type of thing.
Yeah, I bait to Norman Rockwell paintings nowadays.
He goes, he writes, I don't know who's making all of this stuff, but with all the videos and message board posts, there is an awful lot of content being produced that seems designed to reach lonely young men and recruit them into the ranks of the transsexual community.
Oh my God, guys, now that Tim Miller is no longer with Crooked Media, do you think Deciders is working on bimbofying young men? Or do you think Deciders can get to the bottom of it and figure out that Soros is bimbofying our military-aged men?
Oh, my God.
He closes by saying,
Tim, we need you.
I am fortunate that I rediscovered my faith in adulthood and got my act together. I have since married and am raising children with my wife.
And by 2 huge tits.
Who is not my wife, who has not been hypnotized in any way. It still haunts me to think how differently things may have gone for me, and I pray regularly for boys and young men who took the other path. The other path here becoming just like a huge sort of like serving frau at an Oktoberfest, just wearing lederhosen with huge pigtails and just huge bosoms and freckled cheeks. And at least that's what I'm thinking about.
Dear Rod, I am now normal. I'm now a member of Opus Dei who dug up his mom's skeleton and now worships it.
Rod closes by saying, of course he does. What is described here is the process of demonic possession.
I knew it.
Rod, you've used that one like a million.
Yeah,
that's
come
like
on.
he always. It sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not. Like it's literally like there are like 10 articles off the top of my head where Rod will see like it's just something like it's like an online pop-up ad for like a mortgage, but there's a trans woman in it, and Rod's like, fucking demons, I told you. It's like you can't always use that one. The first time you did it, I was like, wow, that's a new one, but like you can't just say everything's demonic possession.
This is also just a retread horror movie plot from the early aughts. What if the devil was in the computer? That's all it is.
Yeah.
Movie called like evil.com or something.
Yeah, I mean, how about like a new one? Like how about it's the Book of Job and God is like making individual prop bets with the devil over who will become a bimbo. Have you thought of that one? I'm just like workshopping here. It's not that I think you suck. I just think that you're phoning this one in.
I love the early seasons of Rod because the endings weren't always that predictable. It wasn't always a demon. Sometimes it would be a mummy. Sometimes it would be a Dracula. Sometimes even a Frankenstein. Now it's like demon, demon, demon. Is that what people want?
Oh man, I keep seeing these toxic messages from Rod Dreher fans who are mad he's being recast as a bimbo.
Oh man, I'm just imagining like Rod for research watching all of the hypno porn.
Yeah.
Like fucking like the parallax view or something, except it's all just like
His breasts are just growing slowly as he watches it.
I think Rod needs to dedicate himself full time to fighting the trans hypno bimbo sissy porn menace, and by that I mean watch like every one of these videos that has ever been made just to prove that it doesn't work or that you can overcome the hypnosis.
And help produce a wider variety of straight porn so that guys don't end up going down these awful, crooked roads. Instead, they can just stay on the nice fat runway of femdom and male dom and piss play.
Pizza delivery
guys, all the good classic meat and potatoes pornography.
Fucking your stepmom.
Yeah, of course.
Fucking your stepsister.
Hey kids, you don't have to go outside and get hypnotized by some weirdo and turned into a woman. Just fuck your stepsister. She's right there.
So that is our check-in on the Rod Dreher universe.
Do you think like by the end of, I'm not going to be greedy and say by the end of 2018, but like by the end of 2019, we will have gotten like an overlap. There will be contact between Rod Dreher and Riley Reid. Like he will be petitioning Riley Reid to make normal porn for Catholic men.
She is a fan of Jordan Peterson. Maybe he could introduce them.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I there's so many like crossovers we never expected, and I feel like this is the next logical one. It's sort of like it's a screwball comedy. Rod and Riley Reid.
Can we
just
get
like
him on?
Rod becomes one of those reply guys to porn stars, and they're like, Rod, you have to understand, I don't know when my next bimboification video is coming out.
Can we just get him on a road trip maybe to AVN? You know, they got to get there. They're in New York. They got to get to Vegas in 3 days. I'd watch that.
Well, Godspeed, Rod. We're all praying for you.
Godspeed.
And again, Rod, if you're listening, please update us on what happened with your friend's wife and her demonic possession.
Yeah, you can't just leave that out there. Be like,
oh
yeah, having a exorcism at 3:30. You got to follow up.
Well, this is what I like about the Rod show is that it's similar to The Sopranos, right? Like there are all these huge plot lines, and they never get tied up, and that's realistic. Like things in real life, this is David Chase's finest work. Because sometimes there are just loose ends out there. Like, is that woman's demon okay? Is she okay? And this has become the dominant storyline of Rod season 6.
Friended by Rod.
Rod friended me.
Friended me, fuck.
You know how bad I wish I could even follow Rod? I can't.
Yeah, me either. It sucks,
dude.
Tone, you ever having a kid? You became sissified. Tone, it's all messed up. Terrible.
I could definitely see AJ getting biblified, though.
I want to do some New Year's Rod and Eve.
Yes.
Want to Rod in the New Year?
Rod in the New Year.
Okay. I just want to close out by checking in on Rod Dreher because he's had some. I mean, his brain continues to become extremely powerful.
It's so big.
He did do. I was a little disappointed. He did have a big article on Fortnite. It was a big blog post on Fortnite. Wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. He didn't address the issue of playing as a female character if you are a boy.
Because that seems like that's Garrett. That's right, tailor made for him.
It was just he doesn't know enough. That's only a thing for people who are like sweaty at the game. I wish that if he watched like esports or streamers, he would know that everyone likes to play as a girl, but he doesn't. He's not a cultured man.
It was more just about like how he doesn't let his kid play Fortnite, and it's making it hard for his kid to have friends, and no one likes.
Yeah, that's what it is.
No one likes.
It's not that you try to exorcise every playmate that comes to your house.
And actually, by the way, Rod never
Throwing
gave us
holy water in their face.
Rod never gave us an
We
update.
never got
on
a
the
fucking
exorcism.
update on that
Yeah.
exorcism. She's dead, by the way. Clearly,
Gotta be.
They killed her. They dumped her in a fucking well.
Oh God,
that's gonna be haunted.
How
now.
did they find a well in Manhattan? This is so cool.
They're the cloisters.
They're so trad. They found a well.
No, he did. The Fortnite one was mainly just about how like kids are addicted to video games. And,
True.
Like, blah blah. Blah blah.
Destroy them. I'm with Rod on that.
This one, I'm not even gonna give you any setup or tell you what he's talking about at all. I just want to read this one paragraph, like bereft of any context.
Give it to me.
This just says update 2.
Oh boy.
Oh, good.
His updates really are where the meat is.
Update 2. Hey deniers, just ignore the fact that a Democratic U.S. Congresswoman flew the transgender pride flag outside her office. I guess that didn't happen, given how this is extreme, no big deal, and we don't see this in our daily life, so it just must not be a real thing. Also, prostheses aren't dildos, so if the Democratic Congresswoman affixes a prosthetic penis to the door of her office in solidarity with prepubescent FTM trans children, don't you hypocritical Republicans dare call it a dildo.
Did that happen?
Well, okay, let's. I can't imagine that it did.
This is just like reading that is just like looking at a Magic Eye poster.
So
It's just sort of like-
presumably somebody put a transgendered flag up.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, you don't think that's a big idea? But what if she put a prosthetic dick there?"
Well, I mean, just I guess some backstory. This like the post he's really talking about is a company that sells prosthetic penises for like transgender children.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like to put in your pants or whatever.
Oh, okay.
It's a fake. Yeah, as he describes it, a fake penis.
All right, and that's
for
that's a good thing to think about all day.
See,
you have,
he says,
you're trying to raise your kids and write your art. Just think about it all day. All day. Just don't stop. Think about it for the rest of 2019, Rod. Just
a fake.
Never stop thinking
He
about it.
describes it as a fake penis for an 11-year-old girl to put in her pants.
Oh my God! I knew we were in for whenever anything starts out with "Hey, deniers." That's such a good like. Hey, you're all seriously fucking pathetic. You're a bunch of fucking. I can't believe you guys. You're not thinking about the FTM trans children all day like I am. So he thinks it's like a moral crisis.
Yeah,
that they're this thing that doesn't affect him at all. He doesn't know it. Like, so what's his solution to it? They just are put into like state-run religious camps or something.
I mean, I think that would be his preferred option.
Probably.
But it's like what Lincoln said. It's if you gave me 12 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 6 hours thinking about transgender children dildos.
He's just such a. It's like, can't you do anything else, man? Literally, like half of his day is just obsessed with like thinking about trans children. This is literally all he does. He's just such a rotten person.
Do you think Rod listens to our show? Because I could picture him listening to the show and hearing this and just chuckling, going, "Yeah, I guess I do that, huh?"
No, he's chuckling at us. He's like, "You fools. You don't know. They're going to come for you one day."
Well, Rod, I know Rod's going to have a great 2019, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not just going to be spent alone and seething and reading letters from other similarly isolated, freakish people.
Writing letters from.
Who are just like.
Accidentally killing more people during
Did you know
exorcisms.
that they're going to. Thanos is going to make all the Avengers trans? Wow. Just what a fucking shitty life, man. God, you suck, man. Oof.
So another thing to look forward to in 2019, prosthetic dildos just sticking
keep an eye
off the
out for
door
those
of
at your
every
local Walgreens.
congresswoman, and if you go against it, buddy, you better believe they'll make you suck one of those dildos.
It's just so it's like they're gonna put that on their door. Oh, then this is crisis point. There's a prosthetic dildo on the office door. Then what? What even happens? You can put it on all the doors. It's just. Rod should just play Fortnite, honestly.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just anything. Play Mahjong. Do like what my grandmother does. Play bridge with her friends. Do something, man. It's just that you're having a bad time. And
I love the Rod Fortnite stream.
Yeah, he was really good. Start to Twitch. You should do the Twitch.
He probably would. I'd subscribe to it. I donate a lot of money to that. Rod, I know you're listening. Start a Twitch stream.
I would like to see what his emotes would be. All the Orthodox saints. It's Saint Barnabas. Can I get some Saint Barnabas is going in the chat?
262 headshot. Get fucked, pussy. Let me see some Saint Stanislavs in chat. Well, here's to another great year.
2019, fellas.
Yes.
Glad to be starting off the new year right, back in the trap.
We're yeeting into the new year, boys.
Still don't know what that means.
I'm not really sure either.
Okay, I'm glad.
And the only time I've heard it is from like this fat white Twitch streamer who like he says it annoyingly. Like he'll do something and he'll go, "Yeah, yeet," and it's just so stupid to me. I don't know what the original extraction of it is, but I just like to think about Tim Kaine doing it. It's cool for me to think about.
They should make him. He should run for president.
Tim Kaine.
Oh yeah, why isn't
Tim
he
Kaine,
running?
Tom Cotton super ticket.
Nobody's talked about Tim Kaine. He was the last VP nominee. Usually that guy runs for president.
He was the first.
Yeah,
man,
Edmund Muskie
He was
style.
the first man in America to speak Spanish.
Now here's my bit. Hello, je m'appelle Guillaume. I am a lazy French construction worker. Sacre sorry, mon ami. I lift my lit Gaulois cigarettes in a bucket of oily rags while I took my 3-hour lunch in the mistress break from work at Notre-Dame Cathedral. And my bad, mon ami. Did you guys see by far the best joke about Notre Dame burning down was Brace's joke, where he said Macron was told that a 607-year-old woman was getting hot, and he dropped everything and ran to
This I gotta see. Mon Dieu.
I don't want to join this like making fun of French people after their historic monument burned down or the bodies adjacent space that was bad and deserved to burn down. I don't know which opinion I have yet. But do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny that the French safety inspector who inspects all the buildings in France was distraught over a particularly emotional Mr. Bean skit he saw? He couldn't inspect any buildings. Is that shit funny to you, dude?
Yes, it is.
You guys, that's not even
what the fuck is wrong
That's
with
not
you?
even what happened. That's not what did it. And some people say, "Oh, it was definitely Muslims." It was not. It was a prank by a bunch of USC frat boys.
You really think
That
it's
one's for the
funny? You
college
really think
football
it's funny
fans in the audience.
that this horrible tragedy happened because all the safety inspectors were on strike because Macron tried to raise the work week to 17 minutes?
We make fun of French people all the time, and they deserve it. But it is cool how they're like, Macron will be like, what if we have a law that says you can no longer kill your boss? They just fucking go crazy.
And then they just start going out punching cops in the face.
It is cool, but
they're really good at setting cars on fire too. So
Love
cathedrals,
that.
shouldn't be too big of a leap from there.
Yeah, it is cool, but look at what they squander all that labor power on.
What, smoking cigarettes?
Yeah, being racist.
Driving around in a bicycle with a baguette in their bag?
Demanding an increase to the earned income mistress allowance.
French people, they have like an earned superiority complex by, how relatively big dick their labor population is compared to, anywhere else. But they lose it because they'll watch like Dumb and Dumberer and just start weeping at how brilliant it is.
Yeah, no,
So
they
it's
have
a land of
universal
contrast.
They have universal basic ortolan.
Well, I do want to talk a little bit more about Notre Dame burning down, but first, I want to introduce our guest who's sitting in the trap this week. It's Nick Hayes from Means TV. He's the wonder kid behind the brand new socialist streaming platform that you may have heard about. Nick, what's up?
What's happening? Thanks for having me.
That's what's up.
He's like a mad mixture of Sergei Eisenstein and Brandon Tartikoff.
Well, I don't know about that.
Brandon Wardell.
Probably that too.
So I feel, again, a little bit responsible for the burning of one of the world's most historic heritage sites.
Yeah, what
because
the fuck, dude?
I feel like we willed it into being by
dumbass.
doing that episode about Ben Shapiro's shitty book about the death of Western civilization, and not too earlier than that, doing an episode on Glenn Beck, who certainly covered himself in glory following this fire. By Shapiro, of course, the death of the West Brigade people are just like, the burning of Notre Dame is what's been happening every day. Like, people not going to church is really what burned Notre Dame down.
This is just symbolic of the West abandoning its heritage.
And then Glenn Beck took it a step further, literally saying on TV, if it was arson, we'll never know.
Yep.
And
Because
it's just like, what
the
a cool
PC sickos of France are going to cover for the Islamists because they don't want white people to wake up to what's happening because they're part of the Soros cabal. I mean, it's amazing, and it's perfectly self-contained because in their minds now, it was definitely arson because there's no evidence of it. The fact that there isn't evidence of it proves that it was because it means it's being covered up.
Done and done, but I just think they're being the wrong kind of racist because as soon as I saw flames leaping out from the scaffoldings of the Notre Dame renovation, I was just like, well, this is obviously lazy, incompetent French workmen smoking cigarettes. And yeah.
Have you seen any of the Facebook posts of people being like, wow, the sanctuary is still standing, like faith, that kind of thing? Like,
I mean, the brick part didn't burn. Wow.
Well,
Amazing.
I mean, Nick, that's interesting because like I was thinking the other day, like all of the like the death of the West people who won't admit it publicly because they're too busy like crying and lamenting on the timeline, but like deep down inside they're really glad this happened. They love nothing more than to wallow in this kind of shit and pretend that it was like Muslims who burned down their.
Because even if it wasn't, people start thinking about what if it was.
Yeah, what if it was?
Yeah.
How would that make me feel?
Yeah, exactly. It would make me feel exactly like I'm feeling now all the time, but now I have like a physical image to look at.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, there's something so essentially like faithless about that, and like I'm not a religious person. But if I was, it would be so easy, like after this massive fire, like swept through the entire cathedral, to just be like, oh wait, look, the stained glass window is still there, the crucifix is still there. That seems like God saved it to me, like
Have you seen the memes of like Jesus running into the fire, like grabbing shit and saving it?
They're like the weebs who don't know anything about Japan, but for Catholicism, they're like, oh my God, Muslims came in there and burned down the Christ machine. Christ machine's broken now. Do you realize how important that is to us Catholics?
It's like Santa's sleigh.
Do you realize that Muslims poured halal sauce all over St. Peter's sword, I think? St. Peter's very street katana. The unboxing of the 7 sacraments.
The rare crown of thorns unboxing. Here it appears to be some reeds braided together in a glass tube of some kind.
We are here doing, this is another of our famous unboxing videos. This will be the unboxing video of the Ark of the Covenant. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no.
And then like, of course, the other thing is that let's go around the circle. I've been to Notre-Dame, visited it,
I have.
Inside in it, saw it before the fire
Did
damage.
it win? We win.
That Matt and I have seen it.
Yeah, we
Virgil?
win.
I have not seen it.
Nick?
Owned.
Never.
Owned. You're owned.
Felix?
Chris?
I'm owned.
Chris has seen it?
Hell yeah.
Felix?
The word cathedral comes from the Latin word Catholic and the word Benadryl. And so it's a medicine for the soul.
What?
I saw it when I was 8 years old. It's a very rough time.
So it's just you two losers.
Yeah, well.
Because you can never do it, and we've done it.
8 years old, if I had died when I was 16, 8 years old would have been the middle of my life. So think about that.
My friend told me...
What's the most pivotal, if I had died earlier, one of the most pivotal moments of my life that I forgot about until you asked me would have been erased. So could you please fuck me?
My friend told me that she went there, but she didn't go in because they don't allow outside beverages. So I'm pretty sure I would have made the same calculation.
I was gonna think, as a troll, like they've already raised like a massive amount of money to rebuild, the
$1.5 billion.
Good lord.
I think we should do a competing GoFundMe. But just as a troll, do it like and like get concept art made where it's just like we're gonna rebuild Notre Dame, but update it with brutalist architecture.
Just a big concrete slab jutting out of the middle.
It's the most inflammatory thing you can think of. Like there will be a Funko Christ. You work in mysterious ways.
Notre Dame Fire Day Twitter was just really abysmal because like on the one hand there was like the ultra like left woke take, which is just like it's actually good that this burned down and like you're crying for Notre Dame, but not a million other catastrophes or tragedies that are going on in the world, which is dumb. But then like even dumber was just like all the people just
gnashing
their teeth over this fucking building. It's like, dude. Sorry, it had a great run as the world's #1 building, but I think it's time to give the Chrysler a shot at the number one spot. Come on.
Art Deco.
I think it would have just like caved in. It sounds like reading even like a little bit about it, like they did all this shoddy like reconstruction work on it at the turn of the 20th century, and it was like just huge segments of it were just like slipping off the foundation and stuff. And that's why they were doing the reconstruction.
Sic transit gloria, all must end. And get over it. But it's just it was a big deal, and it's humbling in that moment to see such an enduring symbol of civilization burn in front of you. Like, it should be humbling for a minute.
I wasn't humbled.
But also
of course not.
Also, you don't have to break your ass to show everyone else how upset you are about it or how little you care. Either way, you just have to get on fucking record with everybody. I am incredibly moved by this. That's how soulful I am. That's how much I care about culture. Or being like, I am so fucking woke and I'm so anti-imperialist that this is funny to me. I'm like the dang Joker over here.
Yeah, but it is funny that it burned down, like, in a way.
Well, this
like,
is...
I don't look. I haven't come up with the most infuriating possible position on this yet.
I'm sure you will.
I think it's somewhere along the lines of, like, I don't know. It's a tough one to work on because I refuse to actually learn anything about France, so I don't think we're going to make a full go of this one. But just, a very historic building burning down because let's assume someone just threw a cigarette somewhere. That's probably the reason, right? That's pretty funny. But it was a cool-looking building, so that's sad. But no one died, and that's good. And, okay, they should make it a Baha'i temple. Boom.
I just want to bring up kind of a silver lining to all this too, which is Assassin's Creed Unity is out for free.
I did a search for Assassin's Creed Notre-Dame, and the results were embiggening, to say the least.
Were they epic?
A lot of people didn't physically get to see them, but they did get to see them in Ubisoft's adventure, Assassin's Creed Unity, where you get to clip through the altar itself.
Felix, people are crying about what happened to the cathedral in Assassin's Creed, but like Raccoon City is still in the state it's in. Can we get a fundraiser going? Maybe.
No, it was another one of those events that, like, I feel like if it happened like 10 years ago, this would have been like a 3-month-long news cycle, and there would have been like a special Time edition, the special issue of Time that you read in your dentist's office.
100 most influential buildings.
Not it would just be like the past and future of Notre Dame.
Or
beauty from the ashes or whatever. But now, because we get so much information all the time, and every day there's a new thing that would have been a new big cycle like 10 years ago, and our receptors are just completely fucking fried. Everyone's just tripping all over themselves to just examine this one input and jam it down the same pipe, but just sort of filter it through their shitty brain. Be it like, I went here with my parents when I was 14, and it made me the person I am today. And it's basically like you fucking killed me today. Or, fuck Notre Dame or whatever. And I don't really get mad at anyone for doing any of that, because that's the government, the nanny state is stepping in on, things that hurt no one, like abusing opiates. And this is all we have left. But, we're going to forget this happened in 2 weeks.
One group of people whose brains are definitely fried and for shit are like the I had to check in on Rod Dreher, of course.
Oh, yeah.
He burned through every synapse in his brain on this. And it's just like I said earlier, the way these people just love feeling this way, like they're so happy this happened because it gives them a chance to, like I said, like theatrically wallow in how miserable and besieged they feel. But
it's the same people who always say that Muslims have that talk about like Muslim martyrdom complex.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's just the clearest projection ever. Being a Christian in America who thinks they're oppressed, like I thought it was bad during the Bush years, and it was maybe like a little bit more infuriating then because it felt more officially enshrined in state policy.
Yeah,
not that it isn't now. I mean, it very much is now, but I guess it's less culturally overt now. But to do it now is just so fucking funny. If it wasn't so insufferable and infuriating.
The move that they're doing, of course, is like, Glenn Beck just like already forestalling. Like you could ask him, like, what would convince you that this wasn't arson? And nothing could. Like he just literally gave people permission to believe what they're already going to believe about this. And Rod Dreher was like, I certainly hope we find out this wasn't arson, because I can't imagine with the violence that France would suffer in retaliation for that.
He's just edging,
and he's already like buying his plane ticket and getting fingers crossed. But
he was just slapping his erect cock. He wasn't even jacking off. He was just fucking open palm slapping it.
Yeah, we're going to get a really good answer on this one. You just picture the French fire inspector standing in the ashes, sucking on a cigarette, going, oh, life.
What if through a chain of events, like Rod Dreher goes over to France to like investigate it, and figure out their bathroom situation. And he becomes like a Jerry Lewis figure. They like think it's a comedy act. Who's this 60-year-old man who's obsessed with bathrooms? This is the rebirth of Lewis.
He could become the new Mr. Hulot.
Yeah, he'd be like the bathroom shenanigans of
It's
Mr.
called
Dreher.
Rod Dreher's Bathroom Playtime. That's the new funniest French movie ever made.
La Toilette Cretin.
One of the best reactions of this vintage is that guy that wet face creep Matt Walsh, who is just like baying for blood and just going, I'd really like someone to explain to me how a fire could get that big that quickly.
Yeah,
And it's just like, I don't know, like an ancient wooden structure covered in construction equipment.
Did anyone send him just like the Wikipedia article for fire?
Really?
Oh, never read about this before. Thanks,
Fire
guys.
spreading? I don't think so.
Did you guys see that video of John Kasich doing like a reaction? video?
That was great.
I was like waiting for him to be like, I've donated $20,000 to Notre-Dame University, like in honor.
He is going to be doing guy in his car YouTube soon.
No, like Kasich was
so.
Kasich was just in a parking lot in Ohio, which I really liked as the contrast, talking about this World Heritage site, and he just being like, I'll tell you what, he's like, you can burn the building, but you can't burn the memories. And he goes,
oh my God.
No matter what, the Irish will stay fighting. They'll be fighting the fires wherever they are.
He's standing in this desolate parking lot. There's a security guard in the write-off frame.
It's like, hey, remember that Western culture we're all mourning? Yeah, this is its gravestone right here.
Right.
He said I couldn't sleep here, and I told him this was public land.
I mean, the two most likely outcomes: Kasich burned down Notre Dame while trying to charge his phone.
A Samsung Galaxy Note.
Yeah. Did you hear about the fire at Notre Dame? Or it was a symbolic act by forces sympathetic to Dan Quinn.
Oh, you're right. Lucifer Lou Holtz. That his bones are enshrined actually in Notre Dame.
I think it'll be funny when the billions of dollars for the Notre Dame GoFundMe are squandered and missing, and Macron posts a screenshot of his notes app saying, I'm still in a toxic situation, and I just got out of rehab for my pastis addiction, so I don't really. This criticism is just harming my mental state.
And of course, it wouldn't have been a world level news event if our own president didn't chime in on Twitter.
Our big wet dullard friend.
Hilarious suggestion that they use the forest fire airplanes to just dump several tons of water onto this.
It's like a bunch of guys are just standing there watching a fire, totally helpless. Like, we need the big wet senile baby to tell us what to do.
I just love that.
Oh my God! If only we knew what beat fire.
I love his confidence, though. I mean, it shows you why he is president. Is that he just anything that happens, he feels like he can just. He's like, I think the key to putting out the fire is to use more water than there is fire. And then people pointed out they dropped those on forest because to drop all that water is really heavy and it would literally collapse the entire stone edifice of the building.
Yeah.
So that's good. But yeah, be on the lookout. Ben Shapiro, of course, as usual, is smarter than the Matt Walsh, Glenn Beck figures in that he didn't outright start immediately making intimations that this was some kind of covered up arson job by the Mohammedans.
Oh, he's more subtle than that.
But he did hilariously claim that Notre-Dame is a monument to Judeo-Christian culture. And as many people point out, during the construction of Notre-Dame, the Jews were literally expelled from France, and they burned every Jewish text in a big bonfire in front of Notre-Dame.
What? You have a few tips.
People make mistakes.
You have a few disagreements. You get together stronger, though.
Once again,
that's what stronger together means.
Yeah.
These people literally know nothing about
They know nothing about anything
at all. Yeah,
they know nothing about it. In the Middle Ages, if your kid got a whooping cough, you went and killed a Jew over it. I mean, that was just how you dealt with any kind of problem in your life.
Well, I mean, they got rid of whooping cough though, so I don't like the cure, but if that's what works.
Just walking around like Liam Neeson, just I gotta find one of these bastards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, our condolences to the people of France. Sorry we can't make it there on our tour, but you don't speak our language and aren't very funny anyway.
Yeah.
So all I gotta say, Cathedral of St. John the Divine, now number one.
Number
with
one,
a bullet,
baby. Number one, baby.
cathedral in the world. Sorry, Notre-Dame. You had a great run, but Cathedral of St. John the Divine, number one.
I think Rick Warren's church is now the number one cathedral in the West. Saddleback Ranch, that's the shield of the West, in my opinion.
So
Pizza Ranch, actually.
All right, before we go, let's have a little fun.
Yeah.
Let's have a little fun. Let's talk Rod.
Hell yeah.
Let's check in on
Rod.
Rod.
It's been a bit.
He's a guy.
Been a minute.
It's been a minute since we checked in on Rod, and as usual, always having an extremely normal one.
King of normal.
Rod is being extremely normal all the time.
The normalest man, really, there is.
Rod Dreher is trying to buy uranium from a former Soviet state because he read about a library in another state having a drag queen reading hour. He's trying to buy enriched uranium from like some Balkan arms dealer.
If this is a passion contest, Rod's like the winner.
Oh,
out of all the guys we read, he's a passion player.
Oh, he's vibrating with real belief.
He leaves everything on the field.
Absolutely.
So this is I'm just jumping ahead because it's fucking interminable. It goes
of course,
on forever
always.
before he
because
I got an email from a reader.
Yeah. No, I mean, it basically like someone sent him a photo of like an Anglican church in England. Again, you don't even fucking live there, dude, and you're not even an Anglican. You're a Greek Orthodox. What the fuck do you care?
Yeah.
Had some sort of trans inclusive event, and of course, Rod is completely. He's the end times are here.
Rod, you're gonna be a Gnostic by next week. You don't even think these people are Christians. I mean, honestly, if you're an Anglican, you should just you might as well just not be religious.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. I remember there was that guy from the 90s, Bishop Spang. He was an Episcopal archbishop in the U.S., and he wrote a book that I read when I was a kid where he basically just said, actually, we should just be Buddhists. Jesus, it's just Buddhism. Stop believing all this shit. Jesus wasn't real. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So he goes on to talk about some Vatican documents about just sort of making peace with the pagan traditions of Central and South America, I think is what it's about. I'm not going to read further or educate
You mean the
myself
way
on
that
this.
they made peace with the pagan traditions of Europe that are foundational to fucking Catholicism?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Just not make peace with them, but just sort of absorb them in the way that the Catholic Church has always done. So he goes here, read Skojek's entire piece. Skojek's anger is completely understandable. This official Vatican document endorses religious syncretism. This is a very, very big deal.
You don't even go to that school anymore, Rod.
Yeah,
it's literally hanging around the parking lot. Yo, the new principal sucks. You graduated in 2007.
Yeah. You show up at the fucking pep rally to yell at how they need to fire the fucking football coach.
As he goes, almost 20 years ago at a social event, I met an evangelical who had been a missionary in rural Guatemala. He told me that when he arrived in the country, he decided to visit the local Catholic parish to get a feel for the area. That parish was administered by the Jesuits. He was shocked to walk into the worship service and to observe the priest in the front saying mass, while in the back, a witch doctor was conducting some sort of pagan ritual. It turned out that the shaman did so with permission of the pastor. I mean, that'd be hilarious if he was just freelancing in there.
Yeah, call the cops, pussy. I know them.
Call the cops. I'll have sex with their ghosts. So he goes, who was all about enculturation. The missionary told me that he understood at once why so many peasants were flocking to evangelical churches. Syncretism is not a joke. These shamans invoke actual malign spirits.
Yeah, nothing is funny about this. Yeah, there should be a Rod Silent Hill game where it's the same lighting and music, but it's you go into a Catholic church and the priest has a guitar. That's the jump scare.
Last year, I was talking with a Catholic priest who works in a heavily Hispanic region of the United States. He told me that he has to spend a surprising amount of time going into the houses of his Hispanic flock, blessing the houses to rid them of poltergeist activity.
This is why Rod is the GOAT. Because Brett Stevens, he's oh yeah, no, they're coming here and making us speak their language. By the way, I was raised in Mexico. David Brooks, they're going to turn off people with higher taxes. Rod
we have to cut immigration because they're practicing witchcraft.
Yep.
That's why he's the king.
You want these people coming to this country, taking your job, bewitching your milk cow so that it gives sour milk?
Rod is the only never Trump Republican who's broke with Trump, even though he agrees with him on immigration because Trump wasn't serious about the Santeria threat. Like, Rod's.
I'm sick of these Hispanics in my neighborhood flying around on low-ride brooms.
I mean, I also love that, again, Rod isn't even a Catholic anymore, but he's obsessed with the Catholic Church and every single thing they do. It's just
By the way, he still has not told us what happened with that fucking exorcism.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, how the hell are you going to say, they're doing exorcisms of spirits for poltergeists in these people's houses? What is different than thinking that a demon has infested someone's wife who won't fuck her husband anymore?
No. Rod thinks that that's real.
But I'm saying,
that's a great point.
Oh, wait a minute. So he's saying that they're bringing the poltergeist to their house by doing sort of pagan rituals and having pagan artifacts. It's actually not contradictory. Oh, so he
thinks it's all real.
Okay, but why? I don't understand.
I don't quite get it either.
Can we get a check on what Rod has named his cat?
So he's saying that they're doing syncretism. They're doing witchcraftery, which brings poltergeists to their home.
And then a Catholic priest has to do the blessings to make the house. This house is clean.
Oh, okay. So he's saying that if they were stopped doing that, they wouldn't get all these poltergeists.
He's saying that
it's like how if you leave food out in your kitchen, you're going to get ants.
Exactly.
You want poltergeists because that's how you get poltergeists.
He's saying that they're bringing, even though they're Catholic, they're bringing these sort of ritualistic or pagan belief systems from an earlier era or tradition into their homes and into their religious life, and that is opening the portal to the dark spirits.
See, you can't get this anywhere else.
Yeah.
There's 50 people who will give you bog standard shit about immigration and about employment, taking jobs and the language shit and all that crap and overtaxed public services, blah, blah, blah. No one else will bring you. They will haunt your house. They will do paranormal activity at you if they live there.
If we seriously have to entertain the idea of having conservative op-ed columnists, this should be the one.
Yes. This is what they believe.
Yeah. I got to give them credit, though, because you would think there is, I would argue, a real conflict between being a Christian and having this violent opposition to immigration from
the most Catholic countries in the world.
I mean, it's one thing for the Europeans who have Muslim immigration to do their As Volk shit, right? And be like, this is a clash of civilizations. We got to do the Battle of Lepanto again. Okay, fair enough. It's wrong, but at least it has a basic, a religious framework to it. These are Catholics. He's figured it out. They're not really Catholics. They're actually voodoo witch doctors from the jungles of Central America, and they will make your crops fail. They will do it.
So he goes here, he warns the people to stop dabbling in synchronistic practices, to stay out of the botanica, because they are calling forth malign spiritual powers that they don't understand. I love it's like that these people don't understand it. It's literally been their culture for probably 1,000 years.
He gets it, though.
Yeah, he gets it.
He understands this shit. He knows the names of all of these demons.
And he goes, they never listen, he said. The cycle is never ending. This is a big part of Latin American and Caribbean Catholic culture. It's no shit, it's their fucking culture, dude.
And you're not Catholic anymore. I can't hammer that home enough.
And what's hilarious about this is, again, why Rod is just on this Procrustean bed all the time of his religious faith is because, the only parts of the world where the Catholic Church is growing in any serious numbers, not just withering on the fucking vine like in the countries Rod cares about, i.e. where white people live, are Latin America and Africa. Yeah. That's it. And of course, their versions of Catholic culture are going to be imbued with a lot, again, similar to how the European Church exactly.
Why do you think there are bunnies at fucking Easter
or Christmas trees?
Why do you think Spanish Opus Dei freaks worship their mother's skeletons?
Yes. Why do you think Catholics are so into worshiping saints? It was their way around paganism.
Yes.
And Rod is cool with all that, but he's worried about basically the demons from the Southern Hemisphere. The sun demons.
He's amazing.
It's a shame that Kojima and Konami parted ways, because Kojima directed Rod Dreher Silent Hill. That would be the greatest horror game of all time. Just fighting demons and your only weapon is a typewriter, and you keep having to find more ink. You have to find a laptop charger so you can file a column. You save your game by getting weird emails from your readers.
I think every person who emails Rod and he's like, I've known this man for he's been a long time reader, and I think that it's all ghosts. I think it literally is all just demons in his computer sending him insane emails to drive him even more insane. I think Rod, honestly, I believe in hauntings now, and I think Rod's body, home, car, computer is just coursing with demons.
Yep.
And they're all just winding him up constantly. They're having a laugh at his expense.
Pazuzu is just killing it. He's just trolling the fuck out of this guy.
Do you remember the email when the woman who called the police on that cookout in Oakland?
Yeah.
And the email he got that was like, I've noticed how ignorant people are analyzing this story. If you look at this woman's face, she's clearly Samoan, or at least part.
yeah.
Like, that's a demon. That's a demon
That's
email.
a demon.
Yeah.
Azazel, Baphomet, Beelzebub. Dude, they're all emailing Rod constantly.
Stop emailing my wife, King Payman.
Yeah, no, but yeah, King Payman just writes to Rod as like John M. from Virginia.
There's a new trend among students where they summon the devil. You should write about this.
It is actually, I've noticed this is a trend recently.
Kids are having gender reassignment parties, Rod. You should write 7 columns about this.
Douthat, the First Things people, that hog from the New York Post, Sohrab Amiri, like all the people who want to reinstate like Franco in America.
Right.
Like it was literally over the past couple weeks basically come out and said that like democracy's over, we need a Catholic dictatorship to impose religious law on a secular nation.
Franz of Bavaria, get over it.
Yeah. They have gotten it's the drag queen story hour.
Yeah, really.
They're ready to they're like democracy's over because I read a story about a library in another state having drag. And by the way, it's a base irony, but could maybe, if you're Catholic, could you maybe shut the fuck up about your fear? Oh, the drag queens are sexualizing our children. Oh, really, dude? It's a little late for you to pipe up about that, which first of all, they aren't.
Yeah.
They just see anything that it does with gender or gay people and they just assume
it's all sex.
That it's all sex, or like that they're sexualizing children. It's just like, you know what religion you are, right?
Yeah.
Have you read the news at all recently? I mean, this is like a big thing that happened that maybe you should, I don't know, get out of the moralizing about other people's sex lives business. Yeah. Maybe you should just focus on, I don't know, helping the poor.
What did that one guy call it? The
healing the sick?
The beam in your eye, that thing? The thing you're supposed to get out? Yeah. No, they're ready to call up the fucking tercios over that shit. They're fucking mad.
It's the drag queen story hours and teenage girls on Tumblr talking about astrology and witchcraft. Yeah. They are so afraid. Like there's some article out, or like Ross Douthat was talking about. He was like, actually, the youth aren't so secular afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. They're
doing witchcraft.
They're doing this one.
This is King Payman, baby.
Yep.
They're doing King Payman stuff, and I just love like when these guys like especially the Catholic right. When they get angry, they're so adorable. It's so funny how afraid they are of like.
Well, also they're
clean
like
trash
empty
witch.
boasts.
Yeah,
it's like fucking Rod Dreher in his like little fake commune in Louisiana. You're gonna like bring back the fucking Carlos Requetes. No one fucking cares. Your audience, if they exist, are a bunch of fucking shut-ins, just like you, peering through their windows and calling the cops on barbecues all the time. They're not going to throw on the big floppy red fucking beret and march out into the street to overthrow democracy.
Can you imagine the boomer tercios?
Just a box of fucking mobility scooters. Yeah.
They're gonna do a Reconquista on like a crystal store.
Yeah,
I mean they would get washed by Bushwick witches. Bushwick witches would wash their asses.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah.
Easy.
So like, I just think like the best troll is just to keep saying that like you're putting hexes on these people, even if you don't believe in it. I think it still works.
They'll kill them. They'll have heart attacks.
They'll believe it.
They're already.
It'll make them stressed out and insane. Like
they already probably they're sedentary, have heart conditions. If they think that they're being cursed every day, it's going to slowly raise their blood pressure until their heart pops like a tire. And all you need for one of them to just drop dead, to the rest of them are like, oh my God, it's really happening. And then they're all just going to pop one after the other.
I'm just imagining Rod floating into a treehouse at like the end of Hereditary. Just everyone's in there naked, bowing before him. He's got a little crown on.
I can't wait to kidnap him and take him to a showing of Midsummer. It's going to be awesome. Just watch his eyes just get wide.
I would like to kidnap Rod and just take him to like any magic show at like a nightclub.
Sawing a woman in half. You're working with powerful forces that you don't understand.
It's just like show him a David Blaine video, and he's just like the darkness is real. We have opened the door to it.
We have to stop this mind freak.
Have some fun, guys. Let's have some damn fun. Switch it up now. I have been waiting for this story to drop for probably a year now.
We all have.
And it's finally here. And boy, oh boy, does it deliver.
An eagle-eyed listener sent us this right hot off the presses.
I usually pay pretty close attention to him, but I'm glad someone scoped this out. I'm talking, of course, about Rod Dreher. We're back to one of our absolute reading series favorites, and Rod does not disappoint.
I almost feel like, we've done it so many times, but I feel like there should be a special sting for Rod Dreher's. Like, oh my God, is that Rod Dreher's music I hear?
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah, it should be like rap air horn and then like reggaeton air horn and then like Gregorian chants.
I was thinking Gregorian chants is good. The dramatic squirrel music also could be good because he is a very dramatic squirrel.
I'm thinking like the organ music from Dracula, like like
that's good.
Yeah,
well, I think that's Kevin Williams.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah. We'll play around with it. But yeah, like drop that Rod Dreher beat. Okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right, listeners of the show remember, it was back in our Pittsburgh live show. We did what I would consider actually, I think maybe my favorite reading series we've ever done on the show.
Yeah, same for sure.
I mean, this one had everything, and it took up pretty much the entire second half of our live show in Pittsburgh. You can go back and listen to that now, which would help you to give you some background for this story. But you might remember that in that episode, Rod Dreher wrote a lengthy article about a young couple from New York City that he is close friends with, who is dealing with a problem that many marriages face. Infidelity? No. Demonic possession. He had a long...
I mean, who hasn't? R/relationship advice. My wife has Pazuzu with it.
And this was all about how a young wife had become possessed by probably 8 different demons that would manifest, in very, she would make strange sounds at night that sounded like buzzing coming from the bathroom.
DTMFA.
And forever, I just kept saying, Rod, when are we going to get the follow-up? Let us know how the exorcism went. I need to know more about the exorcist couple. Folks, he done it. In the pages of the American Conservative, I bring you Rod Dreher's Devils of Manhattan. I guess he's like a Ken Russell fan or something. But this is the follow-up to the I think the most legendary reading series of all time, Rod Dreher's The Exorcist.
Fire.
Devils of Manhattan.
Fucking
Okay.
flames.
So he begins, you might remember this post of mine from about a year ago. Okay. Again, we did that story and I was just like, I need to know more about Nathan and Elizabeth.
It was honestly fucked up. He left us hanging hard.
Okay.
Because wasn't that last year?
It was last year, but...
Come on, man.
Again, spoiler alert, would it surprise you to know that there's absolutely no resolution to this follow-up whatsoever?
Fucking Dreher!
But he does give you an update on it, which is worth its weight in gold. So here we go. The Devils of Manhattan. Nathan and his wife, I'll call her Emma, live in New York City. When I was in the city this week, I went to see them. I write what follows with Nathan's permission. Emma has completed the formal Catholic process to have a ritual exorcism. This, as distinct from the deliverance prayers that the exorcist had been saying over her to limited effect. Because that didn't work, so it's time to get a bit more deliberate. Part of that process was a psychiatric evaluation by a psychiatrist to rule out mental illness or any other natural cause for this behavior.
Hi, everybody.
She's suffering from bonus interruption.
Mr. Dreher, it appears that your wife's friend is suffering from several types of demons.
She passed that. I want to emphasize, and this is Rod's boldface here, she has been formally examined by a psychiatrist.
Okay, then never mind.
Let's go, baby.
Who has certified that there is no known medical or natural cause for the things that she is suffering and that manifest themselves through her. They are still waiting on the cardinal's approval.
This is the worst psychiatrist because it never diagnoses anyone, just writes, boy, that's weird.
Fuck vibes.
But she goes, okay, so the psychiatrist has ruled out any other explanation for why this woman is like, I don't know, demonically unhappy in this awful marriage. She goes, they are still waiting on the cardinal's approval. In the Catholic Church, no formal ritual exorcism can happen without express permission of the local bishop.
Goddamn.
Which in this case is the cardinal. New York City Catholic Church, can you maybe like, I don't know, put a move on this shit? This woman is being haunted by 8 different fucking demons.
You know what? This kind of red tape and bureaucracy, this is what Bernie Sanders wants to bring to the healthcare system.
Jesus, I tried to sign up for a fucking exorcism and the website's down.
Again, this was a year ago that we read this. So presumably this guy has been living in an apartment with a woman who is possessed by a demon.
8 demons!
And 8 different demons. They're like, shit is moving in their living room without anyone touching it. I don't know. I think like I would not.
Sir, I am on my lunch break.
Like go to a country or a place where like there's Catholics and maybe less rigorous like overseas approval from the sea, maybe.
Okay.
The Catholic Diocese of the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. I paid a call on Nathan and Emma at their apartment. Emma was even more beautiful than I remembered her in person, but she looked pale and tired.
Well, we know Rob's type, then.
We sat and began to talk. Nathan began our talk with a prayer. Her face betrayed signs of an internal struggle. Yeah, I fucking bet it did. Having hit you over for fucking dinner, dude. Suddenly, okay, sorry, I got. Nathan began our talk with a prayer. Her face betrayed signs of an internal struggle. Suddenly, her head swung back and to the left. Her face creased, and a deep voice said through her, "Fucking bitch." She was instantly back to herself and said weakly, "That's not me." Dude, okay, first of all, okay, we established this in the Pittsburgh reading series. Go back and listen to that. This wife is 100% having it on, and this is like her only source of joy and entertainment is winding up her awful Cradcath husband and his idiot friends by just like, honey, we're having Rod over for dinner. Rod sits down and he's like, fuck you, motherfucking bitch. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. Rod sucks cocks in hell. Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't me. It was Pazuzu. Yeah. It's okay, honey. It's okay.
Rod's a remedial writer who benefits from the conservative welfare circuit. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. It's the demon again.
Rod's next sentence. She didn't really have to say that. It so clearly wasn't her.
Sure.
Again, all of this demon shit, all of her strange behavior, 100% cover for her various affairs and, just any means of escape from this boring drudgery of being married to this absolute boring prick and having to go to mass like every fucking day. So it goes, it so clearly wasn't her. If you didn't know her, you would think that she was suffering from Tourette's. But again, she has been examined in detail by a psychiatrist. Do psychiatrists make those kinds of diagnoses? Maybe
of all the thousands of possible mental disorders, you have none of them. Checked all the boxes.
But again, she
100% sane.
She doesn't have Tourette's. Later, when Nathan brought out a relic that someone had given them.
Why you just got relics?
Hold on. What? What's the relic?
Later, when he doesn't even explain.
Yeah,
he
I
just
need
said,
to know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
you can't bringing out some dead motherfucker's like finger bone. I need to know.
Later, when Nathan brought out a relic that someone had given them, she reacted instantly, like a normal person would if someone had presented a poisonous viper.
Why do you have the severed dick of Saint Jerome? That's a normal reaction.
She did not, in fact, react how a normal person would when they're presented with a relic.
The relic that they just got through Friends.
Yeah. You gotta go on eBay.
Hey, man, I love you so much. Here's Christ's foreskin. This is the real one.
The deep voice demanded that Nathan get that thing away from it. Fuck you and your bitch-ass relic!
So that relic's fucking trash.
I don't own any relics. Is that normal?
Relic, doesn't that usually mean like a part of the physical body of a saint,
part
right?
of a saint, yeah.
So he's talking about like a human
or a personal
bone.
effect.
I guess maybe like
a piece of the true cross.
Yeah.
A nail from the cross, something like that.
He's got one of those. He's got
shrouded Turin.
God, I went to K Jewelers and I got my wife a piece of the Spear of Destiny, and she fucking flipped out and assumed I was cheating. Thoughts?
There was more. I have never seen anything like this in person. The sense of malice and destruction was intense. They intend to destroy Emma and to take down as many people as they can. She told me that these evil spirits are constantly telling her to kill herself. Nathan told me later that one of the demons that uses that particular language when Emma is about to share practical wisdom that she has gained from this awful experience. Indeed, that's what Emma subsequently did. Despite all the scary stuff, I came away from this meeting profoundly inspired and more inspired than unsettled. Let me emphasize. Okay, again, Rod believes all of this, like literally. How could you experience something like that and walk away and be like, actually, it left me inspired?
Yeah,
I'm actually I'm quite hopeful about this woman who 8 demons are shredding apart on a daily basis.
Well, the Holy Mother Church is like, well, we got a few more forms you got to fill out.
Yeah. So he goes, let me emphasize. Why? Because I don't know that I have ever seen such strong faith. Both Nathan and Emma are so thoroughly committed to Jesus Christ. They know how this evil came into their lives. It started with Emma's...
It was off of toilets.
It started with Emma's grandfather, who was a high-level Freemason, and passed through the family line. Yes. Emma's grandfather was a Freemason, which is why she's being riven by demonic forces now.
What?
This is normal. This is good.
You know how many
He's inspired by this shit.
Are, right? Does this also include the Shriners?
You know how many demons there are?
Does this also include the Shriners? Like, if your grandpa was driving around in a little car with the fez, does that mean you have at least one demon inside of you driving a tiny little car around in your head?
You're like, Grandpa, like, make the car's horn honk. A much too vulgar display of power. Okay, so he goes, when Nathan and Emma were at Emma's father's deathbed last year and called a priest in to do the last rites, the voices began coming out of him and the growls and the same curses. He probably just was pissed off that like his granddaughter's asshole husband was getting some weirdo priest in there to put, a pinky bone on his forehead as he was trying to like get the DMT hit and then just exit. So he goes here, what their grandfather brought onto their family has been handed down through 2 generations and destroyed the family in a number of ways. Nathan and Emma know that she will be liberated eventually. This is their conviction, but that for some mysterious reason, God is allowing her to suffer a while longer.
That wacky prank.
Here are the lessons for me and for you readers, and I've gotten Nathan's permission to post. So I'm just going to briefly go run. There's a lot going here. I'm just going to briefly hit these important lessons about demonic possession. Number 1, we are all engaged in spiritual warfare. It's not just a metaphor. It's happening all around us. Okay, number 2, one of the basic markers of it is unforgiveness. Emma said that's how these entities take root in a person's soul. Unforgiveness of her just awful marriage and terrible husband and his idiot friends who slowly driving her to, madness and desperation.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to keep watching that movie. It's Eastwood's best.
3,
demons got nothing to do with it.
3, there is no substitute for prayers. These entities absolutely hate it.
I mean, not that bad. They've had a priest praying over her ass for a year.
She's
and they're
still
just
possessed.
chilling.
She's still possessed.
So it's clearly not that big a deal to them.
Number 4, embrace total humility. Be willing to suffer anything for the sake of Christ. I would say Nathan should embrace that instinct and just suffer in the terms of letting his wife leave this marriage and family. That would be a humble thing for him to do, not continuing this idiotic charade. And finally, 5, along those lines, Emma said, keep your eyes locked on the cross. She explained that these demons will do their best to play on your weaknesses. They will tempt you to self-pity, or failing that, they will exploit your own weaknesses, sending thoughts of depression, anxiety, rage, self-hatred, and anger towards your husband's friends. No, that's editorializing at the end. Okay, finally, goes on here. As I was leaving their place, I thought about the profound truth of that cliche, be kind, for everyone you know is fighting a great battle. If you saw this couple walking down the street, you would barely notice them, except to say maybe, What a nice-looking pair. Yet, there's a war for her soul going on inside Emma, and Nathan is fighting this battle too, in their home and in their marriage. As I told you, it was incredibly impressive to see the faith present in this suffering couple. Emma told me, believe me when I say that this is a blessing for us all, for this to come out. For so many years I've been fighting depression, and I thought that's all it was. When these things, the demons she means, came to the surface, it had been a horrible thing to deal with, but at least finally I could know what I was up against and get help. The overwhelming impression I had was not one of fright, but of hope, of hard-won hope. I came away both extremely sobered about the times and the nature of life, but also inspired to get my own spiritual life in order, following their advice. It is not possible to stand on the sidelines from a position of neutrality, they say. We are all in this fight whether we know it or not. It is better to know it. When this ordeal is finally over, God, what, another 10 years from now of this shit? I believe Nathan and Emma are going to write a book about it. Oh my God. I need it. I need it now.
There's nothing that really helps your credibility like writing a book about your supernatural encounter. Let's talk to the Warrens.
If she had, if this woman had any credibility at all, they would have called into Art Bell when he was still alive. That is the only credible thing you do if you have a supernatural encounter is Coast to Coast AM. When I wrote to Nathan to share this part of the post and asked permission to publish it, he responded in part. I would also add that God has supplied all the graces needed. If you had told me 2 years ago that I would have been in this current situation, I would have run in the other direction. I have Dear Catholic Church Forum, I never thought it would happen to me, but my wife has a demon, several of them actually. So he goes, I have complete confidence that as long as I remain close to the sacraments and free of mortal sin, God will supply all of the grace and assistance needed. I just thought it was like a locker room conversation for your wife's demonic possession. It's like
Folks,
we know what we came here to do. We got to go out there,
We're gonna give
play
it
hard.
110%.
Now, reader, believe this or not, it doesn't hurt my feelings if you don't believe it. I'm telling you, though, if you had sat there with me and saw and heard the things I saw and heard, you would find it hard to see the world in the same way. There are some of you who need to read this and who need the hope in Nathan and Emma's story. Rod, if you would like to convince people of the necessity of this kind of spiritual warfare, or that, like, you know, maybe anyone who's skeptical about this, you do realize that basically everyone has a video camera in their pocket now, and that, like, anytime you could visit Nathan or Emma and just maybe, like, interview Emma and see if you can get a little dirty language out of her, a little dirty talk.
Yeah, a little spark.
And then I think I would like to judge for myself how authentic these demonic encounters are.
I mean, it's the watchword of all paranormal skeptics: pics or it did not happen.
So there you go.
Right.
I'm just looking at one of the comments here. Maybe the demons are real, but lying. I don't rule out generational phenomenon in or out, nor do I rule out real possession where the demons give a mixture of true and false information. I mean, anyone who's seen The Exorcist knows that the demon is a liar.
Why do the demons get out of doing this?
Just entertainment.
A soul. They get a soul out.
They're
Okay, what do they do with the soul?
Put it in hell. Rack it up.
And then what?
There's a
It's like, no,
quota.
it's like Virgil. It's like
There's a
entertainment.
quota
What is
system.
it? Oh, it's a quota? This is
Yes, they need
this
to
is
get-
Glengarry Glen Ross?
Yes. These are the Glengarry leads. You got to go and get this many souls by the end of the month, or you're fired.
If you're a demon, you've got a job. Well, that just
no,
sucks.
it's like entertainment for them to, like, you know, if you've seen The Exorcist, it's like to corrupt something as pure as you know, a teenage girl or a bored housewife on the Upper West Side. Like, that's fun to them. They all want to get down on it. But I like that the mixture of true and false information. The true information here is that Rod is a bitch ass motherfucker. That's 100% true.
Yeah, no lie detected on that demon truth bomb.
Rod Dreher, oh my God, Rod in the comments says, my father and grandfather were Masons, as were many of the Protestant white men in my hometown. There was a Black Lodge too. Interesting. None of them should have been part of that organization, in my view. I think it is spiritually dangerous. But two things. European Freemasonry and American Freemasonry are rather different.
USA.
And two,
USA.
Nathan and Emma do not claim that every person who enters Freemasonry will therefore become demon-possessed. Would you say that because not everyone who smokes crack becomes a crack addict proves that the story that you've been told about a crack addict whose addiction destroyed his family is untrue and crack is therefore harmless?
Yeah, it's harmless.
I mean, you do crack once in a while, you're fine.
Yeah. Don't do it every day.
Yeah, don't do
That'll
Freemasonry
screw you
every
up.
day, and then you won't pass on a generational demonic possession
Well,
to your
see,
family.
that's why you need ritual, because otherwise you would just smoke crack every day. You have to limit that to a certain period, once a fortnight or something, and that's something you look forward to, kind of like a festival, a saint's day.
Saint Freeway
I know. We have our laughs at Rod and his friend's predicament, but I got to say I admire them because they are living a fun.
Oh God, can
life.
you imagine?
Like the contrast is between them and say the people who worship the news and are really obsessed with the whole Ukraine thing and about impeaching Trump, and they're just making themselves anxious and lunatics, thinking that, oh, okay, well, you're right, Senator Schatz, we got to do something about it. I'm going to at Katie Tur and demand she get the truth. And I mean, that is exactly as apotropaic as whatever the fuck Rod and his
it's
male
way
friend
lamer.
is doing.
Yeah,
It's worse.
your life a movie, but you have to choose whether that movie is The Post or The Exorcist.
Yeah,
Devil May
exactly.
Cry.
The Exorcist is a way better movie. I mean, just think about that. You're watching TV all day.
William
You're watching
Friedkin.
You're watching MTV or you're watching MSNBC. You're tweeting. Just absolutely sterile, meaningless spectacle. If you thought there was a demon in your house and every day was a war with the demons so that didn't kill you or your family members, that is a level of drama and just excitement. And you genuinely believe that there's an etheric plane that you're going to be rewarded for this battle.
And you also, and they have cooler relics.
Yeah.
They have a fucking nail from the True Cross that they're using to ward off the demon. And if you're a lib, you have a fucking $200 Pod Save America sweatshirt, one of the Johns jizzed on.
You got one of those fucking safety pins from the safety pin box.
Boring.
Not as good.
No, you're exactly right. Do you want to make yourself insane with fright from things you see on MSNBC? Or do you want to watch like a dinner plate push itself off the table on its own?
Yeah.
In a totally empty room?
Yeah.
That is fucking cool.
I would love there to be a demon in my life.
So they live in...
I'm inviting a demon into my life right now. I'm saying it.
I've tried. I take astrology seriously. I mean, I tried to open that door as wide as it would fucking go, but I got nothing.
I don't know. Should we like get a Ouija board or something? Because I would love to have a demon involved.
All right.
There are demons.
If you guys really want, my mom knows Mammon, and we can contact him. But I don't like calling in family favors like that. It's kind of gross.
Honestly, I think there are demons here.
In this apartment right now?
Yeah. I think it's us.
It's you. I mean, it's you. You are a demon.
It's us. We're the demons.
You're a literal
That's
demon.
why you failed at inviting me.
All right, okay. Are you demon or are you baby? It can't be
baby. He's a demon baby. Real thing.
All right. This is like when you're like in like third grade and you're like, I'm Dark Vader and also Superman. No, you have to be one.
No, he's a demon baby. It's a real thing, and he is
I'm
one.
Azazel. I call Azazel.
Okay, you Miss Basil.
Miss Basil.
The marvelous Miss Basil over here. I'm gonna go ultra pretentious and old school. Mephistopheles.
Oh,
Wisdom.
come on.
Tempting
Oh, the
guys
cat
with
demon.
wisdom.
Very cool.
No, not from Cats. The guy who tempted Faust. That guy's cool.
I will be Lestat.
He's not a demon. He's a vampire.
No, both same.
Oh God.
All right. I'm gonna be the most classic demon character ever. Dante from Devil May Cry.
Chris, do you have a demon that you want to be?
I'll go with Gremory.
Oh, you should be Dante from Clerks.
Gramsci? Can we stop talking about these fucking theorists for one day?
There you go. Sort of similar to the actual sequel to The Exorcist, kind of shit. But I'm hoping.
Yeah, pretty dog shit.
I'm hoping for Nate and Emma Part 3, Legion, which is one of the best horror sequels of all fucking time. Directed by William Peter Blatty. Exorcist 3, Legion.
Fantastic.
Incredible movie. Following on Exorcist 2,
Dog
one
shit.
of the shittiest films ever made.
Yes. No, if the pattern holds, the next update, we might not get it for a year. It's going to be amazing.
Moving on from Trump, I'd like to close out this episode and really one of our episodes of the year with checking in with our old friend Rod Dreher, who does not disappoint and continues to have
He's a king. He's a
some
pimp.
of the most normal thoughts possible.
Black Rod.
So I got two Rod takes to close out the year with here. One's a bit longer, one's a bit shorter. You want to do the longer one first?
Let's do the short one
Short one first. All right.
I do think, if memory serves, one of our last episodes from last year was the excellent Rod reading about the bimbofication of the Western male.
Oh, yes. We were all going to get big bimbo boobs.
Which was one of my personal
Which
favorites.
led to some of the most disturbing fan art ever made.
Most awesome fan art ever
Yeah,
made.
let's see more of that. Hopefully this will generate just equally as disturbing.
It was mostly just how attracted I was to the Virgil bimbo, I have to admit. It was not cool. I was not happy about it.
Keep it going, folks. You'll convert him eventually. All right, so this is Rod Dreher. This is the shorter one. It's the Ed Orgeron rule for what is the LSU head coach? How do you say his name?
Orgone Energy.
Yeah, the Ed Orgone rule
Yeah.
for sartorial normalcy.
Shut up. Fuck off.
Okay, the phrase
using the word sartorial is not normal. Shut the fuck up.
The rule for sartorial normalcy.
Okay, Quentin Crisp. Let's hear from some normal man about normal clothing.
And believe me, what comes after is some very, very normal thoughts.
Hell yes. I'm so happy.
So, all right. So this begins with, Rod just begins this piece. Okay, I'm ready for it. And he spells it with a capital R. Okay, I'm ready for reaction now. And please make it anti-capitalist. This ad, okay, so he's like, oh, anti-capitalist. Like, what could he be referring to? Like, pharmaceutical companies, Wall Street, hedge fund, whatever.
Commanding Heights.
Yeah. This ad for a dress for boys makes me think that makes me think that anything to the left of LSU Tigers coach Ed Orgone on the masculinity spectrum ought to be sent to Siberia or at least Long Island. So
Yes.
You're talking about
the fancy
yourself,
lad who
Rod,
made a bouillabaisse for his hillbilly relatives.
which they poured down the toilet and had to flush 15 times.
Because it looked like a devil's brew.
They said, I'll never forget the line where he spent the whole day making them a nice bouillabaisse.
Yep.
And then they spit it into the toilet and they go, I prefer food from a countrified cook. They probably just came from some nice 5-star restaurant. They probably just don't like him.
Yep.
Like Rod, I'm sorry, on the masculinity spectrum,
Yes.
is getting sent to the gender re-education
Absolutely.
camp,
He
for
needs
sure.
to be re-genderfied
And
post-haste.
I don't follow college football, but is the LSU coach very
I
right
don't
wing?
know.
I don't know. He's
I-
probably just
He's probably got some of those epic fucking quotes that end up in Facebook memes and shit about.
So then then he has an ad here of a teenage boy in a sort of a blue long sleeve dress, and then Rod in italics says, "That's a teenage boy." If you don't believe me, the coding on the image says the boy's long sleeve dress, little cobalt front .jpeg. The mom who sent me that thing is disgusted that gender ideology is now creeping into everyday shopping for her kids. Woke capitalism, people. I'm telling you, in our consumerist republic, big business is a greater threat to normalcy than big government. Which is funny because he's just sort of admitting, where are you gonna go, Rod?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Well, that's the thing.
What do you want?
Is that this is a thing that's been implicit in capitalism, obviously, since it was invented, but that it was for a long time they were able to sort of elide it. But yeah, there's a fundamental conflict between maintaining traditional gender roles and family structures and capitalism, because capitalism will fucking dissolve all social order. Marx saw that fucking 1948.
So he goes here. Needless to say, we won't be buying anything from primary.com at all. Thing is, the clothes aren't bad. This is how the business presents itself on the website. And I guess there's reasons to love Primary. Kids choose favorite colors from an entire rainbow and are celebrated for who they are on the inside and outside. And then he goes, it was founded by, and he uses scare quotes, 2 moms, Galen and Christina.
Galen Urso.
And he goes, yeah, I guess, and then from an ad from the site here, our story part, it says, a basic story. We're 2 moms who had been shopping for kids' clothes for over 12 years, but still didn't have a go-to for awesome basics at reasonable prices. So many things didn't make sense. And then he goes, yeah, you know what else doesn't make sense? You rich capitalist women normalizing putting boys in dresses. Here's a crude, okay, this is the nut graph here. Here's a crude but effective rule of thumb. When trying to decide how to dress your son,
Imagine asking Coach O what he thinks of the outfit. Hey, Coach O, does my boy look good in this? That'll stop every bit of this crap cold. So, when you're thinking about dressing your son, be sure to use this mental exercise. Imagining in your head asking a football coach, hey, Coach, how does my boy look hot?
Hey, Coach, did you see where the defensive coordinator took that 12-year-old? I heard something in the locker room, Coach. What was that? Where are you going? Coach, where are you going? Coach, come back. No, at the end of the day, the thing is like these guys want to like recapture like anti-capitalism and then like rebrand it as a way to win the culture war. But I'm sorry, that's like the class first shit cuts both ways. It cuts against the identitarian mania and the desire to make like personal grievance or like identity based political appeals the center of your politics. Yeah, that can't work. You have to go with class. But that means these finicky bitches like Rod Dreher, I'm sorry, you can't have a movement based on fucking right wing culture war bullshit. It has to be based on class interest first and foremost. And that's the only way you're going to actually get the numbers that could actually push back on this. Otherwise, all you're going to do is slowly sign off on fascism while shaking your head at all the cultural stuff. And then honestly, at the end of the day, using the drift of culture as a excuse for why when they start fucking killing people, you're not going to feel too bad about it.
Speaking of the drift of culture, this brings me to Rod's next piece, which is headline: Porn is demonic, says top occultist. I would like to note about this piece. It was filed on the American Conservative website, the little dateline here, at 4:52 a.m.
Rod, on several.
So
Not
I'm gonna skip the beginning of the article because he just sort of summarizes like a whole bunch of articles about like why pornography isn't free speech and should be banned by the government, by people like Matthew Schitz and Sohrab Amari, but it was boring. Who gives a shit? Goes on and on and on, and he just says, read the whole thing. It's important. You might be thinking, no wonder these three guys are so against porn. They're all three conservative Catholics. Well, have I got something for you? A reader sent this jaw-dropping exchange from the Eco-Sophia blog, which is written by the occultist and authority on esotericism, John Michael Greer. I've cited Greer from time to time in this space when he was writing the Archdruid Report blog. We are very, very different people in terms of our religious commitments. He's a polytheistic pagan. I'm an Orthodox Christian. But he writes some of the most...
We've adopted 15 kids. We got to make it work.
We have to live for a month in a haunted house in order to get the will.
I hate to tell Rod, but the Archdruid blog is a blog I've been writing in character for my D&D character for the last 10 years, so you can't take any of that stuff as true.
He goes, but he writes some of the most interesting stuff on the internet. This piece is definitely that. In it, Greer tells a reader that pornography is demonic, not symbolically demonic, but actually a tool of evil spirits, and offers him pagan spiritual advice for conquering it. Once a week, Greer takes questions from his readers. On Monday, a reader wrote to say that he was struggling with a demon of pornography. The anonymous reader follows up on the post he wrote the previous week, in which he said, I've been doing some journaling on my porn use. I've been doing some scrapbooking on my porn use. But my subconscious seems determined that it is a major source of my issues, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. When I asked why I use it, the first thing came into my head was because I tell you to. I mean, I use it to masturbate. I use it when I'm
number
horny.
one reason.
This sort of thing has never come up during journaling and felt rather alien to me. Is this journaling where he's just like writes stuff down and he's like asking his own brain questions and seeing what comes out?
It's like
first?
remote viewing.
So, like remote viewing. Yeah. Because I told you to. Okay. Greer told him that, yes, this sounds like a malign spirit. Well, this week the man was back and said to Greer of the malign spirit, it seems to be hammering home on a few points, all of which seem intended to do one of a few things. Break me down so I can't resist it, keep me sexually aroused so I feel the need for porn, make the rest of my life horrible so I have no real reason to fight it, or keep me from making it harder for myself to access porn. My life is currently a mess. You mentioned last week something about how demonic obsession and about how victims aren't entirely sane. I've been questioning my sanity for a while now. This is part of why I picked up journaling. So it may fit me. Does this sound like a case for me? I'm going on here. You mentioned last week it likely feeds on me during orgasm. Would you mind elaborating what you meant by that? I've been looking at the nofap porn-free communities online and find a lot of people describe porn as a demonic force which takes over their lives. Nearly everyone clarifies it's a metaphor, and one of the things in which the spirit is trying to do is question my sanity whenever I place close enough attention to notice it. I'm just going to give you some of the answers. Okay, where he goes up. So this is just some of the replies. This is just one I want to read.
So those quotes were all from
from someone asking questions.
Archdruid?
No. This is a guy asking questions of the Archdruid.
Okay,
describing
this is the Archdruid's
their demon
response?
problem. This is just one of the this is the Archdruids.
Well, it's not a problem for them. Like, that's the thing you want. You want demons, right?
Well, see, this is what I'm trying to resolve.
Well, no, like the Archdruid guy, he does believe in the demons are real in the sense Rod does, but he believes them in like a different way because he's not a Christian. But he does say here, and I think this is important, orgasm takes place on the etheric as well as the material plane.
Yes, true.
And just as you ejaculate on the physical plane, you extrude a certain amount of etheric substance, the substance of the life force, on the etheric plane.
So orgone energy. There's a ghost nut?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Yes. If you're having sex with another person, that's not a problem because the other person's body absorbs your etheric substance just as you absorb the substance the other person extrudes. One of the reasons lovers so often feel nourished and healed by lovemaking is that each of them has taken in some of the other's life force, which can then flow through the subtle body and fill in where there is a shortage in masturbation. There isn't anyone else to absorb the etheric substance, and so a noxious spirit can dine on it. Thus, the feeling of weakness and depression so many people experience after masturbation.
So when you come, that's like leaving trash out for raccoons.
Yeah, exactly.
So demons swallow. That's what we know definitively. Demons swallow.
Yeah, but the etheric nut, not the material nut.
Right. That goes into your sock.
So he goes here. This is back to Rod now. The reader and Dreher continue their exchange. Do I even need to encourage you to read the whole thing?
Oh, you don't.
I repeat, John Michael Dreher is not a Catholic priest or an evangelical pastor, but a practicing pagan cleric. You don't have to believe in etheric substance or share all his religious beliefs, but as an Orthodox Christian, I have no trouble at all believing that evil, discarnate entities feed spiritually on people who are in sexual bondage.
I love that Rod is an Orthodox Christian and you're reading the blog of an archmage druid and it's just like, yeah, game recognized game.
See, this is what's fucking with me is because I mean, I'm not obviously a theologian, but I'm relatively sure that the conventional Christian argument about paganism is that it is all demonic. Is that all spirits are demonic. Inherently, all spiritual shit is demonic. All pagan religions, everything that they worship is demons. All of it. So he can't say, because like I saw the headline to this, and I assumed he found some guy on Twitter who's like on the internet who's like, "Yep, take it from me, the Archdruid, demon is full of porn is full of demons, and that's awesome. We're taking over more and more bodies every year, thanks to the demons in the porn." But this guy's saying, no, these are bad spirits. He's also a demonic.
Fourth quarter demon estimates looking good.
If these trends continue.
I can't fully explain it either, but I just want to just keep reading here.
I guess any fucking ally in a fight.
Yeah, any port in a storm. Later in their exchange, Dreher says, it is likely that the chaos and darkness afoot in the world now has a lot to do with the internet making hardcore porn easily accessible almost everywhere in the world. He also speculates about whether the collapse of fertility is connected to porn-connected events in the spiritual world. And then, this is my favorite, wild, just wild. About demons, Dreher advises his reader not to underestimate what he's dealing with. They are smarter than we are. I'm quoting from the Archdruid here. They are smarter than we are. That's something to keep in mind. Human beings are far from the most intelligent entities around. Obviously, with most Rod things, a lot of the real heat comes in the updates.
Oh, yeah.
So this is update 2 after update 1. I put the wrong link to the initial career exchange. It's fixed now. Again, if you're posting at 5 a.m, you know, you're in the den.
Yeah.
It's dark. It's lit by a dim glow. You're furiously posting about pornography, and you just have to get something out of you.
Get it out there
on the etheric plane.
You got to orgone it up.
Okay, so
And Oregon.
update number 2. Matt in Virginia. Matt in Brooklyn, it says here.
What? No.
No,
not
yeah,
me. No, that was not me.
Matt in let's just say somewhere, taking on the porn version of the Boomer Chestnut. Well, Elvis was controversial when he first came on the scene. Matt writes, "Is this the whole my parents had a Playboy on the coffee table back in 1962, so nothing has really changed? Because 15-year-olds watching anal excavators, complete with footage of the blown-out prolapse for 4 hours a night is a very different thing." You watch that a lot shorter than 4 hours. Come on.
What were all these demons doing before internet porn existed? Like, were they? Did internet porn generate the demons? In his theology, were they just sitting around waiting to be called up?
No, the demons are just sitting around.
Yeah.
The demons have been there.
They're in the city of pandemonium, but now thanks to the internet, they can game with us.
Yes.
Through the etheric plane.
They finally got a LAN connection to
of our through nut magic.
Yes, to our ethereal nuts.
Read the whole post if you'd like to know the Archdruid's thoughts on like what are the demons he's talking about? Are they purely evil? Should pornography be banned? Is masturbation bad?
Yes. Also, like, what's the best way to defeat a goblin band in the Enchanted Forest? Yes. Do you go with spells or edged weapons?
It's like we said in a previous episode, Rod lives in an actual D&D world.
Yes.
And he's constantly getting sent side quests by his readers, right?
Yeah.
My wife is possessed. I've got a jack-off demon. There's my son's been bimbo fights, stuff like that. And those are side quests that have rewards, and then he's got the main quest, which is the Benedict option.
Yes, he is a paladin in his own adventure, and honestly, it sounds really cool to live in a world in which you are literally engaged in spiritual, magical warfare against not just the armies of reality, but like literally the armies of God and the devil are on your side all the time.
Roll a 1d20 to see if you can summon Coach O to tell you if your boy looks good or not.
On a future episode, let's actually get the D&D rulebook and roll up Rod's stats.
He really is. I'm realizing he is the Alex Jones of social issues, in that he is this sort of lint roller for all the ambient anxieties around changing cultural values and stuff. And he reflects genuine fault lines and contradictions that need to be dealt with. But he does it in the most frenetic and hysteric and conspiratorial and frankly delusional register that he looks like a maniac. And there's just nothing to credit there because you're like, oh, you're just having an episode. Do you want me to put my wallet in your mouth?
I think he's pretty cool.
He's extremely cool.
I think he's pretty cool. I'll just be thinking about that line. Hey, Coach O, how does my boy look in this for a while?
Hey, Coach O, it's 97 degrees out and they've been practicing for 4 hours. Do you think you can get some water? No, fuck him. He's a pussy. Oh no, he's dead now.
I will be writing the story of Coach O over the Christmas and winter break. I thought it would be a good time to check in. We haven't talked about Brother Rod in a while. Brother Rod Dreher, friend of the show, and I just maybe once every other month or so, I just check out. I just click on his name, an American conservative, and see what Rod's been up to recently. And I found this pretty good one. It's a headline: Sextortion Emails. Because, Rod loves getting emails. And he loves printing his emails in his column.
Rod, I would love to see him in the park bench in the weird, Eastern Orthodox compound he lives in, just with, a binder of emails that he reads like a book. And they're all just, about, a guy's wife's clit getting possessed by Baal. Like this.
He also, out on good authority, he prints every email he gets, so you can fuck with him, and he will still think it's real.
Well, I mean, this reader email, I think does strike a chord of authenticity. Begins here. I received 2 emails with the exact wording today in my personal email address spam folder. So that's how you know they're actually real. Because if it had bypassed the spam filter, it would have been someone like us just fucking with him, telling about my sister is possessed by the devil or something. So it goes here. So this is the Rod got some spam emails and he opened them up and this is what he found. I know, and then like in brackets, one of my old passwords from many years ago, haven't used it in ages, blank, is one of your passwords on day of hack. Let's get directly to the point. Not one person has paid me to check about you. You do not know me, and you're probably thinking, why are you getting this email? In fact, I actually placed a malware on the adult videos, in parentheses, adult porn website that you know what? You visited the site to experience fun, in parentheses, you know what I mean. I love the wording on whatever, like, from whatever country this came from, where it just says, you visited adult porn website, and you know what? You visited the site to experience fun. I mean, I visit adult websites to experience knowledge and research.
Yeah, I find out where babies from.
When you were viewing videos, your browser started out operating as a RDP having a keylogger, which provided me with accessibility to your display and webcam. Immediately, I'm just trying to imagine like how terrified Rod was reading this. How absolutely petrified he was about a demon logging keystrokes on his computer. It just goes here. After that, my malware obtained every one of your contacts from your Messenger, Facebook, and as well as email account. After that, I created a double screen video. First part shows the video you were viewing. You have nice taste, OMG. And second part displays the recording of your cam, and it's you. Best solution would be to pay me $6,836. I wonder how they arrived at that sum.
Well, it probably that works out to like a round amount in whatever country this guy's sending this from.
Yeah, right.
It's a lot of like Moldovan bookmarks or whatever.
I love that the guy's apparently complimenting Rod's taste in pornography as well. OMG, so fun.
Yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know this is a scam, because that's not. I don't know what Rod watches, but
it wouldn't be good or fun though.
Yeah, no, yeah. It would be things you didn't even know could be made into porn.
It would be basically a closed circuit video from the team doctor's office from Ohio State University's wrestling team.
Yeah.
But he goes here, we are going to refer to it as a donation. In this situation, I most certainly will, without delay, remove your video. You could go on in your life like this never happens, and you will never not hear ever back from me. You'll make the payment via Bitcoin. If you did not know this, search how to buy Bitcoin in Google.
This guy is a absolutely native English speaker. Like 100%.
If you are planning on going to the law, surely this email cannot be traced back to me because it's hacked too. I have taken care of my actions. I am not looking to ask you for a lot. I simply want to be paid. If I do not receive the Bitcoin, I definitely will send out your video recording to all of your contacts, including friends, family, coworkers, and so on. Nevertheless, if I do get paid, I will destroy the recording immediately. If you need proof, reply with yeah, and then I will send out your video recording to your 8 friends. It is a non-negotiable offer, and thus please don't waste my time and yours by replying to this message. So Rod says here, after receiving this email, he says, now, I know this is fake because although I have some vices, watching porn is not one of them. In fact, I have never been to a porn site. I'm just, Mo Sislak being tied to the lie detector right now.
I mean, I can understand him like beating off to like daguerreotypes or something, like because he is kind of like a hipster in a way. I mean, he's a fucking he's Orthodox for Christ's sake. I can imagine him like jacking off to like icons or something, and then thinking that that's deeply perverted.
19th century whaling scrimshaw of like some tits on a whale tooth or something.
Yeah, exactly. Just sprung off that shit.
He goes here, but just think of how many people do have this vice and who, after seeing a familiar password, might really think these creeps hacked their computer and filmed them masturbating while watching a dirty movie. Think how afraid these people would be. If you are one of these unfortunate souls, take it from your non-porn watching blogger friend. These hackers are lying. Don't send them anything. Don't worry about it, but do quit watching porn and go to confession. It turns out this is a common scam. The BBC reports one way it works. The guy below explains what happened to me. Your passwords, old ones maybe, have probably at some point been exposed in a data breach. This is why it's important to change your passwords. You don't have to worry about that these sextortionists have video of you in a compromising position. Watch this short clip so you'll know what to do and what not to do, e.g. don't reply to the email or click any links in it. Then he has like a follow-up reader email where his reader just tells him how important it is to have LSU passwords, long, strong, and unique. So there you go. Rod is just letting his readers know that they could potentially be extorted for watching pornography, but it's bad to watch pornography. But don't worry that a Moldovan hacker has saw you having fun and is going to share it with all of your readers at the American Conservative.
See, this is why Rod needs to read his Strauss. I mean, you need to use the noble lie sometimes. You need to tell your viewers, your readers, no, these Moldovan dudes are watching you jack off right now. Every single time you go on there, they're recording it, and they will send it to your mom. So you have to stop doing it.
I like the idea of like terrifying kids about masturbation, being like God is watching you every time you touch your wiener. But except for Rob's just like, well, God's doing that too, but also this guy in Moldova is watching you through your webcam. So in case God wasn't enough.
His name is God too, but it's got like a line through the O or something.
Let's just dive into Rod Dreher here. This is a choice one. Just like by way of prefacing this, I don't know if you've been following the Rod canon as closely as I am, but for the last 6 months or so, he's been living in Budapest in Hungary. he's just hanging
Benedict
out.
optioning.
Yeah, he's Benedict optioning in one of the largest European capitals, one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world. But he's a fan of Viktor Orban and his nationalist Christian sort of pseudo-fascist government. And Rod would like to spend some time in a country that's more sort of more to his liking.
Somebody ought to build a country that works.
But Rod is like doing a tour of Steven Seagal's life. Like Louisiana, now he's going to where Steven Seagal's made all his movies since 2010.
Oh shit, you're right. He's going to wear a giant kimono soon, and that's going to be a great look for him.
Yeah. Next Rod iteration, he's going to wear a do-rag and hang out with Ja Rule.
Can't wait for him to drive an APC into a fucking dog kennel.
And then also by way of prefacing this, Rod has been he's been sort of pseudo vacationing, pseudo Benedictine option in a European capital. But I know you guys saw the pictures of him doing the hardest soy face ever. Rod,
you cannot hide who you are.
That's
what I saw from that.
Rod soy facing in front of the oysters that he was just
He
folks,
failed the Voight-Kampff test there.
Folks, it's Rod. It's Rod. All right, so this is his blog post. I mean, I just love all of Rod's blog posts. They all have, and I say they all have headlines like "What's happening to America?" and directly underneath the headline is a screen cap of 3 animated beavers who are smiling and holding pride flags. So the article begins. He goes, I went to a garden party tonight over in the Buddha Hills.
Party.
I love how fucking monastic his life is. He's eating oysters and going to garden parties in Budapest every fucking night.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's that's Rod. I think I found your problem. Wherever you go, you are.
He goes here. He goes, I went to a garden party tonight over in the Buddha Hills. I met there a journalist who writes about national security and defense for a Hungarian magazine. Okay, all right. Okay, so he's obsessed with the national security of Hungary, and he writes for a Hungarian magazine. He said to me, it really upsets us to see what's happening in America. It's not the America we knew. I was at Georgetown not long ago and met this student from the Midwest who wanted to go into the Foreign Service. I asked him what he wanted to do with his career. He said, destroy white supremacy. He is as white as I am. These are people who will be running America one of these days. Your country is tearing itself apart, and this is hard for us to see. We loved America. We looked up to it. Okay, so it's a very specific type of person at this garden party, which is a Hungarian defense official who loved America. Let me just say that's among us.
Yeah, that's someone's imposter.
Okay, the man seemed genuinely sad and uncomprehending. What could I say? I fell into conversation with 2 men, one a journalist, the other a retired diplomat. They spoke with awe about the speed of the collapse of our civilization. Okay, they're speaking in awed tones about the collapse of our civilization at a garden party together, where they're sipping wine and talking about what they read in the news today.
And the reason that civilization is ending is because the disgusting reptile ghouls who are going to staff our foreign service and assassinate foreign leaders and
ensure the continued hegemony of the American petrodollar are going to go from thinking that they're defending white supremacy to thinking that they're dismantling it.
yeah. He goes, they agreed with what's happening to America is going to happen to Hungary sooner or later. Neither of them could account for the rapidity of the collapse through rational explanation. They agreed that there is something supernatural going on here. Of course there is. Of course there is. What else could account for it?
It's always the devil.
It's always the dark forces. It's always the dark forces. And by the way, what I love that this is a classic Rod piece because there's about 4 people that he references having conversations with. One or all of them could be completely made up.
Yeah.
And I like with Rod, usually I err on the side of these are all characters in his head.
Yeah, no, he's in the Friedman world where I just assume unless I have documentary evidence that anyone they're talking about isn't real.
Yeah, Rod is like he's writing the world's longest spiritual successor to Fight Club. Like he was just alone at like an abandoned warehouse that has like shrubbery growing all over it. And he was like, "Oh, I was at a garden party with a cleric, a mage."
He goes, "Hungary is a very secular country, so I assume they were speaking metaphorically. They weren't. Of course they weren't, Rod. They were hanging out with you."
Yeah.
Someone said to me that American culture is still immensely powerful. Nobody cares about Germany. They make great cars, okay, but what else? Nothing. America is still cool. We may be decadent as hell, but our culture still matters to these people. I shared a taxi back to the pest side with an American graduate student studying here. He's a Christian who reads this blog. Okay. All right. I just want to pause here for a second. Like, this is the next person Rod is going to have a conversation with. And again, he's talking about the just breakneck pace at which our civilization itself is collapsing around us. And he's going to a garden party on one side of Budapest, and then he's taking an Uber back to the other side of Budapest with a grad student who reads his blog. And he goes, he's a Christian who reads this blog. He said he saw the Blues Clues segment with the drag queen singing about a pride parade, including the Beaver family with the trans member sporting mastectomy scars. Okay, folks, I'm just going to read that sentence again. He's a Christian who reads this blog. He's taking a cab with me back to the other side of Budapest. He said he saw the Blues Clues segments with the drag queen singing about the pride parade, including the Beaver family with the trans member sporting mastectomy scars. He's just dropping that like it's something that we all know about.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Blues Clues segment with the mastectomy scars and the pride flag. Oh, yeah. Go on. He goes, that show meant a lot to me as a kid, he said. It started the year I was born. It was a big part of my childhood. Now his voice faded off. Okay, I mean, like, I don't know what is funny. Like, this is what I love reading Rod Dreher so much. It's like, I don't know what option is funnier. That he totally made up this grad student who's crying about Blues Clues in the back of a fucking taxi in Budapest. Or that he actually does spend his time at going to a garden party and then just, taking a cab home with a grad student who's a fan of my blog.
A fan of my blog and Blues Clues.
He's 8 years old.
Yeah, it's like this is the Barney bit. Like just all these adults being like, I've become disturbed by all the themes that have been in Paw Patrol this last year.
He goes here, it's like Sohrab Ahmari says. Look around you, said the student. Look around you, and you can't believe the depravity. You want to ask God, how long? Now, that's the question Rod was asking him on the grinder before they met up. Something dark and depraved is coming. It's already here, and it's going to get much worse. Prepare, prepare, prepare. These people who have lived through totalitarianism know what they're seeing. You just talked to a guy who was born the year Blues Clues debuted. What fucking totalitarianism has he lived under? But prepare, prepare, prepare. Shut the fuck up. If you believed any of this, you wouldn't be having these European vacations. Where's your compound, Rod?
Honestly, like he is not really Benedict optioning too hard. Like where's his root cellar? Where are his preserves?
No, this is the Eggs Benedict option. He's going to brunch.
Oh, God.
He lives like the most like Bugman cosmopolitan lifestyle
and then
out of anyone.
And then he absolves himself by fretting about the Blues Clues pan-gender party.
which is just the exact fucking reflection of that State Department zombie who wants to stop white supremacy. It's like they're all living the same the decadent urbane existences, parts of cogs in the same machine, but they need a drama to validate their existence as part of it and to absolve them of responsibility. And they just pick one side or the other of this fucking sterile culture war to give their life meaning.
I just can't describe to you how funny it is that he's closing with something dark and depraved is coming, and the headlines of the article is just an image of 3 cartoon beavers smiling with each other
and a rainbow flag.
Yeah, it's just like it's something unspeakable is happening here. It's supernatural. It's unmentionable. The great ones are awakening. Yog Sothoth is the key in the gate. Blue's Clues as the flesh. Wear the clue. The flesh will be blue. None will be saved in the purge. Prepare.
It's not the most ridiculous thing in the article, but I just want to zero in how funny it is that the grad student was like, Blue's Clues was incredibly important.
So
to my
important to me.
life.
It's just like this is the fucking pussy that these are Rod's disciples that are going to save Christendom in the West. Some fucking pussy who's crying over a children's cartoon show having pride stuff in it. You know how important The Simpsons was to my childhood? I've now lived 25 years of that show being in the absolute shitter.
Awful.
Fucking just cringe embarrassment every time I look at it. But you know what? It's cool to me because the classic episodes are still there. They're still there. They're
oh, look, Homer's going to space. Oh, my God, this is such a good one.
So this asshole should just get the Blue's Clues classics.
Yeah, just go watch Steve. Clap your sticky little hands together when you notice the backpack or whatever the fuck it is. Is that Dora the Explorer? I don't know. I literally don't remember the shit I watched as a child.
I'm just imagining Rod like at a gastropub, and he's just like, he looks at his watch and he's like, oh my God, it's 9 a.m. in America. Barkeep, could you turn on PBS?
Turn on Nick Jr., please.
Yeah, and then it's playing like Paw Patrol or some shit, and he's like, there you go. He kneeled like Kaepernick, and he just storms out.
And then they're like, oh, Rod, can we get you back? Here's a plate of oysters. These are simply divine.
How does he not know about soy face?
I don't know. That online.
I don't know.
The guy that fixated on masculinity and virility should very well know not to look like that in a photograph.
Yeah.
He's probably like the least virile person alive.
Look, he's fighting the decadence of the West by spending time at garden parties in Hungary and then taking a cab home with a grad student who's just simply is a fan of his, okay?
He's awesome.
He's essentially Elsit.
Yeah. There you go. That's another reading from The Book of Rod.
You know how sometimes we read a guy so long that we get sick of them?
Rod is never.
No, I'm never gonna get sick of Rod. And the only time we stopped reading him was the exorcism article because it was too dark. It was too depressing.
I just kept thinking of the poor wife who was clearly going through some real shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was depressing. Did we ever get, by the way, a final confirmation?
No.
Did he get an interview with the demon?
No.
Hey, Rod, I'm a long-time reader.
Rod, have you seen what they've done to the Animaniacs?
Yeah.
Rod, Scrappy Doo is gone woke.
Yeah. No, he's the
Rod,
best.
Lola Bunny has a penis now.
Elmo gives his pronouns now. They're he, they.
That's why he's awesome, because it's the reason we get sick of people is because it's they do the same thing too often.
Yeah, I don't read McCardle anymore because she's just too fucking stupid and boring.
Yeah, and it's she's doing the same thing. It's always picking a cruelty of capitalism and explaining why it's not that bad on the grand scale of things. But Rod is he's in the same genre, which is, downfall of the West, the homo jihad coming to take Christendom, but he's always adding these new things. A grad student crying about Blue's Clues is he's always
funny. It's like a joke you would do. It's it's so fucking funny that he has not a shred of self-awareness about any of this.
That's the beauty part.
That's what makes Rod so beautiful, because he's just noble Christian knight. The time will come when we must defend the gates of Vienna again. But until then, I met a wonderful young man who cried to me the other night about Blue's Clues. It's just like, what do you think the Saracen, when they're reading this, Rod? What do you think they're thinking when they're thinking about you fucking crying and then soy facing over your fucking oysters?
Yeah,
the Turk is licking their chops. They lust for Hungary again.
It's like this is as funny and like well structured to be funny as like Alan Partridge.
Yes. Oh my God. No. Rod is absolutely like American Christian closeted Alan Partridge.
Yeah. It's so good. He's one of these guys. There are a lot of these guys who like. It's like I wish you knew like what a genius you are in the like you're not doing the thing you intend to do, but in something else. Like this is the best comedy writing made in this year.
Oh, absolutely. I'd like to go into this week's official reading series, which is it's a rare one because it's a tweet thread that I thought was so wonderful that I think for a lot of reason it warrants including in a reading series canon. But going back to the beginning, Felix mentioned that like this is a certain style of kind of weepy white European conservative version of buck breaking. But the main thread of this tweet thread I'm going to get into is being gay with your homies.
Yeah.
Or rather not, it's not, let me correct myself. It is not about being gay with your homies. It is about being perceived as being gay with your homies, when in actuality, what you were doing is cultivating a sense of intimate male partnership and friendship that, because of the acceptance of homosexuality, is now coded as being gay. Whereas it used to be you could just like oil wrestle with your friends and love them and write, letters and poetry to your best friend all the time.
Die in each other's arms fighting the Macedonians.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just get gassed together in a trench in World War I. Okay, so this is a thread by Peg. This is Peg O'Brien. Peg. We'll just call him Peg. This guy's been around for a while. He lives in France. And like I said, he's a species of conservative that I wish we had more of in America, which is these sort of like these restorationist kind of pro-monarchy types that have been crying ever since the French Revolution, but they've like never toughened up. And in that way, they remind me a lot of the left. It's because like the left in America is because they stay losing all the time, and because of that, they haven't gotten smarter or tougher. They've just gotten like weepier and weepier.
Yeah. I do have to say, when I was reading this thread, it was like, you look at the guy's bio, you look at everywhere he writes, it's like, why can't that be Tariq Nasheed? He's doing this, but better. He's better at it.
So, you said at the beginning of the show, and I wasn't planning to, I wasn't planning on your impromptu review of Tariq Nasheed's buck breaking, but you're right. This whole thread is like the white guy version of buck breaking.
Yeah,
it's like
and
the
it's
exact
shittier.
same thing that it's shittier, but it's like the exact same thing that animates the buck breaking narrative. But let's go into Peg here. So the thing that kicked off this mega tweet thread is the New Yorker had some post about it just says here, the skeletons of 254 warriors from the fearsome sacred band of Thebes were discovered in a mass grave in Cheronia. A number were buried with arms linked. If you look closely, you can see that some were holding hands. Now, for fans of antiquity and classical Greek history, the sacred band of Thebes were pretty much, this was written about by contemporary historians as being, this is the whole sleight of hand he's doing in this thread, because I guess, they weren't gay in the sense that, modern gay people consider themselves gay, but they loved fucking each other. Well, they loved fucking men, exclusively.
Your average, ancient warrior of antiquity, elite forces, they were exactly like Jacques from Seeking Derangements.
Well, Felix, you had a really good point that, in the past, before this wretched modern era that we all live in, if you were a gay guy, the gayest thing you could do was join the military of any country. If you were 100% just a pussy destroyer, you could go into theater. You'd become an actor.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Is who is one of the greatest military leaders of all time? Frederick the Great.
Frederick the Great, baby.
Frederick the Great was gayer than any modern man. He was. If he saw a woman, he would be like, "Oh, fucking gross! Get that fucking shit out of here! Fuck you!
I'm gonna look at that fucking gash. Get her out of here. Ugh, I'm gonna fucking throw up. Get me some dudes. And very tough guy, like brilliant commander, but that was more the norm for like great military commanders. And like not even, you go even like to World War II. Like, was it Eisenhower who was like, I think I'm gonna leave my wife and I'm gonna marry a French
He tried to in the middle of the war. He sent his fucking resignation to Marshall and said, "I'm in love with my Jeep driver, and I'm getting divorced, and I'm gonna resign." And he just said, "It's fucking World War II, Ike.
Can you get it together?" Like, it's like not even gay. Like sometimes, like even if they're not gay, like Queenie. Like Patton,
Yeah.
MacArthur,
like
for God's sake.
MacArthur,
Patton, all of his outfits that he designed for himself. Patton wanted to have a custom-made tank commander outfit that he designed himself with like pinstripes.
Homosocial relationships created the theatrical aesthetic that then was legitimized into being an open gay identity. The thing that he thinks is awful.
But that was before it was really an option. It's like you'd go into the military and you'd go in front of like all these fucking poor conscripts who can't read in front of you and be like, "Places, everybody, come on!" And it's like a mean theater guy, and you were still tough. But yeah, if you were like, "I just like pussy," it's like, yeah, I'm gonna put on a wig and become Gilbert and Sullivan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say Dilbert and Sullivan?
No, I said Gilbert. I said Gilbert. Rewind
See, I would watch
Rewind
that.
the tape.
Not really interested in Gilbert and Sullivan, but I would see a Dilbert and Sullivan comic opera for sure.
There's an amazing thing in buckbreaking where like one of the experts is like, he is talking about this. Like he is like a way better grasp on history than Peg, and he's like, yeah, there were like gay soldiers in Greek antiquity, but then he like fucks up and he's like, and they would actually tie them together at the ankle if they loved each other. And then he goes,
I think he's confusing the story of Achilles and Patroclus with.
He does that, and then he goes, and that's where the phrase "tied together at the ankle" comes from. And it's like, no, it's joined
That's not
at the
a phrase. I've never heard that phrase in my life.
One time.
But it's,
0 times have I heard that.
But I mean, the thing he starts with is right, that a lot of these guys were.
Well, I mean, like, the thing that they're stumbling over is that, like, you know, homosexuality or just like the act itself of male on male intercourse has been a very, very standard feature of almost all of human civilization and in every human civilization. It's just like what Peg is complaining about is, and like a lot of these guys, like Rod Dreher too, like I'm taking like the civic brand of conservative that is really obsessed with, being afraid of gay culture and now trans issues, is like they really want to go back to an older way of being gay before gay identity was a thing that could be acknowledged. Yeah. They thought it's a better, superior way to be gay than the modern version, and I think that's what troubles them the most.
Because it doesn't mean being gay. It doesn't involve the alienation from like a culture that you have some sort of fixation on. Like for guys like Rod and Peg, they're looking at gay sex across, like longingly across this cultural divide, but they can't cross it because doing gay sex now means being gay.
Yeah.
And that alienates them from a sense of themselves that they find very, very crucial, and they resent that's been taken from them. And the thing is, they're right. That is a thing that we don't have anymore.
Yeah, like you can't be like a normal square John type with a wife and kids, who nonetheless is primarily romantically interested and sexually interested in liaisons with members of the same sex. Like that doesn't mean you're a gay guy. You're a straight guy who happens to have sex with men.
That does suck.
I mean, that should be an option.
You have that kind of conflict within you, that sucks. And I can see why you might get pissed, especially if you really hold on to like notions of traditional society. You feel like those give you a sense of meaning, and like old religious notions give you a sense of identity. You don't want to trade them for the furtive pleasures of gay sex.
Liberation.
But man, wouldn't it be nice if you could? And whose fault is it? It's this culture that he is totally otherwise hates. So why wouldn't he want to blame that?
Do you think like Peg or Rod would have the ability to be like a Frederick
Oh no,
the Great?
because they are fully modern people. Their fixation on that old way is fake. It's synthetic. It is itself a costume. Yeah, no, the thing they want they couldn't handle either, because they are like us, like we all are, modern creatures. We are creatures of the world that we live in, and their whole project is doomed because it imagines that they can turn back into different people regressively, and you can't. The only way out is through.
Yeah. So Peg has a lot of thoughts on this, and like he kicks off this thread by saying, on top of being a stupid lie, the retconning of ancient male friendship as homosexuality has damaging implications today. So right off the bat, he's claiming that the sacred band at Thebes were just good friends with each other.
That is the fundamental, and like I guess in later posts he backs away from it a little bit because he gets into that distinction between gay acts and gay identity. But that first post really does seem to be denying the well-established historic fact.
Look at Eddie Grecian Urn.
Each other. They've got buried in a giant daisy chain, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Most Grecian urns, if you go to like the Met or any like established collection of the art of antiquity, half of them just have shit that looks like Palma's Twitter feed. All right, so getting into the thread, Peg continues. He says, it seems harder and harder to deny that the normalization of homosexuality has killed intimate male friendships. I like Bronze Age Mantis's spin on this. Okay, if he's name checking Bronze Age Mantis.
Okay, first they're perverted in the Bronze Age. Now they're turning into fucking insects.
I enjoy the Bronze Age Mantis spin on this, that the powers that be made strong male bonding impossible because it's too politically dangerous. Small bands of men bound together in do-or-die friendships can destroy a regime. I mean, I think Chapo Trap House is a good Chapo Trap House and the 9/11 hijackers are like good examples of this phenomenon.
Yeah,
so I also agree with Bronze Age Mantis on this point. The homies having fun, dudes having fun is dangerous and it seems increasingly taboo in our society.
If you
have to ask her, cui bono, who benefits?
If you're three men, it's like one of you is an Eisenhower, one of you is a Patton, and one of you is a Marshall. There has to be one.
You decide which.
Yeah, one guy has to be like, all right, get it together, guys.
He goes, okay, so he's getting some attention here, and he goes, oh, okay, this thread has gotten lots of attention, so, haha, you have no friends. Funny, inventive. Erastus, Euronymous relationships in ancient Greece were not at all the same thing we are told today is gay identity. And yes, I believe the normalization of homosexuality has had a chilling effect on certain forms of male bonding. Many other things have played into the current situation, from Anglo-Puritanism to the erosion of male-only spaces, but that too. The very fact that past male friendships, like Montaigne and La Botte, today read as gay to some people is evidence of this. Have a nice day. God damn it, I will die on this hill. So he's going to die on this hill, and he goes further to it. But I mean,
with his bros.
But like, I don't know. I mean, like, this takes on the flavor of another species of argument where people are just complaining about that no one has friends anymore, but they're only talking about themselves.
I mean, the main problem here is that his argument stems on the idea that the dastardly elites normalized homosexuality so that straight dudes would be too insecure to be friends with one another. Because the whole argument is premised not on that there any direct attempt to interfere with male friendships. It's, well, the males themselves, the straight males themselves, are going to be so afraid of appearing gay that they won't be able to be intimate with one another.
I mean, isn't the opposite true, though? Because, I mean, like, I mean, just from a casual observation, wouldn't it seem that, like, the normalization of homosexuality, to use Peg's phrase, has led to it being much more okay to, like, express emotion and be vulnerable as a man who's heterosexual, or to display affection
No, but
men?
the thing is, I think what he means is that you have to acknowledge it. Like, you have to do a no homo thing. You have to make a joke of it, which means you can't be truly intimate in your relationships. You have to keep all male relationships ironized to prevent against the encroaching anxiety about being gay. And like what he's complaining about is it's not some dastardly fucking mechanism of power. It's the fact that all fucking friendships are less potent than they used to be. All human connection is less potent than it used to be. All of our relationships are thinner and more tenuous than they used to be because our relationships have been dissolved in the fucking acid vat of capitalism to the point where we cannot believe in anything beyond ourselves, where we cannot operate in the world without having an entirely self-focused motivation, because otherwise we will be ground into fucking paste. We've all been turned into the homo economicus that libertarian psychos said we always were, and that means we literally cannot afford to have relationships that obligate us beyond our self-interest. And we all know that. And that means our relationships are thinner. It has nothing to do with the type, and it certainly doesn't have anything to do with liberalization of sexual mores. It has to do with the fact that no one can sacrifice realistically.
Yeah.
And also that emotion has been totally coded female in the modern era.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's if your goal was to, dissolve male friendships or make them thinner and weaker.
Ironic.
Yeah. The most roundabout way you could do that is by gay sex, I guess. But the easier way you can do that, if you control capital and control everything, make it so that the line between work and not work is blurred. Make it so that none of your moments are really for you, but you're told to really only think about yourself, to really only focus on yourself, your success, your personal feelings as your personal feelings is the only true thing in the world. That seems like it would work better for dissolving male friendships and everyone's friendships, and it has. Like, I don't disagree with the idea that like there are fewer friendships and people are lonelier than they have been in a while. I completely agree with that. But we were talking about this when there's a conservative thing where it's like they point out a problem or they point out they point out like a historical facet where you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's true. And then it's like, and it's because of people are afraid that people will think they're gay. And it's like, well, okay, well, what the fuck? Are we talking about the same thing here?
I mean, the thing is like, okay, people will think you're gay. The whole point now that's okay, right? So the thing stopping you is an internal insecurity.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of, really doing a very modern thing of taking a broad social problem like loneliness and lack of friends, and then putting your own extremely fucked up, weird personal thing on it, where it's like, well, my reason and therefore everyone's reason is that if I have a male friend, people will think we're gay.
Yep.
I'm just imagining like Herman Melville's letters to Hawthorne, where he's pouring his heart out, and at the end of it, he just signs postscript, no homo.
Yeah.
So Peg continues here. He goes, the point isn't that no Greeks didn't engage in homosexual conduct, duh, but to say of some Greeks they were lovers and leave it as that, implying that they had a gay identity in our sense, is simply either ignorant or a lie, and all good scholarship backs this view. It's like I said, it all becomes this thing about gay identity, and it's just like, yeah, like nobody thought of themselves as like, no one thought of themselves in like Foucault made this point in his History of Sexuality, like nobody thought of themselves as having a sex life until the modern era, until time had been segmented by production, so that areas of your life became discrete things that formed an identity, right? So, like, if you had gay sex, of which plenty of people were doing throughout all of history, it didn't necessarily make you gay. It was just a thing you did, even if it was, like, kept quiet or whatever. But, like, so he's like, it's like, for him, it's not about the sex act itself. It's not about homosexuality, but it's about it's about those sex acts forming an identity that is then a political category, that is then a group that needs to be advocated on behalf of, or that certain disparities in law and society need to be redressed on behalf of that group. But like it's really, but with all these guys, it really is just about sodomy. That's really what they're thinking about. Or what is more what's more threatening here? Is it the act of sodomy, or is it what he calls the social acceptance of it?
Well, I'd presume it's probably like his argument is the social acceptance.
Yeah, it's the social acceptance. That's what gives the social breathing room to acculturate like a public persona that can be associated, or a public set of behaviors and attitudes that can be associated with the act.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is so insane, though, because it's like, okay, if your argument is like this problem exists because of like acceptance of homosexuality as its own concept, and gayness as like a lifestyle or an identity, rather. I okay, that toothpaste isn't really going back in the tube.
Right.
What is your plan to like get people to forget that gayness is an option? Like, what are you going to do?
None of these sort of integralists or whatever you want to call them, monarchists or what are these return to tradition types? I mean, none of them are like ever very explicit about how they would get that toothpaste back in the tube, because they know if they stated it outright, I mean, like most people would regard it as, thoroughly monstrous.
I honestly think that their plan is they fingers crossed that they survive the apocalypse, and then them and their buddies can all like do a fucking Society of Creative Anachronism rewriting of the Earth. Like, oh, good. Like we could take this the bricks out of this Walmart and turn them into a castle keep and start having tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, again, I got to favorably compare buck breaking to one of the theses to buck breaking that they say at the start of the movie is that the default state for like a lot of white people is just homosexuality. It's like an amazing thing to say, but it's like, again, it's way more interesting than this.
Yeah.
Awesome movie.
I mean, like, would Peg agree with that statement or not?
No, he wouldn't, because he'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
But he's saying this kind of very intimate, flowery, pseudo-erotic connection between men of the past is superior to that of today, but that's not gay.
Right. Well,
so
yeah,
like,
that's the argument. Like with buck breaking, the argument is like, no, that's gay. Like even if they had no concept of gayness back then, they're still gay as I see them today. Whereas Peg is going, no, it's not gay. They didn't invent that until like 1951.
Okay. I mean, he's going on here. He says, on the link between normalization of homosexuality and the decay of male friendships, perhaps the best way to go about this is through pop culture, since it's both a mirror to its society and a muse. John Woo's A Better Tomorrow, the dramatic knot of the story is the conflicts between friendship, family, loyalty, and honor. To establish the friendship of the two main characters, the opening scene shows them engaging in horseplay, wrestling, etc. At one point, Chow Yun-fat's character tries to shove a piece of food in his friend's mouth. You would never have those scenes in a Western movie today. Why? You know why. It would look gay. Asian cinema is an interesting point of comparison since it's so often concerned with those classical themes of friendship and culture, and comes from a contemporary society where homosexuality is, or was, very taboo. Contrast Red Letter Media's review of the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie, where he very astutely points out that the movies need to establish that all of the male characters have a case of the not gays. The point is that subliminally but inevitably, normalization of homosexuality has added a question mark to countless male interactions. This acts as a subtle but nonetheless real break on male intimacy. That Rosetta Stone of American culture, Friends, the intense male friendship of the series is Joey and Chandler, and the show never stops getting laugh from creating an is it gay subtext. Whenever Joey and Chandler move for a hug, there's an awkward pause, followed by a laugh track, which works precisely because the show and the audience is having inevitably the same split-second is it gay moment. Every time Joey and Chandler have an intense emotional moment, they suddenly feel the need to do something manly, with the implication that intense male bonding is a little bit gay. Laugh track. It's funny that he brings up John Woo's movie because The Killer is another movie that's very homoerotic in its themes. Very homoerotic. I don't know, but the question is, from Moby Dick or Huck Finn on, it's like a major theme in like American literature, or like even not American literature, is like the eroticized friendships between two men. Like it's Ishmael and Queequeg, or Huck and Jim, and it's like much ink has been written about this. But the question is, like, for Peg, is he saying that like those authors, like Herman Melville, for instance, was unaware of the subtext here, or that this was an accident, or it's only read as gay through a modern lens? I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, that's moronic. I mean, like, the literary trope for, like, maybe hundreds of years was, like, the idea that this is sort of tragic because it's not even an option. Like, to fully consummate this and to fully, like, for these two men to, like, live their life as romantic partners, it's not even that it's forbidden. It's, like, you can't even do that. That's not available in any sense.
Well, I mean, I don't know what Peg's deal is, but like I read this into a lot of Rod's work on the subject as well. Is it like, now that we live in a modern era in which being gay is an identity, and you can be gay and form a family and be a openly gay and fully integrated member of our society, and indeed a very successful one. It's like that option being available, whereas in the past it wasn't. I mean, I think there's a certain sense of like a loss of like the frisson created by the taboo of it, but also a sense of the loss of like I've wasted my life. Because like if I could have just been doing this all along, maybe you would have.
Well, yeah. I mean, the character Javert. I mean, not literally the same thing, but why do I think Javert kills himself at the end of his storyline in Les Miserables? I don't think he kills himself because he's like, oh, I broke my moral code, time to kill myself. He kills himself because he realizes he can break his code, and that that way he can adhere to a grander sense of morality. And then he goes, oh my God, I wasted my life. How many years did I devote to this code? I could have done this 40 years ago, and I wouldn't have wasted my life. I would have lived my life as an actual moral guy. Okay, I have to kill myself.
Must I now begin to doubt? Who never doubted all these years? My heart is stone, and still it trembles. The world I have known is lost in shadow.
I mean, how many people do you know that like live a life they don't really like, but won't deviate from it because that fear of trying it a different way, whether they're 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, that the moment it works, which on some level they know it will, they'll go, oh my God, I wasted my entire fucking life. Yeah. That's the fear that keeps a lot of people where they are.
And the other interesting thread to this Peg thread is that he's writing from a sort of European sensibility. And what he's talking about, like this kind of this smirking, winking sense about, oh, like you can't be too emotional as a man or be too physical with the male friend, or else you have this no homo moment. And like he's hearkening back to like, yeah, I mean he goes on to talk about Sam and Frodo in Lord of the Rings, or like British guys who were writing sonnets to each other before they got ripped apart by Turkish machine guns at Gallipoli or whatever. But the thing is, like, that old sense of masculinity that he's hearkening back to, of this intense man love, this platonic male love and dedication to one another, and really like deep sense of intimacy, has never really like taken root in America as like a frontier culture. Like America's codes of masculinity are very different than European ones, I feel. So like
you don't make out when you meet somebody, for example.
Yeah.
That is a funny thing he has something in the thread where he's like, this guy he knows like is doing some deal with like Aramco, I think, Saudi Aramco, and a European lawyer comes in and like kisses him, and he's like, "You can only do that in Europe." It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And I think the difference comes down to the fact that we're the frontier country. We're the country of individuals and isolated stoic killers, like Lawrence called us, and that means that intimacy has always been less in America. And that now, and then because of that, capitalism became enthroned and headquartered there, and then made things even less fucking communal and less intimate and more individualistic.
And particularly for like male displays of vulnerability or emotion have always been more circumspect in American culture. Because you had to be like you had to be the strong silent type, out on the frontier or whatever. He goes on, he writes here, I used to blame Anglo-Protestant Puritanism, and I still do, but obviously normalization of homosexuality plays a role. A lot of things that used to be natural between men are less so. Maybe you think this is just because people need to become even more accepting of homosexuality. One wonders how that could even be possible. Maybe it doesn't affect you. Good for you. You're very special. But don't gaslight me that this isn't real. And then he goes like 3D. Lord of the Rings. If you know anything about Lord of the Rings and Tolkien, you know that Frodo and Sam. I just love like that tweet right there is like a perfect tweet for me, because it's just I don't know. Maybe because I am affected by today's sort of ironic distancing between masculinity and feelings or whatever. I mean, to me, it's funny that he's lamenting the normalization of homosexuality, but he's an adult man talking about "don't gaslight me."
Yeah, an adult, don't gaslight me. Here's what happens to my favorite historical figures, Frodo and Sam. I mean, like, as we're reading through this babble, the thing I think about is like all the close male friendships that I know that I see. And you know what? Make no mistake, a lot of them are between people who, if not necessarily rich, do get to escape a lot of the rattiness and collapsed and flattened existence that most people with who are totally reliant on office jobs or manual labor or service jobs are subject to. It's people who like are able to have a supplemental or primary income from like an internet entertainment thing. And I think I don't think there's a total across the board correlation, but it is noticeable that people who aren't as subject to the flattening effects of our current reality are able to have these very deep male friendships. But of course, also Frodo and Sam aren't gay.
Share the load.
And also, it's just like, this is only really a problem to the extent to, like, okay, so homosexuality has been normalized in our culture. I mean, what his prescription is for turning the clock back on that, who fucking knows? But now that that's the case, and that, like you said, if you're a straight man and you're being affectionate with another man, there's always this tension of, like, publicly of, like, oh, will someone think I'm gay or not? Well, I mean, like, that's a YP. It's only a problem to the extent that you let it into your head to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you can, like, write sonnets to your homies, wrestle with them, sacrifice for them, love them. I mean, if someone snickers at it and you feel like your back is up against the wall, well, I mean, like, that's your problem. Maybe you're not as close. Maybe you're not as close to friends as you fucking thought you were.
I think
if some anonymous snicker is all it takes you to just be like, I'm not being gay.
What he's saying is that the effect of this scheme by the elites is to, over time, disincentivize it among all men. So yeah, this is essentially your fault, but hey, most guys are going to feel that way, and so guys are going to tend to be less intimate with one another, even though it is just in their own head. It is still, it is part of this this evil strategy of, like, demobilizing masculinity away from what specifically he doesn't say. All he says is homies are a threat to power. How and why, like, what that means, he has no. That's the extent to which he sets up this entire theory that, well, if guys were more friendly with each other, they would maybe overthrow the government. Like, well, how exactly that's supposed to happen? And like, defining that as, like, the load-bearing element of any kind of revolutionary movement it's all just picking through, like, the whole broken pottery of history just to find the one thing to justify your weird hang-up.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do think, like, very generally, like, genuine friendships and genuine connection are, like, sometimes they can be of great use to any political movement or social movement. I think they're just important as a facet of life. But also, I mean, guys during the British Empire wrote fucking poems to each other. They didn't really destroy any of the great evil of the empire.
No, that was good, though. The British Empire was good.
That's good.
Even though it was the British Empire and the capitalist system that they unleashed that gave us all of this.
Yeah.
Like, the system that, and these guys who want to go back to before that, yeah, your only chance of doing that is building a medieval times on the wreckage, because we are not those people anymore at a fundamental level. I mean, if you want to point to, like, the real thing that normalized homosexuality as a lifestyle and an identity separate from the act, it was fucking advertising. It was the commercial instinct to take the desire to have gay sex and turn it into a market. And then identities formed around those markets. Like, that's how all identities get formed.
And a valuable market, because it reflects it reflects a group of people with a lot of disposable income, and as such, capital and power in our current society.
And so, if once again you find the culprit, and it's not your scheming Judeo-Masonic cabal, which is the European Catholic traditional explanation for what happened, but the good old fucking profit motive. So you have to pull the machine out of this thing that's pulling us away from each other and turning us more and more into just fucking demographics. But you can't turn the clock back on the identities that have been formed. We are those people now. And to repress it is to fatally alienate huge chunks of the population from any communal project, which a non-capitalist government would have to be.
Also, another thing I would really like guys like this I think they should have to explicate, like, a lot more clearly what exactly they think is wrong with being gay or homosexual acts themselves. Because, I mean, if you go down further in the post, he just says, well, I'm a conservative Christian, and I think that human beings are naturally ordered to certain behaviors, and unnatural behaviors makes us, sad and miserable, and, like, that's why they're prescribed by God or whatever. But, like, I mean, if these acts are so unnatural, how come they're so common in all of history and human civilization?
Yeah, seems like one of the most natural things for people to do.
Right, but once again, as a occasional, indulgence or as a parallel structure, not as a thing that is validated by the society.
Like, getting an organ transplant is pretty unnatural too. But I mean, are you going to turn it down if you need a new kidney?
I mean, this always breaks down because that's why they always have to end up arguing about things either very they either have to make very thin metaphysical arguments like it somehow it reduces the strength of straight relationships, or the idea that it literally spreads through recruitment, and you have to make an argument that it somehow undermines conventional relationships like straight relationships, and every argument to do that is very very.
I mean, the previous classical model, it didn't exactly uphold heterosexual relationships. I mean, that was the standard, but it was very clear that your wife or husband was just assigned to you. That was your function to society.
Well, that's the other
but all of your actual romantic and creative and imaginative flights of fantasy and trysts or just creativity come from outside the marriage and family unit.
Well, that's
and that, the highest love that you could have for another person would be someone of your own sex. Whether that was sexualized or not is another question. I mean, sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But it wasn't guys who freaking love their wife didn't exist until about 1985.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a relatively modern moment, but even more so than the fact that romantic love between men and women is a relatively recent innovation of the early modern era, the Renaissance and stuff. The other thing these guys are fetishizing about conventional relationships, the nuclear family, is a complete product of fucking modern capitalism. That is a absolutely modern artifact. Those social relationships are as tied into capitalism and as tied into every godless march away from the sacred that these guys have been bemoaning since 1789 as homosexual identity. It is as much a modern a social artifact, and so they want one. They want to keep one that they have turned eternal and elevated, and they want to get rid of another because they're operating just from a sense of what they're horrified by and what they fetishize that is entirely generated by their specific array of fucking repressions. And psychological pathologies, not any clear-eyed analysis of the state of the political economy.
But back to the point I made about the sort of split between Europe and America as it regards masculinity. I mean, I think the other thing that's going on here is he's bemoaning the fact that a lot of these things that were traditionally regarded as being normal and masculine are now coded in our modern context, which, let's be honest, only means in American context because we create culture for the world and we set the standard for everyone else, are coded now as being fruity. And I think that these guys are upset that their natural setting, which is soft and a little bit theatrical, is coded as being kind of being a swish now.
Yeah.
And they want to go back to a time when that was you could there was no difference between being a cowboy and being a Montaigne, a poet who writes
the Three Musketeers were the butchest dudes on earth, and they just wore cravats and long ringlets and scented handkerchiefs in their fucking sleeve collars.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole thing. He goes on for a long time on this thread, as you might imagine. But he continues. He says, "Why will I die on this hill? I'm going to do something incredibly stupid and actually expose some vulnerability to the pack of hyenas on this hell site." I mean, again, it's just, this is not traditionally masculine behavior to me, but that's because I'm in an American context and I'm in a modern context that men talking about the hell site and normal world and being gaslit by popular culture is not something I stereotypically associate with heterosexual men, but perhaps in a more classical context that wouldn't be the case. So Peg continues here. He writes, ha ha ha, you have no friends, loser. Well, not only do I have friends, but not all of them are internet anons, so there. But K through 12, I was 3 years younger than everyone else in my class, so that made making friends difficult. And yes, I was bullied. But thankfully, unlike libs who act out their trauma by trying to recreate their bullying at the level of politics, I grew out of my loser nerd past in the immortal words of the great Justice Brett Kavanaugh, lifting weights, drinking beer, and hanging out. In any case, typically, in whatever year I was in, I had one friend, and so I invested in this friendship with a lot of meaning and intensity. And since I was a nerd, I was, yes, inspired by some of the great friendships of classical literature, including, yes, the Iliad. Some ancient writers speculated about the Achilles-Patroclus relationship, but Homer himself never says or implies anything that's not projected by the reader. But also the great stories of the knights of the Chansons de Guest and others. When I eventually found out that some of those scholars asserted those relationships were gay, I felt like an incredible in violation. I knew it had to be false because I knew that the way that they described those relationships described my relationships, and I knew they weren't gay. It's intrinsically debasing to suggest that someone's friendship is really based on some other motive, whatever it is. And just to be clear, I'm describing experiences that happened before puberty, so please no talk of sublimated or repressed homosexual attraction. I grew up in a household where sex was openly discussed, so I was aware of homosexuality as a concept, but it had about as much relevance to me personally as the rings of Neptune. The point is that I know what it's like to experience this kind of pure, intense male friendship, and I know that it's different from sexual or romantic interest, and I know that it is the same thing as the great classical friendships. It's just incredibly destructive for the discourse to point out at these examples and go wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more, on top of ignorant and stupid, of course. Hey, look, I'm a Christian conservative. I believe that human beings are naturally ordered towards certain kinds of relationships, that engaging in homosexual conduct is intrinsically unhealthy, and that society shouldn't encourage it. Today, some people find this view not only shocking, but fundamentally unfathomable, incomprehensible. That's fine. I find the contemporary live your truth ethos of the self-creating, rootless, atomistic individual both laughably absurd and horribly crude. Anyway, the I'm not crying virulence and stupidity of the replies has confirmed for me that we need more critiques of the consequences of the normalization of homosexuality. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. So there he goes. I think he doesn't want to be called queer. I mean, I think he just doesn't want people making fun of him for his, in today's society, very gay-coded behavior.
He wants to be able to wear a cape in public. That's it.
I do.
He should have just written a thing about why can men no longer why are young men no longer dressed in velvet culottes and stockings the way they were in the Victorian era? That's all he wants.
Why aren't we dressing boys as girls until they're 8?
Yeah.
They did that all the time in Victorian society.
He wants
it wasn't
to be
gay.
able to be a little bit publicly fabulous without feeling self-conscious about it.
I think that's it. I think he wants just to be like a little bit flamboyant, and I don't mean this in a gay way. I'm not saying that he's a closet case or whatever. I just think like maybe it is a tragedy that like people have this internal censor in their head if they're heterosexual about being a little allergic to swag.
Well, like
being a little allergic to feelings.
They should take all the money out of the F-35 program and have a completely ceremonial branch of the military that's like the cavalry, where you can do this and like have a silk pistol holder and all that shit. Yeah. Like that would be positive.
I know people were begging for this. I can't believe we let it. We let this one slide. But I know you must have. All right, would you guys? Are you guys?
You gotta let it ferment a little bit.
Let it breathe
you gotta
a little
give
bit.
it a chance. You gotta let those tannins build up. You gotta decant it. You gotta leave it out. You gotta let it breathe. So important.
Would you guys like to now dive into? And you know, I say this, you know, this is no exaggeration here. Would you guys now like to dive into what I believe is comprehensively the most insane thing Rod Dreher has ever written?
Wow.
Okay, here we go.
That's saying a lot.
And my favorite part about what I'm about to read is that ostensibly this blog post is all about the author Gary Steingart and his fucked up circumcision. It's about Gary Steingart's chronic dick pain, and I gotta say, shout out to Gary Steingart. He was actually pretty good friends with my dad, and when we were in Dublin on our tour, my dad came over to hang out, and on the last day we were in Dublin, it was actually Bloomsday, and I was out with a bunch of Amber's Irish friends, and they took us to a pub that was featured in Ulysses. You know, Ulysses, Bloomsday, a great combination. So I'm in the pub
having a few pints. Who walks in? Gary Steingart. I flick it up with him and I send it to my dad and I go, Dad, you got to come out. Like he had retired for the evening, but I was like, Dad, you got to come out to the bar. Gary Steingart and his fucked up dick are here. So I mean, nothing but respect to Gary. But okay, here's Rod. He gets right to it. It's in the first paragraph. You know what's coming. I have never given circumcision a single thought. I have never given circumcision a single thought other than to consent to my son's circumcision. Europeans think it's weird for American Gentiles to be circumcised, and I think they're right. Wow, I agree with Rod right off the bat.
But he just did it anyway.
Yeah, he just did it anyway.
Wow,
Yeah.
way to be a nonconformist.
He goes, and I think they're right. But I remember the one kid we had in my elementary school class, a black boy who had been born at home and who was not circumcised. All us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener when we were at the urinal during recess. Yes, let's run that back for a second. A black boy in Rod's elementary school class was not circumcised, and according to Rod, all us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener when we were at the urinal during recess. I mean,
where's Robin DiAngelo when you need her?
When they were at the urinal during recess? You go to the urinal before recess. What the fuck is going on here?
Rod went to school at Berghain.
Yeah, it's like, all right, kids, save it up for recess. Save all that piss up for recess so you can have a good time.
Primitive root wiener.
Why both of those words? I mean, obviously, primitive is very problematic. That goes without saying. But for me, but also it's like, well, duh, he's Rod Dreher. Of course he's going to say that. But root and wiener.
It's the perfect Rod Dreher phrase.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, this is why Rod is the king. Like, he cannot help but shade what's on it. Like, he cannot veil in any sense what is actually on his mind. And he's just like, I'll have you know, I've never once thought about circumcision, other than my own son's circumcision, which I consented to. But for the last 45 years of my life, I have been thinking about this one black kid's dick.
Proust's Madeline, it's like that. Only it's a dick.
It's really is the perfect Rod phrase. It's what I would use to explain it to somebody, to explain Rod as fast as I could, because it's racist.
Yeah.
It's like homoerotic, but also like not in a regular way. Not even like in a regular repressed, conservative guy way. It's homoerotic in like a body horror way.
Yeah.
He gets everything.
Yeah. Like he's clearly like some part of this is as erotically fixated him for all these years, but in a way that is very difficult to imagine as like erotic and not just horrifying. Like even he can't. Yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, it's like if Pinhead wrote a letter to Dan Savage.
I mean, I'm actually glad I waited this long to do the piece because he does have an update at the end where he delves further into why he used the phrase primitive root wiener.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All of us boys wanted to stare, and that's the other thing, wanted to stare. It wasn't just that we couldn't help ourselves, it's that they actively wanted to look at it.
Can we interview the other kids?
I would like to know who else will go on record saying that was what they were doing.
I got to read the rest of the paragraph. Let's just see if we can get through this without any interjection, because I think like the cumulative effect of it is quite something.
Okay.
All us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener when we were at the urinal during recess because it was monstrous. Nobody told us that wieners could look like that. The kid didn't know why his penis was so strange looking, and neither did we. 3rd grade, man. Okay, so I when I first read this, my favorite part of this was when he just goes at the end, third grade, man. Like, man, aren't 3rd graders weird? It's like, no, Rod, like you were the strangest man alive now. Yeah, like this is not about how odd, like school kids, like bodies difference, like, I mean, there's something understandable there in the way young boys' minds work, but like Rod's mind, because I don't even want to compare his mind to that of just the sort of like impish buffoonery of young children. Like there's something much more malevolent and deeper going on here. Third grade,
and he is so fixated on making you understand that it's a universal condition.
Yeah, exactly. Aren't we all like this? Don't we all remember when we were like riveted by the monstrous wiener we couldn't help look at? And he says it was monstrous. And then the fact that he uses the phrase wiener multiple times is like,
I guess, it's like he's
trying to diffuse it
take
in
the
some
edge
way.
off a little bit. Yeah, exactly. He's kid stuff. Oh, it's a wiener.
Like an adult man doesn't have a wiener, you know? So he's like, this is just kid stuff here.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, come on, man. Like, it's just, I mean, it's been like a running joke about Rod for years that, I mean, like he is like, like he is gayer than like putting a man's cock in your mouth and sucking it until ejaculation. Like he and like that's why like that's why all he writes about, like there are cultural conservatives that demonize gay people in a way that is about like how should I put this? There are cultural conservatives that like make gay people and increasing acceptance of sexual minorities in popular culture or in broader American society. They make it into a culture war issue that it's about like, this is it's leading to anarchy or breaking down the family or making us less masculine as a nation. And then there are writers like Rod who are fixated on the issue, not because of like they're fixated on the actual mechanics of gay sex, and like what they regard as the uniquely extreme and depraved features of like a gay man's life, which is like promiscuity, fisting, just they're like shit. I mean, for lack of a better word, they're fixated on the anus as like that is the threat to American society and to the West or whatever is a man's asshole.
Yeah. So there are other like conservatives whose, as Will said, their main issue is like gay stuff, culture war, etc. And there are even guys in that fold who are like people think they're closeted. Like we've all talked about. How much we love Marcus Bachmann. Mm-hmm. But Rod brings something that's it's sort of like how like when Trump is like no one takes any risks at New York Fashion Week. It's not even gay. It's like this is like a new thing. I feel the same way with Rod because it's so fucked up what he ends up saying always that he always couches it in like, this was normally like everyone did this. Like he'll write something that'll be like, man, a lot of Gen Xers probably read this. Growing up in the 70s, it was ridiculous. We all grew our hair out. We had bell bottoms. Everyone had that day when they were 19 where they held the mailman at gunpoint and forcibly explored his body. Everyone did it. We all did it. We all thought about it.
And Rod,
but that was just being a Gen Xer.
And Rod will always have like this, like he's like, dear readers, I assure you, it brings me no joy or pleasure to have to describe to you in exquisite detail.
I am forced to do this. The people need to know.
Simply because we need to get beyond euphemism when we talk about the gay lifestyle. And I'm going to hold a flashlight under my chin and essentially do the audiobook version of a gay porn that I just watched. I analyze frame by frame like the Zapruder film. Then he just like he goes on talking about Gary Steingart, and Gary had to deal with a midlife with a late circumcision gone wrong. So sorry, Gary.
Yeah, sucks, dude.
But then let's skip to the update because we don't need to drag Gary down with this ship. It says update. For some reason, Discus won't let me reply to some comments wondering about my phrase primitive root wiener.
That's big tech censorship for you.
Hey, I thought it was funny.
That's definitely what you thought. Yeah.
Hey, I thought it was funny. More than half the boys in my class were black and everybody white and black, but this one kid was circumcised. None of us have ever...
How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know... How do you know all of them were?
Wow.
Because he says in it, like, he doesn't know the difference, right? Like, we don't know why his was weird. So how the hell are you doing... He must be taking, like, attendance, like dick attendance.
Yeah. I mean, his tasted different, too.
What if this is like the only thing he has photographic memory for? But it's like perfect. Like every gym locker room he's ever gone into.
He's got a mind palace, but it is a mind locker room. and it's a perfect photorealistic remembrance of every penis he has ever seen.
You know, the best movie of all time being Rod Dreher.
Oh God.
Like being John Malkovich.
None of us had ever seen an uncircumcised penis before. It looked very weird to us, like a root. Ever seen an uncircumcised wiener? Only every time I look in the mirror, Rod. We used to have. Okay, this is really weird. He says, in case it wasn't already, he says, we used to have to stand at a pee trough at recess, whip it out, and do our business. So, like, I mean, I knew he grew up in the South, but like,
yeah. I think he went to Carcosa Elementary School.
I love all
the boys
weird...
lining up at recess at the pee trough. They all whip it out, and you know, all of a sudden there's there's one that's different, and Rod is just like the Terminator, fucking like just zooming in on it or whatever. But like,
time to bust out our jeweler's loops.
It's like this is what they did at recess, and why were all of the boys peeing at the same time at recess? Just it's just, like they were ready to get picked for a team. You know, Rod was like, the root wiener always got picked last for the pee trough.
I love the South. Because like every single thing they do to this day was invented by some guy who owned like 4,000 slaves.
Yeah.
And when he died, like never had any kids. And when he died, they found like 30,000 pages of letters to another 70-year-old man who had leprosy that are like, I want to hold you against my bosom, betwixt my thighs, and wrestle you like we did when we were young, and taste your root and your seed, and be with you. And like all their traditions are things that guy invented.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I just think that it would be nice if all the boys peed at the same time in every school in the entire state forever.
It goes, we used to stand at the pee trough at recess, you know, as one does, whip it out and do our business. Little boys being little boys. Things were noticed and comments were made. We thought the kid was deformed. I brought it up to my dad later, and he said it was a common thing for children in the country born at home. I was trying above to make fun of how weird it is, coming from a circumcision culture, to see an uncircumcised penis. When you didn't even know such a thing existed. For the record, many years later, I was in an all-male gym shower in the Netherlands as an adult. and someone asked me in all honesty if I was Jewish because I was the only circumcised person in this shower full of white men.
I think we are, I hate to use the word again, getting to the root of something. I think that he is obsessed with this because it is like, chances are, if you're an American, you probably are circumcised, and for Rod, it's like, you like made me Jewish,
yeah,
against my will.
Like when I said, like the Rod is uniquely obsessed with the intimate details of gay sex as like the main reason he's opposed to being gay. Because if you weren't gay, it's like not really an issue.
Yeah,
for you, like if you don't want
to, I won't do that then. Well, it's a big deal.
Yeah, if you're not into cruising, like it's not a problem. But like, do you think like the whole racial element here, sort of like colors some of his weirder obsessions about race in America as well?
Oh yeah,
perhaps.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and
that word primitive.
Yeah,
I think primitive there is doing a lot of work. Like he's afraid of he sees like gayness and blackness as these tempting atavisms, that are going to pull him away from his civilized Christian heterosexual life path that he totally wants and prefers and is natural and right. And shut up, stop it, stop making him look at those websites.
I think it was Carl Bayer who pointed out the primitive as being like the most active word there, but like Rod in a certain sense, like he longs for a kind of primitivism.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's so insidious to him.
I mean, like when he defends civilization, but he means it's like a very narrow bandwidth. Like Western Christian civilization is collapsing, but like it's Western Christian civilization that has led to this like decadence that he thinks that he prefers a more primitive. I don't know. He prefers a more primitive root wiener to a more civilized Western one.
There's a guy he should have linked up with when he was in Northern Europe, back when he was still in Northern Europe. Another man who harkens back to a pre-Christian time.
Yes.
Perhaps a man who lives in a car and has 12 kids and worships like pawns.
Yeah, but he isn't circumcised, and Rod is, and that's a deal breaker.
And let's be honest. I mean, like, I know Rod at the end there is like he was stung by the idea that someone would mistake him for being Jewish. But like in Varg's point of view, Rod is 1,000% Jewish.
Oh yeah,
like,
every Christian is.
Talk about licking assholes on college campuses.
Finally,
folks, Rod Dreher is back at it again, and I just he's been on a hot streak, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring up his latest in the American Conservative, titled "Hiney-Lickers of Princeton." Rod writes, a non-faculty source at Princeton University, one of the crown jewels of American higher education, sent me these flyers that RAs approved to students. Okay, now it's like this very sort of millennial-style graphic design here, and it says, for free safer sex supplies without the awkwardness. Delivered directly and discreetly. Choose your own sexual adventure. Fill out the form and choose from 6 unique options to receive a safer sex kit, which is catered to your needs. So let's go on to choose your own sexual adventure. So first sexual adventure, butt stuff. If you choose the butt stuff sexual adventure, you get an internal condom, unflavored external condoms, flavored dental dams, flavored lube, unflavored lube.
An internal condom?
I think that's like a female condom.
Like a female condom, I guess.
They still make those?
Talk about evil inventions of modernity. That old plastic bag.
And of course, it's the butt stuff that Rod is going to get onto here, because of course the inclusion of flavored and unflavored lube would seem to imply that you're licking someone's asshole.
In health class, it was very funny when they would talk about safe sex, and the teacher would introduce the dental dam. Because I remember being like 14 and a virgin and being like, nobody uses that.
Yeah,
and now we use them every day.
Right.
You're right. Yeah. Other sexual adventures you can choose are slip and slide. For slip and slide, you get 3 flavored lubes, 3 unflavored lubes, and 3 unflavored external condoms.
Okay. By external condoms, does he mean the female condom?
External condoms would be the traditional male condom. I would assume.
Yeah. He should just. Oh, okay. Are they doing? Is that they're doing like woke language thing, like a academic thing where they're like, oh,
yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah. I see where this is going.
And I'm just trying to, because butt stuff, that's obvious what sexual adventure you're choosing. But slip and slide, like what is that? You get a lot of lube, and I'm imagining you actually have like an actual slip and slide that's greased with lube, and you just run down it and then just like splash into someone whose legs are open at the bottom.
That's a thing
of your dorm room hall.
That's an icebreaker, I think, in a lot of freshman dorms.
That's how you get tapped into Skull and Bones. If your friend slips and slides and his head goes all the way into your asshole, you're tapped in.
Next up is oral fixation, for which you will receive 3 flavored dental dams and 4 flavored external condoms. I mean, just the whole flavored condom thing.
What do you need to be tasting
really
things for?
Yeah.
Focus on what's happening in front of you. Don't be thinking about like, I don't know, this doesn't really taste like raspberry.
It's like when you go to the dentist office and they're gonna like clean your teeth and they're like, "What flavor of toothpaste would you like?" As we grind it into your fucking teeth and gums. It's like, I don't know, the one with the least amount of flavor.
Yeah,
like, the fact that it tastes like bubble gum is not going to make this experience any better.
I feel the same thing when the dentist makes me suck his cock with a It's like, just fine, get it over with. I think that the alarming thing here is that like even undergraduates are doing sex nerd stuff.
Yeah, not a good sign.
Come on, guys. That's for 35-year-old computer guys and their wives.
It feels like most people who are culturally conservative are like, I don't care what consenting adults do. Just don't like hold hands on the street. And then Rod is like, no, I care. Here's what.
Yeah. He definitely cares. Next sexual adventure is latex free, for which you will receive 3 internal condoms, 4 latex-free external condoms, and 3 unflavored lubes. I guess they're just giving you the old sheep's bladders if you're allergic to latex. Next is Wrap It Up. 3 flavored external condoms, 3 unflavored external condoms, 3 unflavored lubes, and then finally Manual Play, which you get something called 5 finger cots, 3 gloves, and 3 unflavored. Okay, if we're just talking about getting hand jobs, I don't think you need to be giving college or high school students protection of any kind, other than maybe lube or just spit.
Yeah, no. So the finger, like, the protection
What are
for finger banging,
cots?
they're like little beanies that you put on your finger to finger bang. But it's
is it to enhance the pleasure of getting a hand job, or is it to protect you from like sexually transmitted
It's
diseases?
like, I don't want to. If this is you're getting finger banged by like a chimney sweep or something, well, what the fuck is the point?
Yeah, I
So
feel
you
like
don't get a cold.
I feel like the real issue here that Rod could pursue, if he was a more normal guy, would be like, big condom is getting kids addicted to their products.
Yes. I mean, I just like in analyzing all 6 of these sexual adventures, it seems like only 2 of them refer to actual sex acts that like are sexual preferences, like butt stuff or oral sex. The rest of them are like just having condoms, and like all of these sexual adventures could be catered to by just making condoms and lube available. I don't get what this whole boutique thing is, but hey, it's Princeton. These kids pay a lot of money to go there. But of course, that is what Rod is fixated on. So Rod sees this menu of sexual license, and he writes here, "I know it makes me out to be an old coot, but so what? Is this what the American elite have become? Do people send their kids to Princeton, tuition, room, board, fees, $74,190, to have the university's agents encourage them to lick each other's butts? Because that's what's happening. This really is a tell. The U.S. ruling class is increasingly degenerate, don't you think? It's not that butt licking and other perversions were unknown prior to today. It's that one of the most important universities in the world is now encouraging what one imagines are among the most intelligent students in the world to amuse themselves by licking each other's butts and offer to provide them with the setups to do so." I mean, the setup to do so is just having a tongue and an asshole.
Yeah, we're already licking butts, Rod.
I don't know why all this gear needs to be involved here.
That's why they call it a desert island activity.
He's like, I know writing this will make people think I'm some kind of secret pervert who has a bunch of perverted thoughts. I don't care.
No, he doesn't care. That's why I love Rod more than any other writer.
Yeah.
I do like that he says, like, oh, you probably think I'm an old coot for this. And it's like, no, I think you're jacking off.
I think you're an old
you're an old
Rod.
freak.
Yeah. Once upon a time, people looked up to the Ivy League as representative of the best of America. And now, in Princeton's case, they're determined to carry out a campaign to drive out impressive scholars for standing up to neo-racist progressive initiatives. And they're engaged in grooming behavior to encourage students to act out sexual scenarios they've seen in porn clips. I mean, if they're already of college age, I think like the grooming allegation rings a little hollow. I mean, if they're being encouraged to act out these sexual scenarios with their professors, fair enough. Get that sicko shit out of here. But I mean, like, what he's talking about is, young Ivy League undergrads who are, young, filled with the vigor of life, and, may be given to sexual experimentation at that age, as is, as all kids are. College, Ivy League or not.
I mean, if anything, I feel like less of them are going to do, like, just the fact that, like, your school is giving out the stuff makes you less likely to do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know. The finger thing is just like, it's very disturbing to me. Like, these not in the way that Rod thinks it so, but like, what if you're a Rod type person? Like, not, I won't say Rod type person. What if you're religious and your religion says that it's like you go to hell if you use a condom, but that also women have to take the pill? It's a very specific type of Judaism that you're a part of that maybe only I subscribe to now. It's a scary time to be religious on campus, especially if you're not a student.
Because this is your American ruling class in 2021. And yet, How many normie Americans would still send their kids to Princeton because they want their kid to be credentialed by an Ivy League school and to be launched into the elite of elites social class? How many conservative Americans would do that? Most of them, I would wager. We conservatives can be hypocritical about this stuff. We will read stuff in the conservative media about how rotten the elite universities are and how nearly all of academia is ruining itself with wokeness. And we will nod along with suggestions that our kids might be better off with a trade school education than a college degree. But if you're that kind of conservative and your kid comes to you and suggests that trade school might be a better fit for him than college, you might as well blow a gasket and say, no, son, you have to go to college because reasons. The real reason is that trade school is considered a step down in social class. First of all, Rod is like, I don't know, 60, I guess. He should not be saying things like normies in his article.
My son got into Princeton. Looks like he's not getting into heaven.
And it's just like, obviously like the corniness and the sort of cringe of these stupid choose your own sexual adventures and all the flavored lubes that really have no purpose for existing in the first place is kind of stupid. But, colleges have been, safe sex has been a thing that's been promoted in our culture for a long time. And it's just like, does Rod think that in the 50s, like kids who went to college weren't doing butt stuff or like sucking each other off or fucking?
Just weren't doing it in a dork way, in a cringy, nerdy ass way with fucking accessories and shit.
Yeah, but like, is Rod annoyed by the accessories, or is he annoyed by the ass licking?
He's annoyed by the school giving them the stuff, the school like acknowledging it, and that is a different thing than the school just being like, all right, kids are going to do what you're going to do, but keep it discreet. There is a difference between that and then being like, here are some sex toys for you, go nuts. Like it is a more active validation of the behavior.
Okay.
It does kind of feel like our generation invented ass licking, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know what? I don't think they were licking each other's assholes in the 50s, probably, because I think like oral sex was invented in probably 1986. And ass licking is like
true. Boomers invented oral sex. Yeah.
Yeah. Oral sex was actually invented during Iran-Contra to distract Americans, and every man who thinks he likes it has been fooled. And it's probably a worse crime even than circumcision.
He goes, Rod continues, this happened to me recently. My middle son is 17. He's a smart kid, makes good grades, but he prefers working with his hands and prefers to be outdoors.
I bet he does.
Prefers working with his finger cups.
Yeah. My son built my goon shack for me.
And he remembers the
my
lecture.
Son put an addition on a highway rest stop. He built a separate room.
Oh yeah. What's your son doing? Playing video games? Well, look at this. My son created an entire 6-foot tunnel beneath our outhouse where an adult man could stand with his mouth open.
He goes, and he remembers the lecture my late father gave to him a decade ago. The one I heard 1,000 times as a kid, in which my dad railed about how he really wanted to go to trade school, but his parents guilted him into going to college, and how he resented his desk job from day one until retirement. My son said he thinks he might be happier going to trade school and learning how to work on equipment. This brings him pleasure. He bought his first car recently, a pickup truck, and he loves working on it. It could be that he is mistaking enthusiasm for working on his truck for a sign of a vocation in the trades. We'll see over the next year. He's got a year and a half left in high school. But I told him that if he discerns that trade school is better for him, then I will support that path forward. I can't be a hypocrite who chronicles the decline of American universities by day, but who would nevertheless insist that my son get a college degree when he doesn't want to go to college, but instead wants to learn how to fix machines and build things. If I had a child at Princeton and found out that the university was handing out Hiney-licking kits to them, I would be on the phone to the university president to raise hell. Think about
Rod's on the phone and he's like, we don't do that anywhere but my house.
I want my son to go to trade school where people learn to fuck correctly. Missionary style penis and vagina sex.
And
I learned how to give back shots at HVAC school.
And if you go to trade school, particularly if if you're working on auto mechanics or engineering of any kind, there's no need to provide lube because your hands are already well greased at the end of the day. You can just slide it right up the butthole. He goes, and he says, think about what a gift this is to the Chinese and Russians.
He means like they're just literally the condoms.
Yeah.
They're just sending people in their illegals program to just like scoop up as many as possible in their arms and run back to China. They don't have flavored condom technology yet.
They haven't figured out dental dams in Russia yet.
Yeah.
At one of the premier institutions of higher learning, provide help and material assistance to turn the leadership class of tomorrow into a clack of butt lickers and oral fetishists who are too fragile to hear arguments that make them anxious. I mean, I don't know, like, well, why is one connected to the other? You know, I mean, like he's turning the ruling elite of America into ass lickers. It's like, well, if they got into Princeton, guess what? They were already an ass licker.
I do like the way that those bleed together, though, because it's like, oh yeah, they're like fucked up, pervert, degenerates, and they also won't hear arguments from people like me.
Yeah,
yeah. They won't hear an older man who's still pretty handsome say, "Why don't you let me do that? Why don't you fill my asshole with like that dental foam and just lick it out, and then leave a mold inside my ass, and then I will get down on my stomach on a floor." And you can just stand with both the balls of your feet on my asshole, pressing my nuts into the floor. They won't hear that argument.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's this idea that if kids are encouraged to, if college students are encouraged to practice sort of boutique sexual practices, which, you know, oral sex is not exactly a boutique sexual practice, not at this point. Like, it'll make them into, I don't know, fragile, degenerate adults or something. I once again, like, I don't know the connection in Rod's brain between having sex or having sex in ways that is not approved by him personally and this sort of like decline of Western civilization.
Yeah, does he think people in China like aren't fucking?
Yeah, but they're not licking each other's assholes, or they're not sucking dick, they're not eating pussy, they're not doing the shocker.
They're just bouncing a ball together until they come.
There is a Shang Dynasty vase from 10,000 BC that depicts felching.
Did the Roman Empire? It all began to go tits up for them as soon as they discovered squirting.
Yeah.
As soon as they discovered that the G-spot thing you can do, it was like, the Huns were at the gates.
But that's like the people.
And I think Rod does believe that, though. I think he believes that people who have are less sexually inclined are like sort of stronger, purer, more virile in a way.
If you had to bet money, do you think he like sends his son to trade school though? I think no.
Yeah.
There's no way. No fucking way.
Absolutely not.
No, yeah, that's the rub with Rod.
Rod's,
is that like
Rod's son is going to work at a gay steel mill?
Yeah. That is the rub with Rod, that he's like, calls all this stuff out. And he does like even sort of allude to that in this article where he's like, oh yeah, we talk about how bad college is, but we all send our kids there. But it's like beyond just like sending his kid there, no one is more of like a fruity cosmopolitan than Rod.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that Budapest garden party article where the guy told him about how Blue's Clues is woke. One of the best articles I've ever read.
And also, like, nobody on the planet is more obsessed about college than Rod Dreher. And not just college, but elite Ivy League institutions.
Riled up.
Yeah.
How can he have like vicarious enjoyment of all of his son's experiences of the decadent perversions?
They, if Rod is really worried, he should send his son to ASU, because like if you do anything but doggy style, they expel you like it's holding hands at Liberty.
I mean, I think you're going out on a limb to suggest that Rod would be okay with doggy style.
Oh yeah, no, he probably thinks doggy style that they like started that in 1998.
He's like degenerate elites watch their dogs, and that's how they learned about how to have sex.
Yeah.
They're trying to turn kids into animals or something like that.
Just look at all the positions. Look, it's right in the name, reverse cowgirl. It's saying that the woman should do the job while the man stays home and eats soy.
It's reversing a gender hierarchy.
Exactly.
I don't think he'd be okay with cowgirl. Period.
No,
I think
none of them. Pretty much none of them. I think like soaking would be the only thing he thinks is good.
I think any sex that is pleasurable, exciting, or fulfilling for an individual to experiment or engage in is, I think, a threat to Rod's view of society. I think he views pleasurable sex of any kind, or like the increasing social acceptance that sex should be pleasurable for both parties, or that there's a wide variety of sexual practice outside soaking that is, enjoyable and fun for both people to do. I think he genuinely regards that as like the single greatest threat to civilization itself. And like the more fun people are having sex, like the quicker we will slide into a new age of barbarism and darkness, essentially.
But I guess what's the final thing that's like fucking weird to me about this is like getting mad about like the Princeton condom thing as like that's what's going to cause degeneracy. It's like that is like the social conservative equivalent of being like, oh, you use a reusable coffee filter or else the environment's going to fall apart. Like, what is it? That seems like a drop in the bucket compared to anything else. Like, if that's such a big deal, then the war's already lost. What are you going to do?
Yeah, wait till Rod finds out about Cardi B.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, he uses that word degeneracy in this article. The degeneracy of the American elites, the degenerate American elite, and you know, it's a word that's very in vogue with conservatives and sort of the new right nowadays. And it used to refer only to gay people, but I think now degenerate just refers to like anyone who has sex. It just refers to like pussy gettas of all varieties, pussy and ass gettas of all varieties. Because yeah, I think for whatever reason, it's like if I had to make a case for the degeneracy of the American ruling class, the fact that they're doing butt stuff on their own free time would not make the top 100.
Yeah, this is, if anything, an improvement. Like it's adults doing it to each other.
So there we go. That's Rod on modern elite ass licking techniques. But you know, if I can agree with Rod for just a second, get rid of all these flavored lubes and condoms. Just get the fuck out of here with that.
Focus on the sex, for God's sakes. Quit trying to be freaking Tom Colicchio over here when you're having sex.
I'll tell you what's always bugged me is like sexy cosplay, like when hot women dress up like superheroes or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think
that doesn't do it for you.
I just think that should go away. Like, is the lady not? Do you need her to dress up like Spider-Man to get hard? You know, like the idea of like nerds enjoying that bothers me. Like, it's not enough. I've tried to talk about this on stage so many times, and I can't seem to articulate what bothers me about it so much.
It should be like a sexy lady in a sexy outfit should be good enough. It shouldn't just be like, enough. Oh, she's Cortana from Halo.
Right.
That's really hot, though. Like, all the other ones are stupid, but you just named the one hot one.
I guess if she dressed up like Arthur Morgan from Red Dead, that'd be kind of hot. A big titted Arthur Morgan
who dies of consumption.
Yeah.
I wonder if
you got some dick for me, boy. Wow.
Oh. I wonder if there's ever been like, you know, like a history nerd, like a Civil War guy
Matt?
who like made if Matt did this, like if Matt had $1 billion that he would get like the hottest woman in the world to like dress up like General Meade. I don't know. Do you do that? I've never asked you.
I would never do it with mead. Come on.
Yeah. Phil Sheridan, though, you would, right?
Absolute replacement level general. Get out of here with that. Now we're talking maybe George Thomas. Okay. Rock of Chickamauga. Now we're talking.
Who are your top 5 sexiest Civil War generals off the dome? I
mean, it's annoying because he was terrible, but McClellan really did look like he was poured into that uniform. I gotta say, Grant is handsome, and you know,
Sherman was a good-looking guy, I guess. Right?
Sherman, especially when you remember that he had like bright red hair, very striking. Robert E. Lee, you look at him and you're like, he's just an old guy with a beard, but at the contemporary moment, people would always, when they were describing him, just stop to talk about how fucking hot he was. People couldn't get over how hot Robert E. Lee was.
Okay.
You heard it here first. Matt into Confederacy cosplay. Done. End the episode. Clip that.
Grant, I feel like, had like a certain like later career Gerard Butler swag.
Yeah. Just rumpled, hungover.
Yeah. What about that guy, Hancock?
Oh yeah, Winfield Scott Hancock. Yeah, he was pretty dashing. He had a mustache and everything.
You know what occurred to me? Oral sex of the junior varsity and varsity varieties, you know, whether you're the primary genital area or the asshole style area, that's probably a more modern sexual practice because everyone was so fucking dirty back then. It was just like the opportunities to bathe and clean your asshole were like few and far between. So getting that up close and personal with one would probably be not the most appetizing thing to imagine, like I said, pre-early 90s.
Well, it wasn't sexual until the 90s. It was like a platonic thing. Two soldiers would do it to each other.
They would clean each other's buttholes.
If you read those letters between like Confederates, where it's like, oh, I can't wait to do that again. But that's just like, it's like monkeys grooming each other. It was how you helped your friend.
It's so cool you guys had Oliver Stone on last week. now we're just talking about licking asshole.
He should do a movie about that.
He should.
About how they invented oral sex, like during Reagan.
Yeah.
It was Fawn Hall invented it, actually.
Yeah. Check this out.
All right. Well, hopefully we've got you nice and horned up, thinking about, guys with mutton chops licking each other's assholes. But that'll have to tide you over until next time. I want to thank Mike Racine for being on the show today.
Thank
Mike, this is Rod. The headline is Queer as Volk. And this sort of interesting background to this is that he is talking about, the online right over the last week or so has had to do some serious soul searching. And by that, I mean not because one of their most fervent reply guys killed 5 people, but that one of their most fervent reply guys also knew that guy and did cuck pornography at one point in his career. So they have a lot to process right now. All right, so this is Rod Dreher writes, major craziness going on right now in a certain niche corner of the right. Do you know who Jack Murphy is? I barely knew of him until I saw him pass by the hallway at the National Conservatism Conference recently. He's a striking figure. Very tall, bald, with a dramatic beard. Someone explained to me that he is a big figure in the manosphere and fronts a hypermasculine philosophy that at one point included polygamy. Here is a link to his self-description on his website, Jack Murphy Live. Excerpt. Men are being told that they can't and shouldn't take what they can because of patriarchy, because of feminism, because of the progressive mindset that the state is there to provide. The world always needs a villain, and today that villain is the white straight male who knows what he wants and is unafraid to get it. Be the villain. Embrace it. Be the villain so you can be the hero to your sons, daughters, and lovers, and eventually your community, nation, and the world. I was wondering why Jack Murphy, real name John Goldman, turned up at NatCon, but someone told me that he is a Lincoln Fellow at the Claremont Institute. Someone else told me that they thought he had recently turned to Christianity, but weren't sure. Is he still a polygamist, I asked? My interlocutor did not know. Why is Jack Murphy in the news this week? In part because Lyndon McLeod, the far-right mass shooter in Denver who wrote novels under the name Roman McClay, was allegedly a member of Murphy's private brotherhood called the Liminal Order.
Ended on my street, by the way. That shooting ended on my street.
Yeah, so this guy was like a manosphere hanger-on and self-published novelist, and then he just decided to kill his tattoo artist or something like that, and 5 other people.
He's targeting women, then he got owned by a woman cop.
Yeah, no, he got domed by a female.
Another person who will not see Valhalla.
Yeah.
I think that some of the people he killed, he wrote in that book about killing. So the secret is real.
It was a
I guess we all should have read that book. We would have known it was coming.
It was in a tattoo parlor, right?
Yeah.
One of the places, it was multiple crime scenes.
Well, didn't the FBI drop the ball on him? Just
no,
a million.
That doesn't sound right.
No, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, apparently he had some pretty close interactions with FBI agents.
I know.
Weird. Weird how that keeps happening. How
this nerd is
everybody
harmless.
who shoots more than a few people has interviewed FBI people right beforehand or has had extended contact with them.
They just thought his book was good. Now just keep writing, brother.
Do you ever think that maybe just a government and agency can be unlucky?
Yeah, just give him another chance.
So yes, his brotherhood, the Liminal Order. Rod writes, what's this liminal order all about? I suspect we will be finding out soon. Plus, a week or so, Murphy went on a chat show and was asked about an article he once wrote speaking of the pleasures of being a literal cuckold. He wrote about farming his girlfriend out to other men for sex. Jack Murphy did not appreciate the question. Don't click on this at work. He dropped several F-bombs. It turns out that back in 2015, Murphy, who now sells himself as his masculinist advisory services as an extreme Chad, wrote a piece extolling the erotic pleasures of being a beta cuck. You can find this online. I'm not going to link to it. Some Redditors got busy digging and found that Murphy and his girlfriend had acted in a self-made porn broadcast in 2019. In the film, there is apparently a sequence in which the super masculine Murphy impales himself with a plastic phallus while simultaneously pleasuring himself. This is not a rumor, alas. I stumbled across the image online and can't unsee it.
I saved it just in case it gets deleted for journalistic purposes.
I can't unsee this image that I made my background. It's really
that
crazy.
he stumbled across.
He stumbled across after spending 3 hours on Reddit.
I want to. I wonder what would happen if I showed Rod Pants Dude. I think Pants Dude is like too nice. He has like too good of an aura.
Yeah,
it would be like giving garlic to a vampire.
I want to take Rod Dreher to the naked barber. Just let him get a fade, you know. And he'd be like, "This artistic performance by this wonderful barber."
I can't get the image of my out of my head of me grabbing the barber's dick.
We've all fantasized about it.
I don't think the Pants Dude would be really Rod's type because earlier in the piece, remember he described running into him at the the NatCon convention, and he described him as a striking fellow with like an amazing beard and big muscles.
Oh yeah.
He was awesome.
Yeah. Pants Dude is like unassuming looking. He has like a common genotype, but then he has two amazing talents, I would say.
He's got his own rod.
He really does. That thing's a fucking dinger. That thing looks like a caveman club made out of flesh.
It looks like it's like a baby holding an apple, the baby's arm. It's just like, you imagine walking through your apartment, like, I hope he doesn't have like a bunch of vases and stuff. It's like, not again. He pants himself and just knocks over his Criterion Collection Blu-rays.
Well, we said I think everyone agrees the funniest idea is like a scientist like knocking over his science shit, like his beakers and stuff with his heart on.
That's actually how COVID leaked from the Wuhan virology laboratory.
I know.
He was trying to do the pantsuit video, and he knocked over a beaker that was labeled COVID-19, do not touch, saving for later.
Pants Dude!
I just think it'd be tight if he kind of put some. He took his dork and dipped in some water. They took some crystal glasses and went woo with his dinger like around the top, and he played like a symphony. Or like he had like a Prince Albert and just like clink 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 clink.
His xylophone.
Ding ding ding.
Oh my god, he could finally make Ben Franklin's most bullshit invention, the glass harmonica. He could actually do something cool with that.
You think that's bullshit?
Yeah.
It's actually better than the light bulb, but whatevs. People sleep on Ben Franklin's inventions.
I don't really. Someone probably made the Lazy Susan like 5,000.
He also invented MDMA. People don't know that.
That is true.
Ben Franklin invented fucking widows because they know what they're doing and they're unattached.
Yeah, he loved MILFs. He had wrote that letter to his younger friend of being like, they're just so grateful. It's like, damn, Ben. And I like how the French even wanted to dress like him. I'm like, that guy? They're like, yeah, he has the best snuff. He looks like a boss. He has the best hair. We all want to be this man. And Thomas Jefferson wanted to be too.
Yeah, it was the only time when they did there was like a 100-year period where everyone respected epic fat guys.
Yeah, it was like he was the Josh Gad of the Revolutionary War.
The grunts and squeals of the Constitution were provided by Ben Franklin. So it says, back to Rod here. It says, so now we see that a far-right public figure whose entire personality and business model was promoting himself as a villainous straight white male is rather more ambiguous about his straightness and his masculinity than he would have us know. Murphy has a history of sadistic writing and messaging. In 2015, he informed his readers that feminists need rape to solve the problem of man's natural tendency towards dominance and women to passivity and submission. And now there are images going around of his self-sodomization in a porn movie that he and his girlfriend did for money. A decade ago, Johan Hari, the gay left-wing British journalist, wrote an essay exploring the connection between homosexual men and fascism. It will be interesting to see how the Jack Murphy story plays out. Rod is hoping for more images. Looks
My
like
DMs
one more
are open for any other sleuths out there.
And he goes, looks like one more piece of evidence for the Weimar America thesis. Now, what I like about this Rod article is, I mean, obviously the fact that he said, I clicked through all the links and cannot unsee what I saw. But it's just like in his mind, he either pretends to or doesn't get that it's actually not surprising that someone who's like a fucking bald, bearded muscle man who talks constantly about masculinist supremacy would enjoy the pleasures of, as he describes it, self-sodomization. It shouldn't come as a surprise, and in fact, I think it makes you more likely. But I mean, I do like that this whole thing was just like a side note to the other guy that murdered 5 people. And the thing that there's like a big controversy is just like, oh wait, this other guy stuck a dildo up his ass one time. We need to have a reckoning in our own community.
Wait, hold it. Yeah, hold the phone. Like, okay, that guy murdered somebody. He was just a bitch, but this guy.
Well, I do. What is interesting about this article, and maybe it's like, you know, serial killers who kind of want to get caught, is that like Rod writing an article about far right, like near like fascist guys, as he characterizes them, who are into gay stuff, and it's like, oh wait, you mean not you? You're like you're these 2 guys, but not you.
No, it turns out that like Jim Jones before him, Rod Dreher is the only straight man in the world.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. That's going on in the article. It says here, I felt him straining to deliver his talking points in an angry register. It wasn't just that steel jobs had been offshored; they were outsourced by idiots in Washington to countries that hate us. Commentary about Vance from Never Trumpers and liberals tends to strike a note of personal chagrin about his evolving image. Pundit Mona Charan, writing about Vance as if he had died, called him an extremely bright and insightful man who could have been a fresh voice for a fundamentally conservative view of the world. Frank Bruni of the New York Times predicted that a Vance tweet about Alec Baldwin's recent accidental shooting incident would endure as one of the boldest markers of his dissent. In Ohio, meanwhile, the pressure on Vance runs entirely in the opposite direction. Every campaign stop he makes, he patiently tries to explain away his past never-Trumpism, which has been exhumed in the form of deleted tweets and Charlie Rose clips. An attack ad playing his anti-Trump sound bites ends with a woman saying, "That's the real JD Vance." Vance's friends split the difference. They say he's the same guy, but he's been radicalized. I think he's gotten a lot more bitter and cynical. Appropriately, conservative blogger Rod Dreher told me, dude, if you're friends with Rod Dreher, like you are a weirdo, like cultural elite.
Yeah,
you're not a soda head if you're friends with Rod.
Yeah, you're making bouillabaisse.
Fuck no. Rod does not fuck with soda. You are in the backseat of a Duesenberg with Rod and like some strapping 29-year-old policy wonk buck in Budapest who's crying to you about Blue's Clues.
He goes, to Dreher, the change in tone is justified by the course of American politics over the past 5 years. Trump remained Trump, but the left went berserk, he wrote in a post defending Vance. Still, Dreher, who attended Vance's 2019 baptism into the Catholic Church. I mean, okay,
fucking loser.
He has a boutique religious conversion that every other extremely online fucking like just neurotic shithead has done the same exact fucking thing. As you said, Felix, you fell off the porch that you've never left in childhood into fucking the Roman Catholic Church at the age of 38 years old.
Yeah, I always think about there's a rapper that people make fun of for joining the Bloods when he was 23, and that's our guy here.
He goes, what do his Appalachian relatives think of him being a member of the Roman Catholic Church, the literal whore of Babylon?
I mean, yeah, no, it's like he's a computer guy.
Yeah,
he met Rod on the computer, and Rod was like, "Do you want to like go to this Gentile bar mitzvah?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, I do. Sounds great."
He goes, but Rod also worries about the toll campaigning is taking on his friend.
Shit posting has become the signature style of young radicals on the right.
Yeah, based shit posting. Let's go, dude. Let's
And
meme
this is particularly a hazard, I think, for Christians, he told me. The surface level changes are indeed striking. Yet the more I watched him, the more it seemed to me that the emerging canon of what happened to JD Vance commentary was missing the point. Vance's new political identity isn't so much of a facade or a reversal as an expression of an alienated worldview that is, in fact, consistent with his life story. And now there's an ideological home for that worldview. Vance has become one of the leading political avatars of an emergent populist intellectual persuasion that tacks right on culture and left on economics. I would like to know where is JD Vance tacking left on the economy or labor or any the
the
market
same way
or
all
anything
these
like
guys
that?
do, with vague references to the elites and stuff, and then of course specific arguments to break up big tech because they're censoring Mima's posts and she can't send memes about Brandon memes to her granddaughter. That's it. And also, it's all online. It is an internet culture of anxious weirdos who want to be Republicans, but just feel their tummy feels bad about being Republicans because of all the shit that they absorbed, all the ambient radiation they absorbed being strivers and college graduates, and they're trying to purge it. But nobody else gives a shit. It is their neurotic nervous breakdown. Nobody else cares.
It says, known as national conservatism or sometimes post-liberalism, it is, in broad strokes, heavily Catholic, definitely anti-woke, skeptical of big business, nationalist about trade and borders, and flirty with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. In Congress,
Sucking that Orban off. Just sonking him off.
In Congress, its presence is minuscule, represented chiefly by Senators Josh Hallway and Marco Rubio.
Oh yeah, true national conservative there.
What
I remember
Wait, is he against global free trade now?
Honestly, I think they're right. They're saying that this thing is just that Walmart conservatives bullshit that like Douthit and Raheem Salam were into, and that they kind of got their hooks into Rubio when he was like vaguely talking about like a child allowance, but with memes. It's just the next step of that with epic memes. That's it.
Yeah, it's getting mad. It's getting mad at woke capital and being like, someone should make unwoke capital.
Yes,
that's it.
And it has no meaningful purchase with any real stakeholders. It has no legislative agenda that has any chance of going anywhere. It's just vague, the most vague gestures that are only even picked up by the hyper politically conscious freaks on the internet.
No, it's literally like it's conservative Warrenism to the T.
Yes.
It's all culture.
Absolutely.
It's all culture. Yeah. It's all culture, and then they'll say one thing about antitrust, and they'll be like, the smart new conservatism.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio's child allowance bill, by the way, it was like $150 a month. Oh, watch out there, big spender.
If you're tuning into this show right now, you already know what we're doing the podcast on today. Because, like, look, when I program the show, or what are we going to talk about? You pick up the news stories that you think work the best, but sometimes the course of like human events smiles on me personally and the show in a way that is unprecedented. I'm speaking, of course, about Rod Dreher's getting divorced. In a shocking twist, a man who has been living in Hungary by himself for a year, basically curating a cadre of young male grad students, his wife is divorcing him.
Who could have seen it coming? They seem so happy.
Wait, so he's like running like a monastery. He has like young monks.
No,
that
that's
he's
just it.
training?
He's not doing that. He's just hanging out. He's eating oysters with like Orban orbiters or Orbanitors.
Orban. Oh, those guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, I remember one of the last times he talked about Rod on the show, like, again, like he's been living by himself in Budapest for a year now. And like I think like the last Rod post we did, or one of the more recent ones, it was just like, I was taking a cab home with a young grad student friend of mine, and he explained in like, in heartbreaking terms how Blue's Clues is indoctrinating children into becoming trans or something like that. Or like, the famous oyster photo of him in Budapest soy facing at the oysters. And it's like, imagine being Rod's wife, where your husband, like back in America,
taking care of the kids, and I think his kids are like college age or whatever. It's not like they're running around the house, but like, dog, when your wife sees you soy facing and having oyster lunches with young men in Budapest while you're back in America, it's living by yourself. It's like, dude, it's curtains for you. You're like, she contacted the attorney that day. So I gotta say, when I saw the news that Rod was getting a divorce and that he announced it in a post on his blog at American Conservative titled "Tears at Golgotha," I swear to God, this is the closest I've ever come to calling an emergency podcast recording. This is like when the Mueller report dropped. For me, like this is like the Mueller report. Like this is breaking news that like is so attuned to like my interests, and because I've been a long time Rod head, and this Rod news is spectacular. So let's just dive into the post here. I'll just say right off the bat, titling the post announcing your divorce by referencing the crucifixion of Jesus Christ is so fucking tight.
Look, he just happened to be at Golgotha crying. He's not making any kind of connection to the pain and sacrifice of Christ. He just happened to be at the same place that Jesus cried, crying himself. Total coincidence.
Father, please take this wife from my lips. Yeah, so tears at I just thinking of this, the phrase "tears at Golgotha." All I can think about is, of course, Eric Clapton singing a song called "Tears at Golgotha." But it's not about his kid crawling out a window; it's about his wife leaving him. Okay, so "Tears at Golgotha." Rod Dreher, April 20th, 2022. Rod begins. Some of you will have intuited that given the amount of time I have been spending in Budapest this past year, things have not been well for me at home. You were right. I received an email from Julie last Saturday, the day before I left for Jerusalem, giving me some news. News that occasions this statement, the text of which has been approved by my wife. So this is the wife-approved text. It pains me more than I can say to announce that my wife recently filed a petition of divorce, and I have agreed unreservedly to her request for a mutual and amicable parting. While this will come as a great shock to my readers, it will not surprise those who know us best. We are both exhausted from 9 years of excruciating struggle to save this marriage. I can safely say that I have learned through bitter experience the truth of the saying that nobody really knows what goes on in a marriage. We've agreed that I won't be talking in public about the circumstances leading up to the divorce. That would be unfair to her because she has no platform and cruel to our children who remain our greatest concern. I can say, and she has approved everything in this statement, that, and again, this is italicized, that infidelity was never, ever an issue on either side. There is plenty of blame on both sides, but we'll have the rest of our lives to think about that. So, you have to be clear, the wife approved sex, infidelity on either side was not the cause of this divorce. Continuing on, he says, that's it. That's all we feel comfortable with me saying. Please pray for us and our children. As I mentioned, this news came to me just before I left to spend Orthodox Holy Week in Jerusalem, worshiping and doing a little research for my next book. You can now understand why I have been posting so little since the weekend and spending so much time this week praying at the actual hill of Golgotha inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It feels to me that evil has won. I must believe that there will be resurrection.
Evil, settle down, man. Happens to everybody. Literally.
It's a cool church. I've been there. It's a pretty badass place. A lot of bells, a lot of smells. A lot of incense. A place where you can think about a woman doing you wrong, for sure. It's cool though, also because that church is like divided by like there's every sect of I think it's Eastern Orthodox Christianity has like a little different corner. So there's like an Assyrian Orthodox section and stuff. It's so funny that he's crying about his wife there. It's hilarious. Like next to Japanese tourists. They're on like a Sheldon Adelson funded like propaganda trip. Like, it's very funny.
They're like, oh yeah, like could you I'm sorry, like a crying beardo in the corner. Do you mind if my wife takes a photo with you?
Yeah, can you take a picture for us? Yeah. Some guy trying to this is where they laid down Christ and asking him for a picture. and he's like tearing his shirt like a man in mourning. That's great.
It feels to me that evil has won.
Very
And also-
cinematic.
yeah. Also, like he said, like this will come as a shock to my readers. Again, I am a close Rod reader. This is the least shocking news I have ever read in my life. And all right, so continuing on, he says, "I will continue posting close to normal."
Of course,
I believe. I mean that I believe.
that,
yes.
the real first love. I'll
Even
never get
though-
divorced from posting. That's my promise.
I will continue posting close to normal, even though it's going to seem jarring to you with me blogging about news events and cultural trends after disclosing this crisis. I ask you to withhold judgment. Remember that writing is how I deal with pain. When I travel, sometimes I meet people who tell me they can't understand how I write so much. This torment, this torment for my wife and me has been going on since 2013. Let the reader understand. You will not be surprised to learn that I have turned off comments on this thread. I know that there will be countless people who will be delighted to learn of my suffering. Correct. Once again, Rod is on point with that observation. I can't do anything about that. And besides, nothing they say can be worse than the fact of all this. All I can do is pray that they never have to endure what my wife and I have endured and are enduring. Honest to God, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Wow, that's
So,
sad.
I like that he says, like, I turned off comments for this post because too many people would be gloating about, the fact that I've like spent my entire career condemning other people for getting divorced or saying that divorce is never an option. And then, also mostly claiming that, gay people will undermine the institution of marriage and just generally being a hectoring scold about the sex lives and relationships of other adults. I think he turned off the comments because he knows that the majority of people responding into it would be his own fans taking him to task for submitting to like the judgment of a secular court. I mean,
he's cafeteriaing it right now. Although I don't know. I actually don't know if the Orthodox are as jihadist about divorce as the Catholics are.
What is his readership at this point beyond you guys? Like who likes
Shut-ins,
this
I
shit?
think.
It's not cool to like be smart and conservative anymore, right? I thought Trump killed that shit. I guess he has like 12. It's like you guys sunning him and then like 12 like nerds, or like is it the young kids that are all religious now?
I mean, it's hard for me to imagine who like the average Rod Dreher fan is, but I think you're right. I think like being the smart bow tie guy conservative has lost its purchase, but like Rod
Tucker doesn't even do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think Rod's ever-
like that's you can't just be like if you look at here at the Laffer curve, you can't like be talking about policy in that respect. But if you want to get like mystical and shit, that's still there's plenty of territory there. Like the mystical right. That's how you are able to like use pretentious language, but without having the stigma of nerd on you, because like you've transcended those categories because you're like speaking into the ether.
It is funny to imagine like a guy at home reading that and then praying on it. Like being like, damn, this is the realest shit I ever read. I gotta pray on this shit.
I feel like evil has won. Yeah, that bar was fire.
Yeah, that's
I know, but
bars.
like Rod though, I think like to Matt's point about the sort of like the mystical right. I think Rod inhabits now and to, I guess like this with some consistency has always inhabited like that. It's a niche that fits in on the right, but like I don't know if it's growing, but like it still has purchase, and that is the sort of like Victorian era male hysteric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like that's Jordan Peterson's whole deal.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like these guys would have been so much better off if they lived in like the Victorian era.
But
where,
JP, I feel like he can translate more to a dumb guy. Like his stuff is like more self-helpy and like simpler to digest than like some like what's the word for it? Like it's not a dandy, but it's with an FL. No, it's like a it's like a flanange or something.
A flaneur?
A flaneur. Yeah, that's what. Is am I using that word in the right way? I try to look up 5 new words to use on Chapo before. I try to work in flaneur.
Yeah, I think JP, even though he if you've ever tried reading one of his, it is sort of a gobbledygook of Jungian psychoanalysis, but as a public figure, the buy-in for JP is lower because to take Rod Dreher seriously, you have to share his religious mania, which is that's a higher buy-in.
JP talks about cartoons. He cries about Geppetto and stuff. That's something an idiot can understand.
I mean, Rod cries about cartoons too, but he's mainly religiously fixated, and he's written articles in the past about the culture of divorce. And you know what? I gotta say, you were supposed to be the patriarch of your family, Rod. How are you gonna let your wife divorce you? That is not you're not fulfilling your religious duty, Rod. And honestly, you deserve to be shamed for this, because I mean, also just moving to a different country to get away from your wife and then being divorce is the logical outcome there. It's going to happen.
I gotta say, if he wants people to not speculate and stuff, he did a bad job with that weirdly intriguing bit about how he didn't just say we've been having problems over the years. He said it started in 2013.
2013.
Well, that's the clue.
It's so specific. This is clearly a deal where if you were introducing this character in a modernist novel, you would refer to the incident. What is the incident, Rob? We all want to know now. I'm sorry, you've got us intrigued.
He's leaving breadcrumbs. We have to figure this out. What happened in 2013?
What happened in 2013, Rod? Now I want to go back to his writing. I want to go back to the 2013 blogging, and I want to see if it shows up anywhere in the subtext.
Oh, George Zimmerman was acquitted. The Snowden leaks, the marathon bombing. It's the Boston Marathon bombing. Has to be. Has to be.
Yeah, the incident was his wife bought a pressure cooker for two handsome lads from Boston.
Oh, gay marriage. The Supreme Court fines for gay marriage.
Ah, Oberfeld.
Okay.
That's it. We cracked it.
Oh, this marriage is now garbage.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's it.
That is it. That is it.
Sullied the very institution.
We cracked it.
But also, it ruined. I think he was right in a certain extent that gay marriage was going to ruin his marriage, because once it became a legal accepted thing, he's oh, I've wasted my life. Or maybe his wife was supportive of gay marriage. I don't know. Maybe this is what sent him over the edge. And like I said, it will take some sleuthing to suss out what led to this point. But what is happening now is that Rod is doing a divorced guy speed run. In another post this is the post directly before the Tears at Golgotha post, entitled Jerusalem Diary. He reveals that he got a tattoo in Jerusalem.
Oh boy. That's so fast, man. That's so fast.
Wow, he's really spinning out.
He's really spinning out. The day he found out that his wife was divorcing him, he got a tattoo. And I can't wait to see I'm really excited to see where Rod takes it from here, because I want more diary posts. I want to see him wearing necklaces and bracelets and becoming sort of and talking about his new roommate Paolo,
Yeah, he's gonna get leather strap bracelets. He's gonna do more of a Johnny Depp thing.
I'm just waiting for him to come down with Jerusalem syndrome.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's literally writing about looking at the holy fire and going to
he's halfway there.
How is he not going to just decide, oh yeah, I'm Jesus? Turns out that was me the whole time.
I'm praying so hard for Rod right now that he gets through this. And I think the best way he can get through this is by going full Buzz Bissinger and just literally start dressing in $30,000 Gucci
S&M fetish
boots.
gear. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He's just wearing a lot of Rick
addicted
Owens.
To buying clothing. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
but the Jerusalem Diary post is fun too, because it's basically just little dispatches from Rod's vacation in the Holy Land.
It's a pilgrimage. Thank you.
The post begins.
On vacation.
Hello from the old city of Jerusalem, where I arrived yesterday to spend the Orthodox Holy Week. I am here first to pray, but also to gather material for my book on re-enchantment. After I checked into my hotel,
I sent straight to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to pray at the chapel over Golgotha. I received some truly grievous news from back home on Saturday morning. Sorry, I have to protect the privacy of others. And wanted to rush to pray for those dear to my heart who are suffering because of me. The Golgotha Chapel is on the second level of the Holy Sepulchre Church. It really is built over the hill where Jesus was crucified. How do we know this? Because the place on which the Holy Sepulchre Church was built and where Golgotha was identified fits the biblical description of the place of crucifixion. And the Romans built a temple to Venus on the site, encompassing both Golgotha and what is believed to be Christ's tomb, which now constitutes the Holy Sepulchre Church. Why did they do that? Given that it was a strange place outside the city. Some theorize it was to discourage Christians from the early church from gathering at these places to pray. So Helena, the mother of Emperor Constantine, came on the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Her son's predecessor on the imperial throne had inadvertently marked the spot. So again, like this post goes on, it's just photos of him and like taking pictures and stuff. And then it gets really funny because like one of the pictures is he meets with a Greek patriarch of the Orthodox Church, the Greek patriarch Theophilos, the unbroken successor of St. James, the first bishop of Jerusalem. And I'm going to make this photo the cover art for this episode because it's Rod grinning like a complete jackass next to like a guy who looks like goth Santa Claus who is just absolutely stony faced. And I just wonder what this ancient Greek patriarch thinks of Rod Dreher, just like flicking it up with him during Holy Week. He knows. But let's get to the part about the tattoo because that's really good. He's talking about talking to a friend, and he says, a second thing that she took from her time in America is how insane it is over what we call wokeness. She knew the word. She said it was absolutely shocking to her as a Palestinian to have to deal with LGBT ideology in U.S. academia. She said it was not only shocking in itself, but the inability to say anything critical about it really knocked her for a loop. She learned very quickly to keep her mouth shut about what she really believed. She did not fail to notice that her fellow students prided themselves on being supremely open-minded and tolerant, but instead she found them to be rich, culturally illiterate, liberal bumpkins. She talked further about how resentful her people are of U.S. cultural imperialism, by which she meant the spread of LGBT ideology. I mentioned to her that it is very hard for conservative Americans like me to accept that our country, which we love, has now become responsible for bringing so much corruption into the world. This is new to you, maybe, but I've always seen you Americans that way, she said sharply. Sorry, I'm very direct. I thanked her for her honesty. When we parted, I went to see Wasim Razuk at his tattoo shop in the Old City. Maybe you read it about in the New York Times the other day. And he goes, I went to see Wasim because I was interested in the phenomenon of why certain religious pilgrims feel the need to mark their visit to the Holy City with a tattoo. We had a great interview, but honestly, it's 1:25 here in Jerusalem, and I'm too tired to transcribe it now. I will tell you, though, that I decided to get a tattoo. I am no fan of tattoo culture, but there is no other city like Jerusalem and no other place like Razuk's. Besides, standing at the site of Christ's death on the cross the night before and praying for my loved ones caught up in this terrible situation back home, I found that I wanted somehow to feel in my skin for all the days left in my life the truth that Jesus Christ conquers. That nothing we have to suffer today is the final word, that the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has triumphed. So I chose the medieval Greek cross with the symbols that mean Jesus Christ conquers. So and then he got a tattoo on his wrist of and then he has yeah.
That's pretty pimp, dude. He's thinking about getting some after the marriage. I got a tattoo of a Greek cross with a boy named Calvin from a popular comic strip kneeling before it.
He has a tattoo of Calvin pissing on just the letters LGBT.
And he's pissing on a gay guy. I later found out that this is a common practice in homosexual lovemaking. Dude, this guy is spinning out. He needs love. We got to get him back with his wife. I don't like hearing about this. It should be illegal to get a divorce. He's right.
Well, I mean, the first step to healing your marriage and coming back into the fold of the church and its teachings would be to move back to America. Mm-hmm. Stop living it up in Budapest, Rod. You've got responsibilities at home. You are the father. You are the pater familias. You've got work to do, man. But no, instead he's going on pilgrimage, he's blogging, he's just sharing photos, selfies of himself, hanging out with, ancient Greek patriarchs and tattoo shop owners and shit like that. It's like, come on,
but
man.
also
Your family
he has
needs
his
you.
disciples, right? His Hungarian boy disciples. I mean, it's like, it sounds a lot like the new season of the, what do you call it? The Gemstones.
Oh, the Gemstones, like Kelvin's muscle man. Yeah. Kelvin Gemstones muscle man. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like that.
Except Rod's, I mean, they're all young men, but none of them seem particularly muscle.
Strong.
They're all sort of grad students of a particular cast of mind. Like I said, the type of
He's
people
got
worried.
more twinkish tastes than Calvin Gemstone.
Yeah, but I mean, so Rod, all I gotta say, I'm here for you, brother. I'm here for you.
Hang in there, buddy. It gets better, as they say in the LGBTQ community.
Oh man,
2013 was gay marriage. I think we cracked it.
No, Adam, you hit the nail on the head.
Around the time that the Supreme Court passed gay marriage, my wife started trying to seduce me into having gay sex with her. A new form of sex they're calling gay sex.
I mean, I guess for someone like Rod, who has written extensively about the culture of divorce and inveighing against the increasing social acceptance of gay and lesbian and now trans individuals, I mean, obviously it seems crazy to a normal person, the idea that two gay people being able to get married would somehow degrade or affect your marriage. But for someone like Rod, he's not wrong about that, given his own psychology. Gay marriage does present an existential threat to his, sense of self, identity, and family.
Yeah, because it's not terribly secure. It's just waiting for a stiff breeze to blow it over.
Well, there you go. That is our coverage of the Rod Dreher divorce.
I'm sure we will come back to him because he's definitely on a journey right now in more ways than one.
Maybe he's about to make his best stuff in years. He's about to drop the divorce album.
Him and Kanye need to collaborate.
Yeah,
oh my God, yeah.
He's gonna get mad at. He's gonna start harassing.
They both love Jesus. They're both having a hard time with their divorce. I think.
Yeah. Skeet Davidson. Yeah.
My wife started fucking a comedian from Saturday Night Live named Pete Davidson.
No, so stay tuned for updates because I will be checking Rod's blog daily. As he rapidly evolves into his final form, which is now a tattooed, divorced, closeted gay man. He rules. We love Rod.
There's a fire new Rod. Okay, everyone knows Rod Dreher has been in Hungary the past little while. He's been witnessing the last bastion of Christendom. He's been defending the West while taking livery cab rides with 27-year-olds who tell him about how scary Blue's Clues is. He's been fighting against Globo Homo by
with brunches mostly.
Yeah,
it seems like having oyster brunch is his main zone of combat against the decadence encroaching. I don't get it.
Well, Globo Homo hates it when you soy face in front of oysters.
They hate that when you have bottomless mimosas with the boys.
Yeah, I love all of his dispatches from Hungary because it's it is all stuff like that, just the normal cosmopolitan stuff he does. But then it would also be he'll be like, oh, I was doing the thing that everyone in Hungary does, where you give a bath to your friend in a big 12-foot bathtub, like the Three Stooges. And my friend told me that his niece is gay now. Isn't that scary? But all good things must come to an end. And we have a new entry from Rod detailing this end. This is called "My Life is a Tom Hanks Movie." This is a movie. Yeah.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah. It's not Forrest Gump, where Forrest Gump accidentally has a gay experience with several historical figures throughout his life. It's Terminal. Okay. You know that 2004 Tom Hanks movie, The Terminal, about the guy who gets stranded in an airport and can't leave for years? Oh, because I'm an idiot, I'm getting to live that movie tonight. This is a little rare self-deprecation from Rod.
It just shows what, at the end of the day,
Just what a dandy little guy he is. Like, where does his mind go to? A fucking Tom Hanks movie. Just a light entertainment.
Well, that I guess, yeah, it does kind of show him as a dandy, because if this happened to me, I would immediately be threatening to kill myself.
Yeah.
Let's see what happened. I flew into Vienna late tonight from London, but got hung up on the border crossing at the airport. Turns out that I overstayed my allotted period in the Schengen area of the European Union. All the time I spent in Hungary earlier this year counted against my credit.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Tough. I had this crazy idea that the clock started over after going back to the U.S. for a month. Nope. I thought that you could get more than 90 days at a particular country. Nope. It's the whole Schengen zone.
Boom. He's been Schengen zoned.
Gosh, I'm thick. Oh, Fortuna.
Oh, Fortuna.
He's such a fruitcake. He's fucking, like, it's like, no matter how homophobic he is or anything, he is Martin Prince.
Yep. At the end of the day, his geode must be acknowledged.
Yeah. You just can't change who you are.
Nope. I still remember him making that bouillabaisse for his hillbilly family, and then like, we're going to Arby's.
Yeah. All of his family are like the supporting cast from Winter's Bone, and he's like, "Ooh, I've added a vanilla reduction to the profiteroles." The Australian Border Police were very nice, to be honest, but they couldn't let me in.
Everybody loves an Austrian cop, noted worldwide for their friendliness.
I mean, a lot's changed, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure they're much chiller now.
Yeah. I had to be escorted by armed guards to go fetch my bag at the baggage carousel. I'm leaving for London on the first flight out in the morning, and we'll be staying with friends while I appeal to the Austrian embassy for a residence visa so I can come back to the place I rented in Vienna and spend the rest of the summer. Matt and I were supposed to go next week to Mont Saint-Michel, Rocamadour, and other places, but I can't get back into Europe at all without a visa. Who's Matt?
Yeah, who is Matt? I just want to say, not me. It's not me. He's going on a tour of religious sites with Matt in the Austrian countryside, I guess.
Oh, maybe he's doing like a kind of racist call me by your name. Well, we don't know who Matt is. If you out there, if you know who Matt is, please contact us.
Yeah, please. We want to know about Matt. I would love to interview Matt, honestly. I know what the deal is with Rod.
If you're Matt Chrisman and you've been taking baths with Rod across the Schengen zone, whoever it is, okay. The police escorted me to an empty wing of here at the airport. It's desolate. Find a bench if you can, one of them kindly suggested. I'm not being sarcastic. The two young officers, Gregor and Butel, really did feel sorry for me. But rules are rules, and I'm in the wrong. But I do want to thank them for their kindness and hope their bosses reward them for treating a bumbling American traveler with courtesy and compassion. As it happens, the door to the airport chapel was open, and I thought, yep, I'm going to bed down where people pray to God. I shoved some benches together, and I'm about to sleep for 3 hours before I wake up and go meet the police to be escorted to my flight. What an adventure! I tell you what, they need to build walls to keep dumbasses like me out of Europe. I'll probably end up having to be in England all next week, so maybe I can keep up. Maybe I can get up to the Anglo-Saxon holy sites or something. This is, I guess this is kind of like a boring Tintin book. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. A friend in Cambridge gave me a book called The Age of Bede after lunch, and I read the Venerable Bede's Life of St. Cuthbert on the flight back. Just take his Xanax.
Congratulations, buddy. He wants you to know he did his homework.
I read about Bede on my airplane. On the flight back, I closed my eyes and asked St. Cuthbert to pray to a friend who is suffering. Maybe this current travail of mine is St. Cuthbert's way to get me to come to Lindisfarne without delay. There's a lot of lore in here.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking like religious lore, but there's like a lot of friends and people. There's Matt. There's his suffering friend.
Yeah. There's the old divorce subplot. And he refers to this stuff always, like very peripherally. And you just sort of have to know. And I think that's because most of the people who read Rod read him obsessively and through a parasocial lens, honestly.
Well, it does kind of seem like a soap opera, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like there
he's
are a lot of storylines that get dropped and picked up, like the drag queens in the movie theater.
Yeah. Like, and even all, as they're saying, all of his culture war pieces are always couched in some narrative of him hanging out in Budapest, going to garden parties with young grad students. Like that's part of every post, no matter what the ostensible subject is.
I always picture the garden parties like the Clay Shaw parties in JFK where everyone's painted gold for some reason. So, like, okay, did he go on this journey like right after getting divorced?
No, he announced his divorce like in the middle of this. Like, we've been joking about how he just was still married. Everybody thought he was married, and then he was just in Hungary by himself for months. And then in the middle of that, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to say anything." This is a perfect example of what we're talking about. He says, "I'm not going to get into the details. Okay, it's a tragedy and it's happening, and we're both very, very distraught. But this has been a torture that my wife and I have been in since 2013." And it's like, why you got to drop that specific date? And now you got everybody asking, what the fuck happened in 2013? You didn't have to bring that up.
Well, it's kind of like world building, in fantasy
Exactly.
writing. Yeah, like fantasy writing when, like George R.R. Martin, when he's not writing like a rhapsodic description of meals.
Oh, baby.
He's like, he'll be like, oh, the carriage tilted like a Gorfinox monster. And a Gorfinox monster was never mentioned before. And now you're like, oh, what's the world of Gorfinox? This place in Northoros or wherever. It's the same thing with Rod, where it's like, oh, well, everyone knows what happened in 2013, and he never mentioned it.
Yeah. It's his summer hall.
Yeah.
It's the cataclysm that destroys the family, and we can never know.
Yeah. I would like to know what it is, but
I'd love to know. He said, one thing he said emphatically was it's not infidelity on either side. So you can take that as him at his word there. Like, what else could it be? Like, isn't that most of the real cataclysmic traumatic relationships in a marriage? Or it was something revealed? Was there some secret that was made known? That could happen, and then technically there's no infidelity. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's weird, though, because it's like, okay, well, if they're not in love anymore, if you're Rod, isn't your thing like, well, like, who gives a shit if you're not in love anymore?
Absolutely. No, that's the
preserve
whole
institutions.
That's the traditional view of marriage, is that it is not for your happiness. You don't get married to be happy. You get married as part of a vow to someone that transcends like your personal desires. It adheres you to higher goals. And in that case, like, I'm sorry, the fact that something happened, capital letters, in 2013, that doesn't cut it to, justify divorce under your own moral principles. So that's why that's why no one can ask anything other than, well, what the hell happened? Like, what is the actual scope of this? How are you able to carve out this exception if that's what you're doing, But he won't tell us. He just leaves us hanging by a thread, getting tantalized.
Well, okay. Do you remember when Jim McGreevy, it turned out he was gay? And,
yeah. And then it's like, oh, and by the way, I also got my Mossad boyfriend a job in the New Jersey government.
Yeah, that was the real thing I was kind of mad about.
Well, that's obviously why he came out, because he knew it was gonna drop, and he wanted protection. It was very smart.
Yeah,
but before they can impeach him and be like, hey, he has a gay lover in the Mossad in the government, he's able to go, I'm gay, first gay governor, put it to the rafters, first gay governor, called it.
He did say one of my favorite phrases in politics when he was like, I'm a gay American.
Yeah.
That was a lot of our names in IRC that week after he said that. But
gay American.
But I was just saying, like,
gay American. Do
you remember how after that he was like, yeah, but like, don't worry, me and my wife are going into counseling.
Yeah, right.
It's just like, for what? Like, it seems like a pretty open and shut deal. I am in no way comparing this to Rod Dreher and his divorce or anything that happened. Okay. Anyway, back to Rod's Tintin adventure. Update. Good morning. Slept 3 hours. As I put my recharged laptop away to leave, I saw a sign in English on the far wall instructing visitors not to sleep in the chapel. I sure do have a way of bumbling right across other people's rules and regulations, don't I? Well, I'm glad I didn't see it because I would have ended up sleeping in the hallway off to Blighty.
He's the freaking Orthodox Mr. Bean, just causing shenanigans everywhere he goes.
Well, it's just like I don't remember this level of self-deprecation in his writing before.
No. It was always very tortured. But I mean, I guess it's hard to really spin this because this is a boneheaded move on his part. He just fucked up. Like, how do you not read the conditions of like a long-term stay in Europe? It seems like it's pretty basic. So he's got to kind of be like, yeah, I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like there wasn't anything else he could have written about that week. I'm sure there was like, a brunch, like a drag brunch or something he could have written about. I don't know. It's sort of like, do you remember when David Brooks, after he got divorced, he
oh yeah, the Second Mountain.
Yeah, he like wrote all those weird articles where he goes to Penn Station and he's like, just to think, everyone walking through here sucks and fucks each other, and it's beautiful. And I guess that's kind of what Rod's going through, but
yeah,
his is a sort of pathetic, annoying self-deprecation, the kind that makes everyone uncomfortable. Well, that's the Rod update.
Yeah, Rod's doing great, and we're gonna see if he gets back into mainland Europe so that he can visit, like St. Stephen's Coccyx or whatever the fuck he's gonna do as a pilgrimage.
Yeah, he's gonna go all around the Baltic nations and see every saint that was killed by being encased in wax, and related to his divorce or whatever. At his new persona of like a bumbling world traveler, sort of a racist Carl Pilkington. Carl Pilkington, who's always seeing the trans menace lurking everywhere. We'll see. I would not say that's one of Rod's strongest works, but yeah, sometimes you got to phone it in, right? You got to give a little slice of life.
No, that's the thing is he doesn't have the heat. He just brings the schmaltz. He brings his personal relationship, which the readers are there for that too. So it is a value for them. I mean, look at the comments. I looked at the comments of this piece. A lot of people being like, "Oh yeah, if you have to spend time in England, you need to go to Southwick upon Buckinghamshire, and there's a Merovingian temple that you need to visit. It's in a heath, It's like you gotta find you gotta basically directions to the Holy Grail is what they're giving them." And then other people saying charming stuff like, it's fucked up that they did this to poor Rod, but they'll let all those African refugees in there, no problem. Actually saying that compared to refugees, Rod is being discriminated against.
I'm reading the comments now. It looks like Rod may have worse repliers than me.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty bad.
All right, we got Crispy from 5 days ago. I had to be escorted by armed guards. Sensible. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. It's a classic bad riff, sort of attempted levity by being mean to the author.
Yeah, implying intimacy, yeah.
I hope when you get back to the States that your house hasn't collapsed, in parentheses, money pit. Since you're on the road and you'd be asked about Austrian writers, Road to Mecca by Muhammad Assad. I know it's the title that's unlikely to tickle your fancy, but the writing is good as Exupery's and Chatwin's. Now that you're on kind of a desert island, which 3 books, apart from the Bible, would you have with you? And Rod does not reply to this.
Oh, man. Brutal. Just reaching out, trying to have a convo. Ouch.
I don't think Rod ever replies to these people. Perhaps the Vatican finally found a refugee they would be comfortable deporting.
Ugh.
Wow. I guess these are all my repliers when they become conservative in 20 years.
Yeah, after they get bitter because you spurned them.
Yeah.
Many such cases.
If you and Matt are considering secular entertainments, I strongly suggest checking out the Festival of San Fermin in Pamplona, Spain, from July 5th to the 15th. The famous Running of the Bulls. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. Is Matt his son?
No. Yes, is he? Who is Matt? If it's his son, that's one thing. But he wouldn't you say like my son Matt, just to contextualize it? First time it's mentioned in an article.
Well, I mean, like, Okay, I think we found a picture. No, this is some asshole named John Morgan. God damn it! Isn't there a fucking Rod Dreher Wikia?
Yeah, we need
that
a wiki
answers his
here.
questions.
Honestly, given his commenters, there might be.
His
and it'd be very useful. I need to know the lore here.
No, his commenters are fucking worthless. They're as shitty as mine. All right. Well, we're done with the serious news of the episode.
It seems like Anton is maybe having second thoughts about the whole devoting his life to Satan thing. I don't know. He doesn't seem to be having a great time. That's all I know.
No, I mean, yeah, like you said, he is not. Look, if you're worshiping the devil and expect to get any kind of VIP treatment here in hell, I got news for you. You're just it's pretty much you're going to get the standard treatment.
Yeah, your only real hope is to just be so cool that Satan wants to hang out with you. That's it. That's your only hope of getting any kind of decent treatment down here. Which is why we're hoping we might do okay because we're so goddamn cool after all. It's interesting that Anton says that it's interesting as Anton points out that there's no come at all here in Christian hell. But according to, maybe we can confirm this with Felix later, according to some medieval Jewish traditions, in hell, the fornicators, for example, drown in rivers of cum. So there you go. I mean, I'm not seeing any of that here yet, though.
I wouldn't mind a little cum. I mean, just a little bit here.
Yeah, fill me up. That's what Will's saying right now. Fill me up with cum.
I believe it was Jean-Paul Sartre who said that hell is other people.
Indeed.
I mean, he's here too, so he's one of those other people now.
Yeah.
But I mean, now that I'm here, yeah, there are a lot of people here. It's a little crowded, but some might say hell is a lack of other people's cum.
It's true. We're just cumless over here. And you're like, oh no, but you're drowning in the cum. It's like, well, what's the worst part of drowning? Like, you're afraid you're going to die? Well, you're in hell. Don't worry about it. Settle down. That's the thing I don't really get. And I guess if we stay here long enough, I'll figure it out. I mean, yeah, it's like, this sucks. This is awful. I'm sweating my ass off, as I said. I keep getting my fucking liver pecked at by this giant bird with a human face. But every time it happens, I'm a little more used to it, So exactly how do they keep this fresh, I guess, is the question I have. I don't understand it.
I mean, we're not the only people who are dead here in hell. I mean, we're visiting her right now. I mean, we ran into Rod Dreher a half an hour ago. I had no idea. I mean, but apparently, he's considering moving here as well.
Yeah, he just likes to check things out, to keep tabs on all the latest perversions so that he can share them with his newsletter readers, just strictly as a journalist.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes the point that he says while he is, being flogged by a dominatrix with pig legs, he's screaming, "This is for journalism. I'm not being turned on right now. This is not hot."
I mean, look, he's an international traveler. I mean, now that he's freed up from the wife and kid, he can he's in Hungary, he's in France, he's visiting all kinds of retreats with young grad students and things like that. But Rod is in hell. He's spending the week in hell here.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it was great to run into a friendly face.
Yeah.
In the pit of sodomy.
Yeah, he was doing that same face he made when he saw those oysters.
Yep. He was just like, "Hi guys, it's Rod.
Journalism.
Hi guys, it's Rod here. It's Rod here in hell.
This place is a disgrace. People need to hear more about it. Viktor Orban needs to become king of hell and fix this place."
He said he's going to be spending a lot more time here though. And it's just good, because we don't know that many people here.
Yeah,
and Rod's a guy we know.
Face.
So I mean, we're getting dinner later with Rod.
Yep.
Look, and I know we've had our shenanigans with Rod, but look, we're all in hell together, so we might as well make the most of it.
Yeah, we're gonna get oysters, but in hell, they're all the giant Red Lobster oysters that taste like tires. But once again, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna get a good Puget Sound oyster. Where do you think you are?
In hell, the sweaty giant Magyar men, they chew your pork knuckles.
The pork knuckles chew hairy Magyar men.
I've been asking, a lot of people have been in my mentions going, "Will, when are you going to talk Rod on the show? Rod has been spiraling out like never before. When are you going to address Rod?" To those people, I say, should have come to the live shows. Should have come to the live shows. We've had folks
we have had full spectrum coverage of Rod coming out of the closet and just destroying his life in public. But if you didn't go to the live shows, you didn't hear. But lucky for you, it just so happens Rod is back with probably his most self-pitying blog post of all time. And I'd like to share it with you guys now. Quick recap. Rod recently wrote an article about how we're losing the skills to have a civilization because more people are gay. But in the article, he essentially states, as outright, like an assumed common fact that we all share and can agree on, that essentially heterosexuality has to be taught, whereas a febophilic boy love is sort of the natural setting for most men.
You just want to have sex, and who you want to have sex with? Your boys, because ladies, they're scary.
Yeah, he literally said that. That's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, Casper Hauser, the feral boy, that was the only thing he knew.
So we all know. So Rod has. Look, I'm saying like this is officially Rod coming out of the closet because this is as close as he's ever going to get to it by just saying that homosexuality is the natural baseline setting among men and they need to be taught heterosexuality through things like religion. But, keep in mind also he got a divorce from his wife and has abandoned his wife and kids to live in Budapest year-round. Well, now he's made it official with a blog post titled, "Goodbye, Louisiana, I tried." And this is announcing that he is now permanently moving to Hungary and abandoning his family to do so. So I mean, this blog post is about half the length of Moby Dick. So I'm going to be very sparing here. I'm just going to read the beginning and the end. He of course begins with a quote from Dante. He goes, "I just woke up here in Baton Rouge on the day that I'm going to fly into exile. It sounds like such a pretentious word, exile. But that is exactly how I'm experiencing this move to Budapest. Don't get me wrong, I'm very, very pleased to have a place to go where I will be surrounded by friends and can do good work. But this move today lands in me with the power of myth. The last time I had this feeling of dread in the face of the necessary was the day I left Catholicism to become Orthodox. I knew that the exile could not be avoided, but that did not remove the pain. I'll explain below. That passage of Dante, by the way, is a prophecy his ancestor, blah, 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 blah. So he goes on for another 10,000 words of just basically being like, so sad to be leaving my family and living in Europe full time now to fight the good fight. But, I'm sort of like Dante in that respect because I had to spend so many years with a wife and kid. That's kind of like the inferno. I just got divorced. That's sort of like purgatory. But now that I can spend all my time in Budapest, surrounded by
with the
stalwart young
shirtless
men.
Magyars.
Yeah, that is Paradiso. So finally leaving Louisiana, he visits his parents' graves. He walks around. He feels sad. I just want to get to the end here. Talks about his book, about his dead sister. He quotes Dante at length. He's still going, still scrolling. Okay, here he goes. Leaving Louisiana now, I know that I'm gone for good. I also know that I will probably be like Dante for the rest of my days, moving from place to place, tasting the salt of other men's bread.
What?
Oh, bread. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pause.
Sure.
Pause. Rod, how are you as a man going to be spending the rest of your days tasting the salt of other men's bread? Homie, make your own.
You're going to taste a man's bread.
He said it, not me.
He did say it.
I was going to say it once again. In the post announcing his divorce, he compared himself to Jesus Christ. In the post announcing that he's moving away from his family, he's now separating himself from his family with a fucking ocean and a continent or two. He's comparing himself to Dante.
Yeah, I'd say he's in that category. I mean, he thinks he is, and that's all that really matters.
Okay.
The guy, he's very dramatic. That's one thing I've noticed about him over the years, is that he takes himself very seriously.
Hysterical,
and he certainly thinks that people take him as seriously as he does. I'm just glad that he's going to be happy now, right?
Yeah, this is it.
He's going to be happy. This is going to fix things for him.
No, we finally found the thing. It's very fortunate.
He just gets to live in the Grand Budapest Hotel for the rest of his life, and it'll be awesome.
He goes, I will probably be like Dante for the rest of my days, moving from place to place, tasting the salt of other men's bread. But God brought great good out of Dante's exile. The thing that I wanted more than anything else in this world, and have wanted from the time I was a little boy is to feel at home in the world with a father who approves of me. That was not to be mine except by God's grace in heaven. That part of my life is over, but my life is not yet over. My charge going forward is to keep my eyes on Christ and not on the serpent spooling out of my mind, trying to distract me with longing for the happy life I once had, or with anger, or bitterness, or unforgiveness. All of that needs to be buried in the stone of my confession of faith. This is going to be hard for me because I'm hurting, and my kids are hurting, and my ex-wife is hurting. I want it to stop so badly, and have for the past 10 years, but none of us can share in Christ's victory unless we also share in his suffering. The events of the last 10 years could destroy me, or it could make me, and make me into someone through whom grace passes unmixed with the corrupting force of sin. That choice belongs to me. That choice belongs to all of us. So, if any of you out there are considering breaking up your family, divorcing your wife, and basically just removing yourself from the presence of your child's life, just know that that's cool, and it gives you an opportunity to just move and vibe free from sin, and to just sort of max out on God's love.
It is very funny because this is essentially the same sort of self-indulgent journey that the hippies would do. They leave their families and go on the hippie trail to Afghanistan or something. But because he's doing it in based Orban's Hungary, it's actually not liberal narcissistic self-indulgence. It's deep spiritual quest.
Well, I cannot imagine that in the future, maybe 2 years from now, there'll be a post like leaving Hungary. Why it was already ruined when I got here. Why I have to go to Antarctica.
Get the bread salt Letty, boys. I'm coming to the McMurdo station.
Oh my God. He's amazing.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the Thing with Rod Dreher as one of your Antarctic coworkers?
He refuses to take his form.
I'd just be like, he's the Thing. He's the Thing.
That's how you kill it.
Just get that flamethrower ready.
Yeah.
But look, I don't want anyone to be too hard on Rod for I know I've said he's abandoned his wife and children, but look, he was not doing them any favors sticking around. Divorce is more often than not a good thing. I mean, of course, Rod wants to make divorce illegal, but I mean, look, he took advantage of it, and look, his wife and kids are going to be a lot happier now. They are going to be walking with God full time now that they have the most annoying man in the world out of their lives. But
seriously,
Rod, dude, do you? This is like a eat, pray, love kind of thing for Rod now. He's free to eat, pray, and love as he sees fit, and I hope he takes full advantage of it.
When he dies, he goes to heaven and he sees his parents, and he goes, "Oh my God, Mom and Dad," and they're like, "Oh fuck, he's here! God damn it! Is he gonna try to make fucking bouillabaisse again?"
God, think how pissed off his parents would be if Rod gets into heaven.
Oh my God!
I have to say, if Rod accomplished anything great in his life, and this will be not on purpose, obviously. He has his son or daughter, or maybe all of his kids, they are going to be the best writers ever. This specific amount and this specific manner of unique childhood trauma is so this is the recipe to create a great American novelist, I think.
Yeah, certainly.
The next Flannery O'Connor is.
Can you imagine though, if he has the kids over, he flies them out to Budapest for some sort of Magyar Christmas one year. Oh, that's going to be rich fodder for the Iowa Writers Workshop.
Yeah, you already have the thing of your dad fighting his own sexuality in print daily.
Yeah.
And then as you're coming of age, he's like, I have to go live with orcs or I'll be gay.
I mean, I can relate. There's a blowjob scene in my dad's novel, and I was trying to read it when I was a teenager, and then I threw it across the room when I got to that.
Well, depending on who gave it to him.
Never read another word, yeah.
Depending on who gave it to him, it may represent something very hard he worked to achieve. Heterosexuality.
But yeah, I mean, once again, best of luck to Rod. Best of luck to Budapest. I mean, think about how fun that city is going to be now, dude. If you are a large Magyar man or a sort of very skinny, hairless American one who's inordinately concerned with the collapse of Western civilization, and you like Latin mass and things like that. Budapest, that's the scene to be. That's the place to be. New York, dead. Los Angeles, dead. Whatever monastery Rod was living in, or I don't know. The monastery that scene is over. It's all about Budapest, Hungary.
Get over there, guys.
That's where you want to be.
That's where the party's at.
Hungary.
Yeah.
In a year, Orban is going to come out and be like, "Hey, you know what? Let me just amend everything I ever said about Soros. Also, Rod Dreher. We got to get him out of here.
Yeah,
he's annoying the shit out of us."
I was gonna say Hungary is not that big of a place. In just a few years, Rod could meet and annoy everyone there.
Yep.
And people are like, there's Democratic backsliding, but like Rod could be the thing that brings down Orban.
Yes.
Just because it's like you brought him here. He's annoying the shit out of all of us.
Talk about a bad immigration policy.
Yeah.
They were like, we will take 10,000 Syrians to get rid of one Rod.
I'm trying to eat some schnitzel, and this Where's Waldo looking motherfucker is staring at me across the piazza. He's crying. It's getting annoying.
Okay, 2 years from now, Rod post leaving Hungary. As I leave Hungary at gunpoint, I recall the words of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. As George Orwell once wrote, better to Irish goodbye a party before you're asked to leave. I would never belong to a club that would have me as a member. Dante, Canto, 30, Inferno.
Well, best of luck to him.
Yeah.
And best of luck to Liz Truss, R.I.P.
Yeah.
All right, there's another Dear Prudie letter that I'd like to share with Snob on stage here. Okay. Dear Prudie, I am a 55-year-old opinion journalist who was recently divorced after moving to Hungary.
Okay. Who the fuck is it?
My wife and kids resent me for abandoning them to slurp oysters in Budapest and save Western civilization with my small cadre of young male grad students.
Right.
Lots of people are making fun of me because of my many years of condemning divorce and the homosexual assault on society. Many are saying that my behavior and columns I've written in the past, coupled with my recent divorce, is evidence that I'm, quote, gay as hell and would, I quote, be much happier sucking cock than doing whatever it is I'm up to now. How do I convince everyone that just because I devote most of my life to imagining the decadent Babylonian nihilism of hardcore gay sodomy, that I'm not gay, but in fact normal? Signed, Bereft in Budapest.
Interesting.
Okay,
That's
I think
a tough
I
one. Yeah.
All right, this is a real advice letter, by the way. So you suss it out. I'm talking, of course, about Rod Dreher, brother Rod.
Oh hell yeah.
There he is. There's the boy.
Why didn't we say?
oysters.
By the way, why didn't we say oysters for cum? For the shit.
What are they made out of money?
Yeah, you're right.
That's
you're
a good point. Yeah.
On your anniversary. So okay, yeah. Put him through one of those cake icing tube things. Fucking shoot oysters out.
Oysters and pool water. I think you're there.
Yeah.
We've
So who's this guy?
We've done this one at a few. I keep looking at this photo. I would like a Goya style oil painting of this. That's like Saturn soy facing at his son.
Someone did that in L.A. There was someone made the painting.
Oh my god!
of Saturn devouring his son. Only it was Rod eating an oyster.
I don't get how someone like that plugged into right-wing online stuff did a pure naked soy face.
So this is like, we brings us to Rod's latest masterpiece. And New York City, I have been... Okay, there we go. It's not just one picture. It's not just one.
This guy rocks.
So New York City...
There's no reason that he savors the textures and briny flavor of oysters sliding down his throat. No reason, just a coincidence.
So in New York City, I have been mining cheap comedy material from Rod Dreher for probably 10 years now. And right before this latest stretch of shows, he just writes a column
that is, in my opinion, the Rosetta Stone for his whole career. So the latest Rod column, which I think we could treat sort of like a Dear Prudie column. This is a cry for help here. So I'm going to just go straight to the heart of what I regard to be the Rosetta Stone of Rod Dreher's entire career, and also the Rosetta Stone of all, like, a good, not most of, but like I would say a third of conservative male sexuality can be summed up in this Rod cry for help. What we have now, this is Rod writing, what we have, and this is like the preamble for this piece.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the preamble for this piece is like he's just talking about. Like, all right, well, I'll get there.
Holy shit!
I'll get there. I will get there. But
this
like,
guy
okay.
fucking rules, dude.
The preamble for this piece is just a bunch of social science that would seem to suggest that people under the age of 40 don't agree with him and are gayer than they used to be. So here's what he says. What we have now challenges a presupposition that I long held, that sexual desire was fairly fixed. I think we now see that it is more fluid than we once thought.
There's a lot of fluid involved, that's for sure.
And that heterosexuality is partly something innate, but also something that must be achieved. That is, sexual desire is an overpowering force within each of us, one that we must be taught to channel. I believe that most people are either predominantly heterosexual or predominantly homosexual in their desire, but these boundaries aren't as sharply drawn as I once believed. Taboos play a meaningful role in telling people what they should desire and therefore guiding them to maturity. Here's where it gets really good. I think back to the all-male dorm I lived in during my last 2 years of high school.
I'm sure you do think back to that. I'm sure you think back to that all the time.
Okay.
On the regular.
Think of a dorm full of 100 high school juniors and seniors
I'm doing it
in
right
the
now.
early 1980s.
Yes. Yes.
Imagine the pent-up sexual desire.
I'm imagining it. Keep going.
There were a handful of guys who were out or semi-out as gay.
Yes.
And nobody thought anything of it. I remember a couple of them took advantage of the dorm administration's inability to recognize what was happening to get themselves assigned a room together.
Yes.
Even though they were quietly a couple.
Yes.
A bunch of us envied them and all the sex they must be having.
Oh, yeah.
It was a bunch of us, by the way.
Keep going. We're almost there.
Yeah, a bunch of us really envied them. A lot of us did. It wasn't just me. Me and the guys would get together and talk about how we wish we were in a gay couple.
You know, that's what you do. You get in the common room and you'd be like, dude, I wish I was gay.
This guy's so fucking awesome.
I like the mystification he does, where it's like, well, no, because they were having sex.
Yeah.
No, I'm jealous of his wife getting fucked by him because she's having sex. I wish I could be his wife, but with a dick, and he has a vagina.
Yeah.
But I'm her getting fucked by him. He's like reinventing how we see existence in a platonic sense.
A bunch of us envied them and all the sex they must be having. The thing is, the only thing preventing any of the rest of us from doing the same thing was the internalized taboo against gay sex.
The only thing?
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I don't know, man.
That's so sick. That rules.
See, this is such a perfect callback to the Prager piece of being like, only religious uniformity will prevent people from fucking their sister. Is like, really?
I'm sorry, sir. I never wanted to fuck her. I was horny as shit in high school. I never wanted to fuck any of the dudes.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is a guy who's been paid for his thoughts for years.
Yeah. He's written several books.
If it's like just the internalized taboo, like, okay, then why isn't homosexual? Why aren't like 99% of boys gay now?
Yeah.
So he goes there. Okay, so the only thing preventing us, or any of the rest of us, from doing the same thing was the internalized taboo against gay sex. Even though everybody in my class, to my recollection, was quite tolerant of homosexuality, it was also something that very few of us had any interest in experimenting with.
I wonder why.
See, I think Rod is like not totally wrong in that if there were less stigma associated with being gay,
there would be more gay sex for sure.
Like, if there was less stigma associated with having gay sex among straight guys, let's say we just like our society completely remove that from all of our brains, I think a lot of guys would be getting their cock sucked watching NFL Red Zone on Sunday.
For sure. Well, it's like I bought all these healthy groceries so I wouldn't eat bad late at night. And I really want chocolate ice cream, but I put a fucking protein powder in some fucking Cheerios to fucking scratch the itch. That would be getting your dick sucked by your gay friend who lives like next door. You know what I mean? It's like, I wish it was a woman, but come on, what are we gonna do here? You know? I think a lot more of that would happen.
There was a British Conservative member of Parliament named Michael Portillo, and he did a series of interviews in the mid-'90s around a don't ask, don't tell type policy because he was Secretary of Defense. And he was like, well, you know, like, I had gay relationships in college, but, like, I grew up. Sort of similar to this.
All right. Last paragraph. Note well that I'm not saying that non-standard sexual desire and practice did not exist in the Christian period. Of course it did, and it always will. But society had strong models around which people were expected to conform as part of social and psychological maturity. Those models help push and pull us past the fear of sexual maturity and intimacy with people of the opposite sex.
What? Fear?
Okay, folks, I don't know how many people who used to be teenage boys are in the audience tonight, but I guess I gotta say, the thought of having sex with a woman when I was a teenager did terrify me, but the part that terrified me was not having sex with a woman ever. That's what fucking kept me up in cold sweats at night. And the possibility that I would do literally anything to achieve that, just to see tits.
Yeah.
I would have probably like Yakuza'd my pinky.
100%.
As Rod writes, it's a scary thing for a teenage boy to think about sex with women.
What? No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. No, that's why that's in, you know, there's sex in all those teen horror movies.
Yeah.
Always starts out with the scariest part, the couple hooking up.
The girl showering. That's the scariest part of Friday the 13th.
And to close it out here,
we're waiting for Jason to come and relieve us of the fear by killing us.
Well, I'll be dead, but at least I won't have to have sex with a woman.
What a relief.
I like the idea that like having sex with a woman is the bravest thing you can do.
Female sex havers are the real operators. They're the real heroes.
I mean, like going down on a girl, sure, but like.
To close it out, Rod writes, yes, it's scary. It's a scary thing for a teenage boy to think about sex with women.
No.
After all, women's bodies are so different from theirs.
Exactly. That's the fucking point.
That's what hetero means.
That's the entire point of being straight is that you want the opposite of what you have.
And the male ego can be awfully fragile. But most push past that, driven by sexual desire that has been channeled into courtship rituals, however messy that may be.
Courtship rituals?
Yeah.
That's his favorite part?
Yeah.
It's not the sex, it's like
bringing flowers to her mother. Commenting on how nicely appointed her breakfast nook is.
Riding in a bicycle built for two.
Man,
that's the hot shit.
Man, I hate dating. It's like, yeah, everyone remembers the fun part, like delivering her a singing telegram. But no one ever talks about the hard stuff, like fucking her.
This guy's unbelievable, dude. This is crazy. This is a real guy.
Yeah, this is a real person. and like, okay, like, and you know, I referenced it in the Faked You're Pretty Loader, but like, Snob, this guy has a daily column that he writes for the American Conservative, which I peruse quite frequently, and I would say 75% of his columns are like him holding a flashlight under his chin at a campfire, describing in explicit details the mechanics of gay sex.
2 weeks ago, he tweeted without context a like WikiHow model of the male colon by itself.
That's awesome.
He's like, he's gone deeper. He's like obviously like a huge like trans-panic guy. And he was the first guy who I ever, first reputable writer, I guess, that ever wrote about sissy hypno on YouTube.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Well,
That's
it's shocking
made
to
for
learn
this
that
guy.
he's terrified of being accidentally hypnotized into becoming a bimbo.
0 people in history have accidentally been sissy hypnotized.
Nah, dude, it's a big problem, dude. I don't know.
All right, so let's give it up for Rod one more time. Let's thank Rod.
That guy
I would
rules.
like to personally thank Rod Dreher.
Shout out to Rod
for writing this column the week of our fucking biggest tour ever. Thank you, Rod.
All right. Well, moving on for the to the reading series for today's episode. You know, over the holiday break, there was another. A lot of people were messaging me about this. You know, I've had to wait some time to cover this, but it's been another stunning revelation in the life and times of one Mr. Rod Dreher. This current revelation was about as surprising as finding out that Rod thinks that sexual attraction to men is the baseline setting for the male of the species, and that being sexually attracted to women is essentially something that needs to be trained and learned into people through cultural programming. This current revelation about as surprising as that one. Rod's father was in the KKK.
No way.
I mean,
what?
Honestly, that is the least interesting thing about all this, because it's a long post and Rod is once again very much in his feelings. But to a certain degree, it makes me feel bad not for the man Rod is today, but for the person the kid he once was. It actually I feel some modicum of sympathy for Rod in the past. I mean, not Rod now, who I think is pretty much irredeemable, but the piece really makes it clear that his asshole dad and family ruined his marriage and life because they just couldn't accept how fruity he was, and they were just mean. They were just mean to him his entire life, despite how desperately he wanted their approval.
Yeah, it's like one of those classic deals where all of the white blood cells just go crazy. Like, they had this kid, and it's like, he's not one of us. If he'd been in the wild, he would have been eaten by his mother.
Yeah.
This one didn't come out right, and that happens. And if that happens to you, you have to come to terms with it somehow. Most people do it by, saying sorry parents, I have my own worth, but Rod took a different path.
A very different path. One could say that he took the ideology of his forefathers, his literal forefathers, and made it a little fruity.
got a little nice with it.
Yeah, what if we were taking that burning cross and cooking bouillabaisse over it?
And a lot of the piece is Rod, of course, stridently condemning the Ku Klux Klan. Good on him for that. Let's give him a round of applause.
That's brave.
Well done, sir.
Just sort of condemning a culture of Southern racism and bigotry. That's all well and good, but that's not before. That all comes before he suggests that his father's racism and membership in the Ku Klux Klan could have something to do with being demonically possessed by Freemasons. So Rod is. Rod is. I'll get to it.
Okay.
All right. Just a few highlights from Rod's "A Darkness Revealed" column. This is his magnum opus in the American Conservative, of course. So he writes. In 2002, when I was living in New York, my wife prevailed upon me to go see a Catholic therapist to deal with the anger over 9/11 that was eating me alive from within. Great. I mean, just already, just so. My wife prevailed upon me to see a Catholic therapist to deal with the anger I had about 9/11.
How did you find a Catholic therapist in 2001?
It's got to be shit. My dad wrote a whole novel about a Catholic therapist. So there you go. He's going to see Dr. Morales, star of The Treatment, the novel and short stories. He says here, in the first meeting with the therapist, he told me that he was going to get me to see the awful truth, that under the right circumstances, I could have been piloting one of the planes that struck the Twin Towers. Okay, that is a good therapist. That is a great therapist because, like I said, Rod probably walked in and did not even get to articulate the phrase "I'm dealing with anger issues over 9/11" before the therapist was just like, "This guy could easily be one of the 9/11 plotters."
Yeah, he probably said 2
absolutely
words.
Incinerate an office building full of people because of some obscure religious trauma or pathology. Under the right circumstances, I could have been piloting one of the planes that struck the Twin Towers. No way, I thought. This made me so angry. Yeah, so angry he was probably thinking about blowing up his therapist's office and cutting his head off or something. I clashed with him on other issues and ended the therapy early. No way. I really want to know the other issues he clashed with on his therapist other than you could have done 9/11.
I just can't believe that Rod didn't take Will to therapy.
Yeah.
You know, who would have
Catholic
guessed?
therapist.
Yeah. You try as hard as you can, but, just not. For some people, it's just not the right thing.
And then he goes, but I still was mad at him for daring to say that I might in any way have done such an evil deed. Okay, well, we'll leave that there for now.
Okay.
Jumping around, he says, moving along in the article, he says, anyway, I've said what I need to say, I do think, in a strange way that I have been gifted as a writer to have arrived in a time when the ways of the old South, the good and the bad, were a living memory, and that the people of that era were not historical abstractions to me, but souls made of flesh and blood. Today, it would be impossible for young white men to have a relationship with Oliver McNabb, an old black farmhand we called Preacher, who was the cook at my father's hunting camp. Preacher, so called because he used to stand on the yard at Angola State Penitentiary and preach the gospel as he understood it, had done time in prison for killing his wife's lover. He was dear to me in my childhood. He loved all us kids, children of the hunters. He made jelly cakes for us on our birthday. Truth to tell, I would have preferred to have stayed in the hunting camp kitchen on the bluff high above the Mississippi on those cold winter mornings rather than go into the swamp in search of deer. I like drinking paper cups full of hot, sweet coffee with the gas heater burning brightly, listening to that old black man tell his stories. I was innocent back then of the social order and what it had done to Preacher and men like him. I just knew that I loved him, and he loved me. He called me for some strange reason Clyde. He had funny names for all his kids. That's not a funny name. He just didn't know what your name was. You made that little of an impression on him, Rod. This man you loved more than your own dad. He kept calling you Clyde, not because it was a nickname. He thought it was your name.
Up until the Clyde detail, I thought that Rod had completely hallucinated a Green Mile type event in his childhood.
This is like Beautiful Mind. This is like Paul Bettany in A Beautiful Mind.
Yes.
And I like that he was like, I was ignorant of the social order back in that day. I just simply took it for granted that the felon who was the cook for my dad's hunting camp was embedded in any kind of social order in the South. Going on here, it says, I wonder this morning if Preacher knew that my father, with whom he was friendly, had been in the Klan not 10 years earlier. If he did, how did that affect the way he saw my dad? Did he know of other white men at the camp who had been Klansmen? I'll never know. Not this side of heaven. I do believe that, as sentimental as it sounds, Preacher has spent his time in heaven praying for them. That's who he was, a convicted murderer, a believer in Jesus, and a teller of delightful tales to white children he plied with jelly cakes on their birthdays. Lot. Once again with Rod, I appreciate the psychology he renders in all of his articles.
He doesn't have to see a therapist. He has thousands of readers who get to do like massive online role-playing therapy of him. Every article he writes, it's just like, okay, what's going on with Rod here?
You also don't really need therapy if Bagger Vance is in heaven praying for you.
Jesus Christ. He says here, jumping ahead now, he says, I confronted my father with this knowledge. He had he's talking, of course, about the fact that that he wrote a whole book about the death of his eldest sister called like The Little Way of Ruthie Lemming or something like that. We've made fun of it in the past. We made fun of all the dead people in his family for a while now. But no, it's about how he like moved his family back to like the parish he grew up in Louisiana. And that like he was expecting, because he wanted to embed himself in a life of tradition connected to like, faith and family and like, like the soil that he had sprung from. And of course they all treated him like shit. And he's talking about how his dad had just like poisoned the well for like his sister and her kids, for Rod and his family. So he says here, I confronted my father with this knowledge. He had the power to change the narrative, but he wouldn't do it. To do so would be to admit that he had once been wrong and that was something he could not do. He told me in a separate argument that the Lemming girls, his niece's family, were right to reject us because y'all are so damn weird. Oh, God.
What can you say? Obviously, we do not agree with
most of what this man did in his life, whether it is being a member of the Klan or siring Rod. But when he's right, he's right.
He definitely got that right. He pegged him on that one.
Yeah.
He's Rod and his ways are they're citified. They're not countrified. They're citified. And he says, I fell chronically ill with mononucleosis for 4 years because of the stress over all this.
4 years?
4 years.
4
Rod
years
had
of mono
for
from his
4 fucking
parents
years.
treating him like shit. That's just, god damn.
Rod,
That is.
he has all the sympathetic ailments of a Victorian dowager. It's great. It's so good. How he doesn't have long COVID or long vaccine hangover or whatever. I mean, just pick your poison, Rod. But I mean, just why you're tired all the time.
I think he's just gonna
there's
skipping
gotta
all
be
that shit, and I think he's gonna end up with stigmata pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing the right wing version of like those people on Tumblr you would see where it's like, huge day. I finally, I found a doctor who believes me about my always tired syndrome.
There's got to be a viral explanation for why I'm tired and sad all of the time.
Has anyone ever had mono for more than a year? Or even 6 months?
I didn't know that they could hold on that long.
I thought it was the kissing disease. Rod, you cheeky devil. No, he says he had mono for 4 years because of the stress over all of this.
Okay.
Eventually, I recovered. Thank God.
Sure,
I talk
did.
about this.
Good.
I talk about
if you
this.
want to call it that.
I talk about this in my Dante book. Yeah, that's midway through life. I found myself with mono in a dark swamp in Louisiana. That's what people who bought the Dante book wanted to hear about. But he goes, and the key moment of my recovery was realizing that without knowing what I was doing, I had made an idol of family and place, and in particular of my father, who was the embodiment of this. I took it all to confession and repented of having placed my earthly father in the place of God, the Father in my mind. After that, I began to slowly heal and was able to be present when my dad, a few months before he died, apologized to me for the way he had treated me. He passed from this world with peace between us, a great gift from God. I like he says that like I repented for placing my earthly father in the place of God, the Father in my mind. Yeah, like what a weird thing to do, to identify with your dad rather than the deity that you focus your religious life around. Like I said, everyone needs a dad. Everyone needs a dad.
Everyone
Gotta
needs a
find
daddy.
it someplace. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, here is this is where Rod, again, after going to great lengths to stress and like relay the deep divisions that existed culturally, socially, and personally between him and his former Klansman father, Rod still can't help himself because he includes this paragraph. But they didn't have to, because the ambient culture, while post-segregationist, meant that one absorbed these values unconsciously. Plus, black people and white people were really very different in terms of culture. What a shock it was to me to go to a rare evening assembly at school when I was 13 and was then moved to the same building as high schoolers, and to see girls only a year or two older than me, whom I would see daily in the hallways at school carrying their babies while their mothers doted on them. This was how local black culture was. It was also very, very strange to me as a kid to learn from black classmates in elementary schools that they had no fathers in the home. I eventually began to wonder to what extent the white taboos against race mixing was merely out of pure race hatred, and to what extent it was a form of protection against the sexual code that was destroying the black family. So congratulations, Rod. Any iota of sympathy I had for you in your horrible childhood has now just been completely obliterated. You never miss.
He never fails to reveal his bone-deep sexual repression and terror.
I mean, I think there's something to that. I think there's something to this, like the idea of like how much race and sex and like sexual pathology is like, is married in the minds of people like Rod, and like what they hate and fear about black people is like, is just another extension of their own weird like sexual horrors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've definitely heard that. I have heard that from academics who have much less baggage, let's say, than Rod.
You heard it from DJ academics?
Heard from DJ academics, yeah. That a lot of anti-black racism in America is rooted in this, like, on the part of white people, like a pathological, psychotic fear and
fascination sexually. And like,
Yeah, this like this fear that their kids will become promiscuous or something if they
a base fear of like cuckoldry, whether spiritual or literal, you know.
And then now we get to the crowning achievement of this Rod article. This is top tier Rod we're finally getting to here. If you didn't think that was weird enough, he writes, "There's something eerie here too. Just last week, in conversation with an Orthodox priest back in America, a cleric who is also an exorcist." Okay, so we're back in exorcism, baby. We're back. Rod is back. I mean, like the idea that Rod could go even 1 week without consulting with an exorcist is frankly ludicrous to me. So I'm glad that he's in daily communication with exorcists of all religious tendencies, Orthodox, Catholic, whatever. He says here, a cleric who is also an exorcist. The priest told me how he had discovered in his exorcism work how wicked Freemasonry is. He has seen people become possessed through it. I told him about my Catholic friend in New York whose grandfather was a high-level Freemason in Italy and who had become possessed through the curse he brought onto the family, which destroyed her father and his generation within the family and wreaked havoc on hers. I would love to know more of that story. But he says, in this conversation, I mentioned to the exorcist my belief that my late father, a 32nd degree Mason, had been involved with the Klan in the 60s, and how I suspected that had a lot to do with his prior involvement with Freemasonry. The exorcist told me that I must pray for my father's soul every day for the rest of my life. I agreed to do this. And now we find proof that my suspicions were accurate. Lord have mercy, I don't know what else to say. So there you go. Rod's father, member of the KKK, but much, much more serious than being in the Klan, a 32nd degree Freemason, which is way more evil than being in the Klan in Louisiana in the 60s.
Well, only one of those was responsible for the French Revolution.
Yeah, but like in the 60s, what are Freemasons in Louisiana doing? Like fucking driving around little gag toy cars? Oh, wait, no, those are the Shriners.
They're actually... The Shriners are a section of Freemasons. They're budded
Demons.
off of Freemasons. Yes.
Demons.
They're like a charitable arm of Freemasonry.
Yeah, they're like the fruit of Islam to the nation of Islam.
Yes.
How does he account for like the Freemasons who weren't in the Klan, which was a lot of them? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Klan, the resurgent Klan that came out around right after Birth of a Nation, one of its goals was like against Freemasonry.
Yeah, they were.
If I'm remembering right,
Freemasonry and Catholicism. Yeah,
whatever.
Louisiana's obviously weird though. I mean, because there most of the Klansmen were
Catholics
Catholic.
There. Yeah. Did you see that?
It reminds me of this thing that somebody told me about French Alcoholics Anonymous, about how they have wine at the meetings. Because you could have like a little bit of Freemasonry and Catholicism at the Louisiana Klan.
Yeah, you know, we do things a bit different down here.
Good. 33 degree Freemasonry make the jackrabbit slap the bear. Woo. Oh, that's some good Freemasonry. Yeah. No, that reminds me of that, like, it was one of those, like, trad posts people were making fun of. It was some girl who was just like, in a lot of ways, Southerners make the perfect Catholics. And then, unfortunately, there was a lot of people from the South in the replies just being like, yeah, my family thinks Catholics are pagan demons that aren't Christian. It's good stuff.
Yeah, but they love tradition.
Is the ultimate conclusion here that Rod's dad is in hell, though?
Yeah.
Is he just sort of like
that's why the exorcist told me he has to pray for his soul every day of his life. But you know, the good news is that they'll be reunited, because that's where Rod's going.
Yeah,
for sure.
That is a pickle for Rod's dad. If he's just been in hell all this time, and it's like, we got bad news for you, Mr. Dreher. Only one person can get you out of this. And it's your fruitcake bouillon-based cooking son. He has to pray. He has to get him and his dumbass readers who send him fake stories have to make a prayer bomb like Goku that's big enough to create a path, a tunnel out of hell for you. And he's like, oh, damn it. Couldn't be anyone else. It's Rod. Rod's the one who's going to pray me out of hell. I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved in that Freemasonry junk.
So yeah, listeners, if you have any family members who are involved in Freemasonry, please intervene now before it's too late. I just love I just love for Rod, like the Freemasons are the demonic feature of his dad's life, and not literally being in the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like he was only in the Klan because of the Masons. All right.
It's like yeah, the gravity he assigns the part about the Klan versus the gravity of the thing about the Freemasons is just it's like he talks about him being in the Klan like he found out his dad frequented strip clubs. And he talks the Freemasons thing, it's like he discovered his dad was a concentration camp guard.
Yeah. No, like he says that like, oh, me and my father ended with peace between us, and it's been a great gift from God. And then by the end, he's like, I consulted my exorcist friend, and I've been basically praying for my dad not to be tortured every day for an eternity because of his masonry. What's so wicked about the Freemasons again? Yeah, that they're an anti-Catholic church, that they did the French Revolution. This is hell on earth territory.
They did modernity.
Okay.
They got together in their little cliques with their little aprons, and they tried to turn man into God instead of worshiping God as they should.
It's so funny because it's like assigning like globalism to the Kiwanis Club.
At this point, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be a Rod story if it didn't involve a mage.
I just love like Rod is wondering, what is that old black cook who I loved more than my own family, and how I wished I could stay preparing meals with him when my dad and brothers are out hunting. Wish I could be setting the table with him. I mean, I wonder what a preacher would think if he knew that my dad was a Freemason. So there you go. That's that was the major Rod news that transpired in the the Christmas to New Year's doldrums. Finally, but man, it's just he keeps coming out with it's just like a kaleidoscope. Every time you turn it, his life reveals some new hilarious facet that has produced the man that we know and love, Rod Dreher.
And he is now going to continue finding himself in the plains of Hungary.
Well, hopefully none of our listeners found out that any of their grandparents or dads or well, they don't let women in the Freemasons, so that's you don't have to worry about that. No Freemason family members. Hopefully none of you discovered those over the holidays or the New Year.
I mean, there's a good chance your mom or aunts could be in an equally demonic organization, the female Freemasons, Daughters of the American Revolution,
or
who have been doing human sacrifice since 1776.
Yeah, well, I always wonder like how Rod's story is going to end. Like, I kind of give it like decent odds that he ends up like, I don't know, a member of BJP.
I could see him honestly doing that.
Yeah, it like kind of makes sense.
All that post 9/11 rage coming back to the surface. Like, oh right, Muslims.
What about, as we've speculated about many other religious fanatics in this country, what about just the light of Islam? Submission. Is that, I don't know. You know what? Islam's a little too butch for Rod.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He needs more. A little too macho. A little too guy heavy. Yeah.
It needs to be more fabulous.
Well, like, everyone always like, speculates on right-wing reactionary, like quasi-religious figures shifting over to Islam. And it's like, I don't really buy it because Islam is too like joyous for them, Like the average Muslim just seems like, I don't know, a little too much joie de vivre for someone like Rod. I guess he could be like a hardcore Salafist, but even that's like a lot of work.
Probably too hard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't be eating pork knuckle and looking at sweaty Magyar men if you're get really into Islam. All the delicious treats he loves to prepare and sup upon, like is shellfish forbidden in Islamic dietary law? Like it is in Judaism.
I actually don't think so.
Okay, so maybe you can have oysters. We'll see. I don't know.
I'm not sure though. Yeah.
Hey, know who has no dietary restrictions? Freemasons.
It's
eat
true.
What you want. Buffet is always open. All you can eat.
I mean, that's how you know they're up to no good.
Once again, our good friend Rod Dreher. I've got two amazing pieces of Dreher news to update you on. The first of which comes courtesy of your brother Felix, who sent me the link to this podcast. That he did with Andrew Sullivan.
Big in family chat. This podcast.
So, listener Andrew Sullivan generously provided non-subscribers with 45 minutes of uncut audio of him and Rod talking. And dear listener, you better believe I listened to all 45 minutes of it for your edification. And I'm now going to, Felix, you may have gotten some of the highlights in group chat here, but I'd like to share with you this great symposium between two of our greatest public intellectuals, Andrew Sullivan and Rod Dreher, longtime blog buddies, but, say this, they've only met face-to-face a handful of times. Could you believe it?
No way. Well, yes, I've caught some of the highlights, but I tried to keep myself fresh for this. Of the highlights, I will say this is absolutely drenched in subtext.
Yes.
More so than even the usual Rod thing.
Yes, because this is Rod uncut. This is Rod off the cuff. When he composes his 10,000 word articles about Blue's Clues being demonic or something, he gets a chance to compose himself. And in this, he's, like I said, every one of his answers are just shrieking in some way, but he's speaking at a very low tone. So let's just dive into it here. He begins, of course, talking about moving back to Louisiana and the story of his younger sister, of which he wrote a book about. And he says of his younger sister, Ruthie was 2 years younger than me, but she was the son my dad wanted. She liked hunting, and I liked books. This is a theme repeated many times throughout this interview. He said, my dad just didn't know what to do with a son like me, whose head was always far away and not in the country. He goes, and then Andrew Sullivan says, that sounds just like my childhood. Rod says that he, his dad wanted more of a son who was into sports and hunting and the country life, the things that he knows about and was into. And but instead, Rod said he really identified with his ancient aunts who lived in a cabin near a pecan orchard.
He's some freaking Bayou Grey Garden shit.
Yeah, Rod living out his Scarlett O'Hara fantasies. His aunts.
Okay, so he says of his dad, he says he loved me, but I knew he didn't approve of me. And then Andrew rather cheekily says, you were gender non-conforming. And then Rod immediately, Andrew's cheekily playing with him because of the obvious subtext of being a bookish, imaginative, solitary lad who spent a lot of time with his older female relatives and didn't really like hunting, fishing, things of that nature. And Andrew rather cheekily says to Rod, so you were gender non-conforming. And then Rod, without missing a beat, says, I played baseball. So he wanted to nip that one right in the bud.
Yeah. I would love to see his swing. I would love to see just how I would love to see Rod just take a cut.
And then obviously, it gets into the issue of Rod's dad, which is introduced this way. Rod says he really was a brilliant man. To which Andrew says, he was also part of the KKK. And he says, Rod says, I never really probed that deeply. He in Rod's telling of it, it was look, those of us who grew up in the South in this era, we never really talked about race with our parents. It was just an issue that was unbroached. And then he says, only recently did he realize that the local judge, who is the judge for the county, was the head of the Ku Klux Klan in the same county. And so it's interestingly, Andrew says, what kind of arguments did your dad make about race? Because Rod keeps referring to my dad, my dad always, he was always mad at me for being a liberal, and he said you just don't understand or blah blah blah. So Andrew tries to drill down what were some of the things your dad said about race or the arguments you had with him about race. Rod says, my dad would argue about me not being like him. We put aside race for the sake of the family. So I think he's being very canny here. And he's just saying Andrew asks him what arguments you had about race or what were some of the racist things your dad said. And then Rod just goes right back to saying, my dad didn't like me because I wasn't good at sports. And that's what we argued about.
The racism shit, I wasn't done with it. Still kind of fruity though.
He says, most of the people around us believed horrible things about black people. And that's why I hate the way we approach history through a strong ideological lens. That's just not the way people are. I saw my dad hold all these awful views about black people, but he was also very kind to black people. like he bailed them out of jail and fixed their pipes when it broke. So it's hard to figure out where to stand on these issues. And then Andrew just sagely nods and says, it is. It is. So, I mean, like, you know, if you're a liberal, you might think like, oh, someone who hates black people and is a member of the Ku Klux Klan would probably never do plumbing work for a black person, but you'd be wrong. And that's because you see history through a woke ideological lens.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would probably matter more, you know, what you did in your capacity as fucking Klansmen to prevent black exercise of political rights. Like, that's the thing that, you know, has structural, resounding and impacts in life, as opposed to fixing someone's fucking pipes, which, you know, very
That's
nice,
CRT, Matt.
but doesn't really. If you're trying to analyze like the structures of history and like how things end up the way they are, the actions of organizations like the Ku Klux Klan and the people who make them up have more impact than just the individual collections of actions that people might take in their day-to-day life. I mean, that seems pretty obvious, honestly. It feels like he's being intentionally obtuse.
Matt has just been banned from the state of Florida. You will not be attending, not be giving any lectures or fellowship at the University of Miami.
Matt Christman has gone woke.
I've gone woke.
You've gone woke. You've gone woke.
Yep. A bunch of guys in fucking flip-flops and in Magic's jerseys are going to come and try to wipe me out now.
Rod goes on also to describe a riot that happened in his town in which the townspeople basically organized a lynch mob when an elderly black pastor attempted to register to vote at the town hall.
Yeah, see, that means I think that probably means more to the community in the long run than whether or not somebody got bailed out of jail or Rod brought him a fucking some gumbo after he got sick.
Well, he says here, maybe a lot of the people I admired growing up were in that mob. Now, here's an interesting tack Rod takes, because he declaims sharing any of these racist beliefs with his father, and he says that racist beliefs were not really discussed in the household. It was just sort of in the ether, and it was just assumed. But he said like he wasn't like indoctrinated to like hate black people by his family, but he says the only counter programming to racist beliefs that he received came in the form of network television. And it's interesting because like Rod is very proud of this, and he's like, oh, like this sort of like showed me like shall I use the word representation of black people that was perhaps, or racial politics that was perhaps different than the milieu that I grew up in, which I think is fascinating that he's like doesn't make the connection to his own obsession with television and gay people, because I think he understands that like that did work, and being exposed to liberal propaganda, whatever you want to call it, works. And I think his obsession about TV and like all the articles he's written about Blue's Clues or fucking Sex and the City or whatever. I mean, like it's one article a week with this guy about TV and the culture or whatever. And I think it's just because he's aware that it works, and it worked on him as regards gay people.
It did do good until it got perverted. It got sick. It became a sicko shit.
And then Andrew has an incredibly asinine comment where he's like talking about how interconnected everything is now. And he says, it's amazing. Even little villages in Africa have the internet. And I'm just imagine him with a pith helmet bringing Wi-Fi to a fucking town in Kenya or something. And then to find out they already have it.
This is how you get on the bareback Usenet. Showing that to a bunch of villagers.
And then, Rod says that, like growing up, he always saw his future as somewhere else, AKA Europe and cosmopolitan American metropoles. And then Rod says, yes, in high school, I was a nerd and I was bullied and I was so lonely. I signed up to a pen pal agency, and the only people I talked to were my pen pals that I wrote in Europe. He says, my dad was the first in our neighborhood to get a satellite dish. And then when MTV showed up in our house, I had to get to London. Adam Ants did it for him. Goody two shoes. He had to get to that London scene. And then he says, like his high school career changed when he was placed into a boarding school for gifted kids. And he says, for the first time, I didn't have to keep my head down for liking new wave music.
The perks of being a wallflower too.
So he could finally admit to liking New Order. And then so Rod tells a story about how he placed into a boarding school for gifted kids. Take a guess what Andrew's follow-up question to that is. You won't be surprised to hear.
Were there any black kids there?
You won't be surprised to hear Andrew's question is, did you have to take an IQ test to get in?
I am the prize.
And he says, I met gay kids for the first time at this school. And even if we're conservative, he says, even if we're conservative, we're different from older generations because we have gay people as friends. And that's why I'm glad the closet is over. They were my friends and they were bullied like I was. They were bullied for being gay and I was bullied for being smart.
Gay.
And then we trauma bonded.
Gay.
Was bullied for
so him and the gay kids he encountered at the New Wave boarding school were bullied for almost exactly the same reasons and had a kinship that they felt over being just a sort of shy, sensitive, small town boy with dreams of going to the big city.
God, it's so poignant because you can see his whole career as him arguing against the version of himself that just accepted he was gay after college and, went out and just was gay. And he's got this like sneaking fear that he would have been happier if he'd done that. And so he has to pile, religious fervor and fantasy on top of itself just to smash that down and be like, it doesn't matter if I would have been happier. I would have gone to hell.
Yeah, I would say about up to 60% of Rod's writings are him talking a gun out of his mouth.
Well, speaking of Rod and the road not taken, he gives us a vision of that, of a road diverged in a woods and what a path his life couldn't take. He said his fantasy was to live in Prague with naked girls wearing top hats like in the Milan Kundera novel, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. And then he says, but I went to work at the Washington Times instead.
Swing and a miss.
Could you imagine fucking losing that bad on a major life choice?
I mean, it's close enough. You could get married at the Washington Times.
And then he describes it. That's when he crosses paths with Andrew Sullivan, and that's when he became Catholic. And he talks a good bit about finding God, because he says that like his family were like Methodist or something, but they didn't go to church that often. I mean, they considered themselves Christian, but religious belief was like not a huge part of his childhood. But he says he had like a sort of a conversion religious experience at Chartres Cathedral in France. And wouldn't you know it, Andrew Sullivan immediately says, I went to Chartres as a teenager too. The parallels between us are a little creepy.
God, he must be tormented to look at Sullivan because like he's still the same kind of like smug dickhead conservative as Rod, but he also gets to be gay.
And and Sullivan must look at Rod. I mean, I think Sullivan's being a little mean to him here by like he's doing.
Oh yeah, no,
he
knows.
He's doing everything other than just saying what we are right now. Yeah. I mean, he likes Rod. He considers him a friend, so he's trying to gently ease him and be like, "Hey, Rod, have you ever considered how seemingly identical our both childhoods, political points of view, and religious fervor and interests? I think they run very parallel, Rod. Have you ever noticed that?" So, Rod says, he says here, he became a Catholic, but he says I was arrogant intellectually, and I used my faith as a triumphalist club to beat other people with. And he says, for me, becoming a Catholic was about finding a substitute father. Then he tells this incredible anecdote. He says, I saw Pope John Paul II in New Orleans in the summer of 1987. I went to see my then girlfriend at Tulane, and I said, sorry, we can't sleep together tonight. The Pope is in town. And I never saw, and I never saw her again.
Wow. What a,
so he says
that was
so
a huge
his
loss for him. Huge sacrifice.
So he says of his then girlfriend, he demurred on having sex with her because the Pope was visiting, left her that night, and never saw her again. Never even contacted her.
A lot
and
here.
He said
a lot here.
Yes.
Well, one, trading a dad who ignores you for a dad that molests you, that's
at least
I mean, he's
getting
not
some
ignoring
affection.
you.
You're getting somebody paying attention.
Well, Felix, this is an exact quote. He says, I saw in Pope John Paul the father I wanted to have. I felt John Paul would approve of me being intellectually and artistically minded. Wrong. He absolutely would not.
So then he talks about losing his Catholic faith because of the 2002 Boston Archdiocese child rape scandal. And he describes a moment where he remembers sitting in his office at the National Review, talking on the phone to a farmer in Kansas whose son had killed himself after being abused by their priest. He'd then come to find out that 5 other boys killed themselves and they died abused by the same priest, and the diocese knew of all of it, and they just reassigned him. And then he goes, then he says, I was so close to this one priest in Dallas who told me he was driven out of his parish in Scranton because of the liberals. I had come to find out it was because he was accused of abusing a minor. Andrew then says, Rod, he says here, very naively, he goes, Rod, have you ever considered that this has been going on for centuries? Could it be possible that for people with that much power and that little accountability, that they've been doing this for as long as the church has existed? And he says, this was really hard for me to deal with. Rod doesn't really respond to that question, but he just goes on to talk about how he converted to Orthodox Christianity because I had to ditch the intellectualism to become an Orthodox and lead with my heart. I had to realize that if my faith was going to survive, it had to be in my body and not my head. And then he says, I used to care so much about who was up and who was down in the Catholic Church. It's like fucking ESPN or something.
Yeah.
Who you got at this conclave of the Cardinals? I think
I think the Trappists are due this year.
I think this guy from Kenya could really surprise you. And then his wife then at the time said to him, she fell down to her knees and said, we need a lot less Peter and a lot more Jesus in this house. Then Andrew finally asks, Rod, given everything you just said to me, what's up with all your beliefs about gay people? Rod begins to talk, and he says, we can't get around what the scripture says. And he says, I've lived that myself sacrificially, and it's a difficult and painful thing to do. He says, the thing that finally broke me was a night back in 1991, the night that David Duke lost the governor's race. I was celebrating his loss, so, another fuck you to his dad. He goes, I was celebrating his loss. I got loaded, and I woke up in bed with a girl I barely knew. And she leaned over and said to me, this is my most fertile time. And this is exactly in the moment where Andrew Sullivan lets you know that the free preview to the podcast is over. They go on talking for hours more about this. But I thought that was the perfect ending for I'm not paying money to listen to any more of this shit. I got everything I needed for today's episode. Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Dreher.
Where is this? I gotta finish. I have to finish. Where is it?
It's on Andrew Sullivan's Substack.
I gotta throw my credit card number on here. I gotta hear the rest of the story. I gotta hear the fertility porn that is about to unleash.
Apparently, Rod does go on to describe his experiences with psychedelic drugs and why he thinks that they're very dangerous now because they can open your portals to demons. And
they tell you, hey Rod, this is the cosmos speaking. You're gay. It's okay. It's fine. Nobody's gonna get mad.
It's like
all just skin.
His comfort character. It's like the cast of different Strokes telling him it's okay to be gay. all the 70s TV characters that promoted racial harmony are just telling him to download Grindr.
It's the host of Soul Train saying, Rod, it's okay. You can be gay. He goes, no, it's the Clockwork Elves. And it's just, it's
That's been a
Sesame
big
Street.
right-wing thing that DMT is actually communing with demons.
Yeah. Well,
Which raises a lot of questions about Joe Rogan.
Yeah. He's a white hat. He's a white hat, and as far as astral projecting goes, he goes to fight the Clockwork Elves.
It's reconnaissance. He's in there to find out what they're up to.
Yeah,
and then he brings it back.
Well,
yeah,
I was aware that Rod was on this podcast talking about his his LSD trips or his experience with psychedelic drugs, and when I saw the news story that of course a dozen people sent me the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. Rod has landed himself in a bit of hot water in his adopted country of Hungary. And when I saw the headline, I immediately thought Viktor Orban had put him in a fucking dungeon for promoting LSD drug culture. But no, listener, it's something even funnier than that. So
This is a courtesy of the Bulwark. How Rod Dreher caused an international scandal in Eastern Europe. You guys ready for this one?
Okay, hit me.
Last week, this is by some guy whose name I'm not even going to be able to pronounce. But last week, Rod Dreher, the American author now living in Hungary, caused a diplomatic scandal that has gone largely unnoticed in his home country. Dreher's stay in Hungary is apparently financed, at least in part, by the Hungarian taxpayers. Last year, he was a visiting professor at Matthias Corvinus Collegium, an institution engaged in training future government cadres that operates from public funds provided by the government of Viktor Orban. The Hungarian edition of Dreher's most recent book, Live Not by Lies, was published by the MCC Press. And this year, Dreher is a visiting research fellow at the Danube Institute, a conservative think tank founded by the Hungarian government. Boy, I mean, I don't know. I know how angry Americans get when they heard about tax dollars going to fund like Piss Christ or something like that. But like, imagine the average Hungarian taxpayer finding out about their tax dollars going to fund Piss Rod.
Imagine being Francois Mitterrand and realizing that's the ultimate product of your sacrifices of creating the EU.
So these days, Dreher has been attracting attention as something of an apologist for Prime Minister Orban, who Dreher claimed in a tweet last Thursday has made Hungary far more free than many Western liberal democracies that have surrendered to the dictatorship of woke. But later in the same day, something else Dreher wrote caused a whole lot of trouble for his hosts in Hungary. Last Thursday evening, Orban invited the friendly foreign press to his office on the Castle Hill perched high above the Hungarian capital. In keeping with what has been the accustomed practice in the Orban era, the prime minister chose to share his ruminations about the current state of the world exclusively with reporters who would never dare criticize him, but only nod with enthusiastic agreement instead. This happy group included, in addition to Dreher, Sohrab Ahmari, Gladden Papin, Roland Tichy, Boris Kalnoky, Ralph Schuler, Javier Villamor, and Jorge Gonzalez Galzara blah 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 blah.
That is
in there, yeah.
A Spanish guy who worships skeletons if I've ever heard of one.
I like Gladden Papin.
Yeah.
Okay, so
has a little whimsy.
So okay, like to set the scene here. Remember like a while ago where Dreher overstayed his visa in Hungary and had to be ejected from the country? Well, he's back, and like in both years he's like left his family to pursue a life of the mind in Budapest. He's basically been living, like his visa is contingent on being sponsored by these government-run think tanks and universities that provide him with a sinecure to tell the Western world what a great leader Viktor Orban is. So how is Rod going to fuck this up? After attending this gathering, Dreher returned home to his apartment Thursday night and wrote down what he heard, publishing it in his American Conservative blog. Okay, Rod, when you are your freedom and visa in the country you're staying within is entirely dependent on you being a continued and consistent lickspittle for an authoritarian strongman. You can't just go to an off-the-record media. You can't just print off-the-record comments on your blog at the American Conservative. And he thought nothing of doing this, apparently. And it says, since Rod Dreher grew up in the United States, he didn't know that in an autocratic country like Orban's Hungary, friendly agents in the media are not allowed to write down and publish exactly what they heard if it goes against the interest of their politicians/employers. Dreher quoted Orban's words, quote, "We are in a war with Russia. That's the reality. Every day we are moving further in." Rod continued, someone asked the prime minister if he wanted Hungary to stay in the EU. Definitely not, he said, adding that Hungary has no choice because 85% of its exports are within the EU. With respect to Ukraine, Dreher quoted Orban as saying, "It's Afghanistan now, the land of nobody." Rod writes, to be clear, Viktor Orban doesn't want the West to be in a war with Russia, but he says that far too many Westerners are deluding themselves about what's really happening and what could happen. Orban said that the West needs to understand that Putin cannot afford to lose and will not lose because he's up for re-election next year and cannot run as a president who lost a war. What's more, he said Russia cannot allow NATO to establish a presence in Ukraine. The time has long passed when Russia might have been able to conquer Ukraine or install a friendly regime. Had Russia won a quick victory, that might have been possible, but it's hopeless now. Therefore, said Orban, Russia's goal is to make Ukraine an ungovernable wreck so the West cannot claim it as a prize. At this, they have already succeeded. So can you see where where Rod, by publishing these statements by the leader of Hungary, may have caused some troubles for his sponsors.
Stick to movie reviews and exorcism reports, Rod. You're not an actual journalist.
It's like if a conservative like approvingly published the Nixon tapes.
Well, he's certainly not a journalist because quickly after the article appeared, the day after his article appeared, the Hungarian and Ukraine news media started quoting it. The Hungarian public was especially shocked by Orban's statements concerning the EU and the implication that Huxit, Hungary quitting the Union, might be on the horizon. For Ukrainians currently under siege by the Russian army, Orban's sympathy for Putin rather than camaraderie and solidarity with Ukraine were considered the most appalling. So Rod, employing a solution not uncommon in autocratic countries, rewrote the article to change its meaning. The original headline, Viktor Orban, "We're in a war with Russia," was changed to Viktor Orban, "West is in, quote, a war with Russia." And Orban's lines about wanting to take Hungary out of the EU were replaced by the exact opposite.
What's his fucking plan once he takes Hungary out of the EU?
Well, like you just said, they get 85% of their exports to go to the EU.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
I gotta say, I was hoping that this scandal would involve shirtless Magyar men, some sort of misunderstanding with pig knuckles.
Like, I mean, I was, that was my second thought after the LSD thing, is that he was invited. He got trapped in another house with one of Orban's advisors, shall we say? But yeah, so basically, to his blog post discussion of Ukraine, Dreher added the claim that Orban is pushing for peace and has been from the beginning, saying nobody wins from this war, as well as the passage, "The West might think it's not in a war with Russia, but by sending more and more weapons and getting closer to actual troop intervention, Western leaders are playing an extremely dangerous game with themselves, with Russia and with Western publics." I mean, to that, I have to say, Rod, I agree with you. So...
yeah, definitely.
A little camaraderie between us here. I think he's right about that. We'll see how quickly he changes it.
And I also like New Wave.
Yeah, I love New Order. I love Adam Ant. I love the
Pet
London
Shop Boys.
scene of the '80s. Yeah, Pet Shop Boys.
People have despaired about how Orban has this chokehold on Hungary and that their democracy has been totally attenuated by him. But I see a path for the opposition to maybe get back in power in the next election. You just got to run a bunch of ads showing Rod soy facing at oysters and being like, your tax dollars are going to have this asshole going around the country staring at your shirtless citizens and eating delectable sea creatures.
Yeah, the Me Too movement can finally come to Hungary.
Chris, did you get the audio that Brendan sent me? We'll edit that in now. So we did reach out to Donald Trump for his comments on Rod's current situation, and he sent us this video. He sent us this message here.
His name is Rod. His name is Rod Dreher, and he's really crazy because we don't know what's going on with him. He's all over the place. He's got a big heart, but big problems too, because why is he in Hungary? Why is he over in Hungary eating clams? He's supposed to be in church. Why isn't he in church? He's over there. He's eating all this seafood with these men. He's hungry. He's hungry because he's in Hungary. He's a real hungry boy, but we don't know what's going on. And we have to slow him down and say, Rod, what's going on? Because we got to get him back on track. Rod, this is the year that we put Rod back on track, everybody.
All right. Well, thank you to former President Donald Trump for weighing in on the Rod Dreher situation. Always a joy to hear from him, a friend of the show. The last thing I want to talk to you about today is, of course, the end of Rod Dreher's career doing a blog at the American
So
Conservative.
hard to say goodbye.
To Rod is gay. So I just want to say, this is some media reporting by Caleb Bakarma in Vanity Fair. So basically, like, the through line here is like, I can't help but feel partly responsible for what's happened to Rod, because the most stunning part about this story is something I've always kind of suspected, but it's insane to read it like in print. Rod's entire salary was funded by one donor to the American Conservative.
God.
And look, listen to this.
He was a literal court jester.
Listen to this. But this is Caleb Karma writing in Vanity Fair. But one particular reader, upon reading that last of said post, determined the blog had simply gotten too weird, according to two sources familiar with the publication. That disgruntled reader was Howard Amundsen Jr., the heir to a California banking fortune and the sole benefactor of Dreher's six-figure salary at the American Conservative. A six-figure salary. And you know what? Like, a lot of people balked at that, but like nobody can say he wasn't putting in the work. This was not a make work. Look, it was a make believe job for him, but it was not a make work job because he was doing work. He was writing 10,000 words a day about trans cartoon characters.
Yeah, it's not like when Instapundit would just go like a link and they go, heh.
Yeah.
It got people talking about the American Conservative.
Yeah.
Like,
it's true.
What other articles were people sharing in that time? Like, Josh Hawley is serious.
The only other thing that I know about is the Daniel Larison stuff, which is good.
And I like Daniel Larison.
Yeah, Daniel Larison, because he talks, as long as he's talking about foreign policy, it's very good stuff. So there's that, which, good, but not that, it doesn't have the sizzle of a Rod article.
It's not, Larison is good as he is, it's not viral material. You know what I mean? Like, this is not going to be blowing up the timeline anytime soon. No disrespect to Daniel. But just reading on here, it says here, the heir to a California banking fortune and sole benefactor of Dreher's six-figure salary at the American Conservative, which is published by the American Ideas Institute, a nonprofit. This unique funding arrangement, a single donor choosing to cover one writer's entire salary, was paired with an even more unusual editorial arrangement. Dreher was allowed to publish directly on the American Conservative site without any revisions or legal oversight, according to the two sources. Dreher, Amundsen, and Emil Doak, the American Conservative's executive director, did not respond to requests for comment. Amundsen had apparently long admired the work of Dreher, who has authored numerous conservative books and previously wrote for the BeliefNet blog and the Dallas Morning News. But according to two sources, Amundsen began to sour on his beneficiary in 2021 when Dreher, in a blog post debating circumcision, wrote the following, quote, "All us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener when we were at the urinal during recess because it was monstrous. Nobody told us that wieners could look like that. Incredibly, that was the first red flag for Amundsen," one source told me, adding that the rift had been building for about a year. And then one more paragraph I want to get to here. It says, "Some of Dreher's commentary on the gay and transgender communities also proved off-putting to Amundsen, such as his lurid musings on anal sex, rectal bleeding, and the partially rotted off nose of a gay man who contracted monkeypox. At some point, he basically decided, this is too weird." The source paraphrasing Amundsen explained to me, "I don't want to read this or pay for this anymore." So to that I say, like I said, I can't help but feel partly responsible because I know us covering the primitive root penis article got some eyeballs to that post, maybe even his sugar daddy himself, who just finally decided, as we have been covering for years, weird Rod is just too fucking weird. He's not normal, folks.
He did, presumably he was reading every single post that he paid for. I
would hope.
Yeah, I mean,
you seem like that would be due diligence.
Yeah, maybe I'm trying to absolve us of responsibility here, but this is a sad day. I mean, like, I really do hope that like another descendant of Noah Cross provides a similar arrangement with Rod.
When Nellie Bowles?
Yeah. Hopefully she will provide.
Hopefully her and Barry could. Yeah, her and Barry need to sign him up at the Free Press or whatever bullshit scam they're currently running.
Get him a tenured position in gender.
Yes,
at
Austin
University of Austin.
Yeah, University of Austin. So I guess like this comes down to is like when I consider, like, look, I'm sure there will still be more Rod to read in the future because, he'll just go on Substack or whatever. But I mean, this is an end of an era as like, I consider this show like the prime, we're the Rod beat is really Chapo Trap House alone. And
it's true.
I'd like to think we made so many more people aware of Rod and his beautiful mind. And, but here's the thing. When I consider the situation of Rod right now, no job, no family, and has just recently soured the authoritarian strongman who's been giving him a visa to letting him live in his country. as he flees family and responsibility back here in the United States. And I gotta ask myself, like, do I feel like a tinge of sympathy for Rod Dreher and the situation he's put himself in? The answer is, I think, like, we're all human. Like, I feel for Rod and I'm concerned for him. But I do have to say, he has dedicated his entire life to evil. So
yeah,
he has made the world manifestly his work. How shall I put this? Is worship of Satan. He traffics with the Dark One down the left-hand path, and it has clearly driven him insane. And I know on some level, I think he feels guilty about all this. And I think maybe there's some sort of like Freudian self-sabotage going on here to like punish himself for like what he knows is so wrong about him.
Mm-hmm.
And look, reading between the lines of the Vanity Fair post, I do think it is funny. Like, weird here is just a synonym for fruity. And I do think it's funny that he's going to be a victim of he's losing his job due to the homophobia he's spent his entire career promulgating. So, Rod, brother, I hope you make it out of Hungary. I don't know, like you can run a Substack anywhere in the world, but I wouldn't stick around Hungary much longer.
Here's a pitch. Fourth mic.
Yeah, Rod
Dreher, fourth mic. Come on out. Come on over. We'll chop
Dude,
it up.
People would love that. Oh my God. People would fucking go apeshit for that. That's awesome. But yeah, like, I mean, maybe look, Rod, open door policy on Rod. I mean, I understand he might be a little reticent to come on a show that has spent years trying to destroy his life. But we couldn't have done a better job than he did.
Never tried.
We
never tried to destroy his life.
We like talking about his article.
It's an attention economy.
Yeah.
We were stoking the fires of the SS Rod.
Shoveling some more coal into the furnace.
Yeah.
Best of luck to Rod Dreher. Please
Via
come on the show.
Condios.
Yeah. Because you got Tom on your hands now, so if you look, you want that Chapo bump for that when you launch that Substack, man. Because the Daddy Warbucks is that's done now. So if you want to keep writing about ass fucking and dick sucking, and being that keep you in oysters, then you need that Chapo bump. So come on the pod. We'll promo the Substack, and hopefully convince you to stop doing all the evil that you've helped put into the world. All right, gentlemen. Let's leave it there for today. Another man who was raised very religious, who is currently trying to cope in the world. The last thing I have for you guys today is, of course, the fans would crucify me if I didn't bring this up. But long time, probably our number one favorite guy on the show, Rod Dreher, did weigh in on Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And like, I don't want to overhype it, because it is basically a 30,000 word essay, mostly digressing about for him talking about a book he read called Among the Thugs, which is about soccer hooliganism in the UK. It's actually a book I remember reading in high school and quite liking. Most of the piece is just him contrasting British soccer hooliganism with the Swiftie phenomenon. But there's a few choice nuggets from Rod's mind palace that I think is worth including. So if
he read that book because he thought it was about Boosie's butt thugs.
So this is if you'll indulge me here, this is Rod Dreher writing on his Substack, Among the Swifties, why the holy war between Donald Trump and Taylor Swift is not as stupid as it seems.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. So the first paragraph is, did y'all hear that Donald Trump and his team have declared war on liberal Democrat lady Taylor Swift? True fact, Jack. I have zero interest in Swift, her music, or her politics, but I have enough sense to know that she is the most popular pop star on planet Earth right now. Chances are the kind of people who would vote for Joe Biden because a pop star told them to are the kind of people who would vote Democrat anyway. But still, why do this? Why pick this fight of all fights? I feel like this rest of the year is going to be a long series of we could have had DeSantis moments. No, you fucking couldn't. Stop.
No.
Stop this fucking. We could have had DeSantis.
DeSantis would be nailing this.
Yeah, DeSantis would not be talking about Taylor Swift at all. You'd be like, there's no one. The only guy make this into a culture war issue is DeSantis rather than Trump.
Yeah,
Trump is just annoyed that someone's more famous than him.
DeSantis would be mastering this moment. He would get up there on TV and demand Taylor Swift start dating a Marine.
Yeah, the fact that he was like a Gitmo overseer, he doesn't seem like, he seems like the kind of corporate psychopath that would be good at that, and his backstory is very dark. But then every video during the election cycle for the last 16 months, he's like, "Hi, I really like bear claws and donuts."
Hungry.
Yeah. Or people are like, he's like, "We're in the great state of Texas, and you can have a kolache here that is for breakfast." Like,
yeah, he tortured people by just talking. To them.
he was like, to me, he represents like a skinwalker, like a Wendigo politician, where his sentences sound human and his face is there, but there's like whatever makes a person a human being is like he's a cryptid, like a guy that's like, I like to wake up in the morning and I like to use coffee to wake up and drink it. And I love hash browns too. It's like, dude, you're a spirit person. Like, you're not a human being.
I kind of like that he's built like a pigeon.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching him walk.
I mean, I think he maybe walks like that because of the lifts he's wearing.
That's so sick.
There's something very pigeon-like about Ron.
I loved all the videos where whoever on his campaign set up all these things, all these events where Ron could meet his greatest enemy, children. You are whatever sleeper agent in the campaign did that. God bless you. Like, he would not. He would have still dropped out when he did if he didn't meet all those kids. But like, that did not do him any favors, because every time he would meet a kid, it's just like a 5-year-old kid one of those kids who's like red all the time,
silver
like,
teeth.
they have those types of silver teeth. They're constantly sunburned, like the scab picking kids. I think there's 100% correlation with being a conservative, like having conservative parents and then picking your scabs all the time when you're a kid. But they would, they'd have to go up and shake hands with fucking Ron DeSantis, and he would be like, "Hey, nice to meet you. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay." And like when that kid was like, he's eating like a 32-ounce slushie, and Ron just looks at it with disgust and goes, "It has a lot of sugar in it, doesn't it?" That was those were great.
I wanted to say about the Texas thing and the Florida thing in general. I've always felt those two states, having lived in Texas my whole life, it's like America plus. Like, everyone's louder, prouder, fatter, dumber. It's America condensed into a thick, sweet syrup. And the aesthetics of the
high fructose America.
Yes. The aesthetics of these patriot movements. Like, at the very least, Hugo Boss designed the knot. Like, when I did go to protests and stuff, like, more, and we joked about this on the show a couple times, but like, you would see guys, you're like, okay, you guys are dressed up like the Spirit Halloween Leonidas, and then you have a George Washington wig on, and I'm supposed to believe that you represent like you're going to overturn this whole thing. Like, I'm not intimidated. It's not scary.
Jake, to your point about how Hugo Boss designed the Nazi SS uniforms, I mean, I had a similar thought when I was reading the Joe Biden Elmo tweet, because I was just like, could the guy doing a genocide not be this fucking bait? Like, could he not be talking like a baby? This would be like if Adolf Hitler were like responding to like a letter written by Hansel and Gretel and Der Stürmer, being like, "Keep it up. You'll get out of that candy house so eventually. Stay strong and love each other."
That is kind of what they were like. Like, they were hunting for Santa Claus.
Yes, that's. Did you see the?
They believed a little too much.
Did you see the fucking the Italian PM, that really far right Mussolini lady? Someone took a picture of her cell phone and it had like, "You got this, girl. Beat anxiety today," like catchphrases on the back of it. And I'm like, dude, we can't even get like real hard dick motherfucking not. We can't get them. We all like, from Joe Biden being like, "Yeah, Elmo, you tell him, give everybody a hug." And then the fucking Italian PM, the Mussolini lady, is like, she's one of those girls that's like, she wakes up and looks at herself in the mirror and she's like, "You're going to take today. It's your day. And when you start feeling scared, girl, just trust yourself." Like, you can't like, I mean, I guess you can like hate Jews and minorities and gay people, but then also be like, "I'm a little small bean."
No, that is the new thing, the soy conservative.
Yeah.
Like, Rod Rod is kind of the founder of the soy conservative.
Yeah, he really
movement,
is.
I would say.
So to get back to Rod for a second, so he says we could have had DeSantis, and then he links to comments made by Jack Posobiec at the Restoring National Confidence Summit, in which he said, "quote We don't have Taylor Swift on our side, but you know who we do have? We have Kid Rock, we have Ted Nugent, we have influencers,
Beautiful.
We have all these people. John Voight." I just love that he threw John Voight in there at the end, an actor who's 95 years old. But so he's like, look, Rod is like, okay, like they got Taylor Swift, we have John Voight. And then Rod writes, "It's like that time when I was a kid and we were yelling at mama from the back seat to take us to McDonald's. And she said, 'Hush up. I can make that just as good for y'all at home.' And we got home and she fried up a couple of beef patties, slapped them on slices of white bread with mayo and ketchup and said, 'See.' And then he says in parentheses, 'I think that's from an Eddie Murphy routine in the 1980s, but I laughed so hard when I first heard this exact thing really happened to us. I remember us passing that McDonald's on Airline Highway in Baton Rouge, and me in the back seat of her Ford LTD, the color of lemon Swiss cream Maylocks, and mama up front, just puffing away on that Marlboro, and me being so mad because I knew it was a big fat lie that she could make the same at home. And anyway, what about the fries?" So like this is
who showed what adult? Speak up if you're out there. If you're responsible for this, what adult supervisor showed Rod Eddie Murphy wrong? What? Rod has been bouncing off the walls ever since he saw that. I asked Rod what was wrong, and he said, "I saw a ribald Afro-American man perform a comedy routine."
That whole thing too, like that. It's the kind of writing you do, like after you get a TBI and you want to document your life experiences in recovery. Like, Mama was smoking on that Marlboro and the wind.
And that Marlboro, he spells it Marburr.
Yeah, God damn it.
Yeah,
like you're trying.
No, he's like. He's like, I've got to pad out some space here. And in every Rod column, there's a part where he like regresses to like a Faulknerian child idiot. And then he has this like as I lay dying reverie about his mom fucking yelling at him and smoking a Marlboro.
You're trying very hard to like do the East of Eden world building with like just the setting the scene, but like you can't write for shit. So you're like, we were in a Camry and my mom smoked a cigarette. And you're like, wow, this sucks dick. How am I supposed to take you seriously as a fucking journalist or whatever?
It's like he also, that's like all of this is from Raw. Like he's just acting like this is his life.
I can't wait for Rod's next column about Mr. T.
Literally, the next column or whatever is just word for word the Patrice O'Neill creep, like the Patrice O'Neill creep video or whatever the fuck.
I just have one thing left from the Rod article because trust me when I say the rest of this article is him comparing Swifties to, like I said, soccer hooliganism and the mass psychosis in crowds that we saw at the Nuremberg rallies. So that's where Rod is going here. But okay, so there's a lot of talking about like how scared he is of crowds, how like the psychology of crowds turns us into monsters and like gives us a sense of completeness and anonymity and violence that like fulfills some inner id inside us. So then he says, like,
I mean, if anyone was gonna get like stripped naked and beaten with poles at a Taylor Swift concert, it is Rod.
Well, I'm glad you bring up concerts because Rod confesses the one time he felt himself coming under the sway of dangerous mob psychology. The only time I've ever had that experience was as part of a crowd at the U2 concert in Baton Rouge on Thanksgiving Day, 1987, on their Joshua Tree tour. I had never been to a U2 concert, and in fact, never been to a concert of a band I liked as much as I liked U2. The whole thing felt like some kind of liturgy. And then at the end, when they finished with 40, I had not known that this was standard, and the entire crowd sang along with Bono. Man, I can't say that like Canetti at the riot, I dissolved fully into the crowd, but it's the closest I've ever come. And it felt so good that here I am today, almost 40 years later, on the other side of that concert, recalling that feeling. And just looking back at this, I like to imagine that Rod was the guy in the crowd holding up a sign that said, SF loves you too, before Bono started screaming at him for supporting Sinn Féin. And he's been twisted ever since.
Oh my God. Yeah, what a fucking... I don't like know a ton about the guy, but like there are certain characters in the political journalism world where I'm like, I can't believe you make money doing this. Like, and I don't mean that because there are a lot of guys where I'm like, God damn, you write for a living or whatever, but that type of shit is not only just bad, it's like stupid. It's like what I guess we were saying earlier about like Texas politicians being not just profoundly evil, but not even smart and like, with like political calculus intact. It's like, you're just dumb.
Yeah. With Rod, it's that he's experientially dumb. You know what I mean? It's like he is so deprived. He is like someone who's been kept prisoner for 45 years. And like that would be one thing. There are a ton of people like that, but most of them aren't like Rod and don't want to, enforce their beliefs on 90% of the world. Mm-hmm. It's just like, it's especially obscene for like, a guy, if you had him, I don't know, sit on a dryer or a washing machine and he'd instantly come so hard he'd have to go to the hospital. He wants to tell women if they can have abortions or not.
Yeah, I feel like Rod Dreher is like if Kaspar Hauser emerged from the basement and started advocating that all children be raised like him.
Yeah.
The reading series today. I'm going to give you the headline and then the author, but it's one of our favorite authors. The headline, Felix, it touches on our favorite historical cliche. Headline: American Caesar, Pennsylvania Rubicon.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck. Oh, my God.
By Rod Dreher for the European Conservative.
Ooh.
Yes.
How's he gonna make this gay? He's like, I had to watch 6 hours of gay porn to arrive at this take for some reason.
Yeah. To understand what Trump went through, I put myself into a giant PVC box and I got farted on by a woman in a dog mask.
So Rod writes, the annals of American history will have
annals. More like anyone? Yeah. Thanks.
The annals of American history will have few artifacts as potent as the iconic image taken by Associated Press photographer Evan Vucci of a bloodied but defiant Trump rising from a symbolic grave, fist raised and framed by an American flag. This election is likely over. Trump went down as a fat-mouthing politician.
What?
Yeah. A fat-mouthing politician and rose as a pagan demigod. If Jesus Christ and George Washington came down from heaven to replace Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on the Democratic ticket, Trump would still likely win in a landslide. Now, though, even Shakespeare would have hesitated to write a script like this. That is mixing metaphors on a level that is just like...
Well, he's naming the big three right off the bat.
Yeah.
Also, he's a convert Catholic, and he's saying I wouldn't vote for Jesus.
Convert Orthodox.
Oh, sorry.
After converting to Catholicism,
don't care.
He's on his third or fourth conversion by now.
Send this man to conversion therapy.
Well, I mean, when he says he rose a pagan demigod, maybe Rod is getting into Hellenism.
Oh, or he ran into Varg.
Yeah.
Well, he's a man about Europe.
Yeah, I mean, he probably got kicked out of some weird Hungarian party where a 27-year-old man was telling him about how gay Blue's Clues is now. And he ran into this dynamo of a man who lives in his car next to a field. And he was like, tell me about your ideas.
He moved in for a few months.
When Trump rose from what could have been his deathbed, had the bullet passed only a millimeter more to the right, and pumped the air with his fist, shouting, fight, 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 I felt a sense of electricity pass down my spine.
See, I cannot read everything he writes as gay as hell. You're getting pumped. You're rising from your bed. I don't know.
He got butterflies like his crush touched him.
Many Americans no doubt did, and many European conservatives too, sick and tired of left-wing bullying. It is early yet, and we don't know the writing. We don't know at this writing what the motivations of the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, might have been. I like that they gave him in the middle name to get the full assassin.
You gotta have three names. You gotta have three names.
Might have been. Yet speaking emotionally, and people vote on emotions more than on dispassionate reasoning. This is what it feels like to me. This is the pattern that I see. And then there's a long list of bullet points, the first one of which is, they wouldn't leave evangelical Christian Jack Phillips alone to bake his cakes and run his business.
What?
Oh my God, he's still on the
He's still
cake
talking
thing?
about that. He's still talking about it. They won't let parents remove pornographic books from school library. I mean, like, he just goes on, and this is the long list of, Rod, bogeymen. Then he says, who are they? Not a conspiracy. There doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It's all out in the open now. This is the American ruling class. In part, what the American neo-reactionary thinker Curtis Yarvin calls the cathedral. They run the institutions, even the woke military, which fewer and fewer normal young men want to join now. Yeah, fewer and fewer young men would want to join the military because of wokeness and not just the military.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Felix, I know you loved the VJ Day style photo of the guys coming back from Operation Protective Guardian, like kissing their wives and being like, it was really traumatic. They fired back a few times.
Oh my God. They said the Navy is figuring out how to deal with these guys' trauma. Oh my God.
That's how you know the military is too woke now.
It's just like the fucking Lieutenant Top Gun wouldn't do that. And he had friends who died. His friend died, and then he almost killed that friend's son.
Going on here, he says, whatever is to come, Associated Press photographer Evan Vucci's staggeringly powerful image of bloodied Trump with the flag called to mind the famous photograph of U.S. Marines raising the flag over Iwo Jima in the waning days of World War II. Calm down, Rod.
Okay,
Calm down.
I know someone who's at full mast right now.
What is it, like 30,000 Marines died in like the first hour of Iwo Jima? Like, all right.
Yeah, versus one like 62-year-old died by accident.
It's amazing that man even lived through the COVID epidemic. So he's been on borrowed time for a long time.
The Rosenthal shot marks the beginning of Pax Americana and the rise of the American empire masquerading as a republic. I guess Rod has been reading Gore Vidal as well. The Vucci image,
more plagiarism of your life.
The Vucci image, by contrast, comes at the end of the same, with a drained and divided America in retreat from the world and from its own founding principles. The two images side by side are mythic bookends to what looks like a multi-volume history of the rise and fall of a great nation. That America operated as an empire under the form of liberal democracy only goes to show that history, unlike God, writes crooked with straight lines.
What? Melania speaks English as like her 12th language and was way more coherent. She's sad that Trump didn't die, and she did a better job like capturing this moment.
She's a billion times more articulate and less like, again, she's not mixing 10 different metaphors in a Vitamix like Rod is doing right now.
It's just so jumbled.
You really shouldn't cut your prep with anything.
When it was time to sit strong at Valley Forge, Trump knew that he was 4 yards away from a touchdown. But when the bases are loaded and you bunt, you don't just win 15-love.
His election is sure to be a slam dunk now. He says, the young man who tried to kill Trump might have thought he was going to save America from Caesar. It is entirely possible that in doing so and failing, he will have delivered the country into the hands of one. And the revolting behavior of the American ruling class and its woke janissaries, again, another piece of history we're throwing in here.
What makes them janissaries? Like, are they being kidnapped as children and like being trained in woke schools?
The revolting behavior of the American ruling class and its woke janissaries who spent the past 40 years marching through the institutions will have inclined most of us toward welcoming him. I hope I'm wrong. Again, it's early yet, but yesterday felt like a Rubicon moment.
Why do you hope you're wrong? Isn't that what you want?
No, he's like the right wing version of all the every single major Democratic politician has to issue a statement over the past couple of days, being like, we pray for his speedy recovery and we reject political violence in all its forms. It's like a day before this happened, you were telling everyone he was Hitler Part 2. Why are you hoping for a speedy recovery?
Shakespeare saved me from what I want.
Yeah. So he says, we have all been wondering for some years now if the center would hold. Now we're about to find out. So he's throwing in some Yates there at the end as well.
Good
Just how many literary and historical references? Yeah, how many cliches can you possibly pack in?
You don't want the center to hold. You're saying that America is run by a group of, I don't know, I guess marauding pedophiles who act disgusting and are killing the Republic. But I really hope they hold on. I really hope they're able to withstand this
What are you saying?
Rod is desperately trying to communicate to his falcon, but it's just he's not getting any response. He's just flown away. He's flown the coop, never to return. But this election, it's deuce. But Trump is serving for love right now.
Trump is serving. In that photo, Trump was serving cunts, low key.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Yeah,
his
he was.
hair was a little mussed up,
That could have gone really badly for him. Like all that motion.
Yeah.
Like his hair
looked perfect.
I thought he was gonna.
that was really impressive.
Well, and the Secret Service shuffling him off the stage, like he's like 6'5" and weighs 3,000 pounds. So like he could have easily lost his balance and fallen over and crushed a Secret Service guy.
Yeah.
Killed in the line of duty.
What do you guys think is the thing with the shoes? Did he actually get knocked out of his shoes by the Secret Service? Or my theory is he takes his little shoesies off when he gives a speech to let the piggies breathe while he's standing up there for an hour and a half?
What? Okay, were the shoes? Were they like dress shoes, or were they like what were they?
They were Skechers. Skechers shape ups. Yeah.
They were those shoes with rollerblades built into them.
Wheelies, yeah.
I think they were
Wheelies,
yeah. I
yeah.
think they were the kind of standard dress shoes.
If they were like leather-soled standard dress shoes, I mean, those rallies are like 4 hours
He
long.
goes for fucking ever.
It does suck dick to like stand around like an asshole in like leather-soled dress shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So he probably they probably developed a hologram that makes it look like he's wearing shoes, but he's totally barefoot.
Every
up
man
there.
in Congress now
It's
does.
legal. It's legal.
Yeah, it's legal.
But Biden is the only candidate who promises to legalize barefoot, and that's why he's staying in the race, and why we all are duty bound to support him. It's our job to win this election, not his.
Legalize it.
It's our job to win the presidency for Joe Biden, not his. He is when a commander falls on the battlefield, you pick up the mantle of responsibility and you take it over. It's like Spears in Band of Brothers, and we're all Spears.
We're all Spears. Biden is. Who was the guy who went? Was it Compton who like went crazy during the war?
Oh yeah, the Neil McDonough character.
Yeah, Buck Compton, and then he did terrible things in Tennessee. He did some really bad stuff when he got back home.
There's a really good JD Vance reaction. This is from a guy who goes by Chrisman, and this is Chrisman Frank. And this is like the most factory reject Matt Chrisman I've ever heard. He's some tech shithead. But listen to this. He said, Vance has a wartime physiognomy.
What? What the Cola Wars?
Oh, no. He says, Vance has wartime physiognomy. He looks like every Civil War general who got promoted after the first few battles happened and people figured out who was good at war.
Okay, so you mean like the Confederate generals who...
Like inbred. That's what he means.
The Confederate generals who Robert E. Lee promoted because he was like, you have beautiful eyes. and then they lost like 20 armies worth of guys.
This is what I mean about how like they can't just talk about she's going to tax and spend.
Yeah.
She's going to surrender to our enemies abroad. They have to talk about fucking physiognomy.
And also, like, physiognomy for JD Vance. Like, that's not a wartime. No one in the Civil War looked like him. You could only look like
no one in the Civil War ate enough calories to look like JD Vance.
The only guys who had enough money to look like JD Vance were like JP Morgan and guys like that. You have to be a billionaire to afford that much, like, pig fat and beef transported by train.
He'd be out by 35 with gout. Like, it would be over for him.
Yeah, it's just, I don't give a shit if he was in the Marines. He does not look like he was in a war.
No, he was, but I think he was like a PR guy anyway. Like, I don't think he was like.
It was like a Ron DeSantis type position.
No, he wasn't like a lawyer. I think he like did PR for the military. I don't know. I think Pete Buttigieg might have seen more action than JD Vance with his mineral maps.
Well, there is that picture of Pete Buttigieg looking insane. Like when he
has the strap on him, when he's got that stick on him.
He looks insane in that picture.
Insanely hot, you mean?
Yeah.
I just want to go back to the Politico article about Lord of the Rings because, we keep coming back to this guy, but at the very end of the article, they talk to Vance's close friend, conservative writer Rod Dreher, which once again, you cannot have a guy on your ticket who's close friends with fucking Rod Dreher.
Yeah, that's death. That's it. Like Mike Pence was, I always thought he was like, not a good choice, but like less shitty than Trump could have picked because he was like, a reassuringly like normal dope for a lot of people. You know, like I remember reading Mike Pence's article about Mulan. And
wait, what did he have to say about Mulan?
He was like, well, this movie teaches girls to be boys, and I don't think that's okay. He wrote it in like 1998.
But what if the Mongols are invading your country? What do you got to do what you got to do?
Well, but girls should be girls. That's what the article was.
Okay.
But he was just like, he's such a simple man.
Yeah.
He's a real bumpkin. You could probably sell, after everything Mike Pence has been through, you could probably still sell him magic jumping beans.
He did go from a born-again evangelical to a born-again Catholic.
Yeah.
Technically. Both of them are adult converts.
Yeah. Mike Pence. Oh, it's exactly reversed because Mike Pence was born Catholic and then converted to whatever
he
the
swapped it out. Yeah, he's like a evangelical Protestant, and I guess JD Vance was Protestant, but now he's Catholic.
Yeah, just any kinship with Rod Dreher is
red flag.
The opposite of reassuring.
Well, I mean, what he says here is conservative writer Rod Dreher, who Vance invited to his initiation to the faith in 2019 and was present for his first communion, told me that Vance is thinking broadly about how all must join in the great struggle against darkness. There is no avoiding the struggle, and how God can use the humble and lowborn to do great things. Think about it. Who would have imagined that sad, scared little Ohio boy living in a wreck of a family would have come all through it all and risen to the gates of supreme political power? What might God be doing with him? J.D. Vance might be the Frodo of the Hollers, a veritable hillbilly hobbit. And it's just like the way, like, I know Democrats can't talk to, like working class or rural whites, but consider the way that these people look at them. They're like, "We love you in your little hollers."
Yeah, you're like a little elf. Oh my God,
You're
you
like
guys
a
are.
little elf who's I know you're lowborn and stupid, but you're still you're summoned to do great things against the darkness.
You're like a bunch of like sort of useless little fruity guys who take 9 years to throw a ring into a mountain. So stupid, and you sing songs about bread.
That sad, scared little Ohio boy. I mean, you're supposed to be drawing a contrast between what we see now and what I saw with that Diet Mountain Dew thing was a terrified Ohio man boy.
Yeah, that clip is going. That's going to be in the TikTok crowd work algorithm. Matt Rife should study JD Vance.
He just has so much contempt for like the very same people that he's supposed to be from, like both from the hillbilly elegy. Like his entire shtick. I don't understand why people forget that like, his entire shtick was just being like, the mountain people are addicted to fentanyl. Like I was joking about this, but like he basically, the way he talks about like white people in the Appalachian Mountains in that region is kind of like racist against like a certain subsect of white people, which I didn't even think was possible. Where he just says like, oh, it's not their race, it's just their culture that's inferior.
Yeah.
They don't listen to enough podcasts.
And that's why he got it was so heavily promoted. And like owes so much of his initial use to liberals because that's the message that they want to hear.
He was like white Uncle Ruckus from Boondocks.
Yes.
He always grossed me out, even when he was, before he started hanging out with Rod Dreher and all this, because it's like that book was so cynical because he's selling out everyone he's ever known and talking about how they're pieces of shit who could never get it together to like go to Harvard like he did. And the subtext of it, not even subtext, I would say the explicit message of that book was like, you don't have to care about these people. They're useless, they're lazy, they never take accountability, and Trump is their fault.
And then he wraps it up with like, because I listened to his TED Talk and it was awful. But I listened to a lot of his like older stuff when he was on MSNBC, his older work. When he was on MSNBC like every night, like Chris Matthews is like, yeah, this is a phenomenal book. I love it. It taught me so much about the mind of the Southern Angloid. Like and like they have so much content overall. It's like that classic liberal contempt for like the bicoastal elite, who just think that these are like a different class of human altogether. And his solution was for like all of these like country bumpkins who just couldn't make it out the cut like he did was just, get lucky and also grind hard. Like it was like, oh, they just lack determination. And if only they had determination, they'd be able to, accomplish things and overcome the fact that like they live in a fucking food desert and the last Walmart just closed down, and there's not anywhere that they can get food reliably for like 30 fucking miles, and there's no hospital, so they have to go to the fucking veterinarian to get like medical care. Like they'll just overcome that by grinding hard.
Do you remember when JD Vance, after he became based, by the way, I don't know why Rod Dreher was at his Catholic conversion. Rod Dreher is Eastern Orthodox. He Catholicism wasn't like intense enough for him. But after he became based, that post he had where he's like, universal childcare is a war on normal people. It's like, yeah, you're really fucking normal, JD.
But we're now on the precipice of the Barry Weiss run CBS News era. Interesting to see how
not on the precipice. It happened today. Just before recording.
Okay.
Just before recording.
We'll see what their news output. And you're like, I can say confidently, everything I said about how public opinion has turned against Israel in this country, Barry's going to turn it around.
Yep.
They got TikTok, they got 60 Minutes, and they got the free press. But right as she inaugurates her new reign, controlling all of American journalism, I think it's important to check in on what the free press has been up to. And I got an article here from free press contributor Tyler Cowen. And
oh God, yeah, this guy is. I mean, I do not think he's a sex offender. It has not been legally proven. But he really, like, every picture of him looks like he's getting his picture taken for a registry.
And, like, Felix, you bring that up.
Even he would admit that.
Hold on. Let me look up a photo of this man.
An important thing to know about Tyler Cowen is that he is an economic. Okay, yeah. He is
George Mason University Economics Department is the world's largest sex offender registry.
That is the worst hairline I have ever seen.
The George Mason Economics Department is a freak factory of unspeakable proportions. There's that guy Robin Hanson works for them as well. And like, if I had to describe the intellectual and sort of academic output of the George Mason Economics Department, it would be using like economic formulas to try to determine when exactly is the best time to marry a 12-year-old.
Yeah. The mutual like free trade advantage of a 59-year-old marrying a 12-year-old.
Yeah, and he gets right into it. This is the headline is "My favorite actress is not human," and the subheadline is this: Tilly Norwood doesn't need a hairstylist, has no regrettable posts, and if you wish to see a virgin on screen, this is one of your better chances. That's because she's AI. Okay, if you wish to see a virgin on screen, like that came out of nowhere. That one hit me like a fucking uppercut because I was just like, is this a thought that people have when they see actors in movies? I would love to enjoy the latest Margot Robbie movie, but unfortunately, I'm aware of the fact that she's engaged in intercourse before.
I haven't even seen like Rod Dreher hasn't even complained about that. Like even he is like, that's a little weird to want.
This went through
for
editors.
all actresses to be virgins.
God damn, this went through like I'm trying to imagine like if I were to include this in any article whatsoever, like you would see it editors like, what does this mean? Why did you include this? So that multiple people approved that deck. That's crazy to me.
And it's so bizarre too, because like he is like copying the fact that like I really do wish to see virgins in film. You know, like what adult human are you watching on TV that you can't reasonably assume, male or female, has had sex sometime in their life? And even more baffling about it is like Tilly Norwood is not a virgin either. She's not a human being. She doesn't exist. Her sexuality is not an issue because she's not real. Here's the article though. Here's what Tyler writes. Tilly Norwood is the actress I most want to see on the big screen, or perhaps the little screen if she gets her own TV show. She is beautiful, but not too intimidating. She has a natural smile and is just the right amount of British, a touch exotic, but still familiar with her posh accent. Her Instagram has immaculate standards of presentation. If you do not already know, Tilly is not an actual human being. It is an AI creation. I like that he's like, She's the actress I most want to see in movies. She's my favorite actress. What quote unquote acting has Tilly done thus far? Because all I've seen is just like a shitty AI generated image of a woman like in some sort of I don't even know what to describe it, in some sort of shitty like slop Marvel looking action scenario.
Yeah, this is not a thing, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, all the articles about this are the shitheads that put money into this going, we're actually talking to multiple agencies, and there's talks for a movie. There's always talks for a movie or a series that never fucking happens. This is the people that foolishly invested in this trying to get anything back at all.
Yeah.
But I like, okay, he says she's beautiful but not intimidating. Like like when he sees fucking who's the girl in the Fallout show?
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Her name escapes me at the moment, but yeah,
Ella Purnell.
Yeah, that's right.
With Ella Purnell, like with when he sees her in a show or a movie, he's like, yeah, I mean, she's just out of the range where I might have a chance with her. Like, is that what he's? Like, okay,
if you play your cards right, you know, nice little.
It's good to be realistic, you know.
No. You can tell for like just in this first paragraph, like this man is so hard that he is getting lightheaded, and this woman is not real. Like it's, I haven't seen like this has happened a couple times before. I feel like in which. There was, I think, like an AI-generated musician that they were trying to push for a while who had, like, a made-up story about being, like, within her narrative, she had been sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
That was crazy to me.
See, a CGI influencer named Michaela, who I think it was, like, the Weinstein Company was invested in that project. And, like, when that came out in, like, 2017, and that, like, people then were, like, projectile vomiting, like, get this the fuck away from me, we hate this. And then you didn't really see it. The only people this is an experiment you can do whenever you want to prove that something is not sellable to the general public. If the only comments you see on the page of whatever person, entity, or organization this is, if the only positive comments are from Dutch people, as was the case with Michaela. That was the case. I have nothing against the Dutch. The amazing contributions to kickboxing and organized crime. There are huge parts in the movie Layer Cake. Great. But some of the worst said they have made some of the worst posts ever. And if you went to a Michaela post, it was her being like, they asked me if I'm real, and I said 300,000 polygons of real, and then just nothing, and then Jorg Smith von Guger Smith. Wow, you are pure sass, and you don't even need to be recharged. Like that was. But now everyone is so beaten down that they don't even have enough fluid left in their body to projectile vomit. So you are just getting all the same things that the average Dutch person would enjoy shoveled down your gullet like foie gras.
Returning to Tyler, he says here, not everyone is happy about this gorgeous innovation. SAG-AFTRA, the union representing performers in the U.S. entertainment industries, protests. They state, the union is opposed to the replacement of human performers by synthetics. They also claim that Tilly's makers are ripping off human actors because presumably the creation of Tilly involved training on their performances. Or, in SAG-AFTRA's words, it creates the problem of using stolen performances to put actors out of work, jeopardizing performer livelihoods and devaluing human artistry. In the same breath, they insist that A, Tilly will put human actors out of work, and also B, audiences do not want the product. Namely, audiences aren't interested in watching computer-generated content untethered from the human experience. If that is the state of your logical thinking these days, you have problems well beyond competition from AI. There's nothing about those two statements that are contradictory, by the way. Because, whether audiences like something or not is obvious. AI is the perfect representation of whether something is wanted or needed by people is no
barrier whatsoever to it, thus threatening the jobs of people otherwise doing those things.
No, businesses are fully willing to sabotage themselves, waste exorbitant amounts of money on AI ventures that they want to force by people. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg was talking about we might.
He's like, I may have blown several $100 billion on AI. We'll see.
Yeah, and like that money it could have gone somewhere else, and with studios, I mean, you only have to look at what Zaslav has been doing to see that, of course, they could run themselves out of business attempting to make this work. People will pay for ChatGPT, they'll pay for, there's that new video app, Sora, they'll pay for that because they can create things with it. Even if it's, they're not actually creating it, they're still creating something. Why would I pay to see a film that I did not have any hand in making with an actor that's not real, where there was no craft or anything put into it? I don't understand what's the market for it other than this very creepy old man who wants to see this?
There doesn't need to be a market for it because
it's like that is it completely like then there's it takes out everything that's interesting about art. It's like if you saw a screensaver and you were like, Hollywood's in trouble because this is entertaining me. Like that argument he makes too about how well, if people don't like it, then it will go away. Like that is really that is the upper limits of this like GMU free market bullshit. This idea that like the consumer's desires that it can stop companies from committing trillions of dollars to horribly shitty ideas. Like if that was the case, then there would be like, at least like some functional printers in America that you could buy. Your refrigerator would not need a fucking software update. The market is bloated with bullshit that no one enjoys and doesn't fucking work, but it's just for lack of another option, and because people they've already committed so much to it, you have no other option.
Yeah, exactly.
And your only option, again, is to, with your smart TV or smart whatever, is to say that you were taking care of an old person with a pacemaker and they give you a code to turn it off. That's it.
Yeah, what I was going to say is like there doesn't need to be a market for Tilly Norwood or any of these other monstrosities because every single corporation in America is currently propping up a multi-trillion-dollar AI bubble that is not profitable and no one wants. So if you're the consumer, you don't really have a choice in any of this, and your objections or feelings about whether you like it or not are irrelevant.
No, I can't wait to see a virgin on screen. Good
listen,
Lord.
okay, listen to this. Listen to this next sentence, and please explain to me what he's talking about. He says, "There's also something strangely karmic about actors yearning to become influencers, only to compete with influencers, and then saying the game is rigged."
That's not what karma is, you fucking cunt. I'm so sick of this. Karma is, it determines if you're an asshole in your life. Like if you're a shitty county official, you get to be a locust in your next life because you were such a bad county official. It happens in the next life. It's not like you were rude to the AI that you jerk off to, and then she like posts pictures of your urethra the next day. It doesn't happen in the same life cycle, you fucking cunt.
I'm imagining.
What year is it?
Felix, are you doing this? You're saying all this in like a Shinto temple in 1210. I'm interested in like the psychology of this because it seems like he really, I mean, not just like a woman who doesn't have sex, he really wants a woman that he can just fully project himself onto. Fully has no emotions, has no independent life of any kind.
Well, yeah, listen to this next paragraph. Now, maybe you think there is something strange about how she does not quite look like a woman you would expect to see on the screen. That lies in the eyes of the beholder. Plastic surgery is nearly universal in Hollywood, and to many of us, the current crop of actresses do not quite have the dignity, beauty, and grace of Ingrid Bergman or Grace Kelly.
Currently, I think Hollywood is failing us. The quality of movies has never been lower in my lifetime. Most of the top hits are boring and predictable tentpole franchises. Fight and chase scenes are overdone and laden with CGI at the expense of good dialogue and dramatic content. If you watch an older movie, such as Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window or Stanley Kubrick's Barry Lyndon, you may be shocked how much the art of movie making has declined. Yeah, you may be, but then like, why are you shilling for this slop that's going to make it a billion times worse? You're saying like, oh, good movies like Rear Window or Barry Lyndon, but like he's saying like those movies are good because they have like real human artistry and like writing and something real. But he's like, but you know what though? If only Ryan O'Neal could be replaced with Tilly Norwood, I think Barry Lyndon would really be even better than it already is.
Again, and like all of his criticisms about like how shitty movies are now. Okay, if those are so bad, why aren't market forces taking them out?
Yeah.
No, and also like these celebrities, like they were fucking. These celebrities that he's talking about, they were fucking all the time. They had very like illicit sex lives. I don't.
We need to bring back strong heterosexual men to movies like Cary Grant. It says I'm going on here. It says. He writes, the difference is that this time the technology is especially powerful and flexible. If 4 years ago you had shown me a tape of Tilly, I would not have believed she is a real woman. The other key difference is that technology soon enough will be at the disposal of many people, not just AI experts such as Van der Velden. You notice the name there, Felix? Van der Velden is the creator of Tilly. Van der Velden is the creator of Tilly. Yeah. Of Tilly Norwood is created by a Dutch woman. Yeah.
He like Dutch guys, every Instagram influencer, like all the guys who are saying like telling them good morning like they're on a WhatsApp chat. This guy got banned from too many influencers pages and he made his own. Very terrifying.
I skipped this paragraph, but yeah, it is very relevant, especially given your dead-on fucking observations, Felix. Tilly was concocted by actress, comedian, and technologist Eileen van der Velden, working through her AI company G-Shoka. Van der Velden is quite real. She's a Dutch actress and has a master's degree in physics.
Oh my God. This is...
From what university?
Like, think about what we're doing. We're letting the Dutch like take authorship of world culture. That's not okay.
No. It says, okay. The other key difference is that the technology is soon enough will be at the disposal of many people, not just AI experts such as Van der Velden or the well-financed Hollywood studio. This week, OpenAI released demos for their new video service, Sora 2, which generates very realistic short videos, synchronized with sound as well. I don't have early access, but the demos and advanced buzz for the service are impressive. Soon enough, I expect.
And I've already told the library they can't kick me out because none of this stuff is actually happening to those kids.
Soon enough, I expect to be making the 15-second surrealistic clips I long have dreamed of producing. I'm a Maya Deren fan. And then 1-minute segments, 5-minute segments, and so on. It's not just OpenAI. We're expecting new AI video production offerings from Meta, Google, and others as well. The competition will intensify the race for quality and affordability. You can see where this is headed. Yeah.
Again, why isn't there a race for quality and affordability in movie? The thing you were just fucking complaining about. Or is that like the one thing that, according to you, is independent of market forces?
When I look back on the history of culture, I see that new technologies often precede major creative breakthroughs. The printing press and cheaper paper were needed for the novel to flourish. Oil paint made possible many of the breakthroughs of the Venetian and Florentine Renaissances. And the electric guitar and recording studio were essential to the development of rock and roll. In each case, there were competitive losers along the way. Like, who is the loser in the oil paint war?
I think cavemen.
Egg tempera? Many observers hate short-form video, which they consider to be kind of a slop that ruins our minds. I do not dismiss such claims, but I will proudly report I will not let it wreck me, just as I currently avoid TikTok. I will hold out for the grand and glorious AI-drenched cinematic creations, at first short, then long later. that are headed our way. Great talents are going to draw inspiration from these new AI technologies, and so you will get some very interesting and original outputs. If the package deal is your slop plus my beauty, I say bring it on. Hollywood and TV and popular music brought us lots of slop too, and that is the devil's bargain we all need to live with. Learn how to rise above it. In other words, take responsibility for your own level of taste. If you feel that you can, if you feel like you can talk about slop, you also ought to be able to avoid it. If nothing else, just ask your friendly large language model which are the best movies to watch on Amazon or the Criterion Channel. It will recommend some with enthusiasm.
Much like Faust, if you're presented with a devil's bargain, you have to take it.
Tyler, you are so deep below the surface, no sunlight has ever hit you.
I like that he's saying that, like, yeah, if you're an adult, if like slop bothers you, just avoid the slop, and you should take responsibility for cultivating your own tastes by asking ChatGPT what movies you should watch. And he says,
God, like, this is the most... I take back everything I've ever said about Ann Prims. Like, this is, if you're an Ann Prim, you should be just like shouting this article verbatim, and you will see your movement swell like it never has before.
I'll give up my glasses. Like, it's fine. We don't have to deal with this anymore.
Oh, me to gouge my eyes out.
Oh, sure.
He says, in any case, you probably will not have much of a choice. Like that just directly contradicts everything he just said. He says, in any case, you probably will not have much of a choice. The online attacks on Tilly will not succeed. At least not if people wish to watch and listen. Maybe she is not the girl, but someone else will be. No, someone else will not be. None of this is real, Tyler. She's not a virgin. She's not a girl. And no one, like, the attacks on her will fail.
Yeah.
We have to stop people from jerking off.
The Tilly Hive is coming after me after I said I don't like her new AI generated video.
Have you noticed how people are engaging in character assassination against Clippy? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
All right, here we go.
You pointed it out, but it's like his hard on for her. It's the same thing. He's like Joseph Fritzl. His dream is ultimately like just a captive woman. And this is like the closest thing that he can buy at this point.
A captive woman that he can protect. And
Felix, Seamus, thank you for that perfect setup to this last paragraph. Keep in mind what they just said.
Oh, come on.
I suspect that Tilly is easy to manage, has no past political posts to regret. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I got to take this one from the top again. I suspect that Tilly is easy to manage, has no past political posts to regret, and if you wish to see a virgin on screen, this is one of your better chances. She needs neither a hairstylist nor a sushi lunch, and she is not going to walk off set because someone offended her. Tilly will stay young forever, at least if her followers want her to. In the meantime, I am in the market for some live theater and stand-up comedy too. So if you're a frustrated actor, maybe I will see you there. Like, I just...
What the fuck?
Yeah, okay. Like, a couple things of note. A couple things of note.
Okay.
He thinks Tilly is superior to any human actress because she is a virgin, easy to manage, will stay young forever, and doesn't have political opinions that could be make you uncomfortable. Or she won't talk back. She
doesn't know how to use... She doesn't know how to use the stove. She doesn't know how to ask adults for help.
She doesn't know how to unlatch her box.
911.
She doesn't know how to do anything. Oh my God.
She doesn't know there's an air tag in her bag.
And it's just like, it's such a cliche to say now, but like economics professors and them and everyone else promoting this giant AI bubble that is going to consume our economy and probably destroy it within the next year or two. The boundless hatred and contempt that they have for human culture, and particularly people who create human culture, who write a song, who act in a performance, who do anything real that produces art that people like or is of value in some way, that creates an emotional feeling or emotional, like, they despise them to their core. and wish to eradicate them entirely so they can be replaced by eternally young and eternally compliant Tilly Norwoods. Now, the comment about this will be your best chance to see an on-screen virgin. Luckily, Spencer has sent this along to me. Tyler Cowen has been writing about how to find virgins for years now. This is from his blog, Marginal Revolution, from September 24th, 2009. This is the headline. Where to find virgins? Go to urban churches. He writes here, the man who would be Thursday opines, and this is quoting from one of his commenters, look for someone at a church in an urban area. For example, evangelicals in downtown Toronto are there because they really believe, while those in rural Alberta perhaps less so. He also adds and explains why. Find yourself a cute but not spectacular 22-year-old with a bachelor's degree. Then Tyler writes, P.S. The biggest indicator that a girl is a virgin is her insistence that she wants a guy who is a virgin himself. Hat tip goes to Robin Hansen, who discusses Thursday more generally.
Is he also a virgin? What is this? Oh my God.
Aren't you guys like isn't your thing supposed to be like prices and the monetary supply and the business cycle? I've had some fucking crank economics professors, even some GMU guys.
Tyler,
but they were just really into like the gold supply. They didn't talk about this shit.
There is
like it's not just that he talks about this shit, but he's like, I actually have a friend who's also should be killed as much as I should be, who has his own thoughts about those.
If you are an adult man who is concerned with the virginity of a potential sexual partner, I think you should be just sent away somewhere. Like you want to throw like, oh, there is no better indication that a woman is a virgin than if she wants a virgin. She wants you to be a virgin as well. If you have these thoughts as an adult, reader, listener, fill in the gaps in your own mind. It's just like, well, like what, like, sorry, Tyler, I hate to break this to you. Grace Kelly was not a virgin when she filmed Rear Window. Nor are any of those other bygone starlets of the golden age of Hollywood. Nor are most adults past the age of 18 or 19. So if you want to see virgins on screen, what you're really asking for is to see minors on screen. Or AI-generated facsimiles of them. There you go, folks. The George Mason, the leading lights of the George Mason Economics Department.
You know, Branson from E1 had this great idea a few years ago. He called it Ho Island. And the idea was basically that there are these people who are like, they're fascinating. They give us this great and horrifying insights into marginal personality types, which are often rarely or never repeated. People like Brian Pumper, Mikey Miles, Dan Quinn. But they're just too much of a danger to like have in society. Like they're going to cause societal and personal harm left in society. What we can do is we can put them on an island of some type with actors and professionals, so we can still study them, but they don't harm society, and we are able to take in even more data. I think Tyler is the newest entrant. And his friend. They are both ready for Ho Island. General population. They must live under the rule of the probable ruler of Ho Island, Brian Pumper.
Brian Pumper, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
He is the strongest. He will rise to the top.
Yeah, Ho Island. He is kind of like the Isaac Hayes character in Escape from New York.
The Duke of Ho Island.
yeah. Like Brian Pumper, awful guy. We don't want him in society, but it's we can't have the guys too much in Ho Island. He's in charge.
If you were cracking eggs on Tyler Cowen's head, I would support it.
Yeah, I mean that is why Ho Island exists. It's better that he does it to. Tyler and the other fucking freak that talks about this shit with Tyler than, a real person.
One last thing of note to bring this back to Bovine Barry and the Free Press. Just last week in his comments about Barry in the New York Times, Ezra Klein said, Barry is an insane talent spotter, and her recent hire of Tyler Cowen to the Free Press is a great example of that.
This is his first article?
Yeah, I don't know if this is his first article or not.
No, it's not his first article for Free Press, I don't think, but Tyler Cowen is like, for decades, he's been like, the conservative that like Ezra Klein.
Oh, Ezra and Nat love this guy. They love him.
Like, they're like, that's a smart conservative. And it's like, again, fucking Ross Dude Hat and even the biggest freaks we could think of, they have not written anything this alarming. Like, Rod has not freaked me out this much.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Like, if I'm in a situation where it's like, okay, there's a 5-year-old in your family and you need to hire a babysitter. Your choices are Tyler Cohn and Rod Dreher. Rod 100 times out of 100. I'm not even thinking for a second.
Rod has never openly speculated on where to find virgins, or that would be like a desirable thing as an adult man, like hurting someone and having bad sex.
Ross is Rod, like, the worst thing that would happen after you like let him look after a younger family member is they're like, what's the Nicene Creed? Rod made me take it. But nothing like permanent.
I have to go back to like, why does he need to see them? Why is this a consideration when he's watching a movie? I want to see a virgin on screen.
Not just him, but like he wants other people. He wants the whole reality to like fold around the notion of this woman, this fake woman being on screen, and everybody has to see it. Like, that feels like so much of the world right now. Not just that everybody can create their own realities, like functionally through AI, they can do that, but everybody else needs to have that reality foisted on them into the real world.
Yep.
It's not enough for me to have it. You have to like it. You have to see it and you have to like it. I like that thing about her being a virgin. I almost was like, okay, maybe that's just a weird thing that's in the sub. Like, sometimes editors add things in the subheader.
That's what I feel. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. But no, it's in his summation paragraph. He mentions it again.
Yeah, like for a second, it was like maybe like his editor is Edward Tuttle from True Detective season 1. Like, maybe, but no. Think about like, if this got edited at all, there was way more stuff about how, like, even if she failed the hymen test, they could just make her a new one.
Ugh. This is a long preamble that everything that we have just been talking about leads us once again, as it always does on this show, back to the person and individual of Rod Dreher. Now, Molly, he's a character that's shown up on the show a lot. He's a sort of an intellectual of the right, and he just posted a big Substack piece about his recent trip to Washington, D.C. He lives in Europe full-time now. And basically the whole piece is him lamenting over the fact that every Zoomer conservative that he talks to in D.C. is more or less a Nazi now. And, and it's like his inability to do that. So, but I want to read you one specific part of this piece and enlist your expertise as on the fields of pornography and the Jewish people to get your reaction to this major problem.
Yeah, my specialties.
So Rod writes here, and this is a very long piece, and I'm just going to read this selection from it. He says, if we agree to talk openly and even critically about Jewish success and power in American life, where does that conversation lead? What is the point of it? Recently at the Heritage Foundation, before the whole Tucker controversy broke, the think tank's chief, Kevin Roberts, noted in a discussion about the porn industry the names of a senior corporate official at Pornhub. He is Jewish. But Roberts neglected to note that the CEO is a Gentile, Italian, and so is the number 2, in parentheses, Arab Christian.
Christian. Maybe he meant nothing by it, but it was an odd choice. Roberts also brought up Leonid Radvinsky, a Ukrainian Jew who owns OnlyFans. Boo to him. But is anyone blaming Ukrainians as pornographers too? Recall that the most successful mainstream pornographer of our time was one Hugh Hefner, raised in a strict Methodist family. My point is not to brush aside criticism of Jews in the pornography business. I think everybody involved in the porn business deserves maximum condemnation. If I were a dictator, they would be in jail. My point is that if you single out Jews as particularly responsible for porn, you might want to check your motivations. So, Molly, your reaction to that and the connection between among the neo-Nazi Zoomer right, their obsession not just with pornography and Jewish people, but Jewish people's specific role in the porn industry.
Yeah, I mean, they're obsessed with Jews in Hollywood too. And that's another thing that people just don't even want to talk about because it's so complicated. But it is of course, there's a history of Jewish people in the entertainment industry. Mainly because they were shut out of other industries, and that's
they did create it.
Yeah, and there's a guy in my podcast who is a South American guy who is a pornographer who changes his name to a Jewish name to become.
That's like Saul Goodman.
Yeah, exactly. He changes his name to Joe Steinman to fit in, but this is the part I always end up getting to when I'm talking about this subject is in Weimar, Germany, there was a lot of sex stuff. And who did they come for first? Who did the Nazis come for first when they were starting to do their thing was the sex workers and the queer people. And that feels very much like where we're at now in America. And what a lot of porn people are saying is this is a free speech issue, and they're testing the limits of free speech. And you see this.
Molly, I'm really glad that you bring up porn and its connection to free speech. And you say that pornography is vital to American free speech. And, I think that's very important. I will just share personally, listeners, I don't know if you remember the saga of Catherine and I being sued by Trump's comms person, Jason Miller. Over me in a tweet referring to him as a rat-faced baby killer, which merely references allegations made against him in family court documents that he drugged an Orlando area stripper that he had knocked up with a smoothie that he had dosed with an abortion pill that reacted to the street drugs in her system and nearly killed her. Again, this is merely alleged in family court documents filed in Florida that Catherine wrote a piece on, got sued by Jason Miller. I tweeted, personal invective at him. I was added to the lawsuit. I bring this up, and why is porn and its connection to freedom of speech? I bring it up because I was let out of that lawsuit based on a legal technicality, but my lawyers had told me that if this had gone to trial in Florida, the only legal defense that they would have had to rely on in this defense against a libel suit is the legal precedent established by Larry Flynt in his victory over Jerry Falwell in the Supreme Court, establishing that you cannot, through hyperbolic satire, libel a public figure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Larry Flynt comes up a lot in the show, but there was just this whole kind of free speech movement in the 90s about stuff like this, with also kind of like these 2 Live Crew albums like Nasty As I Wanna Be, where people were basically saying testing the limits of censoring art and saying, you can't say
you are
something.
not allowed to go to the fuck shop. The fuck shop is closed.
That's right. But they won all those battles, and so they're just always trying new tactics. And in the 80s with Reagan, there was a thing called the Mies Report, where it was basically figuring out workarounds for, we know porn is legal, we know it's protected by the First Amendment. What if we try to get people on a pimping charge instead of an obscenity charge? Or what if we try to charge them in a red state instead of a blue state because California is going to vote for porn?
That's why I was sued in Florida, not New York.
Which, again, a lot of porn is made in Florida. Florida is one of the big capitals of the porn industry. Now it's really not centralized anymore, but Florida, Las Vegas, and the Valley have always been kind of the big 3 of the porn world. But it seems like a lot of it, too, is just people that are absolute degenerates pointing at someone else and saying, these are the real degenerates.
I mean, yeah, that is the weird thing about specifically young, like new right people who like hate OnlyFans or whatever, because it's from what I can tell from like the like right wing Zoomer space sex scandals, they're like sex to them is like them and another guy with like an undercut both dress up like maids and hypnotize each other into thinking that they're cats. I mean, that is like, I guess you could draw a comp with Weimar Germany, but like the gay Nazis were just gay guys. They weren't doing like whatever the fuck this is.
But
I don't even know what
it was the same thing though, where they were going to like the sex shows in Berlin and then being like, we have to outlaw this because
they were going to sex shows, but they weren't like, I can only get off if you hypnotize me into thinking that I'm a couch.
I just also think
that you're my stepdad who sits on me.
That fear that people have of
cats.
like no one will be able to get off unless it's like they're being hypnotized to be a couch. Like I don't think that has borne out in the way people feared it would. Like as soon as pornography went to the internet, everybody was like, we're going to be jerking off to car crashes like in David Cronenberg's Crash, like any minute now. And I just, certainly there are people who do stuff like that, but they are kind of like a vocal minority as opposed to, I think most people watch a normal amount of porn.
No, I mean, like I cannot speak to what the fuck these guys are
Felix
doing.
is like, not me.
You know those guys who like they go into like a PVC cube and like some lady farts into a tube.
But that's always existed. Stuff like that.
I think that's great. Like those guys are always like engineers, contract lawyers. Like you have to be able to spend like $80,000 a year to participate in that. The stuff where you are constantly like hypnotizing each other, that is a darker thing that I think, I don't know. I don't know what you owe to. Maybe just
again,
phones
just
in
the kind of like, we got to get rid of all of it because it's too exciting, you know, and seeing people who in the past would have been pro porn, people like Theo Vaughn being kind of like, we got to get rid of porn because I can't stop watching it.
Well, I mean, like the point I want to make about like the young Zoomer Nazi right and their obsession with both Jews and pornography is that when I see them talk about this, they're always blaming the Jewish pornographers for like incepting the genre of interracial porn into like existence, and it's just like, how does that work? Like once you show the image, then like white men have like no choice but to jack off to it.
Well, that's
like,
part of it too. Is the other thing they're really afraid about. I mean, there's been a lot of fear of interracial porn for a long time, and that was really kind of like the final taboo for a lot of people because, you know, they would, and you know,
the point is you can't make a sexual taboo in a civilization and not have a big red button that releases pleasure when you violate it.
Well, that's what I think. That's why they're behind it, is because they love it so much. And
one last thing I want to get to today, I want to check in on our boy Rod Dreher, who wrote a piece for the Free Press. Back to Barry again, but he wrote a piece for the Free Press titled "The Intersectionality of Nick Fuentes." And I'm not going to read all of it because it's kind of boring, but I just want to read like just the beginnings of it. Rod writes, in the Coen brothers cult comedy, The Big Lebowski, Walter Sobchak, John Goodman, says, say what you will about the tenets of National Socialism, dude, but at least it's an ethos. His point is that when you have no identity, Nazism at least gives you a sense of who you are and of purpose. I don't think that was Walter's point in that scene. I don't think.
I hate Gen Xers, man.
Yeah,
I fucking hate Gen Xers. It's the most Gen X opening to an article. Fuck people in their 50s.
He says, it's a funny line, but now that a rising political influencer in America is Adolf Hitler-loving, Holocaust-denying 27-year-old incel named Nick Fuentes, we ought to take Sobchak's observation. Wait a second. Okay. You can insult Nick Fuentes by saying he's a virgin and an incel, but not if you're Rod Dreher. He should be proud of him for never having sex. Like, well,
they would all suck his dick. If he asked those people for sex,
he's a
it's his choice.
Yeah.
Like, I can confirm that. Sometimes I pretend to be him, and you'd be surprised what I can get away with.
Like I said, Fuentes has never. Yeah, he says he's never had sex with a woman, and I believe him. It says here, Fuentes positions himself as the voice of a generation of lost white males. And though he comes off as a hysterical ranter, he praises both Hitler and Joseph Stalin. It's a mistake to underestimate him. Say what you will about the tenets of Groiperism, dude, but at least it's an ethos.
Can you watch another?
I had to repeat that line again.
Can you quote Scarface or something?
Yeah, Jesus, man.
Don't worry,
so many
Donnie.
Good movies from that period. I mean, this is a good movie too, but like, Jesus Christ, we were really overdoing it here with this generation in this movie.
Don't worry, Donnie. These men are incels. But he goes on to say, what is that ethos? Fuentes, now riding high on the boost Tucker Carlson gave him, laid out his core tenets in a couple of recent clips. In this one, he says he is principally engaged in trying to organize whites as a political group to raise the consciousness of an army. Why is it, he asks, that Jews, Muslims, and racial minorities have political consciousness, but that is taboo for whites? You're going to get grapers with our white identity politics in the halls of power. That's the end game, he says. The Free Press has reported on Fuentes registering a 501c4 called the America First Foundation, a tax-exempt organization that can engage in lobbying and political campaigning. Here is Fuentes calling for a kind of Hitler-Stalin pact of the progressive left and nationalist right. The left can have equity and all it wants if it just gives up on immigration and aid to Israel. And the right, he says, should abandon the free market and, of course, aid to Israel. Then we can all come together as populists and rule for a century. Nationalist social...
Oh, God. You really see why Rod is, like, he mostly writes about, like, different types of genitalia he's seen.
Yeah.
Because, like, any other topic...
Yeah, any other time, it's pretty dry. Yeah. Yeah.
He is fucking boring.
Well, I mean, like, I'm going to get to,
Buddy,
like...
have you gone to any bathrooms recently? Can we hear about that?
I'm gonna get to like the point he's making here, but it says here, if you are shocked by Nick Fuentes, it shows you have a heart. But if you were surprised by him, it raises questions about the existence of your brain. Evil though he is, Fuentes is merely following the path laid down by the American left for the half century. Back in 2019, near the height of the Great Awakening, Stacey Abrams, the prominent black female Democrat who was once thought to be the future of the party, put identity politics at the core of the Democratic Party. In a speech to the Center for American Progress, Abrams said, "The notion of identity politics has been peddled for the past 10 years and it's been used as a dog whistle to say we shouldn't pay too much attention to the voices coming into progress. I would argue that identity politics is exactly who we are and exactly how we won. Identity politics for me, but not for thee, white boys. They really thought this would last forever." And basically, like, I mean, like, you're right, Felix. Like, he should be talking about Bluey or bathrooms or his family history.
You wouldn't believe how many Teletubbies crawled up my asshole in a dream I had last night. You know, here's what this says about the future of Hungary. It's like, I've read this article a million fucking times.
It's just ChatGPT. It's all cliches. The Churchill quote.
The Churchill quote, yeah.
Yeah. I really hate that guy who was that rich guy who was like, he was basically paying Rod Dreher's salary at American Conservative. And then after the Root Wiener article, he was like, okay, this is too weird for me. Which, like,
is that Harlan Crow?
Yeah, I think it might be. It raises a lot of questions about him because it's like, were you actually a fan? Because that's kind of Rod playing the hits. But I hate that guy because he scared Rod into just writing like normal Substack slop.
Yeah, and it's about this. It's about one of the most repressed gay subjects that you could possibly write about. But he's not even making it interesting. He's not even talking about penises.
You're so right. Like 2 years ago, if you told me Rod wrote 5,000 words on Nick Fuentes, I would be like, yes, let's go. This is going to be great. He's going to talk about the thigh-high socks and dressing up like maids and stuff. But no, there's
Destiny
none
sucking
of that.
him off.
Yeah, Destiny in the pool. Yeah, none of that, though. None of that in this. He's gun-shy now, and it's really sad.
Wasn't the Root Wiener thing that he was uncircumcised?
Yeah.
That kid was uncircumcised?
Yep.
Well, you know who's uncircumcised? Latinos. By and large.
Great point.
Don't they have primitive Root Wieners?
Very, very good point. He says here, yes, the right has a Nick Fuentes problem, but it has a Nick Fuentes problem in part because for decades, the grievance-obsessed left has demonized the kind of people who are susceptible to the Groiper message and who have not internalized the taboos that made older whites too timid to speak out effectively against the left's malicious illiberalism.
Alas, these right-wing Zoomers have a point when they say that straight white men are the only demographic not permitted to have political consciousness based on their identity. This is the deal with the devil that American political culture made when it normalized essentialism based on race or other characteristics, like, for instance, being uncircumcised.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can argue that 2020 coinciding with lockdown and stuff, that probably did have an effect.
Yeah.
Like peak woke, just people who were like 16 and they were into Gamergate type shit and just being inundated with that shit during their formative years. Like, I guess I can see the argument that that would sort of solidify a racial identity, especially when it's being reinforced by the internet and it's like your social group and stuff. But I think it probably would have happened anyway. It would have come out in another form.
Yeah, I feel like I've been reading this exact article for like
I know. And Rod writes, to be clear, it is not the case that particular groups, racial minorities, religious believers, LGBTs, women, don't have a political interest as a group. It's more that some have come to see those identities, rather than citizenship and shared humanity, as the basis for equality. Well, Rod, like I said, I've read this article a billion times, but like with Rod writing it, it's like, Rod, you don't believe that gay people or women should have political equality or rights. So like, I don't know what this, like, it's just, he's the wrong messenger for this. Like he says, crucially, Martin Luther King Jr. advocated for the interests of black Americans in universalist, not essentialist terms. If one accepts essentialism and makes it the basis of one's politics, a la Stacey Abrams, then you cannot escape the logical conclusion that angry white males have a right to do so as well. This will mean the death of pluralistic liberal democracy. But like, Rod, you don't believe in pluralistic liberal democracy. Yeah. You believe that we should have like some sort of religious king. Like, what are you complaining about? Like all this woke illiberalism led to the rise of Donald Trump Part 2. Like, what are you complaining about? Your side won.
Out of all the people who can like put on the, I'm a classical liberal bullshit act. Yeah, Rod, you were the last one who can do that.
Yeah, you're Catholic from Louisiana, and you love Eastern Europe. That's not liberal.
Well, and then he goes on to say, to be clear, it is nearly impossible to imagine that the left, whose newest political icon, incoming New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani, is the incarnation of leftist identity politics, is capable of anything but accelerating the identity politics civil war that the left has been inviting since before Martin Luther King Jr. with his colorblind universalist dream was murdered in Memphis.
There's a better
like,
argument.
Rod, you and your dad was in the KKK, Rod. You like. I mean, he was engaged in white identity politics a long time before fucking Stacey Abrams got on the fucking scene in the South. And it's like, Rod, you're opposed to Martin Luther King Jr. and everything he stood for. So you can't like use his dream of universal civil and human rights. You can't bemoan the loss of that thanks to woke identity politics because you never believed in it or desired it in the first place. And also, I gotta say here, when he says like he's saying he's rejecting identity politics and like that it's evil and no one should subscribe to it. But then when he describes Zoran Mamdani as the incarnation of leftist identity politics, how?
Yeah,
like,
what
he
race is he?
He didn't run an identity politics campaign. He's just a Muslim guy from a different country. That's the only thing that you can tag him with as representing identity politics is just his identity. But he wasn't running on that.
That's what I was going to say. You can more accurately say that like JD Vance ran an identity politics campaign when he ran for Senate or during the 2024 campaign than you could ever say that about Zoran's mayoral campaign, primary or general. That was sort of the big thing with it, is that he talked about like affordability issues.
Yeah.
It was like a vindication of like a more polished Bernie 2016 model adjusted for a municipal campaign. If you look at that campaign and say that it's identity politics, you might be a fucking idiot.
He's an Indian Muslim from Uganda. Like you can't be the Idpal guy when you're that guy. Because how many other people like that are there? Like 10?
There's up to 20,000 people like that who have ever lived in fucking America.
You can't be saying Indian, Muslim, Ugandan lives matter. It kind of has to be universal.
How many fucking Shia Muslims are there in America? Think about that. Like, Rod, you are fucking dumb. You are an idiot. You need to get back to the sex stuff because you are a fucking dope.
For the free press is making him dumb.
The Free Press is
really
accepting this dog shit when he could be like, there's so much better stuff for Rod to be writing about, and they're letting him fucking degrade it. They're letting him, to use the words of Erica Kirk, they're letting him deteriorate himself, recycling this tired old bullshit.
This is like if I think like the same guy owned the White Sox and the Bulls for a while. If he was like, okay, we're paying Michael Jordan, but only to play baseball. You never step foot on a basketball court ever again.
Yeah. He says here, the assassination this fall of conservative youth leader Charlie Kirk, apparently by a conservative youth leader.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm the same age, yeah, early 30s, very youthful.
Well, I mean, I think he's saying he led conservative youth. Not so much that, I mean, well, 30 is still young. Come on. Yeah, 42 is still pretty young. The assassination this fall of conservative youth leader Charlie Kirk, apparently by a radical young white leftist, eliminated the most important voice on the right for solving disputes through reasoned dialogue. How the right responds not only to murder, but to the jeering reaction of the left remains a challenge. Yeah, cue Donald Trump and what we talked about at the beginning of the show. It certainly does remain a challenge, maintaining that moral high ground. And then he says,
only weeks after the entire administration bragged and posted snuff films about the fishermen they killed, by the way.
Yeah, good point. And then so she says, who else is there? Maybe no one. We are not fated to fall like the Weimar Republic did. Another cliche!
Oh
Fuck you! Who's the editor of this piece? All of us, whatever our politics, still have moral agency and the capacity to resist, in word and deed, the racist essentialist ideologues of both sides. Yet in an era in which all traditional moral authorities of the center are discredited in the eyes of the online mesmerized young, the field is open to radicals of all time, just like Weimar. For all his wicked...
Oh, God.
How is it like that at all? It's a very specific situation where World War I just ended, and they lost, and they were occupied by the Allies, and they had the indemnity that they had to pay. It was a very specific set of circumstances that's not at all like America at any point.
Nothing like it.
Yeah, you say that, Alex. You say that, Alex. But in Weimar Germany, they had cabarets where they did gender performances, and they were fucking and sucking and singing songs about.
Can we take Rod out to a plur experience? Just to get his creative juices flowing again. Can we take Rod to a boiler room?
Send him to a rave.
I think he's doing too much of that. He's indulging too much.
Yeah.
He needs to be more repressed.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know those guys I love? The guys who get put in a PVC cube? What if we all go to a boiler room, but Rod has to be in the cube the entire time? He can't leave, and we're all farting into it.
I mean, I think that would mellow him out a little too much. I think that would give him some sort of release. Right. Here's what we do. Rod should continue to do his sort of post-divorce, sort of man about town, traveling, having fun. But we need to give him some bad acid so he has a really bad trip and sees demons and he can go back to the real shit, the real Rod shit. Not this this is like Jordan on the Wizards, Felix. Jordan for the White Sox, Jordan on the Wizards. No one wants to see or hear this from Rod, man.
This is the last 10 fights of BJ Penn's career. It's awful. It's sad to watch. I really don't like it. I mean, I thought if we could get Rod a form of 2CB that specifically gives you schizophrenia and take him to the exact club that Vito went to at Johnny Stack's wedding. Perfect.
It's a joke.
Vito, I really felt bad for Vito. It's he's been in the mafia 30 years. Can you at least let him try to explain how it's a joke? What the joke is? Maybe Vito had a secondary thing, he had a passion of being a practical jokester. Like Bobby with the trains.
Rod sealed inside a latex cube. It's an ethos. Guys, it's an ethos.
Yeah, I mean, I if you are an evil 2CB dealer, please get in contact with us. We have to save this man's career. I mean, talk about something being important for the future of the West.
Rod closes out this piece by writing, "For all his wickedness, Nick Fuentes at least knows who he is and what he believes in. Sure, it's evil." I just I don't think Rod has done a good enough job explaining why he thinks what Nick Fuentes believes is evil. I mean, because as best I can tell, he believes it's evil for white people to have political consciousness and identity politics because it's more evil for black people, Latinos, women, and gay people to have a political project or an ethos on that regard.
It's also, this is such a weird person to say that about. Oh, yeah, you know who's not in denial or hiding any aspect of his life? Nick Fuentes.
I mean, barely.
That guy is not holding anything in.
And in a culture gripped by what the cognitive scientist John Vervaeke calls the meaning crisis, it's an ethos with power and allure that we would be fools to discount.
Is that a new thing, the meaning crisis?
If you've invested in meaning anytime over the last 5 years, you're taking a bath right now.
This is like if Christopher Lash gave himself serotonin syndrome. This is just dire. I hate this.
Rod needs content fixer, content rescue. Rod needs to have a bad trip, and he needs to convert again. He needs another. He needs another conversion. He needs another religious smoke. Yeah, Islam would be an obvious choice for Rod, but you know what? I'm going to go a little outside the box here. I'm going to say Shaker.
That's a really good one. I've never heard of a Shaker who isn't prone to fits of mania. So that's kind of really great for him.
I mean, look, their furniture is fucking fantastic. So, he could maybe do some woodworking and then start shaking when he sees a cartoon with a transgender character.
I'm going to go, this may be kind of old hat, but I'm going to say Diobandi Islam.
All right.
I think Rod...
Or Sufism, he could spin around a lot. He could keep.
What?
Actually, that's what he's been doing in this fucking article. He's spinning his goddamn wheels.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think if Rod ingratiated himself in Pashtun society, he would be he'd finally be the right mix of urbane and bigoted. He'd be you're perfect. We love you,
Rod, brother Rod. Please do better. Please try harder. I do not say this ironically at all. Rod, you are better than this. You are a better writer than this. You are a better thinker than this. Get out of the rancid ID Paul fucking gutter of the free press. Okay, they're turning you into an ID Paul. They're turning you woke, Rod.
Rod, they killed your Lord. Think about your editor hooking up a basketball hoop on the back of the Holy Cross, however you think it's shaped nowadays. Because that's what they
does it have the extra little hash on it?
Yeah,
you know what I
mean. Yeah. It looks like the stuff that they use in those NBA Jam games. But just think about that, Rod. Look, we've had our differences, but we are fans of yours. We love what you do. We think there's no one else like you. And you're capable of so much greater stuff than this, and we'll find a new crazy rich guy to pay your salary. We don't
absolutely.
care. Look, he's out there. Look, there's a fucking guy weird enough out there who will pay for whatever. We'll find him. We'll help you. We want the guy that we know. We want him back. We don't want this guy talking about now there's more fucking iPads than community bowling leagues. Rod, you don't care about that shit. Come on.
Rod, there are demons in our world right now. They're walking around with human skin, and they're turning America into Weimar Germany. And you're writing about fucking ID Paul, about identity politics and how it's bad, brother.
Rod, yeah, Dora the Explorer is she's telling kids to experiment with open relationships, and this is what you're writing about.
Yeah, she could be. I can't understand her. You're giving coded messages to my kids.
Well,